You undeniably possess an unparalleled magical physique, having achieved the status of an invincible supreme being. Yet suddenly, I found myself in a remote sanctuary, assuming the role of a deity. The adept can effortlessly tear apart the myriad doctrines of the celestial path. In the future, one shall tread upon the extraordinary talents of myriad races. The mighty shall command the submission of all realms beneath the heavens. The weak shall prostrate themselves in perpetual servitude. The temple maiden voluntarily offers her services for foot massage. The supreme being of the demon clan can only bow and submit. At this moment, an ethereal voice reaches your ears, announcing that the grand competition is nearing its conclusion. Is it nearing its conclusion? Very well then. Let us seize this opportunity today to formally reveal ourselves. You rise spontaneously and exit the grand hall. The dazzling sunlight bathes you in its radiant embrace. Your immaculate robe shimmers with an ethereal brilliance. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. Today marks the day of the grand competition at the sacred land of chaos, held once every 5 years. Outer disciples. The true disciples are akin to the holy progeny. All must take the stage to compete. The victor ascends while the vanquished descends. The rules are stringent, and no one is exempt. At this very moment, within the grand arena capable of accommodating 100,000 spectators, the resounding clamor reverberates through the air as the audience fervently cheers on the contestants engaged in the fierce competition. However, at that moment, a resounding voice echoed, announcing the arrival of the deity. In an instant, the arena fell into an eerie silence, every sound hushed as if a needle could be heard dropping. Those 3 words seemed to possess an enchanting power, captivating the attention of all present. Above the vast heavens, a youth, clad in garments whiter than snow and resembling an ethereal being, descended through the air. Under the gaze of all, he gracefully took his seat upon the throne of the divine. The arrival of the youth instantly ignited the battleground. He is indeed the divine son. How remarkably handsome he is! I feel as though I have fallen in love. The female disciples cradle their faces in their hands, their eyes shimmering with the hue of peach blossoms. The male disciples swallowed nervously, feeling an overwhelming pressure. Moreover, they all believed that the means by which you could ascend to the status of a divine heir were quite unsavory. Historically, the divine son has always emerged from among the 10 holy sons. Yet this time, the position of the divine son has inexplicably been claimed by one whose origins and identity remain shrouded in mystery. In my opinion, he is utterly unqualified to be the divine son. Anyone at random could easily overpower him. Otherwise, why would he resort to underhanded tactics? Your arrival momentarily silenced the arena of combat. It was soon followed by a cacophony of doubts and criticisms. Your sudden ascension to the position of divine son undoubtedly incited considerable discontent among many. It was not merely the disciples who harbored grievances. A significant majority of the elders also expressed their dissatisfaction with your elevation to this esteemed role. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the venerable ancestor of the chaotic sacred land, this matter would not have been resolved so easily. At this moment, the Chaos Saint Lord's body was taut, revealing an unmistakable tension. Young Master Shao, my disciples are ignorant, failing to recognize your true form. Once we return, I shall undoubtedly teach them a proper lesson. The Chaos Saint Lord communicated telepathically, his words dripping with humility. Jiang Shangzhu, you may attend to your own matters. My heart is not yet so narrow as to be affected by such trivialities. Indeed, the young one is aware. The Lord of Chaos wiped the cold sweat from his brow, genuinely fearing that the words of the disciples below might provoke your ire, leading to the annihilation of the Chaos Holy Land in a fit of rage. In the entirety of the chaotic sanctuary, apart from the slumbering ancestor, he is the sole individual who comprehends the true nature of your identity. Jiang Tsang turned his head and addressed a young woman, instructing her to serve tea and pour water for young Master Shao. The young woman, named Jiang Shengyi, is his daughter and simultaneously the saintess of the chaotic sacred land. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiang Shengyi subtly furrowed her brows. She initially intended to decline, yet she perceived her father's voice resonating within her mind. Heed my words. The identity of young Master Shao is beyond your imagination. To serve him tea and water is indeed a privilege of the highest order. Should fortune smile upon you and grant you the role of young Master Zhao's maid, the Chaos Sacred Land would undoubtedly reap immense benefits as a result. Upon hearing her father's words, Jiang Xingyi, though still reluctant deep within her heart, could not help but feel a flicker of curiosity toward Xiaoyang. Ultimately, driven by this curiosity, she found herself by her side. Yet you did not cast a glance in her direction. There is no remedy for it. You have encountered countless MNs, each one 1,000 times more enchanting than Jiang Xingyi, a saintess from a sacred realm, yet she fails to ignite any spark of interest within you. However, your absence does not signify indifference from others. In the arena of combat, Jun Mo Xiao, having triumphed over his final adversary, stands with exuberance. Yet, as he surveys all his disciples, relishing in the adoration and reverence reflected in their gazes. Yet, to your astonishment, you find that the revered saintess Jiang Shengnong, whom he had regarded as forbidden, now stands beside you, pouring tea. To your surprise, you leisurely lower your gaze and sip your tea. In an instant, a glimmer of coldness surfaced in Jun Mo Xiao's eyes. He proclaimed loudly, "I shall challenge the Son of God." Regulations of the chaotic Holy Land Grand Tournament. The champion of the tournament is qualified to challenge the Divine Son. The words of Jun Mo Xiao silenced the arena in an instant. Xiaoyang unexpectedly turned his gaze towards Jun Mo Xiao, discovering a child of destiny, the fated one, Jun Mo Xiao. Strength, pinnacle of the life and death profound realm. Fortune value. Your expression is devoid of emotion, as if you had anticipated this all along. Upon reflection, it is indeed true. You are the legitimate eldest son of the illustrious Xiao family from the Dark Continent. One of the reasons for your arrival in this remote and distant Tianxiao continent is precisely because you have discerned the emergence of numerous fortunate progenies within this realm. You activate the very first cheat code you have acquired. The Destiny's great antagonist, Xiaoyang. Identity. The legitimate eldest son of the immortal family, the Xiao clan. Chaos Divine Son. Physique bloodline, primal demon body. Supreme demon heart. Eternal demon eye. Cultivation level. Peak of the immortal emperor. Villain value. Observing the proud figure of Jun Mo Xiao on the arena, your expression remains remarkably tranquil. This must be the first of the fated children to emerge. Let us dispatch one as a preliminary taste. The surrounding disciples of the arena were already in a frenzy. Here they come. They have finally arrived. Haha, I had a feeling. The ultimate champion of the grand competition is undoubtedly going to challenge this so-called divine offspring, whose title is not befitting. Jun Xingzi. Persevere. Defeat this underhanded deity. Among the 10 holy sons, Jun Xingzi ranks 7th, holding the 53rd position on the Tianxiao continent's prodigy list. His strength is unparalleled and formidable. How could a mere underqualified deity withstand his might? It is anticipated that he shall vanquish you effortlessly. Few harbor any hopes for your victory. All eyes are set on Jun Ma Xiao to triumph over you. Not only the disciples are thus. In the elders section of the grandstand, the third elder of the Chaos Sacred Land, Nangong Cheng, glances towards the grand elder, Hong Xiaodian, beside him. Do you believe that Mo Xiao can defeat the Divine Son? Jun Mo Xiao is his cherished disciple, with a hint of affection in his words. Elder Hong Xiaodian remarked indifferently. However, Jun Ma Xiao possesses extraordinary strength and remarkable talent. Even if he cannot defeat the Son of Heaven, achieving a stalemate should pose no difficulty. Upon hearing this response, Nangong Cheng furrowed his brows, clearly dissatisfied, and remarked with a cold smile, "The Grand Elder holds Mo Xiao in far too low regard. I wager that Mo Xiao can defeat the Divine Son within 10 moves. Should I emerge victorious, the 9-turn wet fertility pill recently acquired by the Grand Elder shall be mine, while the True Dragon's secret realm token, which I obtained not long ago, will rightfully belong to you." Upon hearing this, Hong Xiaotian glanced at Nangong Cheng and smiled. "You cunning old fox, when did you learn that I have acquired the 9-transformation Nirvana pill?" The 9-transformation Nirvana pill was meant for Zhan Tian to break through the Nirvana realm. However, since you have the audacity to wager with the True Dragon secret realm token, I shall indulge you. Ha ha ha, then it is settled. Nangong Cheng laughed heartily. At that moment, On the other side, the Chaos Lord felt a surge of anxiety and anger upon hearing Jun Mo Zhao's intention to challenge Xiao Yang. Suppressing the fury within, he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Jun Mo Zhao, are you truly certain in your decision to confront the Son of God? Moreover, it is a battle of life and death. The champion of the grand competition challenging the divine progeny is a decree established by the sacred land of chaos, and no one is permitted to intervene. Of course, if the deity declines the challenge, it is of no consequence. However, according to the regulations, this will be regarded as a voluntary concession. Boldly, the Chaos Sovereign was instantly enraged. The overwhelming aura of his semi-duke realm erupted suddenly, casting a terrifying pressure over the arena of competition. The Lord of Chaos exhibits a formidable temper. At this moment, the voice of the third elder, Nan Gongcheng, resounds. He gazes upon the Lord of Chaos and remarks with subtle derision. Lord Saint, what harm lies in the words of Mo Shao? If there is no fault, then why are you so enraged? Does it imply that the Son of God shares a profound bond with you, to the extent that you hesitate to allow him to face a challenge? The chaotic sacred land possesses a long-standing legacy, characterized by intricate internal relations. It is not merely a unilateral domain governed by the sovereign. The long-standing discord between the Elder Council and the sovereign has been deeply rooted. The chaotic sovereign is on the brink of exasperation, yet finds himself unable to counter the opposing arguments. He cautiously cast a glance at the serene Yu, his heart trembling with trepidation, unsure of the appropriate course of action. Just as the chaotic sovereign found himself in a perplexing dilemma, your whispered words reached his ears. No need to force yourself. Challenge me if you dare. Today marks my inaugural appearance, and I happen to require someone to establish authority. Upon hearing these words, the Chaos Sovereign immediately breathed a sigh of relief, the weight of pressure lifting significantly. He spoke with utmost respect, addressing him as Master Shao. Then I sat down calmly, casting my gaze towards the elder's area. A hint of schadenfreude flickered within Guanlian's eyes. These foolish members of the Elder Council, who often opposed me, now dared to act with impudence before the young master. Truly, when there is a path to heaven, they choose not to tread it, yet when there is no entrance to hell, they willingly plunge themselves into it. Your challenge, I have accepted. You cast a glance at Jun Mo Shao, your gaze devoid of joy, anger, sorrow, or pleasure. As Xiao Yang accepted the challenge, Jun Mo smiled with delight and proudly declared, well, it seems you are not a worthless coward after all. In that case, I shall not take advantage of you. You may make 3 moves first. After your 3 attempts, I shall then make my move to avoid any dissatisfaction on your part should I defeat you. Such audacious words, once spoken, stirred an unexpected commotion among the countless disciples in the arena. The young sovereign displayed remarkable audacity, daring to allow the divine son to make the first 3 moves in their life and death duel. This shows an astonishing level of disdain for the divine son. I find it quite normal. The divine child is merely someone who has taken advantage of connections. How can he possibly compare to the esteemed Jun Xingzi? The position of Jun Xingzi was earned through his own merit. While all the disciples are fervently discussing this matter, yet you furrowed your brow, not due to the words of Jun Mo Shao, nor the murmurs of the disciples. The soaring Kuanpeng in the vast skies is indifferent to the chatter of ants. You are merely contemplating how much power must be wielded to crush Jun Mo Shao with a single move, without instilling fear in the other children of destiny. Chapter 003. The system's layout and the rebound of fate. A slight furrow formed on Lu Yuan's brow. The weight of his high cultivation often brought its own set of challenges. A mere flicker of his power could unleash cataclysmic upheaval. Achieving a balance between stealth and awe-inspiring impact was indeed a formidable task, akin to using a missile to swat a fly. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan softly murmured, "Let us employ merely 1/1,000,000th of my strength. I hope this fated child is not too feeble." With his thoughts solidified, Lu Yuan extended his finger and gently tapped the void before him. An echoing thud resonated as the space rippled like the surface of water. In the next heartbeat, a colossal finger of divine manifestation emerged on the battlefield, resembling a towering mountain, exuding an overwhelming pressure as it descended towards Jun Mo Xiao. The air crackled with intensity. And Jun Mo Xiao's previously confident demeanor froze upon the emergence of the giant finger. A corporeal manifestation. "You are a cultivator of the divine realm," he exclaimed, terror surging within him. Indeed, he was an extraordinary talent, having reached the pinnacle of the life and death mysterious realm, capable of engaging in battles above his grade. However, he was far from being able to contend against someone 3 major realms above him. His master, Nangong Cheng, was merely a practitioner of the divine realm. "Fire Lord, save me," Jun Mo Xiao implored, directing his plea to a hovering red tower within his consciousness. The tower erupted with a frantic and irritable voice. "You little rascal. What have you done to provoke a peak divine realm expert? My strength has only just recovered to the mid-divine realm. I cannot guarantee your safety. Do your best to survive." As the words fell, the red tower unleashed a tremendous force towards the giant finger, yet it disintegrated upon contact, revealing the insurmountable disparity in power. In the Elders' district, Nangong Cheng's face contorted with disbelief. This cannot be. The Chosen One is a peak divine realm expert. He was momentarily stunned, but the urgency to save his disciples soon took precedence. He turned to the Grand Elder beside him. "Grand Elder, why are you still hesitating? Quickly save my disciple." However, Nangong Cheng himself was only at the late divine realm stage, and the giant finger loomed far too close to Jun Mo Xiao. Desperate yet powerless, he could only place his hopes in the Grand Elder's peak divine realm strength. Upon hearing Nangong Cheng's plea, the Grand Elder fell silent before sighing. "Nangong, do you not understand? The Chosen One possesses a grand lineage that neither you nor I can provoke. Rather than beseeching me, you ought to plead with the Chosen One himself." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Nangong Cheng swiftly turned his gaze to Lu Yuan. "Chosen One, please show mercy." Mo Xiao concedes. Yet, Lu Yuan remained unmoved. Nangong Cheng grew frantic, exclaiming, "Chosen One, Jun Mo Xiao is the Holy Son. You cannot kill him." Still, Lu Yuan showed no sign of yielding. In a fit of desperation, Nangong Cheng lashed out at Lu Yuan. His palm struck forth, shaking the space, causing countless disciples to gasp in shock. "Nangong Cheng, are you seeking death?" The Chaos Holy Master, alarmed, responded with a palm strike of his own. The two forces clashed, sending a shockwave through the crowd, but the Grand Elder, Hong Xiaotian, acted swiftly to protect the ordinary disciples. In the next moment, Nangong Cheng was sent flying, crashing through the battlefield and creating a gaping hole. The Chaos Holy Master was a half-step to the sovereign realm, his strength ranking just below the ancestors of the Chaos Holy Land and the esteemed elders. Then, amidst the cacophony of the battlefield, a resounding boom echoed. Under Jun Mo Xiao's desperate gaze, the giant finger descended. Boom! The battlefield caved in, creating a massive pit of 100 meters in diameter at its center. Warning! The Master is about to slay the fated child, facing the repercussions of fate's backlash. Warning! The system advises the Master to cease immediately or face life-threatening danger. Warning! The fated child is deceased. The backlash of fate is imminent. At the seat of the Chosen One, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, did I exert too much force? My mistake, my mistake. 1/1,000,000th was still excessive. Next time, I shall use 5/1,000,000ths. He shook his head, resolving to remember this figure for future reference. In that fleeting moment, the heavens transformed dramatically. Dark clouds gathered, engulfing the sky, as a colossal storm cloud loomed over the Chaos Holy Land. In the blink of an eye, a divine thunderbolt, potent enough to shatter the earth for thousands of miles, descended from the heavens, carrying the wrath of the divine order towards Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan looked up, calmly gazing at the divine lightning with an expression devoid of fear, even tinged with disdain. "Old you," he called softly. "Young master, all is well." An ancient voice resonated in Lu Yuan's ear, unheard by anyone else. The next moment, a brilliant beam of cold light illuminated the realm. Spectators witnessed a dazzling silver sword light flash before their eyes. The storm clouds above parted, dissipating, and the sky returned to its former brilliance, as if the preceding darkness had never occurred. Lu Yuan shook his head. Too weak. System. I do not mean to chastise you, but the repercussions of fate are trivial. I have never regarded them with any seriousness. The fate's arch-nemesis system. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have directly slain the fated child. Rewards are doubled. Reward 1. A top-tier royal divine weapon, the Panlong Breakthrough Sword. Reward 2. A drop of divine and demonic blood. Reward 3. 1 billion top-tier spirit stones. Reward 4. Villain points 2,000. Upon reviewing the system's rewards, Lu Yuan smirked. Is this all? I say, system, you ought to expand your horizons. My repository is already overflowing with such trifles. He couldn't help but shake his head, pondering the challenges of this current system. At that moment, the disciples present in the battlefield were equally astonished by the spectacle above. However, given their levels of cultivation, they could not fully comprehend what had transpired. Their attention remained predominantly focused on the battlefield. My heavens, what has happened? Has Holy Son June perished? In a single move, the Chosen One has subdued him. Perhaps the Chosen One truly deserves his title. Bah, fence-sitters, swaying with the wind. A female disciple rolled her eyes. Incredible. The Chosen One possesses such terrifying strength. He might even rival the foremost Holy Son, Xiao Yun. I remain skeptical. While the Chosen One is formidable, Holy Son Xiao is no weakling either. After all, he once had the qualifications to become a Chosen One, only to relinquish them later. Countless disciples engaged in fervent discussion. On the observation platform, numerous elders and hundreds of guests were equally stunned. The divine realm. Such strength was typically reserved for elders of the major holy lands. Moreover, Lu Yuan's finger unleashed power that reached the pinnacle of the divine realm, surpassing most elder figures. In the elders' district, all the elders exchanged glances, their expressions far from pleasant. When Lu Yuan was first appointed as the Chosen One, they had vehemently opposed his ascension. Yet now, his prowess eclipsed their own, rendering their earlier objections a mere farce, akin to a resounding slap across their faces. Where on earth did the Holy Master find such a monster? Among all the factions in the Tianshao continent, what force could possibly nurture such an extraordinary prodigy? An elder spoke in awe. The chaos sovereign Jiang Tsang could scarcely contain his elation, nearly laughing maniacally towards the heavens. With the divine air backing him, the chaos sacred land had finally become his domain. Truly, the young master was deserving of his title. Remarkable indeed. Lu Yuan, feeling a sense of ennui, yawned languidly. It was rather dull. He decided to take his leave. With that, Lu Yuan transformed into a wisp of breeze, vanishing from his seat. This left Jiang Shengyi standing dazedly beside his chair, utterly at a loss. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Lu Yuan departed, he discreetly took with him a dimly glowing red tower from the depths of the dueling arena's pit. Chapter 004. My dear daughter, remember this. You are unworthy of the young master, and you must not entertain thoughts that are beyond your station. At Divine Sun Peak, within the temple, Lu Yuan toyed with a small red tower, his gaze filled with intrigue. This tower was likely the golden finger of Jun Mo Xiao. Alas, it was somewhat lacking in strength and quality, merely at the imperial level. It also contained a remnant soul of a powerful being at the king immortal realm, which was commendable. It could withstand a few of my strikes during its prime. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan carelessly tossed the red tower into a corner of his storage space, no longer interested in it. If this red tower were to be placed in the outside world, it would undoubtedly trigger a catastrophic battle involving millions. However, to Lu Yuan, the red tower did not even qualify as mere decoration. Lu Yuan hailed from one of the most formidable forces of the Dark Continent. In comparison, the Tianshao continent was but a ripple in the vast ocean of the Dark Continent, with an immense disparity in realm levels. Of course, when contrasted with Lu Yuan's other identities, the immortal Lu clan was hardly noteworthy. Nonetheless, it was the family into which Lu Yuan was born, and he held some sentimental attachments. His arrival at the Tianshao continent was prompted by the discovery of numerous grand destinies manifesting there, indicating that the continent possessed at least 100 fated individuals. Conveniently, Lu Yuan's first golden finger was the destiny villain system, which allowed him to gain villain points by vanquishing these fated individuals. These villain points could be exchanged for treasures in the system shop. Although most treasures were beneath Lu Yuan's notice, some piqued even his interest. Upon arriving at the Tianxiao continent, Lu Yuan's intentions were quite simple. I come, I see, I conquer. He aimed to plunder all destinies, converting them into villain points to enhance his own foundation. Lu Yuan's gaze deepened, his mind swirling with thoughts of the power dynamics within the Tianxiao continent. The continent was divided into 9 domains. The chaotic sacred land was situated in the eastern domain, which housed 6 major sacred lands, with the chaotic sacred land ranked last. The reason for Lu Yuan's choice of the chaotic sacred land was due to its founder, Wan Song, also known as the chaotic emperor among the inhabitants of the Tianxiao continent. Currently, Wan Song served as the lord of a small city under the immortal Lu clan, nearing the end of his days due to an inability to break through his cultivation. Given Wan Song's past contributions to the immortal Lu clan and Lu Yuan's impending arrival at the Tianxiao continent, this choice was fortuitous. Otherwise, Lu Yuan could have easily opted for the foremost sacred land in Zhongzhou to become the divine son of the primordial sacred land. Tap, 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 gently tapping the armrest. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. With fated individuals scattered across Tianxiao, seeking them one by one for slaughter would be exceedingly inefficient. The optimal approach would be to gather them together and then strike. With this thought, Lu Yuan softly commanded, "Elder Yu, summon Jiang Tsang." "Yes, young master." In the sacred lord's palace, Jiang Tsang instructed, "Listen carefully. The young master's background is beyond your imagination. I cannot divulge specifics. But you must understand that even if all forces of the Tianxiao continent were combined, they would not measure up to a single hair of the young master. Under normal circumstances, the Tianxiao continent does not deserve the presence of someone like the young master. However, since he has arrived, this is our opportunity. If we seize it, my Jiang family will soar to greatness. At that point, what is the chaotic sacred land? What significance does the chaotic sacred lord hold? As long as we can establish a connection with the young master, the Tianxiao continent will be ours to command." Jiang Tsang patiently enlightened the bewildered Jiang Shengyi, who bit her lip in resignation and nodded. "Father, I understand. For the future of the Jiang family, I will strive diligently." Prior to this, Jiang Tsang had imparted much to her about Lu Yuan's extraordinary background and prowess. How could the Jiang family aspire to associate with Lu Yuan? Through family power? Jiang Tsang's identity, or strength? For most, the title of chaotic sacred lord might seem formidable, yet to Lu Yuan, it was hardly superior to one of his dogs. Thus, the only bargaining chip Jiang Tsang had was his daughter, Jiang Shengyi, and the sole asset Jiang Shengyi possessed was her beauty. With a face full of satisfaction, Jiang Tsang affectionately stroked his daughter's head and gently said, "I am pleased to see your awareness. However, remember, you are unworthy of the young master, and you must not entertain inappropriate thoughts. Your sole purpose and ultimate goal is to become the young master's maid. Do you understand?" Jiang Shengyi silently nodded. At that moment, a voice echoed in Jiang Tsang's ear. "Jiang Tsang, the young master calls for you." Jiang Tsang's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Yes, I shall come at once." He then took Jiang Shengyi's hand, a look of excitement on his face. Quickly, let's go meet the young master. This is your best opportunity. You must not let slip away." Yet, just as they were about to depart, Elder Yu's cold voice rang out again. "The young master has called only for you. Jiang Tsang, do you wish to die?" Thud! Jiang Tsang was so startled that he fell to his knees, his face as pale as a sheet, cold sweat pouring from his brow. "Jiang Tsang deserves to die. Please punish me, my lord." Let me advise you, do not harbor inappropriate thoughts. The young master is not someone you are qualified to associate with. Jiang Tsang trembled internally, hastily responding, "Jiang Tsang understands. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed elder." Prostrating himself, he dared not rise for a long while. After a moment of silence, when he sensed no further disturbance, Jiang Tsang cautiously stood up, not daring to delay any longer. He vanished from the palace in a flash. Within the palace, only Jiang Shengyi remained, her expression one of confusion, unaware of the events that had just transpired. She had only witnessed her father inexplicably kneel in terror, as if confronting some dreadful entity, before leaving in silence. Now, a dilemma arose. Should she go meet the young master or not? Jiang Xingyi was lost in thought. At Divine Sun Peak, in the Grand Hall, Lu Yuan maintained a tranquil demeanor as he observed Jiang Tsang, who was prostrated before him, seeking forgiveness. He calmly remarked, "Jiang, sacred lord, it is not wrong for people to aspire to greater heights, just as water flows downward. Ambition is a part of human nature. However, you should not treat your own daughter as a bargaining chip. How can I trust someone who does not even cherish his own flesh and blood?" Lu Yuan's tone was even, devoid of discernible emotion. Yet for Jiang Tsang, these words struck him with despair, like a blade poised above his head, ready to pierce through him and extinguish his soul. "I acknowledge my transgressions. Please, young master, punish me." Jiang Tsang lay prostrate, his voice trembling. "Very well. Considering this is your first offense, I shall spare you. However, while you may escape death, you cannot evade punishment. Conveniently, there's an opportunity for you to redeem yourself. If you perform well, your Jiang family will become the sovereign of the Tianshao continent," Lu Yuan stated indifferently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tsang's emotions shifted dramatically from extreme fear to overwhelming joy. He hastily replied, "Young master, please instruct me. I shall not hesitate, even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire." "Excellent," Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. "Then I ask you to initiate a holy war, declaring war against all sacred lands of the Tianshao continent in the name of the chaotic sacred land." Chapter 005. What constitutes a villain? Jiang Tsang was taken aback, utterly bewildered. Declaring war on all the sacred grounds of the Tianshao continent. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters to such a degree? It is worth noting that even in the eastern region, the chaos sacred ground is merely the weakest among the sacred sites. Furthermore, the eastern region ranks below average in overall strength among the 9 regions. "Is there an issue?" Lu Yuan inquired, his gaze cold and indifferent. "And no, there isn't." Jiang Tsang hastily shook his head. Lu Yuan replied with a hint of nonchalance, "I understand your concerns, but rest assured, I have procured assistance for you. What you must do now is prepare. I shall grant you 3 months to rally support. When the time is right, feel free to divulge a portion of my background to the Elder Council. If there are still dissenters, eliminate them." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately," Jiang Tsang responded, newfound confidence buoyed by Lu Yuan's assurance. "Very well. You may leave." Lu Yuan gestured with a wave of his hand. "Yes." Jiang Tsang departed with utmost respect. Lu Yuan gazed out beyond the hall, a contemplative expression gracing his features. The child of fortune, cloaked in the protection of destiny, is elusive and difficult to capture. The most effective approach is to compel the child of fortune to seek him out. To achieve this, a globally renowned villain must be created. The chaos sacred ground shall serve as that grand antagonist. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan queried, "Old Yu, how are matters progressing with Old Ming?" "Young master, there has yet to be any news from Old Ming. However, he is known for his meticulousness. I trust he will return soon," Old Yu replied. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, a sudden look of delight illuminating his face. Truly, the moment one speaks of a person, they often appear. In the next instant, a voice resounded throughout the hall. "Young master, I have returned." Unbeknownst to anyone, an elderly figure cloaked in black had knelt upon the ground. This elder emanated no discernible aura, appearing as an ordinary old man. If one were not paying close attention, even his conspicuous black robe could easily be overlooked. This exemplified the unity of man and the cosmos. "I am the universe, and the universe is me." "Old Ming, rise. There is no need for such formality before me. You know I do not mind these conventions," Lu Yuan stated as he approached the black-robed elder and assisted him to his feet. The elder's visage was kind, yet he adopted a serious demeanor as he said, "Young master, the rules must not be broken. You are the legitimate heir of the Lu family, while I am merely a servant. Should I be seen failing to pay my respects, it would invite gossip, and your dignity would suffer as a result." Lu Yuan smiled wryly, choosing not to contest this matter further. Instead, he inquired, "Old Ming, have you found suitable candidates?" Old Ming replied with a smile, In accordance with your command, I have scoured the entirety of the Tianxiao continent for ambitious and ruthless young talents, a pursuit that has lasted 6 months. Having returned, how could I not bring back fruitful results? With a grand gesture, Old Ming summoned forth a dozen radiant figures from his sleeves, which materialized within the hall as a group of young individuals. These youths landed within the hall, their expressions dazed as they surveyed their surroundings. Lu Yuan regarded them with quiet scrutiny. Each possessed distinctive traits. Some were burly, others graceful, some were disfigured, while others were strikingly handsome. Their temperaments were equally remarkable, and their cultivation and talents were commendable. However, in comparison to Lu Yuan, they resembled fireflies competing with the moonlight, utterly inconspicuous. At that moment, the group became aware of Old Ming and Lu Yuan. They recognized Old Ming, as he had brought them here, but Lu Yuan was an unfamiliar figure. Upon their first glance at Lu Yuan, a flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of these proud youths. Standing tall, clad in a white robe as pure as snow, Lu Yuan exuded an aura of nobility that made him appear as if he had descended from the heavens, his countenance strikingly handsome. The regal quality emanating from him rendered them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Is there truly such an extraordinary being in this world? This question reverberated in their minds. Old Ming then commanded, "What are you all staring at? Hurry and pay your respects to the young master. He is the significant figure I mentioned to you." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the youths shifted, their faces reflecting incredulity. They had witnessed Old Ming's formidable strength, a power that transcended their comprehension. Yet, such a mighty presence referred to the young man before them as young master. They understood all too well what this implied. Consequently, one by one, they bowed in deference. We pay our respects to the young master. Though most of these youths were headstrong, they were not foolish, and none would dare to maintain their arrogance in such a moment. Lu Yuan gestured for them to rise. "Please stand up." As they stood, their curiosity regarding Lu Yuan was palpable. Returning to his seat, Lu Yuan addressed the group. "I trust you are all quite curious about the purpose of your summons. However, before I divulge that, I must ask you this. Do you know what a child of fortune is?" A child of fortune? The youths exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. Lu Yuan sighed. The children of fortune are favored by the heavens, bestowed with the protection of destiny. In their endeavors, they often find success, avert calamities, discover opportunities in hidden realms, and attract the affections of extraordinary beauties as if plucking them from a pouch. They are accompanied by formidable allies, and one could say that, barring significant external interference, a child of fortune is destined to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Such individuals exist? Why have we never heard of them? One youth exclaimed, "Just hearing about them makes me envious. Truly, they're the darlings of the heavens." Lu Yuan smiled slightly and continued, "But do you know what constitutes a villain?" The youths shook their heads, entirely unaware. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he declared, "A villain can be succinctly defined as one who opposes the child of fortune. Those who indiscriminately slay the innocent, resort to plunder, bully the weak, or engage in deceit cannot truly be called villains. They are merely cannon fodder. A true villain possesses grand aspirations and unwavering resolve, willing to sacrifice everything for their ideals. They will employ any means necessary to achieve their goals and are prepared to stand opposed to the world. However, simply due to the divergence of their beliefs from those of the child of fortune, they are branded as villains. Villains are universally reviled, scorned by heaven and abandoned by earth. Most villains ultimately meet tragic ends, their family shattered, their loved ones estranged, and their confidants betraying them. Lu Yuan spoke softly, and as the youths listened, shades of understanding flickered in their eyes. They recognized reflections of themselves within his words. For their ambitions, they too would resort to any means necessary, no matter the cost, all in the pursuit of their dreams. At that moment, Lu Yuan's voice trailed off. The group looked up, their expressions complex as they regarded him. Lu Yuan smiled. "It appears you have all discerned the truth. Indeed, I speak of you. Each and every one of you is a villain." Chapter 6. The Villain Alliance. A profound silence enveloped the Grand Hall. Elder Yu and Elder Ming had departed at some point, having guided Lu Yuan for over a decade, discerning what should be heard and what ought to be ignored. After a considerable pause, a voice of dissent arose among the future villains. What grounds do you have for your certainty? How can you be so assured that the ideals of the child of destiny are inherently at odds with my own? Moreover, given the vast expanse of the Tianxiao continent, is it inevitable that I will encounter this so-called child of destiny? Others nodded in agreement, unrestrained by Lu Yuan's status. Lu Yuan regarded the speaker with admiration, responding, "Your argument holds merit. In the past, I could not guarantee your encounter with the child of destiny, but now I can assert with confidence that you will indeed meet them, as will all present here. For the children of destiny are not singular, but rather numerous. Their influence vast. They have kin, friends, mentors, and affiliations. Any conflict with one will inevitably draw the attention of a child of destiny. If you remain skeptical, I invite each of you to share your aspirations and the efforts you have made in pursuit of them." He continued, "However, bear in mind that the child of destiny embodies righteousness. Should your aspirations contravene societal ethics and morals, they shall conflict with the ideals of the child of destiny." Soon, a robust young man, bearing a fierce countenance, stepped forward. "I am Dugu Ao, from the blood refinement demon palace of the southern region, the current holy son of my clan. My ambition is to transform the southern region and the entire Tianxiao continent into a battleground of bloodshed. In my view, strength lies not in numbers, but in excellence. Only through the baptism of blood and the trials of life and death can the strongest emerge. A singular powerhouse is worth countless multitudes. Thus, I diligently train, waging war for my palace, turning city after city, nation after nation into arenas of blood refinement. Yet, we of the blood refinement demon palace understand the principle of sustainable harvesting. Our blades do not target the innocent or the weak. Rather, we provide them with techniques and resources to cultivate, ensuring they grow in a stable and safe environment. Only when they reach a certain level of strength do we send them to the blood refinement battlegrounds for their trials. Those who prevail shall be welcomed into our ranks." The audience exhibited a range of expressions upon hearing Dugu Ao's declaration. They were not unfamiliar with the blood refinement demon palace, one of the 10 great demonic factions of the Tianxiao continent, a power comparable to 3 holy lands. Following Dugu Ao, a delicate-looking young man stepped forward. He surveyed the assembly, declaring, "I am Dongfang Beitian, from the Dongfang clan of the Central Region, the current heir of my family. My aspiration is to overthrow the First Central Empire and elevate the Dongfang clan to the pinnacle of the Tianxiao continent. To this end, I train relentlessly, employing any means necessary to gain strength. If I lack a treasure, I shall seize it. If I possess one, I shall multiply it to enhance my foundation. I will stop at nothing to eliminate the talents of the First Central Empire, extinguishing them in their infancy. Furthermore, I seek proximity to the First Central Empire's princess. If I can marry her, I will gain entry into the Empire's core. Even if she despises me, I will shamelessly approach her, striving to win her favor. Yet, I harbor affections for another and hold a deep disdain for the princess. However, for the sake of my family's legacy and long-term ambitions, I endure the title of the world's greatest sycophant." A collective gasp arose from the crowd at Dongfang Baiqian's words. The First Central Empire was one of the top 3 superpowers of the Tianxiao continent, and the Dongfang clan was one of its 5 prominent families, with their ancestor being a founding figure of the empire. Subsequently, one by one, the young men stepped forward to recount their aspirations. After a couple of hours, silence fell upon the assembly. They realized that the actions taken to pursue their goals had all transgressed societal ethics. In other words, if they continued on their current paths, they would inevitably encounter the child of destiny. The atmosphere among the villains grew heavy with tension. After a moment, a dashing youth, exuding charm, spoke up, "My lord, your purpose in gathering us cannot solely be to highlight the might of the child of destiny and our villainous identities, can it?" Lu Yuan smiled, replying, "Certainly not. I have summoned you to offer salvation." "How so?" The group perked up with interest. Lu Yuan continued, "The child of destiny is not invincible, at least in my presence. Their strength has its limits. My objective is to eliminate all children of destiny, which means that I stand with you as allies on the same battlefield. Eliminate all children of destiny? Allies? The youth's eyes sparkled with intrigue. They were uncertain of Lu Yuan's identity, but understood that his background surpassed them all. To have such a figure as their ally felt like a reassuring balm. Lu Yuan elaborated, to confront the children of destiny. You must cease to act independently and unite as a collective. Therefore, I intend to establish a villain alliance, and you shall be its inaugural members. With a flourish of his sleeve, he distributed several luminous objects to the young men. Guard these items well. They are called Su Yu, granting access to a realm known as the Su realm. As long as you possess the Su Yu, regardless of your location, you may enter the Su realm. Henceforth, you shall communicate within this realm, as shall I. The Su realm? The youths exchanged curious glances, their eagerness palpable. Lu Yuan smiled. Do not rush. Allow me to finish. The strength of the child of destiny derives from four primary aspects: the protection of fate, their profound backgrounds, their foundational resources, and their innate talents. To defeat a child of destiny, you must first surpass them in these four areas. Of course, it is not essential to exceed them in all. If you surpass them in one or two aspects, you will possess the strength to contend. Surpass them in three aspects, and victory shall be yours. Exceed them comprehensively in all four, and you shall achieve overwhelming dominance. As the leader of the Villain Alliance, I bear the obligation and responsibility to assist you in fortifying these four dimensions. Now, let us enter the Su realm and experience it firsthand. Simply direct your mental energy to the Su Yu. With that, Lu Yuan produced a Su Yu of his own and stepped into the Su realm, leading the way. Chapter 7. The Unwitting or the Demon. Ah, is this the realm of desolation? How wondrous! It feels as though I have entered yet remained outside. What nonsense are you spouting? This is what we call reality. Do you comprehend? Who do you think you are, speaking to me in such a manner? What? Are you disputing? Shall we settle this with a fight? Bring it on. Do you think I fear you? A group of antagonists had barely exchanged a few words upon entering the realm of desolation when conflict ignited. The others feigned ignorance, turning their gaze to marvel at the desolate expanse. At that moment, Lu Yuan made his entrance, similarly ignoring the two who had begun to brawl, and addressed the rest. The realm of desolation may be understood as the second world for cultivators. As you can observe, it bears no difference from the real world. Mountains, rivers, and flora exist here. Yet, all of this is illusory, or rather, virtual. You have not truly entered, but rather your thoughts have. In other words, your physical bodies remain outside. Thus, when entering the realm of desolation in the future, ensure the safety of your surroundings. The antagonist nodded in acknowledgement, confirming their understanding. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Yuan transported everyone to a magnificent hall adorned in gold and splendor. The hall boasted numerous seats, and at its end stood a towering stone tablet, reaching several meters high. Lu Yuan took his place at the head of the hall, addressing the assembly. Find yourselves a seat. Feel free to be at ease. Do not be overly formal. Henceforth, this will be our venue for discussions and reports. As the leader of the antagonist alliance, I bear the duty and responsibility to assist you in enhancing your abilities. While I cannot aid you in matters of fortune, I am bound to assist in the other three aspects. After stating this, Lu Yuan gestured for everyone to look at the stone tablet. This is the merit tablet. Through merit, you will be able to exchange for all the treasures inscribed upon it. Your merits will be recorded in the Su Yu, which is why I have emphasized the importance of safeguarding it. The means of acquiring merit is simple. Exert yourself against the children of fortune. It is not mandatory to confront the children themselves. Targeting their family, friends, mentors, or members of their faction will also yield merit. Now, you may take a moment to examine the treasures listed on the merit tablet. After this declaration, Lu Yuan fell silent, observing the reactions of the crowd. The merit tablet, towering at several meters, recorded thousands of diverse treasures. In the Tianshao continent, the classification of external items can generally be divided into 5 tiers: human, spirit, king, emperor, and saint. Each tier is further subdivided into lower, middle, upper, and peak levels. Generally, emperor tier items correspond to those who have achieved the immortal emperor level. Most of the sacred weapons of the prominent sects on the Tianxiao continent only reach the semi-saint level. Yet on the merit tablet, the least valuable items are king tier, while emperor tier items are beyond counting, with saint tier and even transcendent treasures numbering in the thousands. These, however, are merely the scraps from Lu Yuan's personal treasury. The gaze of the antagonist was fixed upon the merit tablet, and even a cursory glance left them feeling dazed and breathless. To Lu Yuan, these items were trifles. Yet for them, each treasure inscribed on the tablet was something they could only dream of obtaining. After a while, Lu Yuan waved his hand, closing the merit tablet. If he did not intervene, the antagonist would be reluctant to tear their gazes away. It appears you all yearn for the treasures above. I'm not a miser. As long as you can present sufficient merit, you may exchange for everything on the merit tablet. Upon hearing this, one of the antagonists raised his hand, inquiring, esteemed leader, how can we discern the children of fortune? Lu Yuan smiled, a splendid question. With a flick of his sleeve, streams of light shot toward the assembly. This is a little gadget I devised in my leisure. With it, you can view the personal information of every individual in the world, such as name, age, cultivation level, identity, fortune, and interpersonal relationships. Of course, if the individual you observe exceeds your own cultivation level by a significant margin, you will be unable to see their details. At this moment, each antagonist held a purple jade token. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, many eagerly began testing it, with their first target being Lu Yuan himself. Name, age, cultivation, identity, fortune, interpersonal relationships. A flurry of question marks appeared above their heads, followed by a chill in their hearts. According to Lu Yuan's earlier statement, this occurrence could only imply that the individual they were observing far exceeded their own capabilities. In that instant, their reverence for Lu Yuan deepened. Lu Yuan observed their reactions, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "All right, everyone, exit the realm of desolation now, in the hall of the divine Sun Peak." Lu Yuan looked at the assembly with gravity. "Remember what I have told you. Safeguard your 2 tokens. They are the key to altering your destiny. Should you lose them, there will be no second chances." Upon hearing this, all tightened their grips on the tokens. Lu Yuan continued, "To surpass the children of fortune, 3 conditions must be met: background, foundation, and talent. The merit tablet will suffice to fulfill 2 of those characteristics, foundation and talent. As for the background," Lu Yuan's smile was enigmatic. "I am your background." With that, Lu Yuan waved his hand, sending forth dozens of streams of light that then hovered in midair within the hall. As the leader, one cannot lack a welcoming gift. Each of you will receive one of these 12 supreme king-tier weapons, 12 billion supreme spirit stones, 12 divine thunder talismans, and 12 breaking through realm pills. Consider this my gift to you on our first meeting." As the 4 types of items floated in the air, the 12 antagonists in the hall were left in awe, their respect for Lu Yuan intensifying. The ability to casually produce such valuable items attested to Lu Yuan's profound foundation. One by one, they approached and claimed their respective gifts. Once everyone had received their portions, Lu Yuan addressed the void. "Old Ming, see them out." "Yes, my lord." In the next moment, the 12 individuals in the hall were sent back to their respective places by Old Ming's unparalleled power. After their departure, the hall fell into silence. Lu Yuan stood in place, lost in thought for a long while, murmuring to himself, "I hope it is not too late." Before him, a panel visible only to him materialized. Supreme Demon Heart Suppressor. Price, 500,000 antagonist points. A mocking smile crept across Lu Yuan's face. His 3 physiques were unparalleled, each a peerless demonic body. Among them, the Supreme Demon Heart was on the verge of eruption. Once it erupted, Lu Yuan would lose all emotions, becoming an utterly heartless being. Such individuals are known by many titles in the Dark Continent: the Unfeeling, the Heartless, the Supreme Forgetful, and the most recent Taoist. However, the title most widely recognized is the Demon. Gazing into the distance, Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. Who would have thought that the illustrious scion of the immortal Lu family would be the true demon destined to obliterate the Dark Continent? As foretold in a fable passed down for 1 billion years, the antagonist alliance, though merely a spontaneous arrangement of mine. I hope that on the day when I stand against the world, it will bring me a pleasant surprise. Chapter 008, The Nine Lives Reborn. The Destiny Alliance, as the grand competition concluded, the esteemed guests departed. The news of the son of chaos, Lu Yuan, defeating the chaos son, Jun Mo Shao, showcasing his peak prowess, spread like wildfire throughout the Eastern Domain. In the depths of the Tai Xian Holy Land, one of the 6 great sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, a middle-aged man clad in golden robes stood before a pile of decayed coffins, respectfully reporting, "Esteemed ancestors, there is news regarding the newly emerged son of chaos. According to the latest intelligence from our spies, during the competition, the son of chaos eliminated a challenger, demonstrating an attack that suggests he possesses peak divine abilities. In the course of this event, the third elder of the Chaos Holy Land engaged in a fierce battle with the Chaos Lord, who has now ascended to the threshold of semi-royalty. A voice, ancient and frail, emerged from within the rotting coffins. Ah, a prodigious talent indeed. It appears that the old man from the Chaos Holy Land resurfaced for this individual." The middle-aged man bowed his head, a hint of shame crossing his face. "Regrettably, we have not discerned his origins. The Chaos Holy Land conceals its secrets too well. However, from all gathered information, it can be surmised that aside from Jiang Tsong and the Chaos Ancestor, the other elders are likely unaware of the Son of Chaos's true background." "Very well, if that is the case, so be it." The decayed coffin trembled. "Yet, with such a prodigy emerging from the Chaos Holy Land, our Tai Xian Holy Land cannot afford to lag behind. Let us bring forth our own champion. I sense that the era of imperial contention is imminent." The golden-robed man's expression shifted, and he bowed respectfully. "Yes, ancestor." A similar scene unfolded across all the other sacred lands. The manifestation of Lu Yuan's strength and terrifying talent instilled a sense of urgency within all factions of the Eastern Domain. Countless hidden talents began to emerge in the aftermath of that fateful day. In the Central Domain, Tai Chu Holy Land, the undisputed first power of the Tianshao continent, at the third sun peak, an anguished roar echoed through the heavens. Lu Yuan. Inside a modest cave dwelling, a striking young man clad in blue sat cross-legged upon a jade platform. His visage twisted in fury, fists clenched tightly, his heart brimming with resentment. His name was Lin Hao, the third son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Moreover, he bore an extraordinary identity, a reborn individual, granted the chance to reincarnate 9 times. Yet at this moment, he found himself bereft of further opportunities for rebirth. 9 lives spent, all consumed. Lin Hao's eyes blazed with fury, yet a flicker of helplessness lingered within. 9 times, this is the 9th. Should I perish again, it would mark my ultimate demise. He murmured, sorrow weighing heavy on his heart. Despite the immense growth in strength with each rebirth, the specter of Lu Yuan's unfathomable power loomed large, rendering Lin Hao acutely aware of his own limitations. If this time did not yield a transformative change, his fate would likely remain unchanged, leading to yet another demise at Lu Yuan's hands. Lu Yuan is truly terrifying. Lin Hao realized only after his 4th rebirth the true name of his nemesis. In the earlier encounters, he had met his end at Lu Yuan's hands each time. Though I have perished 8 times, I refuse to yield this time. Despite the trials of 9 rebirths, Lin Hao had gleaned valuable insights. He understood that relying solely on his own strength would never suffice to vanquish Lu Yuan. Indeed, he could not even contend with the adversaries under Lu Yuan's command. Lin Hao lifted his gaze, eyes bloodshot. Lu Yuan, you possess a villainous alliance. Thus, I shall establish the Destiny Alliance. I am eager to see how you and your cohorts of evildoers will fare against us. The Chosen of Destiny. Having witnessed countless chosen ones fall before Lu Yuan, Lin Hao recognized that even with fortune on their side, they stood little chance alone. Only through uniting all chosen ones could they hope to mount a formidable resistance. As the bloodshot veins in his eyes gradually faded, calmness returned to Lin Hao. He glanced at the calendar on the wall. A spark of realization ignited within him. July 1st. 10 days hence, the Tsungu stone tablet will descend. Countless prodigies will gather before it, and several chosen ones will emerge. This shall be my finest opportunity. With 9 days remaining, there was no need for haste. Lin Hao pondered, contemplating which chosen one was nearest him, drawing from the experiences of his previous deaths. He had taken great care to learn about each chosen one before his 8th demise. After a moment, a light flickered in Lin Hao's eyes. I found him, Jun Xianyao of the Jun family. The chosen one, Jun Xianyao, had left a deep impression on him. For the Jun family ranked among the top 5 superpowers of the Tianshao continent and boasted connections in the upper realms. Jun Xianyao had managed to survive the longest under Lu Yuan's reign, thanks to these connections. A thought crossed his mind, and Lin Hao immediately rose, departing the Tai Chu Holy Land to journey to the ancestral grounds of the Jun family. At the Jun family's ancestral grounds, Jun Xianyao sat regally in white robes, observing Lin Hao, who occupied a lower seat, with amusement. Are you suggesting that the villain named Lu Yuan intends to slay us all, myself included? Lin Hao's expression was earnest. Indeed, if we do not unite, not only shall we perish, but the entire Tianshao continent will be engulfed in endless warfare, transforming into a paradise for villains. Only by uniting all chosen ones can we hope to resist. A flicker of disdain crossed Jun Xianyao's eyes as he responded. Your words are impressive, but I remain unconvinced. If Lu Yuan is as formidable as you claim, I wish to test him. For it has been far too long since I encountered a worthy opponent. A hint of loneliness masked by invincibility graced Jun Xianyao's face. Lin Hao maintained his composure, having anticipated Jun Xianyao's possible refusal. With 9 rebirths behind him, he understood the nature of these chosen ones all too well. Lin Hao sipped his tea, then replied nonchalantly, I did not expect you to agree immediately. Were I in your position, I might also harbor doubts. Jun Xianyao narrowed his gaze. And? Lin Hao met his gaze directly. I merely came to offer a warning, to prepare you psychologically. After all, you're no match for Lu Yuan, nor could you withstand even a single exchange. Even with your system, your fortuitousness, your innate ability to break the 10 shackles of the ancient holy body, and even as the divine son of the Jun family. At these words, Jun Xianyao's pupils narrowed in shock. The knowledge of his system and innate abilities were his greatest secrets. How could this individual possibly know? Lin Hao stood, speaking plainly, Jun Xianyao, consider my words carefully. I am Lin Hao, the son of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Should you come to a realization, feel free to seek me out. With that, Lin Hao's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 009. The Crisis of Dongfang Beitian. Jun Xianyao gazed thoughtfully at the spot where Lin Hao had vanished. The fact that Lin Hao could articulate my greatest secret suggests that his words were not mere fabrications. Perhaps 3 parts truth to 7 parts falsehood, or vice versa. Nevertheless, it is prudent to err on the side of caution. Should Lin Hao's claims hold any veracity, then the figure he mentioned, Lu Yuan, may indeed be the most formidable adversary I have ever encountered. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered with intensity as he murmured, the Destiny Alliance. A sudden smile curled at the corners of Jun Xiaoyao's mouth. If I were to join this so-called Destiny Alliance, based solely on the fragmented words of one individual, it would inadvertently imply that I, Jun Xiaoyao, fear Lu Yuan. Engaging in battle is more in line with my character. Bring forth information on Lu Yuan, the son of the divine from the eastern chaos sacred land. I want to know everything about him. Having departed from the Jun residence, Lin Hao soared through the skies in a flying chariot. Reclining on an exquisite jade bed within the chariot, he supported his head with one hand, furrowing his brow in contemplation. I have alerted Jun Xiaoyao. Regardless of whether he believes me, he will undoubtedly harbor some degree of wariness towards Lu Yuan. However, given Jun Xiaoyao's disposition, it is highly likely he will first engage Lu Yuan in combat before making any decisions. Jun Xiaoyao, I hope you are not overly crushed by Lu Yuan's might. A bittersweet smile played on Lin Hao's lips. In this vast Tianshao continent, he alone comprehends the true terror that Lu Yuan embodies. Moreover, he is certain that Lu Yuan hails from a higher realm, and even there, he must possess an extraordinary status. After all, How could one who traverses between realms be anything but exceptional? Let me ponder. Who should be my next target? Lin Hao searched within his mind for the next son of destiny he sought. Soon, a glimmer of recognition brightened his gaze as he murmured, "If memory serves me right, the First Central Empire should also have a son of destiny." What was his name again? Zhang Ruoxu. In Lin Hao's recollection, Zhang Ruoxu is an extraordinarily remarkable son of destiny, possessing similarities to himself. Zhang Ruoxu, in a certain sense, is also a reborn individual, albeit through human intervention. Yet, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that Zhang Ruoxu wields a terrifying lineage of powerful abilities, backed by more than one formidable figure. It is imperative to win Zhang Ruoxu over. Should I succeed, the strength of my Destiny Alliance will surge dramatically. Whether through the might of the First Central Empire or the formidable powers supporting Zhang Ruoxu, it would constitute an immense boon for the Destiny Alliance. Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with determination, but suddenly he raised an eyebrow. If my memory served me correctly, one of the 12 thrones of the Villain Alliance originates from the First Central Empire, specifically from one of the 5 great families, the Dongfang family. At this realization, Lin Hao involuntarily exuded a faint aura, causing a ripple in the surrounding space and unsettling the beast, pulling the chariot into a restless whinny. Any powerful individual present would be able to discern that Lin Hao's aura had reached the level of an immortal duke. Such cultivation would place him among the ranks of formidable beings within numerous sacred lands. In a moment of distraction, Lin Hao quickly regained his composure, suppressing his aura. In 9 lifetimes of rebirth, I have now attained the status of an immortal duke. Yet, what does that matter if I can still be crushed in a single strike? Lin Hao's eyes reflected a sense of resignation and numbness. Faced with Lu Yuan's unfathomable terror, Lin Hao felt utterly powerless. Moreover, he could ascertain that what he had witnessed was not Lu Yuan's true strength. Against us sons of destiny, Lu Yuan has never unleashed his full power. Thus, despite having been reborn 9 times, I am still filled with uncertainty regarding the future. Regardless, should I encounter one of the 12 thrones in the First Central Empire, I will spare no effort to eliminate them. The fall of a future throne, while inconsequential to Lu Yuan, would undoubtedly deal a significant blow to the Villain Alliance. Lu Yuan, while I cannot harm you, I shall make every effort to vex you. A sinister smile crept across Lin Hao's lips, and a chilling glint ignited within his eyes. The First Central Empire was established by the Empress Qingyao as one of the 5 founding elders. The Dongfang family remains extraordinarily prosperous even after a millennium, basking in unrivaled glory. At this moment, within a core residence of the Dongfang family, Dongfang Beitian toyed with 2 tokens, excitement radiating from his face. As the eldest son of the Dongfang family, his status rivals that of certain sons of sacred lands, and his perspective is naturally quite broad. Yet, in reflecting upon his life, there has never been a moment as exhilarating as this. For he has glimpsed hope, the hope of overturning the First Central Empire and leading the Dongfang family to a complete resurgence. While the world sees the Dongfang family as immensely glorious and thriving, the most direct descendants are acutely aware that they teeter on the brink of annihilation. The establishment of the First Central Empire owes much to the Dongfang family's contributions, which is why they have enjoyed such prosperity. However, a millennium has passed, and the First Central Empire has become immensely stable, with peace reigning across the lands. The empire's territory has expanded to a diameter of 200,000 miles. For context, the diameter of the sun is merely over 270,000 miles. Within such vastness, countless prodigies and talents emerge. The strength of the First Central Empire has reached its zenith. In other words, the First Central Empire no longer requires the 5 founding families. The adage, when the rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked, when the birds are gone, the bough is hidden, holds true throughout history. And the First Central Empire is no exception. The Empress Qingyao, known for her assertive nature, would never allow any forces within the empire that could threaten its stability, especially the 5 great families. Each of these families, if singled out, would not pale in comparison to any ordinary sacred land. Dongfang Baitian's gaze turned solemn. The tokens merely grant me the qualification to alter fate, but to truly change my destiny and that of the Dongfang family. Much more is required. To effect genuine change, I must act according to the directives of that esteemed young master. Dongfang Baiqian's expression shifted into one of deep contemplation. But where should I seek the son of destiny? At that moment, a voice from outside the residence echoed. Young master, Princess Lingxi has arrived. Lingxi? Dongfang Baiqian furrowed his brow, his face devoid of any joy. It is well known throughout the First Central Empire that the eldest son of the Dongfang family harbors affection for the imperial princess. Yet only Dongfang Baiqian himself knows that he feels no such inclination and, in fact, harbors a certain aversion, despite her being one of the 10 most beautiful women of the central region. Isn't she the one who despises me the most? Why would she seek me out? Dongfang Baiqian pondered with confusion. However, he dismissed such thoughts and hastily exited the residence. Regardless, it is essential to maintain the reputation of an ardent admirer. Soon, Dongfang Baiqian beheld Princess Lingxi, who appeared like a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, accompanying her was a strikingly handsome young man of remarkable demeanor. Before Dongfang Baiqian could utter a word, the token hidden in his sleeve trembled slightly, revealing a personal panel before him. Name, Lin Hao. Age, 23. Cultivation, early stage immortal duke. Identity, son of destiny, third saint son of the Taichu sacred land. Fate, 4500 relationship. In an instant, Dongfang Baiqian's pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Lin Hao, in turn, met his gaze with a sinister smile. Found you. Chapter 010. The Clash of Titles and the Will of Kings. Dongfang Baiqian instinctively sensed a tremendous crisis approaching him and fled without a moment's hesitation. It is rather ironic that this was the stronghold of his own Dongfang family. As the eldest son of the Dongfang clan, to be fleeing on his own territory would indeed invite mockery from the world. You cannot escape. Lin Hao's eyes shimmered with a fierce light as he disregarded all else and struck out towards Dongfang Baiqian with a palm. The air thundered as the formidable power of the eternal realm surged forth without restraint. The space trembled, and the entire First Imperial City was enveloped in overwhelming pressure. How dare you? A terrifying aura surged from deep within the Dongfang family. Just then, a figure clad in gray appeared behind Dongfang Baiqian, its fingers claw-like as it reached forward. Boom! Sixth Elder. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dongfang Baiqian's expression brightened. The Dongfang family possessed profound heritage, boasting extraordinary power even before the establishment of the First Central Empire. The sixth elder of the Dongfang family was a genuine powerhouse of the eternal realm. As their claws met, a terrifying shockwave obliterated everything within a 10,000-meter radius. It was only due to the protective formations of the Dongfang family's main structures that they suffered minimal losses. Oomph! A muffled grunt escaped the sixth elder's lips, his expression darkening as he took a half-step back. What? Dongfang Baiqian was astonished. The sixth elder was actually at a disadvantage in his confrontation with Lin Hao. How could this be possible? Lin Hao maintained a calm demeanor, and seeing that his initial attack had failed, he said nothing but gathered his strength to unleash another punch towards Dongfang Baiqian. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him. He must eradicate Dongfang Baiqian. This was one of the future 12 thrones, a threat second only to Lu Yuan. You dare, you little brat. The sixth elder's face contorted with rage, his anger reaching its zenith. This was his Dongfang family, and the audacity of Lin Hao to act so recklessly was beyond mere boldness. It was a blatant disregard for the Dongfang family. If this person were not eliminated, the disgrace of today would echo throughout the ages. With this thought, the sixth elder summoned a long spear, no longer hesitating, and unleashed his full power. Boom! The clash between two formidable beings of the eternal realm sent tremors across 100 miles, and no one dared to approach. This was a deliberate balance, for the First Imperial City was still under the reign of the living Empress Qingyao. Dongfang Baiqian, aware that Lin Hao's target was himself, did not linger and sprinted towards the ancestral ground of the Dongfang family. The commotion from the clash of these two powerful figures attracted the attention of countless strong individuals. With hundreds of thousands of divine senses silently observing the battle. In the skies, Lin Hao noticed Dongfang Beitian fleeing further away. Yet he could not shake off the sixth elder's pursuit, causing his frustration to mount. I was careless, underestimating the Dongfang family. Lin Hao's expression darkened. Blinded by hatred and fixated on killing Dongfang Beitian, he had forgotten that this was the stronghold of the Dongfang family. Sensing the terrifying auras approaching from afar, Lin Hao's gaze grew increasingly grim. The Dongfang family's powerhouses were closing in. He could not afford to continue the battle. Without hesitation, Lin Hao decided to withdraw. The sixth elder, furious, laughed maniacally. Now you wish to leave? It is too late. Unlike Lin Hao, the sixth elder grew bolder with every clash, intent on keeping Lin Hao from escaping. Lin Hao remained exceedingly calm, unwilling to engage further. His strength surpassed that of the sixth elder, and if he wished to flee, the sixth elder would be powerless to stop him. Realizing this, the sixth elder became anxious and shouted in a particular direction, "Ancestor, aid me." Buzz as the sixth elder's voice fell, a towering will surged forth from the depths of the Dongfang ancestral ground. Its essence was so powerful that even the mere hint of its presence forcefully repelled everything in the surrounding realm. The entire world was left with naught but this singular will. Lin Hao's expression changed drastically. This was the king, surrounding the Dongfang family. The hundreds of thousands of divine senses that had been observing swiftly retreated upon the emergence of this will. Before the presence of a king, they did not even dare to spy. Ha ha ha! The sixth elder laughed maniacally, his silver hair swirling as he wielded a silver spear, resembling a divine enforcer of the heavens. You arrogant brat, daring to wreak havoc in my Dongfang family. Today marks your demise. But at that moment, another equally grand and powerful will surge from a palace at the center of the imperial city, rivaling and even surpassing that of the Dongfang ancestor. The sixth elder's expression shifted as he recognized the significance of this newly manifested will. What an opportune moment. Seizing this brief window, Lin Hao swiftly escaped from the Dongfang family. The sixth elder hovered in the air, his countenance alternating between green and white, nearly bursting into a tirade. "Qingyao, you have gone too far." From deep within the Dongfang family, an ancient and profound voice resonated. "Are you teaching me how to conduct my affairs?" A voice rich with ethereal charm and overwhelming authority echoed down from the heavens. "Oof." The Dongfang ancestor snorted, and with that, the will dissipated into the void, retreating willingly. 1,000 years prior, at the dawn of the First Central Empire, Empress Qingyao was but a junior. Now, a millennium later, she had risen to a status that could stand shoulder to shoulder with a powerhouse such as the Dongfang ancestor. The sixth elder's gaze hardened as he cast a cold glance towards the direction of the imperial palace, his form gradually fading away. At the periphery of the Dongfang ancestral ground, Dongfang Beitian anxiously awaited. Suddenly, a figure flickered into existence. The sixth elder appeared before him and, without a word, seized Dongfang Beitian by the ear, demanding, "You little rascal, honestly tell me what trouble you have stirred up to provoke a powerhouse of the eternal realm into trying to kill you." It hurts, it hurts." Dongfang Beitian grimaced. "Elder, how can you ask me? I have no idea who that person is. He attacked me the moment we met. I was just as bewildered." The sixth elder raised an eyebrow. "You truly do not know?" Dongfang Beitian nodded vigorously. "I genuinely have no idea." Seeing that Dongfang Beitian did not appear to be lying, the sixth elder released his grip. "Old Lu, come in and see me." At this moment, a voice emerged from the depths of the ancestral ground. The sixth elder's expression shifted. "Yes, ancestor." He then cautioned Dongfang Beitian, "Regardless of whether you know or not, do not leave the family for the time being. I believe that individual will not easily give up." Dongfang Beitian nodded like a chick pecking at grain, aware of the gravity of the situation without needing the sixth elder's reminder. A powerhouse of the eternal realm. Killing him is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. After the sixth elder departed, Dongfang Beitian returned to his room, filled with trepidation, and quickly took out the Suyu, entering the Su realm. Chapter 011. The Decree of Heaven's Punishment. Within the desolate expanse of the Void Realm, in an abandoned city devoid of life, Dongfang Beitian stood amidst the ruins. his expression etched with confusion. His intention had been to seek assistance within the Void Realm, expecting that Su Yu would transport him directly to the Grand Hall he had previously visited. To his surprise, Su Yu had brought him to this forsaken city instead. "Master, are you there?" Dongfang Beitian called out, his voice echoing against the empty walls. "Are you seeking me?" A clear and melodious voice responded from behind him. Turning with a spark of joy, Dongfang Beitian beheld Lu Yuan, clad in a flowing white robe, his demeanor calm and assured. The mere sight of Lu Yuan filled Dongfang Beitian with an inexplicable sense of security. "Master, I have encountered the child of destiny," he exclaimed eagerly. "Just as you described, this child is remarkably formidable. Despite being of similar age, he has already attained the pinnacle of the marquee immortal realm. I cannot fathom how he achieved such prowess." A lingering sense of dread shadowed his features. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly. "I am already aware of what you speak. You have come to seek my assistance, have you not?" Dongfang Beitian nodded vigorously. "Indeed, master. The child of destiny has the support of the Empress Qingyao. Our Dongfang clan is in dire straits, on the brink of annihilation. Our formidable members cannot act freely, and I find myself utterly powerless against the child." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yuan replied, "Then it is best for you to remain still for now. I shall personally venture to the central domain shortly." Joy surged within Dongfang Beitian upon hearing this. "Thank you, master." Lu Yuan nodded gently before his figure dissipated into the air. Dongfang Beitian also exited the Void Realm, returning to his chamber, a smirk of satisfaction gracing his features. The child of destiny? Does he believe he is the only one with connections? In the sacred land of chaos, atop the peak of the divine sun, Lu Yuan pondered deeply. As Dongfang Beitian discovered Lin Hao, Lu Yuan had also received pertinent information. Lin Hao, a reincarnator capable of 9 rebirths. Had he already lived through them all, or was he yet to complete the cycle? A frown creased Lu Yuan's brow. The myriad forms of the child of destiny were indeed diverse, but one capable of 9 rebirths exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he was aware of Lin Hao's existence and knew his current whereabouts. This knowledge would facilitate matters considerably. To Lu Yuan, no matter how extravagant the Fade, it could not surpass the weight of absolute power. In the face of overwhelming strength, any schemes and plots would be reduced to mere jest. Resolute, Lu Yuan did not linger. In a flash, he appeared before a colossal teleportation array in the sacred land of chaos. The 9 domains of heaven's clouds stretched vast and immense, with the distance from the eastern domain to the central domain exceeding 100 billion miles. Even at Lu Yuan's peak cultivation level, traversing such a distance would demand considerable time. Thus, for cultivators needing to cross domains, the teleportation array was their primary choice. Divine Sun? Have you met the Divine Sun? The elder in charge of maintaining the array bowed hastily. Since Lu Yuan showcased his might during the sacred competition, no voice of dissent had emerged within the sacred land of chaos. Among the 6 sacred lands of the Eastern Domain, none had heard of a divine son possessing peak divine abilities at such a young age. Moreover, Lu Yuan's ethereal presence and appearance were akin to that of a celestial being. With these attributes, he had won the admiration of all within the sacred land of chaos. With a slight nod to the elder, Lu Yuan requested, "Please activate the teleportation channel to the central domain." "Understood, Divine Son." The elder, compelled by respect and urgency, complied without delay. Before long, Lu Yuan stepped into the teleportation array, departing from the eastern domain. However, in that fleeting moment of his departure, a figure clad in blue appeared behind the elder, asking in a low tone, "What is the destination of the Divine Sun?" Startled, the elder turned to see the ominous visage of Elder Nangong. "Enough of the pleasantries. Answer my question." Nangong Cheng's voice dripped with an icy chill. Ever since the death of Jun Mo Shao, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, bearing signs of madness. His aura now dark and brooding. Lu Yuan had become a source of torment for him. The elder was acutely aware of the enmity between Lu Yuan and Nangong Cheng, and hesitated to speak. The conflicts among the powerful were fraught with peril. Even the slightest ripple could plunge someone of his station into irreparable ruin. Nangong Cheng's gaze sharpened, sensing the elder's trepidation. "Are you afraid of the divine son, yet not of me? Rest assured, I only require you to divulge his destination. The rest does not concern you." His blatant threat proved too much for the elder, who faltered under pressure. To the central domain, upon hearing the answer he sought, a smile crept across Nangong Cheng's face. Without uttering another word, he turned and departed. Yet, shortly after Nangong Cheng's departure, the elder suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, his features contorted in agony as he began to petrify from the ground up, ultimately exploding into a cloud of ash. In a dimly lit stone chamber, flickering flames cast eerie shadows upon the cobweb-laden walls. Nangong Cheng sat upon a dust-covered wooden chair, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before producing a crimson token. Infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy, the token ignited, emitting a line of blood-red text. "Heavenly decree of assassination." A numbed voice reverberated through the chamber. "Whom shall I kill?" "Lu Yuan, the divine son of chaos," Nangong Cheng declared, calculating the assassination fee. "Please hold." Moments later, the voice returned. 18 trillion premium spirit stones. The astronomical sum rendered Nangong Cheng speechless. "The price is excessive. The heavenly decree of assassination does not entertain negotiations. As its possessor, you should comprehend that once activated, all assassins across the continent will abandon their tasks, uniting their efforts to eliminate the target. No mercy, no respite." A moment of silence enveloped the chamber before Nangong Cheng raised his gaze, a frenzied glint in his eyes. "Is it possible to use items as collateral?" "Yes." "Very well." At the instant he uttered that word, every assassin traversing the shadowy underbelly of the entire Heaven-S Clouds continent halted their actions, a fleeting spark of madness flashing in their eyes. In a seemingly inconspicuous small city on the Heaven-S Clouds continent, a ragged and disheveled beggar squatted beneath an awning. Yet in the next moment, a terrifying glimmer ignited in his eyes. The heavenly decree of assassination? How many years has it been since its last appearance? I still recall the last activation, when the target was a peak emperor. That time, even 2 of the 9 assassination palace leaders perished, and over 1 billion ordinary assassins met their demise. A smug smile curled upon the beggar's lips. And I, indeed, was the one who ultimately claimed the emperor's life. He was none other than the legendary assassin ranked first on the Heaven-S Clouds continent's assassin list, the Beggar Emperor. Chapter 012. The master of the divine calculation pavilion, a dazzling brilliance flashed before his eyes, and in the next moment, upon reopening them, Lu Yuan found himself in a small city within the central region. This city served as a domain of the Chaos Sacred Land. At the height of its power, the Chaos Sacred Land was not as it is now. This small city once thrived with a population exceeding 100 million. However, as time passed, the Chaos Sacred Land gradually declined, its influence dwindling until this city was left in its current dismal state. Lu Yuan's consciousness swept through the small city, and suddenly his brow furrowed, prompting him to soar towards the city lord's mansion. Inside the city lord's mansion, the graceful Lu Yuan sat in the main seat, supporting her head with one hand, her delicate brows knitted in worry. "Are the gifts prepared?" Below her, an elderly steward held a rectangular box made of dragon bloodwood, saying, "City Lord, our resources are nearly depleted, and this Ice Soul Spirit Sword is the most precious item we can offer." The Ice Soul Spirit Sword, a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Hearing the steward's words, Lu Yuan's expression turned helpless. "Old Chun, how could I possibly present a mid-grade spiritual weapon to someone of the master of the divine calculation pavilion stature? Moreover, we are the ones in need of assistance." The steward sighed. "City Lord, if it were a few years ago, our Snow Spirit City could have offered a top-grade spiritual weapon. But now, as you know, Tiger Soul City is eyeing us covetously, seeking to devour us, and the Black Wind 18 bandits frequently descend upon our Snow Spirit City to pillage. Being able to present the Ice Soul Spirit Sword is already us tightening our belts." Lu Yuan was well aware of the difficulties facing Snow Spirit City. It was precisely because of this that she felt even more frustrated, fiercely shattering the porcelain cup in her hand upon the ground, lamenting, They say our snow spirit city is backed by the chaos sacred land. Yet for decades, I have not even glimpsed a shadow of anyone from the chaos sacred land, let alone received any assistance. Had I known it would come to this, I would have sought refuge with the true one sect a decade ago. At least that would be a second-rate power. The steward was taken aback, immediately disregarding his status, rushing forward to cover Lu Yuan's lips. "Miss, please do not speak further." Lu Yuan broke free, persistently retorting, "What is wrong with what I said? Who does not know that the chaos sacred land is now feeble? With its territories in the eastern region shrinking continuously, do they think the chaos sacred land can still hear my words in such a state? If it weren't for your insistence on clinging to the identity of a territory of the chaos sacred land, Snow Spirit City would not be in such dire straits." Lu Yuan's words were filled with reproach. The steward appeared anxious, yet helpless, allowing Lu Yuan to voice her grievances. Just then, a cold voice suddenly floated into their ears. "You seem quite dissatisfied with the chaos sacred land." "Who?" Both Lu Yuan and the steward were startled, only to find a young man in white robes standing in the hall, having entered unnoticed. "Who are you, and how did you get in here?" Lu Yuan's face reflected her terror. She was a cultivator at the initial stage of the Returning One realm, while Old Chun was at the peak of the Returning One realm. Yet this young man had managed to enter without either of them sensing his presence. This could only imply that the young man's cultivation far surpassed theirs, granting him the ability to take their lives with ease. This young man was, of course, Lu Yuan. At this moment, he wore a calm expression, slowly stating, "Chaos Sacred Land, the sun." The Chaos Sacred Land? The son of the Chaos Sacred Land? Lu Yuan and the steward were once again astonished, waves of shock surging within them. They had been discussing the Chaos Sacred Land just a moment prior, and now, as if summoned, the sun had appeared. Without a moment's hesitation, the steward immediately knelt, pulling Lu Yuan down with him. "Chief Steward Chunrun of Snow Spirit City, along with City Lord Lu Yuan, pay respects to your excellency. The City Lord is young and ignorant. We beseech your excellency to forgive her, and any punishment should fall solely upon this old man." Knowing that Lu Yuan's previous defiance had been fully heard by Lu Yuan, the steward made no attempt at defense. Wishing only for Lu Yuan to pardon Lu Yuan, taking all blame upon himself. "Old Chen, what are you saying?" Lu Yuan, equally anxious, quickly addressed Lu Yuan, "My lord." Enough." Lu Yuan impatiently waved his hand. "I have no interest in your trivialities. If you are dissatisfied with the Chaos Sacred Land, then so be it. What of it? Were I in your position, I too would feel discontent." Lu Yuan's face was filled with astonishment. Lu Yuan continued, "Let us dispense with the idle chatter. Tell me, who is the master of the Divine Calculation Pavilion?" He had previously scanned the entire city with his consciousness and discovered a gathering of formidable individuals before a certain pavilion. He had intended to forcefully penetrate that pavilion with his consciousness, yet an inexplicable force had thwarted him. It should be noted that Lu Yuan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the immortal emperor level, placing him at the zenith of the Tian Shao continent's realm. The ability to obstruct his consciousness likely had significant ties to the Son of Destiny. Of course, it was also possible that the master of the Divine Calculation Pavilion, like Lu Yuan, hail from a higher plane. The master of the Divine Calculation Pavilion. Lu Yuan and the steward exchanged glances, initially believing that Lu Yuan had been attracted by the reputation of the master. Lu Yuan then explained, "Your Excellency, we do not have precise knowledge of who the master is. We only know that 3 months ago, a Divine Calculation Pavilion suddenly appeared in the city, and since then, the master has made his presence known, claiming to discern the yin and yang, to understand the heavens and the earth, and to possess knowledge of all. Over the ensuing months, the master's reputation has spread, and it appears he truly knows everything. As long as you have a question and can afford the price, he will have the answer, even regarding the opportunities of an immortal emperor." As she spoke, Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed with adoration, her spirit enraptured, clearly captivated by the master's seemingly omniscient abilities. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's suspicions were confirmed. The master of the Divine Calculation Pavilion was undoubtedly connected to the Son of Destiny, or perhaps was the Son of Destiny himself. As for the claim of omniscience, even the strongest individuals Lu Yuan had encountered would not dare assert such a thing. Lu Yuan's background extended far beyond the immortal Lu family. The highest echelons he had encountered were far superior. The mightiest beings he had met could obliterate the Dark Continent with a mere thought. If such beings did not proclaim themselves as all-knowing, it was ludicrous to expect a mere inhabitant of the Tian Shao continent to do so. The master of the Divine Calculation Pavilion's reputation for omniscience, commanding such belief from many, could only be explained if he were indeed a son of destiny. With this realization, a slight smirk graced Lu Yuan's lips as he turned to Lu Yuan. I noticed you seemed troubled regarding the gifts earlier. Would this suffice? He flipped his palm, and a small red tower began to hover slowly above his palm. It was indeed the fortuitous item obtained after vanquishing the Son of Destiny. Jun Mo Shao. Chapter 013. In the Hall of the Diviner, I am invincible. The small tower, enveloped in a mystical yellow and black aura, was exquisitely crafted as if sculpted by celestial artisans. With just a glance, Lu Yuan was convinced that the Crimson Tower was a treasure she could never aspire to possess in her lifetime. Casting a look at Lu Yuan, she nodded solemnly but hesitated, saying, Lord Divine Son, is it not too extravagant to present this as a gift? She felt it somewhat wasteful. Lu Yuan smiled gently, offering no explanation. It seems sufficient. Let us proceed and pay a visit to the esteemed master of the Diviner's Hall. Lu Yuan dared not refuse. Leaving the old steward to guard the city lord's mansion, the two made their way to the Diviner's Hall. At the entrance of the Diviner's Hall, a multitude had gathered, including several prominent figures renowned throughout the central domain. Yet, even these illustrious individuals were relegated to the threshold. Without the master of the Diviner's Hall's permission, they did not dare to step further. Inside the hall, Yi Fan, clad in azure robes, gazed down from his lofty position at 18 middle-aged men kneeling before him. Each of these men bore fierce countenances, their auras unmistakably those of formidable beings at the threshold of life and death. Are you certain you wish to submit to me? With no regrets? Yi Fan inquired. Among the 18, a burly man in black immediately bowed and replied, No regrets. We only hope the master will take us in. Yi Fan nodded. I am in need of some individuals to guard the premises. Since that is the case, you shall suffice. The 18 men beamed with joy, expressing their gratitude for being accepted and vowing to serve the master loyally, never betraying him. Yi Fan, with an indifferent expression, waved his hand. Enough with the pleasantries. Now go and help me maintain order. Yes, master. The men stood, their fierce presence evident as they strode out, emboldened by the master's backing, ready to reclaim their former glory. Watching them depart, Yi Fan's demeanor was one of satisfaction, but suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Detection of an unparalleled powerhouse approaching the Diviner's Hall. Please prepare accordingly. An unparalleled powerhouse. Yi Fan's expression shifted. In the system's evaluation, even those who had attained the titles of Marquis or King were not deemed unparalleled. This meant that a being of immortal status, a sovereign, was soon to arrive at the Diviner's Hall. Even Yi Fan felt a surge of alertness. A significant opportunity is upon us. Excitedly rubbing his hands, he made his way to the entrance. Outside, the black-wind 18 bandits, brimming with false bravado, had managed to instill fear in those seeking Yi Fan's divination, compelling them to queue obediently, not daring to act out of turn. Suddenly, it is the master of the Diviner's Hall. The master is coming out. Master, please divine for me. I am willing to offer a royal-grade divine weapon. Diviner Master, I am an elder of the Tai sect. If you divine for me, the Tai sect will be your backing. As Yi Fan emerged, chaos erupted among the crowd, and even the black-wind 18 bandits struggled to maintain control. Silence. Yi Fan bellowed suddenly, his gaze icy as it fell on the crowd, lingering for a moment on the elder of the Tai sect. The Tai sect was a top-tier power, but to Yi Fan, whether they were top-tier or sacred grounds mattered little. For within the confines of the Diviner's Hall, he was invincible. His words struck on into the hearts of the assembly, silencing them. Yi Fan looked skyward, patiently awaiting something. The crowd was curious, glancing up, but the sky was empty. Before long, however, two figures descended from the direction of the city lord's mansion. They have arrived. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened. Sensing his change in demeanor, the crowd grew increasingly curious about the newcomers' identities. Moments later, the two figures landed before the diviner's hall. Upon touching down, Lu Yuan was taken aback by the scene before her. She saw the inscrutable master of the diviner's hall, who seemed to possess omniscience, standing silently and gazing at her. Surrounding him were numerous powerful figures, all of whom were now fixed on her, causing Lu Yuan to feel immense pressure. Is it because I am too beautiful? She mused, feeling somewhat elated. Who would have thought that even after reaching 30, she still possessed such allure? At that moment, Yi Fan spoke, esteemed guest. Your arrival has been anticipated for quite some time. The crowd gasped in astonishment at Yi Fan's address. Not long ago, a marquee-level powerhouse had visited the diviner's hall, and even a master had not referred to him as esteemed. Yet this young man was addressed as such by the master of the diviner's hall. Could he be a sovereign-level being? As for Lu Yuan, she was overlooked. Her cultivation was too low. They had seen through her at a glance. However, they were utterly unable to discern the cultivation of the young man in the white robe. Lu Yuan found herself momentarily stunned, quickly realizing that these individuals, including the master, were not gazing at her, but rather at the divine sun behind her. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she quietly retreated behind Lu Yuan. What a disgrace. At that moment, Lu Yuan calmly regarded Yi Fan. I have heard you are all-knowing. Why not take a guess at my intentions? Yi Fan frowned, sensing that Lu Yuan did not come with benevolent intentions. He instinctively activated the system to ascertain the situation. Beep. This calculation requires the expenditure of 10 trillion divination points. Insufficient divination points. Calculation cannot be performed. 10 trillion. Unable to calculate. Yi Fan was taken aback, a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes. 10 trillion? What a jest. Not long ago, the immortal who was a marquis only consumed 3 million. This was astonishing. Was this person truly an immortal sovereign? Or perhaps something beyond that? The confusion and shock in Yi Fan's eyes were evident to Lu Yuan. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan remarked, It seems you cannot guess. Warning, a significant danger is imminent. Please retreat to the diviner's hall immediately. As the system's voice faded, Yi Fan saw a jade-like hand reaching toward his face. Bang! Before he could react, Yi Fan was sent crashing back into the diviner's hall like a kite with its strings severed. Coughing up blood, Yi Fan's eyes widened in horror. Who are you? I bear no enmity with you. Lu Yuan strolled into the diviner's hall with an air of calm, stating, Right and wrong are tedious topics. I simply wish to end your life, nothing more. With each step, he closed the distance. Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, for within the diviner's hall, he was invincible. Blood smeared at the corner of his mouth, he declared, Let us see if you can indeed take my life. Suppress. Yi Fan raised his hand to exert pressure. Boom! A tremendous force surged forth, aiming to pin Lu Yuan to the ground. Lu Yuan paused momentarily, then replied indifferently, Domain rules, a clever trick. For an average immortal sovereign, perhaps it would indeed be effective. With that, Lu Yuan stepped forward once more, seemingly unaffected. Yi Fan's pupils widened in shock. This was impossible. Within the diviner's hall, he was undeniably invincible. Lu Yuan scoffed with disdain. Invincible? You do not truly believe that the domain rules of your system can surpass the world's laws of an entire continent, do you? No matter how invincible, there are limits. Perhaps your system has informed you that as long as you are within this structure, you are invincible. Yet it may not have disclosed that such invincibility is confined to the pinnacle of immortal sovereigns. Yi Fan was left dumbfounded, trembling as he raised his hand. How do you know I possess a system? Beep. Detecting that the host is facing imminent death, the system activates emergency protocols, consuming 100 source power to obtain information regarding the host's impending demise. Beep. Acquisition of success detected. The source of the host's demise has been targeted. The host has disclosed the origin of this targeting, which may allow for survival. Target 1. The third elder of the Chaos Sacred Land, Nangong Chung, employs the heavenly execution order, and the source of the host's death will face the relentless assassins of the 9-kill heavenly palace. Target 2. The chosen one, Lin Hao, intends to establish the Destiny Alliance to counter the source of the host's demise. Ding! It has been detected that the host's disclosure may also lead to death. The extermination protocol has been pre-initiated, as well as the escape protocol. Upon hearing the system's words, Yi Fan felt a mixture of joy and astonishment, hastily raising his hand. Wait, I have something to say. Chapter 14. Abundant Rewards. The invasion of calamity energy, the outburst of the demon body, yet Lu Yuan showed no signs of hesitation. He extended his jade-like hand and pressed it towards Yi Fan. In the midst of Yi Fan's despair and confusion, darkness enveloped the world. With ease, Lu Yuan eliminated a destined child, sighing softly, since ancient times, villains have perished due to their verbosity. I have slain you, yet your secrets remain mine. In the next moment, a luminous orb erupted from the back of Yi Fan's head, spinning briefly before attempting to escape. At that instant, Lu Yuan's eyes were suddenly filled with blinding golden light, reminiscent of a tempest of lightning, a golden sea of thunder. With a gentle lift of his hand, immeasurable power of rules ensnared that white orb, and it was swiftly consumed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for directly slaying the destined child. Rewards have doubled. Reward 1. Villain points 4,000. Reward 2. Bloodline of the Thunder Witch. Reward 3. For Guardians of the Emperor's Realm. Ding! Successfully captured a secondary system. Decomposition in progress. Decomposition successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the power of Heavenly Calculation X10. Power of Heavenly Calculation can be invoked by silent contemplation, revealing all matters within the Tianxiao continent. Ding! During the decomposition process, the artifact maker successfully acquired 2 pieces of information, which the host may review at any time. The rewards for directly slaying Yi Fan were indeed bountiful. The 4 Guardians of the Emperor's Realm were impressive, but the bloodline of the Thunder Witch was enough to dazzle Lu Yuan. The Witch is an immensely powerful force within the endless river of time and space. Among the Witch clan, the most formidable entities are undoubtedly the 12 ancestral witches, followed by the Great Witches, Heavenly Witches, Mysterious Witches, Crimson Witches, and Witch Soldiers, among others. The Witch clan dominates the infinite realms through their physical prowess and innate affinity for the laws of nature. Even the weakest Witch Soldier can traverse various timelines. In the face of such formidable witches, the so-called ancient sacred bodies and celestial titan bodies are utterly insignificant. Even within the Dark Continent, a heavenly witch stands as one of the utmost powers. The value of a single bloodline of the Thunder, which could purchase thousands of realms akin to the Tianxiao continent. The power of heavenly calculation is easily understood. It is the very ability of the destined child, Yi Fan. However, Lu Yuan could utilize it without any cost. The sole drawback was its limited use, allowing only 10 calculations, and applicable solely to matters within the Tianxiao continent. There lingered a sense of regret, as if one were savoring a dish that lacked flavor, yet felt too precious to discard. Lu Yuan shook his head. As for the 2 pieces of information hinted at by the system, they were not pressing and could be examined later. He lifted his gaze and exited the Hall of Heavenly Calculation. After Yi Fan's demise, the hall transformed into an ordinary structure. Outside, the sky was already shrouded in ominous clouds, heralding a tempest. The thunder, charged with the wrath of the heavens, was poised to strike. The moment Lu Yuan stepped outside, the lightning capable of annihilating Emperor-level warriors would descend from the storm clouds. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, walking calmly into the open, gazing defiantly at the heavens. The last time the backlash of fate occurred, he had refrained from exposing his strength, allowing old Yu to intervene on his behalf. This time, however, Lu Yuan wished to personally test the might of the backlash of fate and discern its true strength. If he were to rely on old Yu or old Ming every time, it would be a waste of their abilities. Does the heavens truly believe I fear you? Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination, disregarding the astonished crowd around him, and he soared into the air, boldly confronting the storm clouds. Before long, within the expansive storm clouds stretching for miles, azure lightning flickered like countless true dragons roaring. Outside the Hall of Heavenly Calculation, Lu Xiuwei and others were utterly astonished. bewildered by the unfolding events. Suddenly, someone cried out, "The master of the Hall of Heavenly Calculation is dead. My heavens, that person has killed the master." Panic ensued among the crowd, who rushed into the hall, discovering Yi Fan lifeless on the ground. Though Yi Fan had only emerged for a little over 3 months, his reputation had already spread across half of the central domain, with countless influential figures seeking his guidance. Among those present were many spies or envoys sent by significant figures. Yet now Yi Fan was dead. It was evident that the news of Yi Fan's death would certainly stir a tempest within the central domain. The true culprit behind Yi Fan's demise, Lu Yuan, would undoubtedly provoke the enmity of countless powerful individuals. Within many sects and sacred lands, there were elders nearing the end of their lifespans. These formidable figures sought to extend their lives, either by advancing to higher realms or by acquiring exceedingly rare treasures. They had placed their hopes on Yi Fan, but now that he was gone, so too was their hope for survival. Every destined child, besides possessing fortune and exceptional talent, is most terrifying due to their endless connections. One can never truly fathom the powerful individuals standing behind an ordinary destined child. Perhaps even the destined child themselves is unaware of the formidable entities that stand behind them. Upon witnessing the reality of Yi Fan's death, the crowd remained frozen for an extended moment. Soon, someone snapped back to reality and began spreading the news. In an instant, within countless hidden domains of the central region, countless terrifying beings unleashed thunderous roars, breaking free from their seals and rushing recklessly towards Shuling City. To sever one's livelihood is akin to killing their parents. To obliterate their path, to extinguish their hope of survival. How could one bear it? Lu Yuan recognized the gravity of the situation the moment she learned of Yi Fan's death. Noticing that no one was paying her any mind, she attempted to discreetly leave. However, at that moment, an elder from the Tai sect suddenly spotted Lu Yuan. Erupting with rage, "It's you. That thief was brought here by this wretched girl." Upon hearing his words, the others turned their gazes towards her, each filled with malice and murderous intent. Lu Yuan's face turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, helplessly waving her hands. "No, it wasn't me. Why waste words on her? Just kill her." Someone bellowed, their murderous intent unmistakable. Lu Yuan felt a surge of despair, her heart harboring a flicker of resentment towards Lu Yuan. No one noticed that the storm clouds, stretching for miles above, were rapidly dissipating. And at the center of the clouds stood a figure clad in white, with flowing white hair and surrounded by swirling black demonic energy. Just as the crowd prepared to act against Lu Yuan, the white-haired figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Hall of Heavenly Calculation, raising a pair of blood-red eyes filled with madness and bloodlust. In the next moment, the figure waved a hand, and everyone, along with the Hall of Heavenly Calculation, was instantly reduced to ashes scattered by the wind. Lu Yuan stood in place, his demonic energy and murderous intent surging uncontrollably. The million inhabitants of Shuling City were engulfed in a sense of inexplicable unease. I underestimated the calamity energy within the storm clouds. It has triggered the outburst in my demon body, Lu Yuan murmured to himself, his expression growing increasingly indifferent. If this continues, I will completely succumb to the demon. I must indulge in a spree of slaughter to suppress it. Slowly, Lu Yuan turned, his gaze fixed upon the city beneath him, and in his hand, he had unknowingly grasped a dark red long knife. Chapter 015. The Daughter of Lu Yuan. To kill or not to kill. Just as Lu Yuan was about to strike down and annihilate Shuling City, a surge of powerful auras suddenly approached from the horizon. Lu Yuan raised his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. If given a choice, he would prefer to slay the powerful rather than the weak. In an instant, Lu Yuan's figure vanished. In the next moment, a crimson blade of light cleaved through the sky. 1,000 miles away from Shuling City, dozens of formidable beings surged forth in fury. They were formidable beings nearing the end of their lifespans, their mortality imminent, and no one desired to live more than they did. Yi Fan had given them a glimmer of hope for survival, yet that hope was fleeting. Upon learning of Yi Fan's demise, they were enraged, disregarding everything, breaking free from their confines. Even if they were to meet their end thereafter, they were determined to eliminate the culprit responsible for Yi Fan's fall. Tai Elder, the heavenly demon lord, the master of true profound, ancient source marquee. Astonishingly, it was them. On the ground amidst various cities, some recognized these approaching powerhouses. What transpired? These terrifying beings had existed for thousands of years, their lifespans at their limits. Why had they emerged together, unafraid of their demise? I sensed their wrath. Who had provoked them? Regardless of who it was, that individual was undoubtedly doomed. These petrified elites were figures of nobility, and their arrival, fueled by overwhelming rage, could lead even a half-emperor to a bitter end. Countless discussions ensued, hearts shaken. In their lifetimes, they might never encounter a noble powerhouse, yet at this moment, they were witnessing dozens. While astonishment filled their hearts, immense curiosity regarding the simultaneous emergence of these elites also arose. However, before they could ponder for long, an even more shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. A stunning blade of light, emerging from an unknown source, traversed the heavens, carrying with it an overwhelming demonic aura. Many, upon merely glimpsing the blade's radiance, found their vision momentarily blinded, involuntarily shedding tears of blood. In the next moment, those dozens of formidable beings could only emit a cry of unwilling rage before being effortlessly cleaved apart by that terrifying blade. It was as if autumn winds swept away fallen leaves, effortless and serene. This scene was too shocking. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, lost in trance. Dozens of noble, even royal, formidable beings were thus annihilated by an unknown entity in a single stroke. They were overwhelmed. They scarcely knew how to articulate such horrifying power. Lu Yuan stood in the air, his white hair gradually darkening, the demonic aura receding, and his eyes regaining their clarity and brightness. He had been careless. He silently warned himself to remain vigilant. It seemed that the child of destiny was not so easily slain. Although I do not fear the backlash of fate, I must not taint myself with calamity. This time, I was fortunate to encounter a group of powerful beings from this realm, but such luck may not accompany me in the future. A chill ran through Lu Yuan as he considered the possible consequences of a future demonic upheaval. Should there be no sufficient beings nearby for him to slay? He dared not imagine such an outcome. It was time to hasten my progress. The Taishang demonic heart suppressor and other suppressors for the demonic body must be acquired swiftly. Lu Yuan's gaze was profound. He did not oppose the complete awakening of the demonic body, but felt it was not yet the right time. He lacked the strength to confront the world. Once the three great demonic bodies fully awakened, and Lu Yuan himself was insufficiently powerful, it would spell disaster for both him and the Lu family. Miss, where are you? Suddenly, the anxious voice of the old steward echoed from below. Lu Yuan teleported into the city and saw the old steward frantically searching for Lu Xiuwei, accompanied by a little girl around 5 or 6 years old. Lord Divine Son, the old steward exclaimed upon seeing Lu Yuan, rushing over to bow, then looking around anxiously. Where's my young lady? And where has the divine calculation pavilion gone? The old steward was utterly perplexed. Lu Yuan's gaze turned cold. Are you questioning me? Ah. The old steward suddenly realized the inappropriate tone of his voice, fearfully kneeling. I am aware of my error, Lord Divine Son. I was simply too anxious. Please forgive me. Enough. Rise, Lu Yuan replied. Lu Xiuwei, a Lu Yuan's expression faltered. Indeed, where had Lu Xiuwei gone? He glanced around, frowning, and recalled that he might have inadvertently killed her. This Lu Yuan felt a bit awkward, unsure of how to address the old steward. At that moment, the little girl beside the old steward looked up at Lu Yuan with wide eyes and asked, Big brother, do you know where my mother has gone? Mother. This was Lu Xiuwei's daughter. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Shui, be quiet. This is the Divine Son. Do not be rude. The old steward reprimanded the little girl, then turned back to Lu Yuan. Please do not take offense, my lord. This is the young lady's daughter. Lu Yuan waved his hand, feeling a surge of irritation. To say it was an inadvertent killing of Lu Xiuwei was not entirely accurate. After the demonic body upheaval, Lu Yuan had become exceedingly sensitive to malevolent thoughts. At that moment, Everyone in the Divine Calculation Pavilion harbored intense malice towards him, which prompted Lu Yuan to annihilate them all. Lu Xuewei had also been in the Divine Calculation Pavilion, yet he had sensed no other emotions. This meant that Lu Xuewei had also held malign thoughts towards him at that time. According to Lu Yuan's nature, anyone who bore malice towards him deserved death. Lu Xuewei's demise was not unjust. Having come to this realization, as he gazed at the two before him, Lu Yuan felt no compassion remaining in his eyes. To eradicate the roots of the weeds is to prevent their regrowth. Perhaps they were not at fault and had no enmity with him. But not everything in this world has an answer. Today's cause will inevitably yield a result in the future. Lu Yuan would not naively believe that today's ants would not threaten him tomorrow. In fact, from Lu Yuan's memories, the transformation from an insignificant ant to a supreme ruler of the universe was not an isolated occurrence. It is said that there are 6 paths of reincarnation. Everyone will die, so let me send you both into the cycle of reincarnation ahead of time. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he swung his blade. This strike was swift. The two scarcely felt anything before they entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. Having completed this, Lu Yuan felt a momentary daze. I seem to be growing increasingly indifferent. Is it due to the Taishang demonic heart, or is it my true nature? No matter, should there be consequences in the future. They may seek me out, but by then, I fear I shall be an enemy to the world. One more or one less makes no difference. Lu Yuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, then tore through the fabric of reality before departing from this region. Chapter 016. First encounter with Lin Hao amidst the howling winds. A golden flying vessel glided through the azure expanse of the sky, charting its course towards the Central Empire. Within the vessel, Lu Yuan meticulously examined the information gleaned from the system after devouring Yifan. The first revelation indicated that Lu Yuan had been marked as the primary assassination target by all the assassins of the 9 Kills Heavenly Palace. The second piece of news disclosed that the Chosen One, Lin Hao, intended to unite all the Chosen Ones to form a coalition against him. Regarding the first message, the 9 Kills Heavenly Palace stood as the undisputed sovereign of the dark underbelly of the Tianshao continent. The majority of assassins operating within this realm were affiliated with the 9 Kills Heavenly Palace, whose influence was more formidable than that of the primordial sacred land. At its zenith, the palace boasted 9 immortal emperors in plain sight. Although it might not be at the height of its power now, it was still plausible that it concealed 1 or 2 immortal emperors. However, Lu Yuan was not particularly concerned. No matter how powerful the 9 Kills Heavenly Palace was, it could never surpass him. What truly piqued his interest was the seemingly endless array of assassins at their disposal. Flies may be weak, easily swatted, yet their abundance proved to be a nuisance. The second revelation, however, captured Lu Yuan's full attention. A coalition against him? Logically speaking, he had never encountered Lin Hao. Why would he target him? Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. With 9 lifetimes behind him, it became evident that Lin Hao had likely experienced rebirth more than once. And he had perished at Lu Yuan's hands before, perhaps on more than one occasion. Otherwise, he would not have conceived of rallying all the Chosen Ones. Lu Yuan understood that each Chosen One was inherently proud. They would never unite unless faced with utter despair. Lin Hao had likely encountered such despair, realizing that he could not confront Lu Yuan alone, thus seeking the aid of others. Yet this was fortuitous for Lu Yuan, for he had been struggling to locate the other Chosen Ones. With Lin Hao taking the initiative, his task had become significantly easier. It seemed prudent to spare this individual. He must be preserved for the time being. A smile crept upon Lu Yuan's lips as he reclined with his hands behind his head, gazing at the cerulean sky. A hint of enigmatic amusement playing at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that his journey through the Tianshao continent was nearing its conclusion. In the central imperial city, within a lavish estate, Lin Hao perched atop a roof adorned with glazed tiles, cradling a jug of wine and sipping intermittently. His gaze fixed intently on the direction of the Dongfang family. In his heart, the significance of eliminating a 12th throne was surpassing the quest to locate the other Chosen Ones. After all, the Chosen Ones were ever present. While Lu Yuan's blade would not fall for several months, according to his memories, he was not in a hurry. However, The opportunity to slay a 12th throne was exceedingly rare. Missing this chance might mean it would not come again easily. Brother Ruoxu, are you still not willing to give up? Suddenly, a young man clad in white sat beside Lin Hao, holding a similar jug of wine, exuding an ethereal aura. Lin Hao turned to glance at the young man, sighing, Brother Ruoxu, this opportunity is precious. If we let it slip, the next may not be as favorable. The young man in white was none other than Zhang Ruoxu, a chosen one. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Zhang Ruoxu shook his head with a smile, remaining silent. He possessed the legacy of the great sage of time and space. When Lin Hao approached him, revealing future events, Zhang Ruoxu had glimpsed a horrific scene through his legacy, confirming the truth of Lin Hao's claims. At that moment, he resolved to join Lin Hao's alliance and had introduced him to Empress Qingya through his connections, which explained the Empress's ability to intimidate the Dongfang Patriarch. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression grew stern. Brother Ruoxu, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Dongfang Baitian's retreat into the Dongfang family is untenable. Time waits for no one. We must devise a plan to draw him out. Do you have a way? Zhang Ruoxu raised an eyebrow. Lin Hao nodded. This plan may require your assistance. You share a mutual affection with the princess. It is widely known that Dongfang Baitian is enamored with her. Use this as an excuse to challenge him. Unlike me, you and Dongfang Baitian are both renowned prodigies of the Central Empire. When you issue a challenge, the Dongfang family cannot and will not obstruct it. To do so would ruin Dongfang Baitian's reputation. At that point, he will likely emerge, though the Dongfang family may deploy powerful protectors in the shadows. Nevertheless, as long as he appears, I will spare no effort, even at the cost of half my life, to eliminate him. With that, Lin Hao smiled at Zhang Ruoxu. Of course, if you could openly deal with Dongfang Baitian, that would be even better. Upon hearing this proposal, Zhang Ruoxu contemplated briefly before acquiescing. There is no time to waste. Let us proceed immediately. He rose to his feet. Just then, both noticed a dozen figures soaring from the Dongfang family, hastening towards a certain destination, with Dongfang Baitian leading the way. Dongfang Baitian, how did he emerge? Zhang Ruoxu's expression turned astonished. Lin Hao, undeterred, dashed out in an instant. With 9 lifetimes of experience, he was more decisive and seasoned than most chosen ones. Zhang Ruoxu quickly regained his composure and followed him into the sky. On the outskirts of the imperial city, a golden flying vessel enveloped in celestial light hovered gracefully in the air. Surrounding the vessel stood several fearsome black-armored warriors. Soon after, Dongfang Baitian and a group of elders arrived at the vessel's forefront. With a look of elation, Dongfang Baitian quickly bowed. Dongfang Baitian, along with the esteemed elders of the Dongfang family, pays homage to the young master, welcoming you to the central imperial city. The elders behind him also bowed in deference, not daring to show disrespect. Dongfang Baitian had previously informed them of Lu Yuan, depicting him as a figure of immense stature. Yet, prior to witnessing the celestial vessel, they had harbored doubts. However, upon seeing the vessel, and especially the 4 black-armored guardians, their skepticism dissipated. The oppressive aura emanating from the guardians rendered them breathless, a sensation even more profound than when facing the patriarch of the Dongfang family. If the guardians were so formidable, then the young master Lu Yuan must be an even more terrifying presence. Thus, the elders of the Dongfang family had no reason to doubt Dongfang Baitian's words. At that moment, Lin Hao and Zhang Ruoxu arrived on the scene, just in time to hear Dongfang Baitian refer to someone as young master. At that moment, Lu Yuan emerged from the celestial vessel, and their eyes met. Lin Hao's gaze filled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 17. The Slaying of Zhang Ruoxu. Stirring the terrifying power upon encountering Lin Hao and his companion, Lu Yuan could not help but smile. 2 fated children, Lin Hao, oh Lin Hao, you truly are my fortunate darling. Yet alas, I cannot slay you just yet. However, the other one shall not escape my grasp. The moment Lin Hao laid eyes on Lu Yuan, an icy dread gripped his heart, sending chills coursing through his body as terrifying visions of being crushed like an ant by Lu Yuan flooded his mind. Flee! Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Hao bellowed and turned to flee desperately toward the horizon. Before Zhang Ruoxu could even react, Lin Hao had already vanished over 1,000 miles away. By the time Zhang Ruoxu regained his senses, Lu Yuan had mysteriously appeared before him, wearing a smile as he silently regarded him. "You are Lu Yuan?" Zhang Ruoxu inquired in a low voice. He was not foolish. Seeing Lin Hao's reaction led him to deduce Lu Yuan's identity. "Has Lin Hao spoken of me?" Lu Yuan tilted his head and smiled. "But it matters not. Since he has mentioned me to you, will you surrender willingly, or must I take action?" Zhang Ruoxu's face darkened. "Lu Yuan, I may not be your match, but to think I would surrender is sheer folly." Space-severing technique. Zhang Ruoxu roared, slicing his hand through the air as if he were cutting through reality itself, sending a mirror-like shard of space hurtling towards Lu Yuan. Though Zhang Ruoxu's eyes glimmered with hope, his words belied his inner defiance. The space-severing technique was a spatial combat skill he had recently comprehended, his most formidable offensive measure. He yearned for it to vanquish Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan merely waved his hand dismissively, extinguishing Zhang Ruoxu's attack as he remarked, "Is this what you call a space-severing technique? How absurd. No, it cannot be." Zhang Ruoxu's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly struck by a great blow. Lu Yuan, unwilling to squander time, reached out his hand to crush Zhang Ruoxu from a distance. Just then, a surge of power erupted from Zhang Ruoxu's brow, a diamond-shaped crystal, distorting the void and brimming with the force of time and space. Time-space crystal? Lu Yuan paused briefly, taken aback. In that fleeting moment, the crystal unleashed a powerful force, attempting to teleport Zhang Ruoxu from this realm. Lu Yuan swiftly regained his composure and shouted, "Great binding technique." With a whoosh, Zhang Ruoxu's body, on the verge of being transported, was abruptly halted. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Yuan clenched his fist and delivered a crushing blow. Bang! Zhang Ruoxu's head exploded, his lifeless body plummeting to the ground. In that instant, the diamond crystal seemed to possess a will of its own, attempting to flee. However, Lu Yuan's hand shot forth, grasping it tightly, leaving no escape. Simultaneously, several voices echoed in Lu Yuan's mind, yet he did not rush to investigate. Raising his gaze, he sensed something beyond the skies. Realizing that at the moment he had slain Zhang Ruoxu, an enigmatic presence had cast its gaze upon him from outside the realm. Yet, for reasons unknown, it chose not to act. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan was certain that this mysterious entity was not deterred by him. With a provocative gesture towards the heavens, he smirked mockingly. The unknown presence beyond was likely a significant figure behind Zhang Ruoxu, perhaps one among many, or perhaps the sole one. Yet it mattered little. Lu Yuan felt no fear. Across the vast expanse of the Tianshao continent, only 3 individuals possessed power that transcended the rules. Furthermore, he was well aware of all 3, 2 of whom were Yu Lao and Ming Lao, while the last was an ancient powerhouse, whose current whereabouts remain a mystery. Stowing the diamond crystal into his storage space, Lu Yuan turned around. Behind him, Dongfang Beitian and a group of elder members from the Dongfang family stood in stunned silence. Overwhelmed with excitement, Dongfang Beitian rushed to Lu Yuan's side, exclaiming, "Young master, you are incredible." Lin Hao fled at the mere sight of you, as if he had encountered a dire enemy. Dongfang Beitian could hardly articulate his feelings. It was a struggle to endure the days spent cooped up in the Dongfang family. Too fearful to venture out. Lu Yuan should dire ennemi? I suppose that might be true. After all, Lin Hao has met his demise at my hands more than once, indeed making me his nemesis. Young master, is Zhang Ruoxu also a child of destiny? Dongfang Beitian inquired with curiosity. Zhang Ruoxu was a renowned prodigy of the First Central Empire, yet Dongfang Beitian had never considered him a child of destiny. Lu Yuan nodded. Indeed, he is also one of the fated children. You have performed admirably this time. I have recorded 2,000 merits for you. Feel free to exchange them for anything you desire at the Merit Stone Tablet. Dongfang Baiqian's excitement surged, and he eagerly nodded. Thank you, young master. Very well. Lu Yuan replied with a gentle nod. You may return to your duties. I shall stroll about. Young master, may I accompany you? Dongfang Beitian asked, his face brimming with anticipation. Lu Yuan cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smile, No need. If you have the time, It would be better to assist me in locating the headquarters of the Nine Killers Palace. The Nine Killers Palace? Dongfang Baiqian's expression shifted abruptly as he comprehended the gravity of the situation. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Young master, I understand. I will utilize all the connections and resources of the Dongfang family to uncover the headquarters of the Nine Killers Palace." Very well. Lu Yuan acknowledged with a slight nod before stepping forward, vanishing without a trace. 100,000 miles from the first imperial city, in a lush and secluded valley, a babbling brook flowed, providing a perfect hiding place. Lin Hao, trembling with fear, cowered within a cave, his chest rising and falling rapidly, his face still pale with shock. Lu Yuan, how could he possibly appear in the first imperial city? In my countless memories, Lu Yuan has never set foot here. What has transpired? Lin Hao's expression darkened considerably. He had never anticipated Lu Yuan's arrival. Listening to the thunder outside, a wave of guilt washed over Lin Hao. He understood that Zhang Ruoxu's demise was a consequence of his own actions. "Brother Ruoxu, I am deeply sorry." Lin Hao slammed his fist against the cave wall, filled with bitterness. "The plan must be expedited. Lu Yuan, you have forced my hand." Lin Hao's gaze turned cold. Having been reborn for the 9th time, he knew that not long from now, the sacred land of chaos would launch a holy war against all forces of the Tianshao continent. His goal was to strike first. "I refuse to believe that, united, the entire Tianshao continent cannot contend with you, a single Lu Yuan." Chapter 018. The Empress seeks refuge. The first imperial city was teeming with people, a throng of bodies pressing against one another. As Lu Yuan traversed the bustling crowd, an unseen barrier seemed to part the masses around him. With a slight furrow in his brow, he pondered deeply. Lin Hao had undoubtedly been reborn more than once. Yet he was intent on eliminating Dongfang Baiqian. Could it be that in the future, Dongfang Baiqian and his companions would achieve extraordinary feats, prompting Lin Hao to act preemptively to avert potential threats? The villain alliance was merely a whimsical endeavor for Lu Yuan. He harbored no expectations of their future strength. More specifically, he regarded them merely as bait to attract the fated children of destiny. Nevertheless, Lin Hao's urgent actions piqued Lu Yuan's interest. His eyes flickered. If that were indeed the case, perhaps he ought to invest more substantially in these 12 individuals, as they might yield unexpected rewards. Upon arriving in Tianshao continent, Lu Yuan had 2 primary objectives. The first was to eradicate all the fated children of destiny to acquire villain points for the exchange of magic body suppressants. The second was to unify the Tianshao continent, transforming it into his own dominion. Suppressants could only restrain the magic body temporarily. Eventually, it would erupt. The more stringent the suppression now, the more violent the future explosion would be. Thus, Lu Yuan required his own foundation and his own power. Moreover, this force must not harbor any virtuous individuals. In the future, he would inevitably engage in the massacre of cities and nations. Good people could not consistently follow him and might even become a hindrance. Suddenly, Lu Yuan came to a halt, for not far ahead stood a woman. She exuded an air of noble elegance, her face veiled in white silk, with brows like distant mountains and eyes that held the depths of autumn waters. Adorned in a flowing white gown that trailed the ground, she stood still, gazing at Lu Yuan. Upon noticing his attention, she slightly inclined her body and said, "Su Qingyao, at your service, my lord." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Su Qingyao, the empress of the First Central Empire? What brings you to me?" He recognized her as the unparalleled prodigy of Tianshao continent over the past millennium, who, 1,000 years ago, had led a host of formidable individuals to establish the First Central Empire. She was known for her unyielding resolve, exceptional talent, and beauty, often hailed as the most exquisite woman in Tianshao continent's history. With a slight smile beneath her veil, Su Qingyao declared, "I wish to follow my lord, serving you with tea and keeping your bed warm." Oh, Lu Yuan's eyes shifted, taken aback by Su Qingyao's frankness. "What is your purpose?" Rather than answering immediately, Su Qingyao scrutinized him with her autumn-like gaze and inquired, "Have you come from the upper realm? Does it matter whether I have or not?" Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Su Qingyao smiled gently, If you have come from the upper realm, then my purpose is to follow you. If not, I am willing to share the First Central Empire with you." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan grasped her intentions. He had indeed descended from the upper realm and would eventually return. Su Qingyao's desire to follow him implied, "I, Su Qingyao, can accompany you, Lu Yuan, but you must take me with you to the upper realm." She was a woman of considerable ambition. Lu Yuan's expression remained unperturbed. "To follow me, merely stating your desire does not grant you the right. Demonstrate your value to me." Su Qingyao was taken aback, unable to fathom why he did not immediately agree. Despite her veiled visage, her noble and elegant demeanor, coupled with eyes that could mesmerize half the men in the world, should have sufficed. How could such a beautiful woman willingly become your maid and still require justification? This was unexpected for Su Qingyao, and she felt a twinge of indignation. Consequently, she removed her veil, revealing a visage that could astonish the world. "My lord, is this enough?" Lu Yuan regarded her, admitting that Su Qingyao's beauty ranked among the top 10 he had encountered. Were she in the Dark Continent, countless talents would surely vie for her attention. Yet, it still fell short. Shaking his head, his heart remained as still as stagnant waters. "Not enough. To follow me, mere beauty will not suffice. Are you a eunuch?" Seeing no reaction from Lu Yuan, Su Qingyao could not restrain her tongue, but immediately regretted her words, covering her mouth in panic. "Heavens, what have I said?" Lu Yuan's expression darkened, yet his composure held firm, and he replied calmly, "If there is nothing else, you may leave. Do not disturb my stroll." He resumed his walk, passing by Su Qingyao, disregarding her completely. Confused, Su Qingyao found herself doubting her allure for the first time, her curiosity about the upper realm igniting within her. Was it possible that such women as herself were commonplace there? Otherwise, how could any man remain so composed in her presence, even eunuch? As Lu Yuan walked further away, Su Qingyao seemed to resolve herself, declaring, "I can offer you the First Central Empire." However, Lu Yuan did not halt his stride. "The First Central Empire is a mere flick of my hand to obliterate. It holds no value. Is that not sufficient?" Su Qingyao's face paled. The First Central Empire was her greatest pride. Beauty alone could not sway him, nor could her empire. At a loss, she could only watch as Lu Yuan continued to distance himself. Just when despair threatened to engulf her, Lu Yuan abruptly stopped. Su Qingyao's eyes brightened. Had he changed his mind? Lu Yuan slowly turned, contemplating something, then said, "If you wish to follow me, it is not impossible, but your value must be established. I shall grant you a trial period during my stay in Tianshao continent. If you can satisfy me, you may remain by my side. However, prior to that, you must accomplish one task." Su Qingyao leaned in to listen intently. A mysterious smile played upon Lu Yuan's lips as he continued. "Spread the word across Tianshao continent that you serve me of your own volition, and declare that I have coerced you into submission." "What?" Su Qingyao's expression shifted. As the empress, renowned throughout the realm, such a declaration would ruin her reputation. "Are you unwilling even for this?" Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "It seems I have overestimated your resolve." With that, he turned away, resuming his path. Yet, not long after, Su Qingyao's tightly clenched voice echoed from behind. "Very well. I shall accept your terms." Lu Yuan paused momentarily before continuing on. Su Qingyao understood that he had acquiesced. After Su Qingyao vanished from sight, Lu Yuan stood in contemplation. His acceptance of her was driven by a singular motive, her beauty, widely acknowledged. This implied that behind her stood countless suitors and admirers, among whom were likely numerous fated children of destiny. If these individuals were to learn that their goddess had been compelled to serve as a maid, what would their reactions be? The archetype of a hero rescuing a damsel was surely a favorite pursuit of the fated children. After all, beyond their title, they were also known by another moniker, studs. Chapter 19. The beast sealed by the martial ancestor. On another note, Lu Yuan was inevitably destined to return to the Dark Continent, where Chosen One also resided. In this contrasting environment, the Chosen One of the Dark Continent proved to be far more formidable and elusive than their counterpart from the Tianshao continent. The role of Su Qingyao would then extend beyond the confines of Tianshao continent. With her beauty, she could wield influence even in the Dark Continent. However, Before deciding whether to take Su Qingyao as a maid, an evaluation of her was imperative. One of the criteria for this assessment was to gauge how much she attracted the chosen one. As for Su Qingyao's ambition, Lu Yuan was indifferent. In fact, he feared her lack of ambition. After all, who in this world is devoid of ambition? Those without it seldom travel far. Not long after, news of the first empress of the Central Empire, Su Qingyao, being forcibly taken as a maid spread rapidly across the Tianxiao continent, stunning countless onlookers. It simultaneously ignited outrage among many. What audacity! Who is Lu Yuan to compel Empress Qingyao to warm his bed? He is nothing but a beast, deserving of universal condemnation. I cannot endure this. Who among my brothers will join me in teaching Lu Yuan a lesson in the central region? Alas, my goddess, my dreams have shattered. What are the strong of the Central Empire doing to allow such a travesty? If it were me, I would risk everything to protect Empress Qingyao. How naive I was to think Empress Qingyao was as pure as snow. It appears she too must bow before absolute power. Su Qingyao, how could you betray my deep affection for you by becoming another man's maid? In no time, the streets and alleys of the Tianxiao continent buzzed with discussions of this event. At the floating divine island of the Jun family, disbelief reigned. How could the illustrious Su Qingyao succumb to Lu Yuan? Surely, she must have had her reasons for yielding. Curse be Lu Yuan, I have yet to seek you out, yet you dare to lay claim to the woman I had my sights set on. This is an invitation to death. Jun Xiaoyao's hair danced wildly as he seethed with rage. In the Taichu sacred land, the first sacred son, Ji Tai, furiously hurled a silver spear, obliterating several mountain peaks. Lu Yuan, regardless of your identity, if you dare to touch the woman I admire, you are courting your own demise. In the ninth hidden realm of the Nine Kills celestial palace, the blood moon emerged ominously. On a blood-soaked mountain, a bizarre youth clad in crimson robes opened his blood-red eyes, radiating an infinite crimson light. In the next moment, the youth vanished, leaving behind a chilling echo. Su Qingyao is the furnace I have chosen. Who dares to interfere, and I shall annihilate your entire clan. As news of Su Qingyao becoming Lu Yuan's maid spread further, more and more influential figures were stirred to action. Countless unparalleled talents emerged upon learning of the news, rushing towards the Central Empire with the intent to eliminate Lu Yuan, rescue the fair maiden, and claim her as their own. In the depths of a shaded grove, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees. This was a forbidden area belonging to a certain force. Lu Yuan wandered through this sacred ground as if in a realm devoid of others, until he came upon a moss-covered stone tablet, prompting him to halt. The demon suppression abyss? He mused, squinting at the inscriptions. Ahead lay a cave emanating a faint red glow, and if one were to quiet their mind, they could hear the low growls of a beast within. Was this a beast sealed by fate, leading me here? He had merely been strolling in the first imperial city when he found himself inexplicably drawn to this location. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuan followed the mysterious guidance and stepped into the cave. There were no guards outside the cave. The walls were adorned with murals depicting a fearsome beast descending from the heavens, wreaking havoc across the Tianxiao continent, slaughtering cities and nations. Just as the continent teetered on the brink of annihilation, a powerful figure emerged and vanquished the beast, sealing it in this very place. Gazing at the beast's depiction in the murals, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is that not a Tao Tai? The Tao Tai, one of the four ancient ferocious beasts, stood alongside the four divine beasts in renown. Legend spoke of its insatiable hunger, capable of devouring the world to gain infinite strength. Yet, more importantly, the Tao Tai was known for its ferocity, born to bring destruction to all existence. According to lore, in the primordial chaos of the world's inception, the four ferocious beasts emerged amidst the tumult. If this truly is a Tao Tai, I may have found a mound of unparalleled prowess, Lu Yuan mused, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The cave was vast. After traversing 1,000 meters, he finally reached the end. Before him lay a bottomless abyss, resembling a chaotic demon chasm. Peering over the edge, Lu Yuan glimpsed a beast the size of a small mountain, lying prostrate at a depth of about 100,000 meters. with massive bronze swords impaled into its limbs and head. Even in this subdued state, the beast exuded a palpable aura of power, making one wonder how formidable it had been at its peak. As Lu Yuan stepped forward, a hum resonated, revealing an intricate array that blocked his path. What a splendid formation! He marveled at the grandeur of the array, which drew upon the strength of 4 mountain ranges, allowing its power to remain undiminished over countless millennia. Additionally, the array was interconnected. To break it, one would need to uproot the 4 mountain ranges entirely. Yet, even an emperor of sealing would find this an insurmountable task. However, Lu Yuan was no ordinary emperor. Channeling the blood and energy within him, Lu Yuan forcefully tore at the array, creating a breach. At that moment, within the martial ancestor's shrine, a statue of the martial ancestor shattered with a resounding crack. Before the statue, a purple-robed elder, who had been in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with shock. What is happening? Why is the martial ancestor's statue broken? The elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. He was the most venerable and powerful figure within the martial sect. Yet, even he could not fathom the reason behind the statue's destruction. Suddenly, the purple-robed elder's body trembled as a long-forgotten legend from the founding of the martial sect resurfaced in his mind. The legend spoke of an ancient era when humanity was ignorant and various clans vied for supremacy. One day, a formidable beast descended from the heavens, devouring all in its path, its form rivaling that of towering mountains, its eyes eclipsing the sun and moon. Just as the Tian Shao continent faced annihilation, a powerful figure emerged, whose name was lost to time, but whose strength was unparalleled, ultimately defeating the beast and sealing it away. This individual later founded the martial sect, revered by all as the martial ancestor. This legend was so ancient that it had only been passed down due to its significance in the glorious history of the martial sect, known only to a few elder sages. Could it be that this legend is true? The shattering of the martial ancestor's statue, does it signify the breaking of the beast's seal? Realizing this, the purple-robed elder was immediately invigorated, hastily relaying the news to the higher echelons of the martial sect. Subsequently, he scoured the ancient scripture repository, finally uncovering the location of the beast's seal. Without hesitation, a substantial contingent of the martial sect's strongest members surged towards the site of the seal. Chapter 20. My noble master, this human shell disgraces your noble status beneath the abyss. Lu Yuan beheld the true form of the ferocious beast. When gazing down from the cave's edge, it appeared to be the size of a small mountain. Yet, upon standing before it, Lu Yuan realized that this creature was even more colossal than a 10,000-meter giant peak. Standing before it, Lu Yuan felt as insignificant as a grain of rice. The beast's crimson eyes resembled celestial bodies, as demonic flames surged around it, emanating an aura of brutality and bloodshed. Human? After countless millennia, has someone finally arrived? The beast spoke in human tongue, though its limbs and head were pinned to the ground by a colossal sword, rendering it immobile. Its eyes, like the sun and moon, brimmed with madness and chaos as it scrutinized Lu Yuan, enticingly declaring, "Release my seal, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life." Lu Yuan smiled faintly and shook his head gently. Is that not enough? The beast, undeterred, continued to tempt him. I grant you everlasting wealth and power, allowing you to reign as the sovereign of an empire. Again, Lu Yuan shook his head. The beast persisted. I bestow you unparalleled martial prowess, enabling you to ascend to the pinnacle of existence. Lu Yuan remained silent, merely shaking his head once more. Irritated, the beast exclaimed, "Human, you are insatiably greedy. Though I cannot sense your aura, what I offer is the zenith of mortal existence. What more do you desire?" Lu Yuan finally spoke. I desire you to become my steed, my companion, to accompany me in conquering the realms. Impossible. The beast vehemently rejected him, declaring with pride, I am a creature born of the primal chaos, the most noble being in existence. It is only fitting that humans serve as mounts. Lu Yuan replied calmly, You overestimate yourself. You are merely the true beast, a remnant of the Tao Tai, a mere reflection in the vast cosmos. To become my steed would indeed be your honor. No, that cannot be. I'm Tao Tai. Tao Tai is me. The beast's madness flared at Lu Yuan's words. Lu Yuan stated coolly, if you were truly Tao Tai, you would not be sealed here. However, in a certain sense, you are indeed Tao Tai, albeit significantly weakened. Even if I am not the true Tao Tai, I'm not a being that can be enslaved by humans. No one can command me, unless you're the first demon of chaos. The Tao Tai swiftly accepted its diminished identity, yet remained haughty. Lu Yuan smiled enigmatically. The first demon of chaos? I am indeed not that, but I believe I am sufficient to be your master. As he spoke, Lu Yuan actively summoned his 3 demonic forms, the primal demon body, the supreme demon heart, and the eternal demon eye. In an instant, he was enveloped in demonic energy, his eyes turning violet, his hair turning white, and his aura underwent a profound transformation. At that moment, Lu Yuan was no longer Lu Yuan. He was the true demon of the Supreme. He extended 2 fingers, stating now, you have 2 choices, submit or perish. The Tao Tai stared, taken aback by the size of Lu Yuan's celestial eyes, before finally speaking. Such primal demonic energy. My noble master, to dwell within this feeble human shell is indeed a disgrace to your esteemed identity. Clearly, the Tao Tai did not perceive a being with such pure and noble demonic energy as a mere human. However, Lu Yuan remained unconcerned, reverting to his original form. Smiling gently as he said, it matters not. I have my own plans. Now, I shall release your seal. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the pinnacle of the universe. The Tao Tai lowered its noble head, replying, yes, my esteemed master. With a slight smirk, Lu Yuan flicked his fingers and removed the 5 colossal swords that had pinned the Tao Tai down, stowing them away in his storage space. These swords were of considerable quality, nearly reaching the level of sacred artifacts. Although Lu Yuan found them lacking, they would serve well for his subordinates. Once freed from the restraints of the colossal swords, the Tao Tai struggled slightly before slowly rising. After countless millennia of not devouring anything, its body had grown weak to the extreme. Recognizing this, Lu Yuan tossed 500,000-year-old sacred herbs and the corpse of a sacred dragon. Feast upon these. Restore your strength quickly. A flicker of delight crossed the Tao Ye's fierce visage as it acknowledged, thank you for your generosity, my master. After consuming the sacred herbs and the dragon's corpse, the Tao Tai rapidly regained its peak strength. It had originally possessed a realm at the pinnacle of the saintly state, but had come to the Tianshao continent to break through, only to have its power restricted to the peak of Emperor Sealing, ultimately leading to its imprisonment by an abnormal entity. Shrink your form a little. You must accompany me outside, Lu Yuan instructed. The Tao Ye's eyes was too conspicuous for Lu Yuan's liking. Yes, my master. Eventually, the Tao Tai shrank to the size of a robust bull. Even so, its physique was still nearly as large as 3 oxen, maintaining an imposing presence. Lu Yuan mounted the Tao Tai and leisurely exited the cave. At that moment, the elder in a purple robe and a group of powerful martial sect practitioners arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Lu Yuan riding the Tao Tai, they were left dumbfounded. Who was the real beast here? They were utterly bewildered and could not discern whether Lu Yuan or the Tao Tai was the legendary, ferocious creature. Who and why do you appear in our martial sect's forbidden grounds? The elder in the purple robe remained calm, recognizing Lu Yuan as a human. Yet he could not ascertain whether the Tao Tai was indeed the legendary beast. However, a preposterous thought crossed his mind. Martial sect? Is this the legacy left behind by that one? Lu Yuan muttered to himself, disregarding the crowd as he leisurely rode the Tao Tai forward. For the sake of the martial sovereign, do not obstruct me. Otherwise, I shall slay all of you. The elder's expression darkened. Do you not understand the ferocity of the beast you ride? It nearly obliterated the Tianshao continent. Releasing it is akin to unleashing a tiger back into the mountains. Whether you have tamed it or it has bewitched you, you shall not leave today. Lu Yuan's expression remained neutral, devoid of joy or sorrow, as he gently stroked the Tao Tai beneath him. Did you not see how docile it is? That may be a mere facade. Young man, you are still too naive, unaware of the world's perils and the cunning nature of ferocious beasts. Let me kill it, and I shall ensure your safe passage from this place, the elder warned. Why bother with him, ancestor? He is just a brash young fool. I believe he is merely being beguiled by this beast. We should strike directly. If he interferes, we can eliminate him as well," declared a powerful member of the martial sect behind the elder. The elder in purple halted the others with a raised hand. Addressing Lu Yuan once more, "Young man, I implore you one last time. No matter how gentle and benevolent this beast may seem now, it once nearly annihilated the Tianshao continent. Its sins cannot be absolved even after millennia. If you obstruct me, you will share in its guilt." "What is the matter, ancestor? Why are you stopping us? It is merely a young fool. We should end this swiftly." Another voiced his confusion, questioning the elder's unusually gentle demeanor towards Lu Yuan. Hearing the whispers from the crowd, the elder in purple could only smile bitterly. He too wished to eliminate Lu Yuan, but he could not see through him. The fact that Lu Yuan had traversed the martial sect's forbidden grounds unimpeded and had released the ferocious beast, which now seemed so docile, indicated that Lu Yuan was anything but ordinary. Thus, the elder refrained from taking hasty actions. Chapter 021. How can there be individuals in this world who actively seek to provoke their own enemies? It is said that good advice is wasted on the damned. I have offered you opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. Lu Yuan spoke in a calm tone, perplexed by the multitude who seemed to court death. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist in the purple robe changed color, a profound sense of danger rising within him as he solemnly inquired, "What do you mean?" Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. "Do not worry. You are not worthy of dying by my hand." With a gentle pat on the creature named Tao Tai, Lu Yuan commanded, "Guzi, devour them and annihilate this sect." Roar! At Lu Yuan's words, Tao Tai leaped forth in excitement, restoring a form even larger than the towering mountains, and with a gaping maw, swallowed the entire martial sect along with the old Taoist. Burp Tao Tai let out a belch, shrinking in size and affectionately rubbing against Lu Yuan. "Thank you for the reward, master." "Haha," Lu Yuan laughed. "How old are you now? You still act like a child. In my master's presence, I shall forever remain youthful, the most loyal of followers." Tao Tai fervently wagged its tail, resembling a devoted little dog. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, Tao Tai hesitated and said, "But master, could we perhaps change my name? Guzi sounds hata unremarkable." "Oh, what would you like to be called?" Lu Yuan inquired with amusement. Tao Tai raised its head, pondering earnestly before suggesting, "How about Tao Tai Supreme? Does that not sound grand, master?" "Tao Tai Supreme?" Lu Yuan's lips twitched. It was too foolish. It would be better to stick with Guzi. Tao Ye's expression fell, lamenting, "Very well, I shall heed my master's wishes." With a smile, Lu Yuan mounted Tao Tai once more, returning to the first imperial city. On the ground, where Lu Yuan and Tao Tai had once stood, a chasm measuring around 10,000 meters in diameter now lay in their stead. Looking back from the sky, Lu Yuan could not help but marvel at Tao Ye's prowess as a symbol of devouring. To the west of the First Central Empire, a sacred place known as Yuan Chu stood tall. At this moment, Lin Hao emerged from the Yuan Chu sanctuary, his face dark with fury, his lips twitching as an immense rage brewed within him. In recent days, he had traversed various locations, persuading the chosen ones to join the Destiny Alliance to resist Lu Yuan. However, the results were far from satisfactory, failing to achieve his desired effect. Each one of them was so proud, wanting to confront Lu Yuan directly before considering their options. They were nothing but fools. And it was no wonder that in previous lives, Lu Yuan had dispatched them one by one as if they were mere chickens. Lin Hao's gaze turned grim as he reflected on these chosen ones, all exuding an arrogant demeanor. Despite Lin Hao's attempts to elucidate the stakes, they remained skeptical. Each possessed their own pride, and unanimously, they sought to confront Lu Yuan head-on. With the exception of a few, like Jun Xiaoyao, who might escape Lu Yuan's clutches, the rest were merely courting death. Lin Hao's expression hardened as he mused, "If you wish to die, then perish. I shall not accompany you any longer. If I cannot contend with Lu Yuan in the Tianshao continent, I shall ascend to the higher realms. If I cannot win, surely I can still escape." As of now, Lin Hao recognized that the Destiny Alliance was doomed. The only chance for survival lay in ascending to the higher realms. Typically, individuals from the Tianshao continent must reach the pinnacle of the emperor's immortality and endure the 9 thunder tribulations to have a chance at reaching the higher realms. Yet, the world is not short on methods, and Lin Hao possessed a way to ascend without facing the tribulations. Tomorrow, when the Sanggu stone tablet descends, that will be my greatest opportunity. Lin Hao gazed resolutely at the sky. In the imperial palace of the First Central Empire, within the Phoenix Hall, Su Qingyao sat before a crystal mirror, gazing at her stunning visage, lost in thought. As the empress of the First Central Empire, she stood as one of the pinnacle figures in the Tianshao continent. Given her extraordinary beauty, transcending the boundaries of realms to ascend to the higher realms should pose no challenge. However, standing at such heights allowed her to see further. The higher realms were a world far more powerful and glorious than the Tianshao continent. In the Tianshao continent, she was revered and adored as a sovereign. Yet in the higher realms, she would merely be one among the masses, starting anew. Of course, with Su Qingyao's beauty, ordinary was a term that hardly applied to her. Yet, unparalleled beauty without the commensurate strength would lead to disaster. Su Qingyao understood this well, which is why she sought out Lu Yuan. While she was unaware of Lu Yuan's precise identity in the higher realms, his ability to descend to the lower realm suggested he was not weak. She aimed to leverage Lu Yuan's influence to establish herself in the higher realms, and once she had the means to protect herself, she would break free from him. At that moment, a voice from outside the hall interrupted her contemplation. "Your Majesty, the son of the Jun family wishes to meet with you, as does the Saint Sun Jitai from the Taichu Holy Land, who has also requested an audience tomorrow." Su Qingyao furrowed her brows, responding coldly, "I shall not meet with them." Jun Xiaoyao and Jitai were among the most exceptional prodigies of the Tianshao continent. Yet to her, they were merely juniors. It would take them at least a decade or two to reach her level, and by then, she would likely have left the Tianshao continent, rendering any pretense of politeness unnecessary. "Understood, Your Majesty." The maid withdrew upon receiving her command. As Su Qingyao resumed her tranquil reverie, a magnetic yet calm voice emerged from behind her. "It seems you are quite at ease." Startled, Su Qingyao turned slowly to find Lu Yuan sitting behind her, casually sipping tea with his legs crossed. Beside him lay a beast of unknown origin. At that moment, Su Qingyao felt a chill run down her spine, genuinely realizing the terrifying nature of Lu Yuan. Despite her own status as a peak immortal, Lu Yuan had entered her 10-meter radius without her awareness. If he could accomplish such a feat, taking her life would be a mere trifle, as simple as reaching into a pocket. As her thoughts raced, Su Qingyao rose gracefully, approaching Lu Yuan and kneeling beside him. Su Qingyao pays her respects to the young master. In that instant, she cast aside any remnants of imperial authority. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, true heroes know when to rise and when to yield. "You are indeed a clever woman. Were it not for the constraints of the Tianshao continent, your achievements would be remarkable," Lu Yuan observed as he regarded Su Qingyao. Su Qingyao forced a smile, replying, "Thank you for your kind words, young master. May I inquire what brings you to visit me?" Lu Yuan lowered his gaze to his tea and continued, "I overheard you express a desire to avoid those prodigious talents, but that simply will not do. My intention in making you my attendant is for you to entice these prodigies. You will go out and meet them one by one, and you must paint me as exceedingly wicked. The more malevolent, the better." This. Su Qingyao looked up, her face filled with astonishment and confusion, unable to comprehend Lu Yuan's intentions. Deep down, she couldn't help but wonder, how could someone actively seek to create enemies for themselves? Is Lu Yuan some kind of pervert with undisclosed inclinations? A shiver coursed through her, but she quickly dismissed the thought and complied with Lu Yuan's instructions. Chapter 022. The Celestial Queen Su Qingyao and the arrival of the ancient stone tablet. After Su Qingyao departed, Lu Yuan fell into contemplation. The 9-heaven celestial maiden possesses remarkable aptitude and intellect, adept at discerning circumstances and balancing weighty matters. She is not a foolish woman who believes that mere beauty places her at the center of the universe. Rather, she is a candidate for cultivation. However, she must be nurtured freely. The greatest value Su Qingyao holds for me is her ability to spread animosity and attract the destined one. Before that, I must win her heart, for this woman harbors great ambition, which can serve as an anchor. Within a secluded hall of the imperial palace, Jun Xiaoyao sat leisurely, sipping tea, attended by a number of eunuchs and maidservants. At that moment, a maid dressed in pink entered, approaching Jun Xiaoyao with a bow. "Your Highness, the Empress does not wish to see you." "Does not wish to see me?" Jun Xiaoyao was momentarily taken aback, setting down his teacup, his expression shifting uncertainly. "Do you know why the Empress refuses to meet?" The maid shook her head. Even if she knew, she would not disclose it. Taking a deep breath, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled softly. "If she does not wish to see me, then so be it." With that, he prepared to leave. He was a scion of the Jun family, not a sycophant. If others were unwilling to grant him respect, he would not force himself upon them. At that moment, Su Qingyao unexpectedly manifested within the hall. All the eunuchs and maidservants promptly knelt, greeting the Empress. Su Qingyao, her expression cold, waved her hand dismissively, signaling them to depart. She then addressed Jun Xiaoyao. "Since you are here, why not sit for a while before you leave?" Upon seeing Su Qingyao, the anger on Jun Xiaoyao's face dissipated, replaced by a gentle demeanor as he softly remarked, "Didn't the Empress refuse to see me?" Hearing this, a sorrowful expression crossed Su Qingyao's face. She had been in a foul mood earlier, which was why she did not wish to meet anyone. Her displeasure stemmed from Lu Yuan, which prompted Jun Xiaoyao to sit up straight, his eyes narrowing with a glint of menace. Su Qingyao, on the verge of tears, raised her delicate hand to dab at the corners of her eyes, contemplating who else could bring her such distress. Witnessing her pitiable state, Jun Xiaoyao's heart swelled with concern. He had always perceived Su Qingyao as domineering and unattainable. Now, seeing her display a vulnerable fade, he could only imagine the extent of her grievances. Jun Xiaoyao's heart ached profoundly, and he exclaimed in anger, "That damned Lu Yuan! Where is he? Tell me, and I shall slay him." "I do not know where Lu Yuan is at this moment, but he is formidable. Are you capable of facing him?" Su Qingyao replied, her eyes misty as she gazed at Jun Xiaoyao. "Huh." Jun Xiaoyao's lips curled into a confident smile, declaring resolutely, "I can." Though many had spoken of Lu Yuan in almost mythical terms, Jun Xiaoyao remained skeptical and indifferent to his supposed strength. "I possess a signing-in system and numerous hidden cards. Born with the ancient sacred body, I am invincible among my peers and find battling those of higher rank as effortless as eating and drinking. Moreover, my background is profound. The Jun family is a branch of the upper realm's Jun clan. I have heard that my father, Jun Wuhui, thrives in the upper realm. What is there to fear from a mere Lu Yuan?" Jun Xiaoyao thought with immense pride. "Excellent. When I receive news of Lu Yuan, I will inform you at once." "Thank you, Xiaoyao." A glimmer of excitement danced in Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes. Upon hearing the affectionate title Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up with exhilaration. It seemed that the day when he would completely win over Su Qingyao was not far off. Indeed, the quickest path to winning a beauty's heart is through heroic deeds, he chuckled inwardly. Su Qingyao observed the changes in Jun Xiaoyao's expression. Having lived for over a millennium, she was well aware of his intentions. What a fool, thinking he could contend with Lu Yuan. He would likely not even realize how he met his end. Su Qingyao shook her head inwardly. The two exchanged pleasantries for a while before Su Qingyao bid farewell to Jun Xiaoyao and proceeded to summon other talented individuals within the imperial palace. Meeting with each in turn, every talent who met Su Qingyao, without exception, harbored an intense fury towards Lu Yuan, wishing to dismember him and then cradle Su Qingyao in their arms, cherishing her tenderly. In an instant, the entire First Imperial City was filled with cries for Lu Yuan's demise. The chaos sacred land faced unprecedented suppression. The following day, at noon, under a bright sun and cloudless sky, Lu Yuan was fishing by a tranquil lake deep within the palace, with Su Qingyao diligently attending to him. Suddenly, a fish took the bait. Lu Yuan gently lifted his fishing rod, and a golden carp, over 10 feet long, leapt from the water. At the moment the splash echoed across the lake, a thunderous roar resounded from the heavens. Boom! The previously clear sky was suddenly shrouded in thick clouds, and a massive vortex of dark clouds began to form at the center of the firmament. Lu Yuan looked up, a hint of perplexity flashing in his gaze. But Su Qingyao appeared lost in thought, her expression one of astonishment. Soon, the dark cloud vortex took shape. At that moment, a rift opened in the sky. Across the Tianshao continent, countless beings looked up, and under the gaze of the world, a golden stone tablet, towering at about 10,000 meters and measuring 1,000 meters in width, plummeted from the cloud vortex, piercing the earth. Upon the towering stone tablet, for characters formed by intricate patterns glimmered brilliantly. Ancient stone tablet. The ancient stone tablet. My heavens, it truly is the ancient stone tablet. What merit have I to witness the arrival of the ancient stone tablet in my brief life? Ancient texts record that the last appearance of the ancient stone tablet was over 1,000,000 years ago, with only one individual listed, Yuan Yang, later known as the Emperor Yuan Yang, one of the most powerful beings since the dawn of the Tianshao continent. At this moment, the world gasped in awe. By the serene lakeside, Lu Yuan turned to Su Qingyao and inquired, "What is the ancient stone tablet?" Snapping back to reality, Su Qingyao's eyes shimmered with longing. The ancient stone tablet is a celestial ranking list and the second pathway to ascend to the upper realm for the people of the Tianshao continent, aside from breaking limits. Since records began, the ancient stone tablet has appeared only a handful of times, each occurrence separated by 1,000,000 years, and they always coincide with the peak of the Tianshao continent's prosperity. However, throughout history, only 3 individuals have ever been listed, making the difficulty nearly unfathomable. "Oh, who are the 3 who have been listed?" Lu Yuan asked curiously. Without hesitation, Su Qingyao replied, "The martial ancestor, the primordial saint ancestor, and Emperor Yuan Yang." Upon hearing these names, Lu Yuan appeared contemplative. He was familiar with the martial ancestor, having heard tales of him even in the Dark Continent, where he was revered as the martial deity, an exceedingly powerful entity, on par with the likes of Yu Lao and Ming Lao, likely slightly stronger. As for Emperor Yuan Yang and the primordial saint ancestor, Lu Yuan had not heard much about them. With this thought in mind, Lu Yuan could not help but ask, what are the criteria for being listed? Since the dawn of the Tianshao continent, only 3 individuals have achieved listing, a testament to the immense difficulty involved. Coincidentally, Lu Yuan relished challenging difficult endeavors. Chapter 023. The Limit-Breaking Prodigy, defeating the Empress with a snap of the fingers. Conditions for ranking. Su Qingyao shook her head, noting that throughout history, only 3 individuals had ever made it onto the list, leaving scant references for what criteria must be met to achieve such a status. Nonetheless, regardless of age or cultivation level, anyone may attempt to ascend the ranks. The ancient stone tablet imposes no restrictions. If any condition exists, it is that one must exhibit the power of the Tao Foundation realm when seeking to be listed. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened, as he began to grasp the criteria for ranking on the ancient stone tablet. The cultivation realms across the myriad worlds are numerous, yet the most crucial realm remains undoubtedly the first, the Tao Foundation. The Tao Foundation is the bedrock of the great Tao. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground. The foundation is fundamental to all realms. Without a solid foundation, no matter how exceptional one's body of Tao may be, progress will be stunted. In the Dark Continent, disciples from all major powers initially experience slow advancement in cultivation because they are focused on establishing a robust and solid Tao foundation. To forge such a foundation, some prodigies willingly stagnate in the Tao Foundation realm for decades, even centuries. Even Lu Yuan, when he first entered the Tao Foundation realm, spent 2 full months in preparation, 1 month to cultivate a flawless Tao Foundation and another month to conquer all challengers at the Tao Foundation level throughout the Dark Continent. Only after achieving these milestones did he choose to break through. Indeed, this is not mere boasting. The significance of the Tao Foundation realm is already evident. The fact that the ancient stone tablet only assesses the power of the Tao Foundation realm further affirms its role as an instrument of the heavenly Tao in this realm, designed to sift through the prodigies. What specific level must one attain to be ranked? Lu Yuan surmised that at the very least, one must break through their limits. What does it mean to break through limits? Everyone knows that each major realm is subdivided into 4 minor stages: early, middle, late, and perfection. However, few are aware that beyond the perfection stage, there exist further realms. Those who reach such heights are referred to as limit-breaking prodigies. In the Dark Continent, one must break through their limits to be deemed a true prodigy. Above perfection lies the limit-breaking realm, which includes 5 distinct stages: transcendence in its sanctity, pinnacle mastery, unmatched through the ages, incomparable through eternity, and supreme of the universe. Generally speaking, one must achieve the 3rd level of limit breaking, unmatched through the ages, to be considered a supreme prodigy. Once limits are transcended, one becomes invincible at the same tier, able to battle across levels with the ease of having a meal or drinking water. Limit-breaking prodigies and those who have not transcended their limits inhabit completely different worlds. The higher the limit broken, the greater the strength. Of course, breaking through limits is not something just anyone can achieve. It requires genuine, prodigious talent. No external forces can intervene. It solely depends on one's innate comprehension. Although the Tianshao continent boasts hundreds of fated children, Lu Yuan surmised that the number of limit breakers among them could likely be counted on one hand. To date, every fated child who has fallen to him was not a limit breaker. The 3 individuals ranked on the ancient stone tablet are likely limit breakers. In a span of millions of years, only 3 limit breakers have emerged from the Tianshao continent, illustrating the immense difficulty of achieving such a feat. Intriguing. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered slightly. Observing the anxious Su Qingyao, he inquired, "Are you eager to test your chances of making it onto the list?" Su Qingyao offered a wry smile. Who wouldn't he wish to leave a mark on history? Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Acknowledging the truth that existence is often motivated by fame and fortune, yet attaining a rank is no simple endeavor. Su Qingyao detected the deeper meaning behind Lu Yuan's words. "Young master, do you perhaps know the conditions for ranking?" Lu Yuan nodded, having formed a tentative theory. Su Qingyao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Lu Yuan suggested, "Why not do this? Let us both suppress our powers to the Tao Foundation realm, and you can unleash your full strength against me. This way, I can likely ascertain whether you meet the criteria for ranking." "All right." Su Qingyao agreed without hesitation, fully aware that Lu Yuan's perspective, stemming from the higher realm, surpassed her own. Moreover, given Lu Yuan's capability to effortlessly defeat her, the suppression of their realms mattered little to either of them. Soon, within a spacious hall, Lu Yuan and Su Qingyao faced each other. "Begin. Unleash your full might," Lu Yuan instructed, one hand resting behind his back. "Understood." Before the words left her lips, Su Qingyao advanced swiftly, wielding a pristine white longsword. In just a few strides, she closed the distance. A chilling light erupted, and the sword intent emanated fiercely. The dragon pillars within the hall became encrusted with frost, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing levels. "How intriguing, this ice-cold sword intent," Lu Yuan remarked with a slight smile, before sidestepping and flicking his finger. A terrifying force surged along the sword's blade to its hilt, extending through Su Qingyao's entire arm. Su Qingyao gasped, her right arm tingling. Although she still gripped the sword hilt, the blade had shattered into countless fragments. In just one encounter, Su Qingyao realized her defeat, and a crushing one at that. Staring at the remnants of her sword hilt, her eyes brimmed with astonishment. The comprehension of sword intent at the Tao Foundation realm is already a rare achievement, let alone wielding a sword of the highest tier. Yet even a formidable expert in the divine ability realm could not achieve such effortless destruction. However, Lu Yuan not only accomplished this with ease, but simultaneously vanquished her wielding the ice-cold sword intent. In that moment, Su Qingyao gained a clearer understanding of the chasm that lay between her and Lu Yuan. If previously the disparity in realms had left her with lingering doubts, now she was entirely convinced, her voice subdued by awe. "Your prowess is unmatched, young master. I concede wholeheartedly," Su Qingyao declared weakly as she relinquished the sword hilt. Lu Yuan shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment towards Su Qingyao. That was inadequate. If my conjecture is correct, you remain far from the criteria for ranking. Disappointment welled within Lu Yuan as he recognized how distant Su Qingyao was from breaking through her limits. Yet this was hardly surprising. With only one prodigy emerging from a million, and only one limit-breaking prodigy from a million prodigies, it was understandable that the relatively gentle cultivation environment of the Tianxiao continent hindered Su Qingyao from breaking through her limits. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Qingyao's gaze dimmed, her confidence visibly shaken. Lu Yuan remarked indifferently, "Nevertheless, you will likely still seek to test yourself against the ancient stone tablet. Very well, I shall not stop you. Go ahead and help me draw some enmity in the process." "Yes, young master," Su Qingyao replied, saying little more before turning to depart the hall. The arrival of the ancient stone tablet ignited a frenzy across the entire Tianxiao continent, summoning all prodigies, both those known and hidden, to emerge. To be listed meant the possibility of ascending to the upper realms at any moment. No inhabitant of the lower realms could resist such temptation. Furthermore, being ranked also signified achieving fame across Tianxiao, marking one as the fourth person in the history of the continent to be immortalized in the annals of time. No one could remain indifferent. No one could suppress their excitement. Particularly among the ancient figures, there was an overwhelming tremor of exhilaration. Having cultivated for millennia, their comprehension of realms far surpassed that of ordinary geniuses, thereby increasing their chances of being listed. For those nearing the end of their lifespans, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous blessing from the heavens. The site of the ancient stone tablets' descent lay merely 100 miles from the first imperial city, resulting in a swift convergence of all prodigies and ancient figures from across the Tianxiao continent towards the first imperial city. Chapter 024. Jun Xiaoyao challenges the ancient stone tablet. A multitude of people gathered before the ancient stone tablet, situated over 1,000 miles from the first imperial city. Towering at over 10,000 meters, the ancient stone tablet stood as a colossal barrier between heaven and earth, exuding an aura of timelessness. Although it had recently descended, numerous powerful factions had already arrived at this site. The tablet, measuring 1,000 meters in width, could accommodate thousands of individuals simultaneously for trials. Thus, one could observe countless individuals pressing their hands against the stone, eyes tightly shut. Yet, shortly thereafter, 99% of them would recoil as if struck by lightning, their faces drained of color. The remaining few could hardly endure for 10 seconds. Several flying vessels hovered in the air a few hundred meters away, occupied by individuals from various sacred grounds. Suddenly, a white flying chariot, drawn by 18 dragon-like creatures, appeared from the direction of the first imperial city, surrounded by formidable warriors and golden-armored soldiers. This was the Empress's flying chariot. It was the Empress Qingyao. Upon recognizing the identity of the chariot's owner, a palpable stir arose among those on the flying vessels. It is worth noting that admiration for Empress Qingyao transcended generations, encompassing not only the youth but also the elders. A millennium ago, Su Qingyao was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the Tianxiao continent, with countless admirers. Now, 1,000 years later, those who once adored her had ascended to the ranks of revered ancestors or supreme elders within their respective sacred grounds. It could be said that people across 3 generations on the Tianxiao continent yearned for Su Qingyao. As the white chariot descended slowly, soldiers sprang into action, establishing a temporary base in an instant. Streams of light shot forth from various flying vessels, entering Su Qingyao's encampment. These lights bore the essence of high-ranking members from various sacred grounds, whether they were formidable powerhouses or esteemed leaders. Young prodigies wishing to meet Su Qingyao would have to wait their turn. On the Jun family's vessel, Jun Xiaoyao stood at the bow, gazing intently at Su Qingyao's encampment, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. As he lifted his gaze toward the ancient stone tablet, resembling a barrier between heaven and earth, he whispered to himself, "To etch my name upon the ancient stone tablet, to become the 4th person of eternity, will surely earn me Su Qingyao's admiration." Although gaining a spot on the tablet was undoubtedly arduous, for him, it was but a matter of ease. With that thought, Jun Xiaoyao vanished from the vessel, only to reappear before the ancient stone tablet a moment later. On board the Jun family's vessel, 3 elderly men in purple robes observed quietly. The elder in the center stroked his beard and chuckled. Xiaoyao is quite impatient. What do you think? Can he make the list? Of course he can. Xiaoyao's talent surpasses that of his father, Jun Wuhui. Had Wuhui encountered the ancient stone tablet, he would undoubtedly have made the list, replied the elder on the left calmly. At that moment, the elder on the right suddenly interjected. Seeing Xiaoyao make a move, this generation's youngsters can hardly contain themselves. His gaze fell upon the surrounding flying vessels, where several distinguished youths had emerged, all fixated on Jun Xiaoyao before the ancient stone tablet. Before the ancient stone tablet, Jun Xiaoyao placed his hand upon the stone, closing his eyes to attune himself. In the next moment, he found himself standing upon an endless expanse of desolate land, void of anything but himself. He remained still, his expression devoid of confusion or panic. As the scion of the Jun family, he understood what the ancient stone tablet demanded. In the next instant, a voice resonated in his ears. Detection indicates that the contestant's body refinement talent is of the inferior grade C, surpassing that of his cultivation talent. The trial entity is a shaman from the shaman clan at the exalted level. Assessment successful. The contestant shall receive a slot as a student in a low-tier academy subordinate to the Taiyuan Divine Court. Upon hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's heart jolted. Countless members of the Jun family had participated in the ancient stone tablets assessments throughout history, yet none had ever mentioned the Taiyuan Divine Court. He had no time to ponder further, as before him stood a towering figure over 3 meters tall, adorned with unique patterns upon his skin. Was this a member of the shaman clan? He could not ascertain if it was the same shaman clan from his memories. Jun Xiaoyao shook his head, and with a smile declared, "Regardless of what you are, I remain invincible." However, in the next moment, the smile on Jun Xiaoyao's lips froze. His body contorted as he was propelled backward like a cannonball. He rolled for several hundred meters, leaving a long trench in his wake before coming to a halt. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, Jun Xiaoyao rose, his pupils filled with astonishment. How is this possible? When did it happen? Jun Xiaoyao found it hard to believe. He had not even seen when the shaman had struck. How could he, with his constitution, be sent flying by a single punch? This bewildering turn of events led him to question his own existence. After all, he was a perfected ancient holy body, just standing there. The towering shaman exuded an overwhelming pressure that Jun Xiaoyao had never experienced from an opponent of the same realm since his arrival in this world. Taking a deep breath, Jun Xiaoyao clenched his fists and charged at the shaman. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted behind him as he closed the distance in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. The strength of this blow surpassed 100,000 jin. It could obliterate a small mountain. Jun Xiaoyao roared, his veins bulging with fury. As he approached, the shaman remained expressionless, the patterns on his skin shimmering faintly. In the next moment, he delivered a swift kick. Boom! Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widened, nearly bursting from their sockets as he once again bent backward, sent flying once more. As consciousness began to blur, a cold and ethereal voice echoed. Assessment failed. In the next instant, Jun Xiaoyao's figure slowly faded from the desolate landscape. Simultaneously, a haunting voice sighed. After countless millennia, only 3 individuals have succeeded. When will the 4th appear? In the outside world, Jun Xiaoyao's hand recoiled as if struck by electricity, his face turning a ghostly white. The crowd gasped in response. He has failed. Even the Jun family scion has failed. I have failed, and so has the Jun family scion. Does that not mean I am equal to him? With the Jun scion's failure, who else could possibly pass the trial? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussion. Among the flying vessels, both the young prodigies and the esteemed elders were equally taken aback. They would not underestimate Jun Xiaoyao due to his failure. In fact, they were all too aware of his formidable strength. The failure of Jun Xiaoyao filled the young prodigies with despair and cast a shadow over the elders. For thousands of years, only 3 had ever made the list. What was the true significance of the ancient stone tablet? An ancient survivor among the powerful let out a cry of indignation. on a blood-red flying vessel. A young man clad in crimson robes narrowed his eyes as he gazed at the dejected Jun Xiaoyao. A flicker of intrigue crossed his expression. Even you have failed? It seems the difficulty of the ancient stone tablet is indeed as formidable as legends claim, not merely the fabrications of those fools. However, your failure does not imply mine. In the next moment, the young man in crimson vanished from vessel. Chapter 025. I am the greatest opportunity you will encounter in this lifetime. Before long, the young man in the blood-red robe, known as Blood 9, released his grip as if struck by lightning. Blood 9, the esteemed vice-master of the Nine Kill Heavenly Palace, was undeniably the prince of the dark side of the Tianxiao continent. At this moment, his expression fluctuated between annoyance and fury. The ancient stone tablet turned out to be an assessment passageway for the subordinate low-level academy of the Taiyuan Divine Court. How infuriating! It was unbearable that I failed to pass. Despite his wrath, there flickered an intensely fervent light in his eyes. If I could succeed in the assessment and gain entry into the low-level academy of the Taiyuan Divine Court, my status within the main divine hall would undoubtedly ascend, at the very least elevating me to a Tier 3 contractee. Historically, the ancient stone tablet would manifest for a month each time it appeared. Blood 9's gaze sharpened, and he clenched his fists tightly. This month is my final opportunity. However, he soon furrowed his brow, contemplating the difficulty of breaking through limits. It was exceptionally challenging unless... His eyes brightened slightly. Unless my strength can significantly surge in a short time. This thought inevitably led him to consider a coveted alchemical furnace. Su Qingyao, you are mine. Even Blood 9 failed to pass. On countless flying vessels, numerous young talents were visibly shaken. Upon a large stone, Jun Xiaoyao smirked coldly. Blood 9. If I could not accomplish it, do you truly believe you can? Only those directly involved could grasp the difficulty of the assessment. It was akin to a descent into the 18 layers of hell. Jun Xiaoyao, who had vanquished all opponents of his caliber throughout the Tianxiao continent, found himself utterly helpless before the same level which tribe. Hearing this, Blood 9's gaze turned frigid as he chose not to respond to Jun Xiaoyao, simply turning to leave. He was not intimidated by Jun Xiaoyao. Rather, he held him in disdain. As a Tier 2 contractee of the main divine hall, his worldview was exceedingly expansive. He understood the vastness of the world and regarded the native prodigies of the Tianxiao continent with utter contempt. Witnessing Blood 9's dismissal, Jun Xiaoyao let out a cold laugh, a trace of chilling murderous intent flickering deep within his eyes. The consecutive failures of two extraordinary prodigies to pass the assessment caused countless participants to hesitate, igniting a considerable uproar. Deep within the royal palace, Lu Yuan sat quietly by the lake, fishing, while his consciousness had already detached, surveying the vast expanse of the earth from above. The voice of the Destiny villain's system echoed in his ears. Ding! A child of destiny has been detected. Ding! A child of destiny has been detected. Ding! A child of destiny has been detected. The prey is becoming increasingly abundant, yet it is still not urgent nor sufficient. Lu Yuan smiled gently, retracting his consciousness. By the lakeside, Guzi lay beside Lu Yuan, looking up with curiosity. Master, to make it onto the ancient stone tablet, one must break through limits. Correct? Lu Yuan nodded. He was not surprised that Guzi understood the concept of breaking limits. After all, he had descended from the higher realms. Wagging his tail, Guzi flattered. In such a small place, there have only been 3 limit break prodigies in thousands of years. Yet even those 3, at least at the 3rd level of limit breaking, are merely a joke before you, the supreme prodigy. After this flattery, he posed a seemingly inconsequential question. Master, how many levels have you broken through? I believe it is at least 3. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan replied in a gentle tone, Guzi, are you testing me? Guzi trembled, quickly pressing his head to the ground, terrified. Casting a glance at Guzi, Lu Yuan stated, this is a one-time occasion. Furthermore, there is no need to test me. Simply understand that your master is eternally unrivaled among peers, regardless of location or world. Guzi's pupils widened in shock, a chill coursing through him. unrestricted by any place or world, eternally unmatched among peers. Such words were grand and audacious. Yet they vividly displayed Lu Yuan's power and confidence. As time gradually passed, on the following day, two pieces of news sent shockwaves across the Tianxiao continent. The first, Empress Qingyao failed in her challenge of the ancient stone tablet. The second, Lin Hao, the holy son of the Taichu sacred land, successfully challenged the ancient stone tablet in the stillness of night and ascended to the higher realms in that very moment, as if in fear of something. These two pieces of news left countless individuals astonished. No one could have anticipated that the Empress Qingyao, hailed as the #1 prodigy in nearly a millennium, would fail in her challenge. Nor could anyone have foreseen the previously unremarkable Lin Hao succeeding, becoming the fourth of the ages, an accomplishment that even Jun Xiaoyao, the scion of the Jun family, the vice-master of the Nine-Kill Heavenly Palace, and the empress of the First Central Empire, could not achieve. Deep within the royal palace, upon hearing the news, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Hao is actually a limit-breaking prodigy? How intriguing! I underestimated this young man. Young master seems particularly concerned about Lin Hao. Su Qingyao inquired, kneeling beside him, her large, enchanting eyes filled with curiosity. Lu Yuan shook his head with a smile. It's not that I am particularly concerned. It's more like watching a sheep escape from a pen, somewhat regrettable. Su Qingyao's beautiful eyes flickered with confusion until, suddenly, she seemed to recall something and asked, "Young master, do you know the Taiyuan divine court?" Upon hearing these 4 words, a keen light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he turned to Su Qingyao and asked solemnly, "What did you hear about the Taiyuan divine court?" This was the first time Lu Yuan displayed a serious demeanor. Su Qingyao recounted all the information she knew about the ancient stone tablet. After listening, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. The ancient stone tablet is actually a passageway for assessments of the subordinate academies of the Taiyuan divine court. How fascinating. Yet, he soon shook his head and sighed. What a pity. It is merely a low-level academy. The subordinate low-level academies of the Taiyuan divine court are scattered across the myriad realms. There are not merely hundreds of billions, but over 1 trillion. Reigning in his surprise, Lu Yuan regarded Su Qingyao earnestly. I initially did not care much for the ancient stone tablet. Even now, I am not overly concerned. I would dare to enter, yet they would not dare to accept me. However, for you, this represents a tremendous opportunity. Su Qingyao's expression shifted slightly. Lu Yuan continued, the Taiyuan divine court is a dominant force among the boundless multiverse. To illustrate with the Tianxiao continent, it is merely a subordinate lower realm of the Dark Continent. There are countless such lower realms surrounding the Dark Continent. Within the Dark Continent, any force of note possesses subordinate lower realms, and some powerful forces may even command trillions of lower realms. The Dark Continent itself is but a fragment of the primordial Great Realm. The primordial Great Realm is merely one of the infinitely vast realms within the Qingling domain, and the Taiyuan divine court exists above the Qingling domain, with its influence spanning every great realm. As Lu Yuan articulated this, Su Qingyao found her breath quickening. It was her first time hearing about the true nature of the world from another's lips. Even as mere words, she felt the overwhelming vastness. In that moment, Su Qingyao suddenly felt a sense of oppression and confinement, as though the Tianxiao continent were a prison, leaving her uneasy. Therefore, although it is merely a subordinate low-level academy, for you, it represents the second greatest opportunity you will encounter in this lifetime. The first great opportunity is to become my maid. As he spoke these words, Lu Yuan fixed his gaze upon Su Qingyao. Chapter 26. Suppressing Jun Xiaoyao. The first great opportunity of my life. Su Qingyao was momentarily stunned, gazing at Lu Yuan, who was so close yet felt distant, as if she was seeing him anew. This marked the third occasion that she had redefined her understanding of him. The first was through Lin Hao's account, where her subsequent investigations confirmed that Lu Yuan was a being from the upper realm. The second was during yesterday's contest, which illuminated the fact that not only did Lu Yuan possess a stronger background, but his talents and capabilities far surpassed her own. And now, here was the third revelation. What secrets does this man conceal? As she looked at Lu Yuan, it felt as though she was peering through layers of dense fog. Drawing a deep breath to steady her emotions, she inquired, "What do you intend to do, my lord?" Lu Yuan replied, "Naturally, I will ensure you pass the assessment." Yet she retorted, "But I'm still far from ready. You mentioned that breaking limits cannot be interfered with by external forces." Su Qingyao's confusion deepened. "In my domain, nothing is impossible. Your inability to break limits is not due to a lack of talent or comprehension, but rather because the cultivation environment of the Tianshao continent is too gentle. In a greenhouse, how can one cultivate a towering tree of unyielding strength?" Lu Yuan's gaze was profound, a wave of immense confidence radiating from him. Gentle? Su Qingyao was taken aback. Was the cultivation environment of the Tianshao continent truly gentle? At least from her perspective, it seemed anything but. The harsh reality of survival of the fittest was starkly evident there. Yet in Lu Yuan's eyes, this brutal environment was somehow considered mild. He continued, "What you lack is not talent or comprehension, but the tempering of life and death. It is in the throes of existence and oblivion that one is most likely to break through limits." A shiver coursed through Su Qingyao at his words, a foreboding sensation creeping in. "My lord, do you mean?" Lu Yuan smiled gently and affirmed, "Indeed, you have interpreted it correctly. With a month to spare, that should suffice." Su Qingyao's face drained of color. "Clap, clap." Lu Yuan applauded, and Heir Guzi slowly entered from outside the palace. His towering 2-meter frame shrouded in demonic flames, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Su Qingyao, akin to a predator eyeing its prey. Extending 5 fingers, Lu Yuan stated, "You have 5 breaths to escape. After that, Heir Guzi will pursue you with full force and show no mercy. Should you fall victim to him, I can only express my regrets. However, if you manage to survive, congratulations, even if you do not break through limits. I will still grant you access to the academies under the jurisdiction of the Taiyuan Divine Court for cultivation. During this month, you may employ any methods, seduction, alliances, traps, or hiding, as long as you remain alive." Lu Yuan's tone was calm, yet it was laced with an unmistakable ruthlessness. As she absorbed his words, Su Qingyao's complexion grew increasingly pale. She had believed that her service during this period would earn her some semblance of favor from Lu Yuan. But now she realized how gravely mistaken she was. She understood that his words were no jest. At that moment, Lu Yuan added, "Oh, and I should mention that Heir Guzi is not a native creature of the Tianshao continent, so do not underestimate him. Now, the game begins." 5. Whoosh! Su Qingyao darted out of the palace, unleashing her full strength as she fled towards the horizon, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star. At that moment, she wished to curse the heavens. Forget about being a maid or the upper realm or the Taiyuan Divine Court. All she wanted was to survive. Lu Yuan's last words were laden with ominous implications. Heir Guzi was also a being from the upper realm, and any entity capable of descending from the upper realm possessed unfathomable power, all undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the immortal emperor realm. The prospect of a full-power pursuit by such a being was an exhilarating experience Su Qingyao had never encountered before. As Su Qingyao continued to distance herself, Heir Guzi turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Master, must I truly pursue her with all my might? If I unleash my full power, she will hardly stand a chance at survival. With her beauty, would it not be better to have her serve you?" Lu Yuan's expression remained calm as he replied, "I have no need for useless beings by my side. You are to exert your full strength. If she survives, it is her fortune. If she perishes, that is merely her fate." Heir Guzi appeared contemplative. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yuan declared, "Time is up." "Yes, master." With that, in the blink of an eye, Heir Guzi vanished into the horizon. Within the hall, Lu Yuan fell into thought, only to suddenly raise an eyebrow as surprise flickered in his eyes. Just then, a cacophony of shouts and roars erupted from outside the palace. "Your Highness, this is the Emperor's sleeping quarters. You cannot intrude. If you insist on doing so, do not blame us for taking action. Get out of my way. Lu Yuan, I know you are here. Come out and fight me. Hiding behind a woman, what kind of man are you?" It was the voice of Jun Xiaoyao. In recent days, Jun Xiaoyao and the vast intelligence network of the Jun family had been investigating one matter, the whereabouts of Lu Yuan. Finally, today, their diligence bore fruit as they discovered that Su Qingyao had been behaving unusually, often sequestered in the depths of the palace. Upon receiving this information, Jun Xiaoyao immediately surmised that Lu Yuan was likely present. Listening to the commotion outside, Lu Yuan found it somewhat amusing. Was it fate that had brought this audacious challenger to his doorstep? However, with the arrival of the intruder, pretending to be oblivious was no longer an option. Rising to his feet, he stepped forward and found himself at the center of the conflict, flanked by palace guards bracing for an imminent confrontation. While before him stood Jun Xiaoyao, clad in golden robes, exuding an imposing aura. Lu Yuan, you cowardly turtle, you have finally shown yourself. Prepare to meet your end. Jun Xiaoyao bellowed, launching a powerful punch. Though Jun Xiaoyao had never laid eyes on Lu Yuan before, the moment he appeared, recognition struck him. There was no denying it. Lu Yuan was strikingly handsome, his noble demeanor radiating a unique charm that cast all else into shadow. As a result, the moment Lu Yuan emerged, he completely eclipsed Jun Xiaoyao's brilliance. Whether out of fury or humiliation, Jun Xiaoyao was quick to act. He was determined to eliminate Lu Yuan, for the latter's presence had relegated him to the role of an insignificant passerby, leaving him with an unbearable sense of loss, as if something that belonged to him was being taken away in the unseen. Golden light burst forth as Jun Xiaoyao's fists, imbued with the blood of the divine, descended with terrifying force. The sheer might of his attack caused the air to wail and retreat. The palace guards felt the weight of impending doom. Though they understood they were not the targets of this assault, they were nonetheless compelled to flee. Yet, in the face of Jun Xiaoyao's onslaught, Lu Yuan remained unfazed, his expression unchanging, even revealing a hint of disdain. He then casually swatted his hand as if swatting away a fly. Boom! Dust and debris erupted, leaving a massive indentation where Jun Xiaoyao had stood. Dazed, Jun Xiaoyao lay at the bottom of the pit, his eyes wide in disbelief, his mind racing with expletives. He attempted to move, but every bone in his body felt shattered from Lu Yuan's strike. Lu Yuan glanced at the sky and let out a soft sigh. Very well. I shall permit you to live a while longer. With a wave of his hand, he imprisoned Jun Xiaoyao within an imperial artifact. Just moments ago, when Lu Yuan had sensed the urge to kill Jun Xiaoyao, a malevolent force stirred within the world. Should Lu Yuan have chosen to slay Jun Xiaoyao at that moment, the heavenly laws of the Tianshao continent would undoubtedly have erupted in response. Jun Xiaoyao ranked among the foremost of the fated children, and to kill him would invoke a backlash from the heavens too great to bear. While Lu Yuan was unafraid, such an action would inevitably alert the other fated children. The chosen one of the heavenly realm has yet to fully assemble at the ancient stone tablet, and Lu Yuan is reluctant to alarm the unsuspecting at this critical juncture. Thus, temporarily imprisoning Jun Xiaoyao emerges as the most prudent solution. Chapter 27. The invincible white-clad Jun Wuwei countdown to return upon returning to the palace. Lu Yuan had barely settled when he sensed three formidable auras approaching from outside. Extending his consciousness, he discerned that the owners of these powerful presences were clad in purple-gold robes, their appearances bearing a striking resemblance to one another. Three peak king-level warriors, members of the Jun family. With a slight furrow of his brow, Lu Yuan gestured, and two imperial-level guards appeared within the hall. Greetings, master. The guards knelt, clasping their fists in respect. Lu Yuan pointed toward the palace entrance and coldly instructed, I want the dead, not the living. Yes, master, the guards acknowledged, vanishing from the palace in an instant. Moments later, a tumult of battle rippled through the sky, shaking half the palace and causing countless structures to collapse. Yet, within a brief span of mere moments, tranquility returned. Inside the palace, three aged corpses lay upon the ground. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lu Yuan summoned the storage rings from their fingers. Breaking through the seals with ease, he began to examine the contents. After a while, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, discovering something intriguing. The upper realm Jun family, the invincible white-clad Jun Wuhui. Fascinating, indeed. The Jun family to which Jun Xiaoyao belongs is, surprisingly, a branch of the upper realm's Jun family in the vast domain. To bring Jun Wuhui to their side, the upper realm Jun family had even gone to great lengths to forcibly establish a reverse realm teleportation array. As he perused the information jade slips found within the storage rings, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened further. Ah, it appears to be the divine king body, a true body level, no wonder. Yet, I wonder, is this Jun Wuhui truly the child of destiny? Retracting his consciousness, Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. The Jun family from the Dark Continent stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. In comparison to the Dark Continent, the Tianshao continent felt exceedingly mundane, akin to children playing house. Enough of this. Let it all come to an end swiftly. A glimmer of brilliance erupted in Lu Yuan's eyes as he crushed a jade tablet. Simultaneously, within the chaos sacred land, in the sacred lord's hall, Jiangsong was abruptly jolted during a high-level meeting. A voice, warm yet sharp as jade, echoed in his ears. Do not prepare any longer. Launch the attack immediately. Within 10 days, I demand to see the unification of the Eastern Domain. Spare no mercy for any who resist. Upon hearing this command, Jiangsong was instantly filled with excitement. He raised his head to the many high-ranking members of the Chaos Sacred Land, smiling broadly. Esteemed colleagues, the young master has given his orders. Immediate action is required. After issuing his directives, Lu Yuan wasted no time entering the Void Realm, gathering the 12 antagonists, including Dongfang Beitian. In no time, within the resplendent temple, the 12 antagonists took their seats, gazing up at Lu Yuan with reverence in their eyes. In recent days, they had accumulated countless merits, exchanging them for numerous treasures, which had not only enhanced their own powers, but also significantly bolstered the strength of their respective factions. Lu Yuan, observing the 12 antagonists before him, cut straight to the point without any unnecessary words. I am about to depart from the Tianshao continent. Before I leave, it must be unified. Therefore, I will open the Merit Stone Tablet, allowing you to exchange for the treasures within without requiring merits, for a period of 1 month. My only condition is that you must unify the territories of your respective forces within this month. Those whose factions lack sufficient strength should discuss alliances among yourselves. After my departure, I will select a proxy leader based on your contributions to manage the Tianshao continent. The final proxy leader will be granted an unimaginable opportunity, sufficient to elevate him to a position of power even in the upper realm. I shall await your return in the upper realm. Now, the meeting is dismissed. You may deliberate amongst yourselves. With that, Lu Yuan exited the Void Realm, having spoken not a single superfluous word, efficient and decisive. In the magnificent temple, the 12 antagonists remained in their seats, momentarily stunned. For Lu Yuan, unifying the Tianshao continent was merely a matter of speaking and a slight exertion of effort. Yet for them, the prospect of unifying the Tianshao continent seemed an unattainable dream. After a brief silence, Dongfang Beitian was the first to speak. What are you all waiting for? The Tianshao continent is merely our starting point. Since we are fortunate enough to follow the young master, our ambitions should not be confined to the Tianshao continent. Our future is destined for greatness. I, Dongfang Beitian, the eldest son of the Eastern family in the Central Domain, shall unify the Central Domain. Who among you shares the same domain? Surveying the room and seeing no responses, he smiled and said, It seems there are none. Very well, the Central Domain is the strongest among the 9 domains, and thus the pressure on my Eastern family is the greatest. Therefore, I shall take the majority of resources from the Merit Stone Tablet. Does anyone object? Hearing this, the son of the Heavenly Demon Palace, Zhuochun Xiu, remarked, Indeed, the Central Domain is the strongest among the 9 domains. I have no objections to you taking the most resources, but before that, let us first inventory the resources. Dongfang Beitian nodded, agreed. Let us first tally the supplies. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone began to move. After a brief while, Dongfang Beitian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reported, There are a total of 25 holy artifacts, 125 imperial artifacts, 125 breaking marquis pills, 125 breaking king pills, 25 breaking emperor pills, and various other resources. The other 11 antagonists trembled with excitement upon hearing these revelations. Suppressing his own exhilaration, Dongfang Beitian stated, "Given that our central domain is the strongest, I will take 3 holy artifacts, and each of you shall take 2. I will claim 15 imperial artifacts, and each of you shall take 10. For the breaking marquis and breaking king pills, I will take 15 of each, and you shall take 10 each. As for the breaking emperor pills, I will take 3, and you shall take 2 each. The remaining resources will be evenly distributed." It seems the young master has already arranged everything. Does anyone have any objections? Dongfang Beitian looked around. Everyone shook their heads. The equitable distribution of resources was evident, clearly preordained, and none dared voice any dissent. Seeing that no one objected, Dongfang Beitian laughed heartily. "With these resources, my Eastern family's ancestors will be able to wield 3 holy artifacts, and with the breaking emperor pills, unifying the central domain will be a mere formality. Esteemed colleagues, I can hardly wait. We shall meet again in a month." With that, Dongfang Beitian eagerly departed the void realm with all the resources. The others in the hall exchanged glances, subsequently shaking their heads with a smile. They had all sensed something. Someone remarked ominously, "The young master seems to be somewhat partial. It's obvious he intends to hand the proxy leadership to Dongfang Beitian." Others scoffed. Even if the young master did so, what could you do about it? The alliance is the young master's creation, and the resources are his gift. We have hardly contributed anything. Regardless of whether there is any favoritism, each one of us here has no grounds for complaint. The individual fell silent upon hearing this. At that moment, the holy son of the blood-refining demon palace, Dugu Ao, turned to Zhuochuanxiu. "What do you think?" Zhuochuanxiu, clad in white and resembling a scholarly gentleman, shrugged and replied with a smile, "What opinions could I possibly have? Things will unfold as they will, and besides, I don't believe the young master is biased. Given his status, he need not favor anyone, as we all appear as mere ants in his eyes." True, Dongfang Beitian has garnered some advantages, but the challenges he faces are exponentially greater than ours. The Taichu Sacred Land, the Jun family, the First Central Empire, and the 9-kill Heavenly Palace all reside in the central domain. Should any of you disagree, feel free to exchange places with Dongfang Beitian. I believe he would be more than willing to accommodate such a swap. Chapter 28. The final revelry of the prodigal son of destiny. Upon hearing Zhuochuanxiu's remarks, the assembly fell into a stunned silence. The mere mention of the Taichu Holy Land, the Jun clan, the First Central Empire, or the 9-kill Heavenly Palace was enough to instill dread in their hearts, leaving them utterly unwilling to confront such formidable forces. In that moment, their grievances against Dongfang Beitian dissipated, replaced by a sense of pity for his plight. How tragic it was for Dongfang Beitian to face these 4 terrifying powers simultaneously. The thought alone sent shivers down their spines. Zhuochuanxiu chuckled again. Moreover, the criteria for becoming the acting leader hinge on who has contributed the most. The young master did not stipulate that we can only unify our own domain. We can certainly dominate our territory first and then proceed to conquer others. The eyes of the others began to glimmer with hope. Now, let us see who can act with the greatest speed. Farewell. With that, Zhuochuanxiu departed, and soon after, the others engaged in discussions, some opting for solo endeavors while others chose to ally, before they too took their leave. In the depths of the First Central Empire's palace, Lu Yuan sat quietly by the lakeside, deep in contemplation. For him, unifying the Tianshao continent was merely a trivial step. His focus was entirely on the Kanga stone tablet. As time passed, an increasing number of individuals were drawn to the stone, with the fabled children of destiny arriving from all corners of the Tianshao continent. Accessing his panel, Lu Yuan reviewed the current arrivals of these prodigious individuals. Ding! Detected children of destiny 93. 93 in total. Even if each child of destiny were to yield a mere 2,000 villain points, that would amount to nearly 190,000. If I were to eliminate their family members, friends, mentors, and lovers, I should be able to scrape together the requisite 500,000 villain points. A flicker of anticipation ignited in Lu Yuan's eyes as long-dormant, killing intent stirred within him. Perhaps it was time to act. With that thought, Lu Yuan summoned his personal panel. Destined Great Villain, Lu Yuan, Identity, heir of the immortal Lu clan, son of chaos. Physique bloodline, primordial demon body, supreme demon heart, eternal demon eye, cultivation, peak of emperor's immortality, villain points, 12,000 shop, click to view, 12,000. Still lacking 488,000. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening. Then it begins. With that declaration, Lu Yuan vanished from the lakeside, accompanied by 4 Emperor-level guardians tasked with eliminating any insignificant threats. At the Kangoo Stone Tablet, a sea of humanity filled the area for miles. The figures of prodigies flickered amidst the trees, while countless exam participants approached the stone only to depart in despair. This had become a common occurrence, as millions had attempted the assessment, including renowned prodigies, long-absent patriarchs from sacred lands, and contemporary dominators in their prime. Yet thus far, only one individual had managed to make it onto the leaderboard. This individual had undergone 9 reincarnations, accumulating the essence of 9 lifetimes, and had barely managed to break the limit to secure a place on the list. Suddenly, an oppressive weight descended upon all, as if the very heavens had manifested their might, instilling an inexplicable dread within their hearts. In the next moment, they collectively looked skyward, sensing a presence above. There stood 5 figures for encircling a central figure, a young man in snow-white robes, his garments flowing elegantly. The youth was strikingly handsome, his clear, starry eyes gleaming with an intimidating cold light, a faint smile gracing his lips, exuding an ethereal glow, reminiscent of a celestial being cast into a mundane world. "Who are they?" murmured the onlookers. "What a terrifying aura. Even our esteemed patriarch of the royal family pales in comparison." The most alarming aspect was that such formidable beings seemed to merely serve as guardians for the ethereal youth. Heavens! Are they beings descended from the upper realms? Yet, why do I sense a foreboding omen? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, in the sky, Lu Yuan regarded the masses below, akin to ants, and with a mere wave of his hand declared coldly, "Kill them all. Leave not a single soul." The throng below, estimated to number in the hundreds of thousands, contained many innocents, yet among them were undoubtedly individuals with complex ties to the children of destiny, be they family, elders, or friends. Lu Yuan adhered to the principle of eradicating threats at their roots. He had no time nor patience to distinguish between them. Thus he resolved to annihilate them all. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's command, the 4 Emperor-level guardians acted without hesitation, unleashing devastating attacks. The previously curious crowd was instantly met with death and destruction. Under the oppressive weight of the Emperor's realm, most could neither escape nor resist, left only to await their demise. Lu Yuan began his own slaughter. The system indicated that the children of destiny were easily identifiable. They had nowhere to hide. To them, Lu Yuan's terrifying prowess was akin to a true dragon descending into a den of snakes, effortlessly dispatching a child of destiny with each strike. The system's notifications rang incessantly in his ears, but Lu Yuan remained unfazed, continuing his massacre. Suddenly, as he prepared to strike down a child of destiny clad in a blood-red robe, the young man cried out in desperation, "Lord of the main God, save me. I am willing to forego any rewards in future trial worlds in exchange for the support of a high-level contractor." At the mention of the familiar phrase, Lu Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "Lord of the main God." In the next instant, a colossal blue beam of light enveloped the blood-robed youth, soon followed by a crimson beam descending beside him. From this red light emerged a burly man with crimson hair, bare-chested and muscular. Upon stepping out, the giant burst into laughter upon sensing the overwhelming aura around him, exclaiming, "I can't believe I stumbled upon such a freebie rescue mission." He turned to the blood-robed youth, a look of appreciation on his face. "Well done, lad. Remember my name? Qijun. Mention me at the main god palace, and I'll ensure your safety this time." As he spoke, Qijun inadvertently glanced in Lu Yuan's direction, and his expression froze in place. Staring at Lu Yuan, he appeared as if he had seen a ghost, rubbing his eyes vigorously. "This can't be. How is this possible? No way. This is absolutely impossible. I cannot be facing this god of slaughter." Yet, When he lowered his hands and reopened his eyes, Lu Yuan remained there, regarding him with a bemused expression. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Juan's legs turned to jelly, and he knelt before Lu Yuan, prostrating himself and proclaiming loudly, "Qi Jun, a fifth-level contractor of the main god palace, pays homage to the great slayer." Chapter 29. The Great Hunter, Lord Lu Yuan, welcome back to the Divine Hall, Crimson Lord. Do you recognize me? Lu Yuan spoke in a low, haunting tone. Crimson Lord broke into a cold sweat and quickly replied, "I had the fortune to fight alongside you in the battle to annihilate the Qingmu realm. I witnessed your unparalleled prowess. At that time, I was merely a third-level contractee, utterly inconspicuous. Yet, the sight of you single-handedly slaying the lord of the Qingmu realm remains indelibly etched in my heart." Crimson Lord's words were sincere, and his eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. Lu Yuan searched his memories for the Qingmu realm. He had a faint recollection, though it was not particularly vivid. After casting a deep glance at Crimson Lord, Lu Yuan waved his hand. "Considering we were once comrades in arms, you may depart." "Thank you, my lord, for your mercy." Crimson Lord quickly rose from the ground. He communicated silently with the Divine Lord in his heart, and moments later, a glimmer of extraordinary light flashed in his eyes. The Divine Lord indeed granted him permission to leave without any cost. Crimson Lord couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Truly, the hunter commands respect. Even the Divine Lord must yield to him. Among the countless contractees in the Divine Hall, it seemed only the hunter possessed such privilege. Soon, a beam of light enveloped Crimson Lord and transported him away. At that moment, the blue beam that had surrounded Blood 9 also dissipated, revealing Blood 9, who appeared dazed. His eyes filled with disbelief. He had overheard the entire conversation between Crimson Lord and Lu Yuan, and it was precisely because of this that he felt profoundly shaken. "The hunter, you are the legendary hunter of the Divine Hall." Blood 9 trembled as he gazed at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan shook his head. "I'm no longer a hunter. You voluntarily relinquished that identity. Since your departure, the Divine Hall has not seen another hunter," Blood 9 said with a bitter smile, fully aware that he would not survive this encounter. Before him stood the legendary hunter, once hailed as the Divine Lord's favored son, Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not dispute Blood 9's words. Instead, he calmly extended his hand, erasing Blood 9 from existence. In that fleeting moment of Blood 9's demise, a radiant light shot forth from him, piercing into Lu Yuan's mind. Lu Yuan made no resistance. He accepted it with tranquility, sighing inwardly that what was destined could not be avoided. Immediately, a chilling voice echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. "Mark successful. Congratulations. You have become a level 0 contractee of the Divine Hall. You have completed the initial trial world mission and can be promoted to a level 1 contractee." Beep. A hidden mark has been detected on the contractee. Identity change in progress. Honored Hunter Lu Yuan, welcome back to the Divine Hall. As these voices resonated, the scenery before Lu Yuan abruptly transformed. He found himself amidst an endless starry expanse, where 9 colossal figures loomed, surpassing even the grandeur of galaxies. These 9 figures resembled gods, demons, immortals, and saints, silently gazing at Lu Yuan. "I told you, one day you would return," when the figure spoke, his voice resounding with such magnificence that it seemed to shake the very fabric of the universe. "In all the realms where contractees abound, it is difficult not to return," Lu Yuan replied, raising his hands in resignation. Before these terrifying and magnificent beings, Lu Yuan displayed no fear, engaging them as if they were old friends. "Fate is ineffable. Lu Yuan, you may evade for a time, but not for eternity. Now that you have returned, will you depart again? Should you choose to leave once more, we shall not impede you. Yet, I believe that one day you will return to us," another imposing figure interjected. Once, Lu Yuan was the hunter of the Divine Hall, tasked with dealing with transgressors and cleansing worlds. However, for certain reasons, he had willingly abandoned that identity. Generally, any contractee who entered the Divine Hall could never extricate themselves, even if they were a violator. This was a decree set by the 9 great Divine Lords, immutable even by 9th or 8th level contractees. Yet, When Lu Yuan proposed his desire to sever ties with the Divine Hall, the Divine Lord acquiesced without hesitation. This was an astonishing occurrence in the eyes of any contractee. Perhaps, as the legends within the Divine Hall suggested, Lu Yuan was indeed the Divine Lord's favored son. However, only Lu Yuan knew that the truth was even more outrageous. Upon hearing the Divine Lord's words, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before smiling. Since I am here, I might as well indulge a little before departing. The 9 Divine Lords smiled and, in unison, declared, "Very well, for you are unanimously recognized as our 10th Divine Lord. Enjoy yourself, and when you tire of your play, we shall speak again." With their words echoing, Lu Yuan found himself once more on the celestial continent, standing amidst a battlefield awash with blood and strewn with corpses. Lu Yuan wore a pensive expression, lost in thought. Soon, he shook his head, dismissing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and commenced a new round of slaughter. As each destined child fell, the entire realm descended into darkness. After striking down the final destined child, Lu Yuan slowly withdrew his hand, standing proudly in the air, surveying the surroundings. Gazing at the sea of corpses below, Lu Yuan contemplated deeply. Too weak. Is this what the so-called destined children amount to? System. Do you know the reason? Replying to the host, generally, the strength of destined children is closely tied to the realm they inhabit. In most cases, a single realm can only sustain one destined child, and all the fortune of that realm consolidates around that child. Hence, such a destined child can be deemed truly exceptional. However, the celestial continent is inherently weak and has inexplicably birthed over 100 destined children. The limited fortune is divided among them, resulting in their overall weakness. So, it is. Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. Boom! Just then, thunder rumbled across the heavens, dark clouds swirling ominously. Having slain all the destined children, the wrath of the heavenly Tao surged to its peak. Lu Yuan glanced upwards, then said, "Old Yu, it seems we have trouble." "This is what I am meant to do." Old Yu's voice resonated in his ears. A brilliant sword light then cleaved through the sky, dispersing the clouds and restoring clarity to the world. After ensuring no remnants remained, Lu Yuan approached the ancient stone monument. Gazing at the towering ancient stone, Lu Yuan hesitated only briefly before placing his hand upon it. In the next instant, Lu Yuan found himself in a dim, desolate wasteland. A voice echoed in his ears. Detecting that the examinee's talent has surpassed the limits of the testing monument, the examinee automatically receives admission to the low-level academy under the Taishan Divine Court, the Celestial Academy. Please report to the academy within 1 month. What? Lu Yuan's lips twitched. He had merely intended to gauge the difficulty of the ancient stone's assessment, never anticipating he would pass so effortlessly. With a sense of disappointment, he glanced at the white jade token that had appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it into his storage space before vanishing from the wasteland. His purpose for coming to the celestial continent had been fulfilled. It was time to return to the Dark Continent. Chapter 030. Rewards and return. A month later, within the Qianyang Palace of the First Central Empire, the atmosphere was solemn. With heavy guards stationed outside, Lu Yuan stood in the grand hall, clad in garments as white as snow. His hands clasped behind him as he gazed down at the assembly before him. Among them were Su Qingyao, Dongfang Beitian, Jiang Tsang, Zuochun Xiu, and Dugu Ao. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yuan finally spoke. "My purpose for coming to the Tianshao continent has been successfully fulfilled, and it is time for me to return." As per their previous agreement, Dongfang Beitian stepped forward, his excitement palpable as he fixed his fervent gaze upon Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan smiled and declared, "Upon my departure, you shall become the acting leader of the Villain Alliance. I hold great expectations for you, and I hope to see you again in the Dark Continent." Dongfang Beitian quickly clasped his fists, vowing, "I shall not disappoint your expectations, my lord." Lu Yuan nodded and, with a flick of his hand, summoned a blood-red essence that floated before him. Within its core, a faint blue vein shimmered. "This is the reward I promised you." Known as the bloodline of the Thunder Celestial Witch. In essence, it is the blood of a formidable being from a powerful race, a treasure of many uses. Though I shall not elaborate further, just know that even in the upper realms, it is exceedingly precious. As the blood essence autonomously drifted into Dongfang Baiqian's grasp, he was overwhelmed with joy. He knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you for your generosity, my lord." After expressing his gratitude, he slowly retreated. The others looked on enviously, understanding the immense value of what Lu Yuan had deemed precious. Next, Jiang Tsang stepped forward, his expression complex as he regarded Lu Yuan. After a thoughtful pause, Lu Yuan remarked, "When I first arrived at the Tianshao continent, my foothold was the chaos sacred land. I had promised to help unify it, but plans change, and I have regrettably failed in my commitment. You may present a request, and I shall do my best to fulfill it." Jiang Tsang was taken aback. "Really?" he asked. Incredulous. Lu Yuan affirmed, prompting Jiang Tsang to take a deep breath and ponder his request. After a brief moment, he looked up and said, "I likely shall never have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realms in my lifetime. Therefore, I wish for you to take my daughter, Jiang Xingyi, with you. How you choose to arrange, it is entirely up to you." The assembly was stunned. They had expected Jiang Tsang's request to be for himself to ascend, but instead, it was for his daughter, a testament to the silent yet profound nature of paternal love. Lu Yuan did not hesitate to agree. Certainly, the founding ancestor of the Chaos Sacred Land, the Chaos Emperor, serves as the city lord in one of my family cities and still has a century of lifespan remaining. I can entrust Jiang Xingyi to his care. Jiang Tsang's eyes lit up with excitement. "Is that true? That will be wonderful. Thank you, my lord." Lu Yuan nodded and gestured for Jiang Tsang to return to his place, then addressed the others. "Your contributions may not be as grand as theirs, but that does not diminish your worth. I still have high hope for you all. I have placed additional items within the Merit Stone Tablet, at least of imperial grade. I encourage you to utilize these resources wisely, and for those who can ascend within the next decade, there will be further rewards. With that said, I shall await your arrival in the upper realms." The assembly's eyes shone with fervor. They were not disheartened by the lack of personal rewards, for Lu Yuan had already bestowed upon them enough. "All right, you may disperse." Lu Yuan waved his hand and turned to Jiang Tsang. "Bring Jiang Xingyi to me within a day. I will not wait beyond that." Jiang Tsang nodded earnestly. Soon, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Lu Yuan and Su Qingyao in the Grand Hall. Lu Yuan turned to Su Qingyao and inquired, "Will you accompany me, or will you head to the academy on your own?" Having survived the pursuit of the two-headed dog and successfully passed her trials, Su Qingyao had finally broken through her limits. Without hesitation, she replied, "I will leave with you, my lord." It was only foolish to venture alone, especially since Lu Yuan was a local noble, while she was an outsider. Having him as a guide would save her considerable effort. Lu Yuan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, Su Qingyao curiously asked, "How many moves did you use during your assessment of the Tsangu Stone Tablet?" She sought to gauge the difference between her abilities and Lu Yuan's. "Moves?" Lu Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. "I did not need to lift a finger. The moment I entered the assessment realm, the Tsangu Stone Tablet automatically deemed my evaluation a success." Su Qingyao's eyes widened in astonishment, her heart brimming with both shock and incredulity. The following day, deep within the palace by a tranquil lake, Lu Yuan sat alone in a pavilion, contemplating the system interface. Supreme Demon Heart Suppressor. Price, 500,000 villain points. Current villain points, 520, 963. Enough? Let us redeem it, Lu Yuan murmured. Ding. Redemption successful. Would you like to use it? Yes, Lu Yuan responded without hesitation. In the next moment, a shudder coursed through his body, akin to a powerful injection piercing his heart. But soon, he regained his composure. Exhaling deeply, Lu Yuan felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. This demon heart suppressor would ensure that he need not worry about an outburst for years to come. His mission on the Tianshao continent to hunt the destined child was merely a consequence, not a cause. Long before, during his time in the Dark Continent, the three demonic bodies within him had begun to stir, drawing the attention of certain individuals. To evade them, and to seek a means of suppressing the demonic entities, Lu Yuan had chosen to descend upon the Tianshao continent. A glint of resolute coldness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, with the demonic issue resolved. It was time for certain matters to reach their conclusion. A group of clowns believed themselves to be of significance simply by ignoring them. The Dark Continent was rife with factions, and countless prodigies existed. Lu Yuan had his adversaries, and even within the Lu family, there were opposing forces. As the eldest son of the Lu family, the pressure on Lu Yuan was incomprehensible to ordinary individuals. At that moment, Su Qingyao arrived behind Lu Yuan, accompanied by Jiang Shengyi. When standing among ordinary folk, Jiang Shengyi's grace and beauty were strikingly evident. Yet besides Su Qingyao, she resembled a snow queen standing next to a humble Cinderella. "My lord, we are prepared," Su Qingyao spoke gently. Lu Yuan did not turn around. Within him surged a tide of murderous intent. He resolved that upon his return, he would not rest until certain individuals had been thoroughly dealt with. "Yin Lao, let us set forth." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 031. The Dark Continent Realm. A shocking transformation. Has the Lu family perished? Countless scenes from infinite time and space flickered before their eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Lu Yuan and his companions had traversed myriad worlds. The Dark Continent, one of the supreme lands within the primordial universe, boasts an expansive territory encompassing 113 domains, 72 lower domains, 36 upper domains, along with 5 supreme domains. The area of a single domain surpasses the vastness of the Tianshao continent by countless magnitudes. A formidable emperor, if situated within the Dark Continent, would likely spend a lifetime without escaping a single domain. It felt as though an eternity had passed, yet everything remained unchanged. However, upon reopening their eyes, they discovered that the grand scene before them was no longer the palace of the Central Empire, but a magnificent city exuding an ancient and profound aura. With 3 robust characters inscribed above the city gates, Tianshao City. At the gates, a steady stream of people flowed in and out, including numerous kings and emperors, who were commonplace here. In the Tianshao continent, each of them wielded power over millions of lives, yet at this moment, every one of their faces bore a mask of restraint and trepidation, akin to commoners entering a royal palace. The Dark Continent holds realms above the emperor level, namely, the Sacred Realm, Earthly Sacred, Heavenly Sacred, Great Heavenly Sacred, Supreme Heavenly Sacred, Heavenly Sovereign, Great Heavenly Sovereign, Sacred Heavenly Sovereign, Immortal, Ruler, and Emperor Sovereign. Among these, the Supreme Heavenly Sacred and Sacred Heavenly Sovereign are particularly unique, as only those who comprehend and master the supreme laws can attain such realms. This exceptional criterion bestows these 2 realms with a battle prowess unimaginable to ordinary beings. At this moment, Lu Yuan and his companions stood outside the city. Lu Yuan's expression was calm and unruffled, while Su Qingyao, like a curious child, gazed around, barely able to contain her excitement. Jiang Shengyi, on the other hand, dared not look around, cowering behind Su Qingyao. For any individual here, even a mere dog, possessed the strength to crush her effortlessly. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan spoke softly, "Let us enter the city. This city is the territory of the Lu family, and within it lies a teleportation array that can transport you directly to your destination." Yet, as soon as Lu Yuan's words fell, the 2 elders, Yu and Ming, who had secretly protected him, spoke in unison, "Young master, wait, something is amiss." Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, asking Yu Ming, "What seems to be the problem?" Elder Yu replied solemnly, "Young master, just now I attempted to contact the city lord of Tianshao City, Chen Xianxuan, but there was no response. Moreover, the city guard's uniforms bear a unified emblem embroidered on the left chest, a character that belongs solely to the immortal Gu family." Upon hearing Elder Yu's words, Lu Yuan's gaze darkened. Tianshao City was an extremely significant stronghold, home to over 1 billion residents. More critically, the immortal Gu family was the sworn enemy of the Lu family. Thus, it was inconceivable for members of the Gu family to appear within Tianshao City, let alone in the city guard. The current situation could only imply one thing: Tianshao City may have changed hands. What has transpired during my absence? A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Yuan's heart. Unless the Lu family had been entirely eradicated, Tianshao City could not possibly have changed ownership. Let us advance into the city. If it has indeed changed hands, such a significant matter cannot remain concealed, Lu Yuan stated, proceeding into the city. Inside Tianshao City, on a certain street, chaos reigned. Passers-by hurriedly sought refuge, their faces etched with panic, as if fearing to attract trouble. Ha ha, run! Keep fleeing, remnants of the Lu family. I wonder how far you can escape. In the center of the street, a young couple sat on the ground, pale-faced and despairing, their bodies marred with wounds and drenched in blood. Suspended in midair before them were three men dressed in purple. One of the purple-clad men spoke. Lu Changming, tell me where the remaining remnants of the Lu family are hiding, and I may grant you a quick death. Hearing this, Lu Changming spat a mouthful of blood, cursing, "To hell with you. When my family was at its peak, you dared not utter a peep. Now that we are in dire straits, you rabid dogs are eager to pounce, desperate to show your allegiance to the Gu family. Do as you wish, but I won't yield. If I cry out, your father is under my care." The purple-clad man's expression darkened, and he coldly replied, "You refuse to accept kindness and instead choose punishment. I initially intended to grant you a swift death, but it seems unnecessary now." With a sinister smile, he added, "The one beside you must be your sister. She is quite lovely. I believe my servants would take a liking to her. If sold to the Night Moon Tower, she should fetch a good price. I've decided I'll enjoy her first, then let my servants have their fun before finally selling her." "Brother." Lu Changyue, terrified, grasped her brother's arm. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming's eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared in fury, "Feng Yi, if you have the guts, come at me. What kind of man attacks a woman?" "Feng Yi." The young man merely chuckled coldly. "Whether I'm a man or not, your sister will soon find out." "Ha ha, I've yet to sample a woman from the Lu family." With that, his expression turned icy, and he gestured for his companions to attack. At his command, the two men at his side lunged towards Lu Changming and Lu Changyue. "Ah, get away!" Lu Changming bellowed, summoning the last of his strength to repel the two attackers. But it was futile, merely a dying struggle. Lu Changyue, understanding the futility, looked at her brother and forced a smile, saying, "Brother, I would rather die than fall into their hands." With that, she produced a delicate dagger, and without a moment's hesitation, she drew it across her neck. "No!" Lu Changming cried out in despair, reaching out to stop her, his heart sinking to the depths of hopelessness. But the next moment he froze in place. Before his sister Lu Changyue stood a man clad in white, who, with two pristine fingers, gently pinched the dagger, preventing it from advancing any further. Lu Changyue stared at the man before her, momentarily dazed, before tears streamed down her cheeks, and she collapsed into his embrace, crying out, "Brother Yuan." In that instant, all of Lu Changyue's emotions erupted, for the man before her provided an unparalleled sense of security. "Yuan, brother?" Lu Changming tentatively called out, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Lu Yuan turned, smiling yet reprimanding. "You little rascal, is this how you take care of Changyue?" Seeing that the visitor was indeed Lu Yuan, Lu Changming was momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the immense joy. In the next moment, he shouted in exhilaration and rushed forward to embrace Lu Yuan, crying, "Ah, Brother Yuan, you have finally returned. You have no idea what we have endured these past 6 months. The Lu family, the Lu family." Lu Changming's voice broke, his words failing him. Lu Yuan's heart sank further. He was not naive. From the signs before him, no matter how improbable, it was the only truth. Yet, he maintained his composure, gently patting the two and saying softly, "All right, let me first address the current situation, and then you can explain to me in detail what has transpired." Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Changming and Lu Changyue obediently released their hold. Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to the three adversaries before him, his eyes darkening, a surge of intense killing intent pulsating within. "You dare to harm members of my Lu family? I must say, your audacity is extraordinary." Chapter 032. The Culprit, the Dark Immortal Palace. As soon as you utter a word, the Dark Immortal Palace will vanish in the next moment. The Lu family? Huh. 5 months ago, the immortal Lu family was already a thing of the past, having been declared extinct. Feng Yi gazed at Lu Yuan, his eyes shimmering. "You appear to be of the Lu lineage, do you not know?" Lu Yuan felt his heart plummet, and an overwhelming surge of murderous intent filled his chest, leaving no room for further dialogue. He raised his hand, forming a sword-like gesture with two fingers. A fierce sword aura erupted, causing everyone on the street to feel a prickling dread. As the one directly involved, Feng Yi felt as though a divine blade was pressed against his forehead, rendering him immobile, every pore on his body screaming in agony. What do you intend to do? Feng Yi stammered, fear creeping into his voice. I am a direct disciple of the Grandson sect, and my master is the left protector of the sect. If you dare to kill me, not only will you face consequences, but all remnants of the Lu family hiding in the Pingtian domain will perish. Release me, and I shall depart, as if today never occurred, desiring to plead for his life while simultaneously threatening others. Did you learn this from the fools of the beautiful nation? Lu Yuan murmured, then lightly waved his hand toward Feng Yi. Feng Yi felt nothing, but in the next moment, 3 severed heads soared into the air. A saintly prodigy of a major sect met a sudden, unforeseen demise. Onlookers along the street fell into a deathly silence, not daring to utter a sound. Lu Yuan paid them no heed and swiftly departed with Lu Changming and Lu Chongyue. Lu Yuan could no longer endure the anxiety brewing within. He was desperate to uncover what had transpired within the Lu family. In Tianshao City, within a tranquil courtyard by the lakeside. Speak, what has happened? Lu Yuan asked solemnly, addressing the 2 individuals before him. Lu Changming's expression turned grave as he surveyed the surroundings, then took a deep breath and said, Brother Yuan, before I reveal the truth, you must remain calm and not act impulsively. Lu Yuan nodded, understanding that Lu Changming feared he would recklessly seek vengeance upon learning the truth. Lu Changming continued, Brother Yuan, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, as during that period, both Chongyue and I were away. When we returned, we received the shocking news that our Lu family had been annihilated. Upon receiving this news, Changming and Chongyue hurried back to their clan, only to find a desolate ruin. The Lu family was truly gone. Lu Changming's complexion turned pale. Who could have anticipated that the once mighty immortal Lu family could be extinguished overnight? He went on, subsequently, all our kin outside were pursued mercilessly. Those who once allied with us either turned against us or, out of fear, refused to offer us sanctuary. The immortal Gu family and the ascendant immortal dynasty were the primary forces behind our persecution. After hearing this, Lu Yuan's heart churned with tumultuous emotions, words failing to encapsulate the turmoil he felt. Yet, he maintained his composure and inquired, Do you know who was responsible for the destruction of my Lu family? The immortal Gu family and the ascendant immortal dynasty were forces of the same caliber as the Lu family, but the true culprits were certainly not them. These 2 factions were not capable of obliterating the Lu family in a single night. Lu Changming shook his head, unaware of the specific perpetrators, stating that it remained a mystery thus far. Lu Yuan fell silent, then said, You both should tend to your injuries. We will discuss everything once you have healed. With that, Lu Yuan rose and retreated to his chamber. Upon entering his room, Lu Yuan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he found himself amidst a vast starry expanse. On the other side of the starry sky stood 9 colossal and imposing figures. Noticing Lu Yuan's arrival, one of the deities exclaimed, what brings you here? Lu Yuan's expression darkened, and he stated bluntly, The Lu family has been annihilated, and I demand to know who the perpetrator is. Annihilated? The 9 deities expressed their astonishment, aware that the Lu family was the lineage from which Lu Yuan had emerged. Wait, let's investigate. The 9 deities spoke in unison. The matter was neither trivial nor monumental for them. The Lu family remained insignificant in their eyes. Yet due to its connection to Lu Yuan, they felt compelled to take it seriously. Soon, one of the deities reported, We've identified the culprit, the Dark Immortal Palace. With accomplices from the immortal Gu family, the ascendant immortal dynasty, and the ancient dragon divine sect. However, the Dark Immortal Palace acted under the orders of a celestial being from the Immortal Court. The Dark Immortal Palace? The Immortal Court? Lu Yuan's expression shifted. Within the Dark Continent, the hierarchy of powers was delineated into factions, sects, and various other entities. The Lu family, Gu family, an ascendant immortal dynasty all belonged to the same tier of immortal orthodoxy. Yet above this tier lay 5 transcendent supreme forces. none of which were indigenous to the Dark Continent, but rather branches established by colossal powers from beyond. The Dark Immortal Palace was one of these 5 supreme forces, and the Dark Immortal Palace within the Dark Continent was merely a branch of the true Dark Immortal Palace. The genuine Dark Immortal Palace was a superpower within the vast universe. However, the Dark Immortal Palace was merely a subsidiary force of the Immortal Court. The Immortal Court stood as a dominant power spanning countless dimensions and timelines, on par with the Taiyuan Divine Court and the main God Palace. Yet, in terms of overall strength, the main God Palace surpassed the former two. The culprits were indeed the Dark Immortal Palace and the Immortal Court. Lu Yuan found himself in an unprecedented predicament, as either of these two forces was beyond his current capacity to confront. The fact that the Dark Immortal Palace could obliterate the Lu family in a single night underscored its superiority over the immortal orthodoxy. At that moment, the deity who had previously spoken continued, "I have not finished. Your Lu family has not been obliterated. Instead, it has suffered significant losses. In the final moments, your ancestor unleashed imperial-level power, causing the entire Lu family to self-exile. The Lu family has not been destroyed, merely self-exiled." Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. As long as the Lu family persisted, everything could be resolved. "But can we ascertain where the Lu family has been exiled?" Lu Yuan inquired. "Self-exile is akin to being cast away," the deity replied, shaking his head. "The cosmos is vast, and we cannot ascertain the location." Lu Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment, but remained undeterred. Merely acquiring this knowledge was already a significant boon. However, he soon found himself puzzled, asking, "Why would the Dark Immortal Palace and the Immortal Court target my Lu family?" "Unknown. This is of little consequence. As long as you speak, we can erase the Dark Immortal Palace or the Immortal Court from existence. Even a celestial lord can be slain," one deity proclaimed with unwavering conviction. Lu Yuan shook his head, offering a cold smile. "There is no need. The vengeance of the Lu family must be borne by the Lu family itself." Chapter 033. The 5 Supreme Forces. Upon learning that the Lu family had not perished, Lu Yuan felt a surge of joy. The Master God nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "By the way, during my recent exploration, I sensed a transmission within the Void Fissures. It appears to be a message left for you by the ancestor of the Lu family. Would you like to hear it?" "Of course," Lu Yuan replied, nodding in agreement. Soon, an ancient voice resonated within Lu Yuan's mind. "Yuaner, the ancestor is powerless and unable to protect the family, ultimately choosing self-exile to safeguard the direct descendants of the Lu family. Do not worry, your father and mother are safe. However, after our departure, the remaining collateral relatives and wandering direct descendants of the Lu family will undoubtedly face persecution. This burden now falls upon you. Remember, your own safety is paramount. Within a millennium, we shall return." Upon receiving this transmission, Lu Yuan experienced a blend of sorrow and elation, momentarily rendered speechless. Shaking his head, he departed from the starry expanse. Shortly after Lu Yuan's departure, a formidable and magnificent will enveloped the entire starry sky, causing countless celestial bodies to shatter under the immense pressure. In an instant, the cosmos trembled and galaxies shifted. The owner of this will coldly declared, "To extinguish my celestial court and seek my death, Master God, you are quite audacious." "Oh, is that not the celestial sovereign? It has been but a few days, and you have returned," one of the Master Gods teased, showing no fear towards this terrifying sovereign who dominated the heavens. The celestial sovereign's countenance shifted between hues of blue and white. At his level of cultivation, he should remain unperturbed even in the face of adversity. Yet he found it difficult to suppress his indignation at the insult from an equal. "Enough of your prattle. No need for all 9 of us to intervene. I shall challenge you one-on-one," proclaimed the Master God with authority, seeking to engage the celestial sovereign in single combat. The Master God, a being of 9 facets, embodied both singularity and plurality. Each Master God possessed strength at the source realm level, and united, their combined might could instill terror in all celestial dominators. "Why you?" The celestial sovereign's face turned an ashen blue, but confronted with these infamous celestial ruffians, he had no choice but to retreat. Perhaps the timing was not yet right. After the celestial sovereign's withdrawal, the 9 master gods began to converse among themselves. Should we not inform young Lu Yuan of the Lu family's whereabouts? There is no need. That world is enigmatic and mysterious, where fortune and misfortune intertwine. Perhaps the Lu family will find transformation there. Young Lu Yuan has experienced too smooth a journey in life, being born into a top-tier family and enjoying the utmost affection since birth. He has never faced hardship. It is beneficial to encounter some obstacles along the way. Had it not been for this incident, I would have planned to unleash the full power of his 3 demonic bodies, making him a target for the world. Oh, how wicked of you. Be cautious, lest young Lu Yuan seek retribution. Nevertheless, we did not anticipate that the Lu family was a remnant of that original force, and that the celestial sovereign had seemingly defected from it. Enough talk. Let us observe how events unfold. As consciousness returned, Lu Yuan exhaled deeply. Although the Lu family had been forced into self-exile, the situation was not dire. For Lu Yuan, the existence of the Lu family as a backdrop was of little consequence. He himself was his own strongest ally. Lu Yuan held affection for the Lu family. His biological parents still lived, and the family had always been protective. From a moment of his birth, he had been showered with affection and had never suffered injustice. He had risen to become the brightest new star on the Dark Continent, propelled by his extraordinary talents. Family and blood ties are bonds that cannot be easily discarded. Ultimately, Lu Yuan had never faced injustice nor betrayal, and thus would not disregard familial affection. Moreover, as his demonic forms had yet to be unleashed, Lu Yuan remained a being of flesh and blood, not devoid of emotion. Calming his thoughts, Lu Yuan began to ponder. Although the Lu family had vanished, there remained millions of collateral relatives. As the eldest son, he bore the duty and responsibility to protect them, provided he could locate them. 5 months ago, the Lu family had disappeared. Initially, the various forces on the Dark Continent had tread cautiously, but upon confirming the family's true demise, human nature revealed itself. Forces opposed to the Lu family, those that had relied upon them, and even the strong who had submitted to the Lu family began to ruthlessly pursue and slaughter the collateral relatives. In addition to the collateral branches, Lu Yuan also sought to locate direct descendants, such as Lu Changming and Lu Changyue, who had been scattered. Now, Lu Yuan's objective was clear, to find and protect them, while also seeking vengeance. However, before embarking on a large-scale search for the remnants of the Lu family, he needed to secure a powerful ally to safeguard the family members. Only then could Lu Yuan pursue his quest for retribution unencumbered. Reflecting on this, Lu Yuan realized that the force responsible for the demise of the Lu family was the supreme force of the Dark Celestial Palace. The undying Tao sect could be disregarded, and to find protection, he must seek a force of equal standing that would not fear the Dark Celestial Palace. The Dark Continent is home to 5 supreme forces: the Qingling Star Alliance, the Dominion Hall, the Haotian Academy, the Dark Celestial Palace, and the Demon God Hall. The Qingling Star Alliance operates as a branch of the Qingling realm, resembling a combination of a bank and a trading consortium, immensely wealthy and powerful, worthy of consideration. The Dominion Hall serves as a branch of the Supreme Dominion Hall from the Hunyuan Great Realm, where all dominators must register. It is also the nominally most powerful force in the Hunyuan Great Realm, meriting consideration. The Haotian Academy, under the jurisdiction of the Taiyuan Divine Court, specializes in nurturing prodigies for the court, with all instructors sourced from its headquarters. Thus, it is not a viable option. The Dark Celestial Palace is not to be considered. The Demon God Hall, being a force of the demon race, is also not an option. Therefore, only the Qingling Star Alliance and the Dominion Hall could provide sanctuary. However, as the Dark Celestial Palace is supported by the Celestial Court, the Dominion Hall is backed solely by the Hunyuan Great Realm, which may not guarantee protection. The Qingling Star Alliance appears to offer greater potential. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered with determination, and he pondered the realities of the cultivation world, which often hinges on connections and powerful allies. He decided to first explore the Qingling Star Alliance. If that proved ineffective, he would proceed to the Dominion Hall. Should both avenues lead to failure, he would have no choice but to rely on his mother's maternal lineage, which resided not in the Dark Continent, but in the Light Continent. a realm of opposing relations. The distance was vast, and the relations strained. Thus Lu Yuan had not initially considered this path. However, should all else fail, a fierce resolve glimmered in his eyes. He would be compelled to invoke a connection he had long wished to keep concealed from others. Chapter 034. Preparing to depart for Qingling, Star having come to a realization, Lu Yuan summoned his siblings, Lu Changming and Lu Changwei. They had only sustained superficial injuries, easily remedied with a single medicinal pill, and after a brief interval, their wounds had nearly healed. Brother Yuan, Lu Changming and his sister arrived, gazing at Lu Yuan in anticipation of further instructions. Lu Yuan regarded the two before him and inquired, "Where are the other clansmen?" "In a secluded canyon, with merely around 10,000 souls present. As for the whereabouts of the rest, I am uncertain," Lu Changming replied, shaking his head. "Have you not utilized the family insignia to contact them?" Lu Yuan asked. With a wry smile, Lu Changming responded, "Given the current circumstances, who would dare to reach out? If a powerful enemy intercepts the message, it would spell doom." Indeed, Lu Yuan sighed, reflecting on the lamentable state of the illustrious Lu family. He continued, "I intend to journey to Qingling Star in hopes of securing protection for our clan. You and Chang Yue should return and inform the others of my return, reassuring them. Additionally, if time permits, seek out any scattered clansmen and await my further communication." Upon hearing this, Lu Changming's expression dimmed inexplicably. Deep down, he yearned for Lu Yuan to lead them, though he understood the impracticality of such a desire. "Very well, I understand," he acquiesced. "Let us proceed," Lu Yuan uttered softly. Rising to his feet, "I shall escort you both from the city." Subsequently, Lu Yuan led Lu Changming, Lu Changyue, Su Qingyao, and Jiang Xingyi out of the small courtyard. After safely escorting the siblings out of the city, Lu Yuan swiftly made his way with Su Qingyao towards the teleportation array within the city. He refrained from revealing to Lu Changming the identity of the perpetrator responsible for the demise of their family, deeming it unnecessary. The more truths one knows, the more perilous it may become. It was better to maintain the current state of affairs than to instill fear. Soon, they arrived at the site of the teleportation array. The vast azure stone plaza was bustling, adorned with numerous teleportation arrays, with a colossal interdomain array standing proudly in the center. However, the cost of utilizing such a grand array was exorbitantly high, far beyond the means of the average individual. The currency employed on the Dark Continent was not spirit stones, but rather a more refined and precious crystal known as Star Source Crystal, devoid of any rank. Typically, a single use of the colossal array required no less than 1,000 Star Source crystals and could soar up to 1,000,000. Even the minimum requirement of 1,000 crystals was a burden for most Emperor-level powerhouses. Lu Yuan himself possessed only 50 to 60 million Star Source crystals, a seemingly substantial sum, yet it would not last long when put to use. The plaza was teeming with people, the clamor resonating. Yet, before the colossal teleportation array, it stood eerily vacant, with no patrons in sight for an extended period. Standing at the edge of the plaza, Lu Yuan addressed the two beside him, Su Qingyao. "Jiang Xingyi will depart with you. You should leave first." "She will accompany me?" Su Qingyao exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Xingyi, equally bewildered, remained unaware of the events surrounding the Lu family. Casting a glance towards the sky, where powerful beings were scouring the city, Lu Yuan spoke with unwavering authority. "Yes. A situation has arisen. She must leave with you. Once at the academy, do your utmost to look after Jiang Xingyi." As he spoke, Lu Yuan produced a white jade token and handed it to Jiang Xingyi, offering no explanation for its purpose, merely stating, "Upon your arrival at the academy, try using this to see if you can enroll." "Ah, understood," Jiang Xingyi replied, her face a mask of confusion as she accepted the token. Meanwhile, Su Qingyao keenly sensed something amiss, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Lu Yuan then guided the two to the front of the colossal teleportation array, to the vast domain. For both of them, Lu Yuan instructed the staff while producing a purple gold card and swiping it through a slot beside the array. The purple gold card, akin to a bank card, was known as a star card, requiring a minimum deposit of 50 million Star Source crystals to obtain. This card signified one as a high-ranking VIP client of Qingling Star, representing both status and identity. Upon witnessing this, the staff's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. Understood. I shall activate the teleportation array immediately. In no time, the array was charged, and Su Qingyao and Jiang Xingyi stepped aboard. At that moment, a throng of city guards surged into the plaza, with a commanding officer bellowing, "All teleportation arrays are to cease operations immediately. No one is permitted to leave. Violators will be met with lethal force." Hearing this, the staff instinctively prepared to shut down the array. Observing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he drew forth a blood-black longsword, 3 fingers wide, and pressed the blade against the staff's throat, coldly commanding, "If you wish to live, activate the teleportation now." Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Lu Yuan, the staff member, filled with terror, dared not resist and promptly initiated the teleportation for Su Qingyao and Jiang Xingyi. Lu Yuan then added, "Continue to the Qingling Supreme Domain." At that moment, discontent rippled through the crowd. "What is going on? My sister is about to be married. I am in a hurry to attend the ceremony. Your sister's wedding pales in comparison. My grandmother is about to give birth. If I do not hurry back, my father will break my legs. Goodness, your grandfather is quite the formidable elder." The crowd erupted in chaos. For those seeking to utilize the teleportation array typically had urgent matters or were affluent enough to afford it. The sudden cessation of all teleportation operations incited fury among many. Among the throng, a young nobleman clad in blue, surrounded by 4 guards, bore a grim expression. He glared at the city guard leader and demanded, "You had better provide me with an explanation, or I shall raise your Tianshao city." Clearly, this young man held significant backing. The commander, upon recognizing the blue-clad youth, paled. He recognized that this individual was a figure of prominence within the Tower of Talents, an essential personage of a revered lineage, one he could not afford to offend. The commander could only respond, "I beg your pardon, young Master Mo. We are compelled to halt operations, as a significant fugitive may attempt to escape using the teleportation array." A significant fugitive? Mo Qinyan narrowed his eyes. "I am curious to know what manner of important fugitive could delay my time." He was a top-tier prodigy ranked within the Tower of Talents, and despite his rank being beyond 1,000, his time was too precious to waste on trivial matters. Seeing this, the commander took a deep breath and explained, based on the fugitive's appearance and demeanor, "We suspect that it may very well be Lu Yuan of the Lu family." What? Lu Yuan? Chapter 035. Acquiring a promising underling with the Battle King physique. Upon hearing this name, Mo Qinyan was taken aback, losing all semblance of composure as he let out a piercing scream. The crowd in the square erupted in astonishment upon hearing the name Lu Yuan. Could it truly be the Lu Yuan from the immortal Lu family? My heavens, is the illustrious Lu Yuan standing among us? It was said that Lu Yuan had vanished for a considerable time, and now that the Lu family was no more, one could only wonder about his emotions. While I may not discern his feelings, I'm certain that the immortal Gu family will stop at nothing to hunt him down. Lu Yuan, the unparalleled genius, currently ranked first in the Genius Tower, hailed as the foremost prodigy of the Dark Continent in millennia, once stood undefeated against the heirs of the 5 supreme powers. Could such a legend truly be here? The crowd was in a frenzy, each person glancing around, trying to locate Lu Yuan. However, most had only heard tales of his name and never laid eyes upon him. Before the colossal teleportation array, the staff member faltered for a moment, then suddenly realized, exclaiming, "You're Lu Yuan?" His eyes sparkled with admiration and fervor. Recognizing himself, Lu Yuan tightened his grip on his sword, a surge of murderous intent swelling within him. Yet, in the next moment, Lu Yuan was taken aback. The staff member promptly activated the teleportation array and urged, "Hurry, while they are still unaware. You must leave." Lu Yuan, astonished, furrowed his brow and responded, "If you let me go, you will perish." "Why do you insist on this?" The staff member replied with a smile, "I am but a humble being, akin to dust. To aid someone of your stature is the singular brilliance of my life. Please depart. Even if I perish, I shall have no regrets." The words of the staff member left Lu Yuan momentarily stunned, Then he quickly regained his composure, stating, "You must come with me." Before the staff member could react, Lu Yuan seized his collar and pulled him into the teleportation array. At that moment, the array successfully charged, and in an instant, a radiant light erupted, engulfing Lu Yuan and the staff member, making them vanish from their location. Damn it, they escaped. The brilliance of the teleportation array caught everyone's attention, and they realized that Lu Yuan had successfully fled. The commander of the city guards felt his body weaken and collapse to the ground, his face ashen. Lu Yuan had escaped right beneath his eyes, and the higher-ups would not let him off easily. Mo Qinyan stood rooted in place, staring blankly in the direction of the teleportation array. It was indeed him. He had returned. In the supreme domain of Qingling, the headquarters of the Qingling star on the Dark Continent. Its area is significantly smaller compared to other domains, yet its value can only be rivaled by the other 4 supreme domains. This preciousness is not solely attributed to the presence of the Qingling star, but also to its resources, secret realms, and various relics. In Qingling City, at this moment, a beam of light descended, and Lu Yuan, along with the still-shaken staff member, slowly emerged from the light. Gazing at the familiar buildings before him, Lu Yuan sighed deeply. Being in this city brought him an inexplicable sense of comfort. Compared to the 72 lower domains and 36 upper domains, the supreme domain is rife with conflict and brutality. Yet for Lu Yuan, being in the supreme domain felt far safer than being in the 108 domains. This is because within the supreme domain, there exists a rule. Beings above the celestial sovereign level are prohibited from acting against those below, and violators shall meet certain death. While Lu Yuan would not dare claim absolute invincibility among those beneath the celestial sovereign level, he could assure that none could kill him. Of course, should a celestial sovereign dare to act recklessly, he would not fear, for the 2 old ones of the nether were still by his side. The 2 old ones are of the transcendent level of celestial sovereigns. Thus, to eliminate Lu Yuan within the supreme domain, one would need to pay the price of at least 3 transcendent celestial sovereigns. Surely, they wouldn't go that far to kill me, Lu Yuan mused. Lu Yuan, what should we do now? The staff member quivered beside him, his face a mask of despair. Lu Yuan chuckled. Weren't you fearless before? Why do you look so timid now? The staff member lamented. Had I not come with you earlier, I might have survived. If I am caught now, I am certain to die. Lu Yuan reassured him. Fear not. From now on, you shall follow me, and I guarantee your safety. By the way, what is your name? The staff member, clearly a fervent admirer of Lu Yuan, had risked his life to assist him, indicating his loyalty. Such a person was not one Lu Yuan would mind taking under his wing. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, the staff member's eyes lit up, and he replied, My name is Li Wu. Li Wu. Lu Yuan nodded and then checked Li Wu's personal information through the system. Name, Li Wu, 23. Cultivation, Late King Stage. Identity, Operator of the teleportation array in Tianxiao City. Talent, Battle King Physique, excellent. Note, physique can be upgraded. Seeing Li Wu's talent, Lu Yuan was slightly surprised. The Battle King Physique is specifically designed for combat and can indeed be upgraded, akin to the 1,000 Battle Saint body or the 10,000 Battle God body. This means that if Li Wu can be properly cultivated, he would undoubtedly make a formidable subordinate. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed with intrigue as he said, For now, you have nowhere else to go, so stick with me. Li Wu beamed with joy. Sure thing, boss. Lu Yuan chuckled. You seem to adapt quickly. Li Wu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Boss, you have no idea how much I admire you. I always dreamed of being your subordinate, following you into battle. But I knew that dream was unrealistic. I never imagined it would actually come true one day. Oh really? Lu Yuan laughed. The 2 shared light-hearted banter as they left the square. They rented 2 rooms in an inn. Lu Yuan stood by the window, gazing quietly at Qingling City, while Li Wu indulged in a lavish feast at the table behind him. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow, ice crystal dew. I finally understand why so many people want to follow great figures. If it weren't for you, boss, I would never have tasted such exquisite and expensive food in my life. Li Wu was almost in tears. Lu Yuan shook his head in amusement. Remember to clean the table when guests arrive. With his cheek stuffed, Li Wu mumbled, Boss's guests. Could it be the young master of the Qingling Star? Lu Yuan grinned. You guessed correctly. Ah. Li Wu immediately perked up, hastily rising to clean the table. As a subordinate, Li Wu was quite astute. He understood the importance of not embarrassing his boss, especially in front of someone as esteemed as the young master of the Qingling Star. Thus, despite his reluctance, he had to clear away the half-eaten food. Lu Yuan did not stop him, for the guest had already arrived. He looked up toward the entrance, where stood a remarkably handsome young man. Chapter 036. Qing Wuji, the divine martial celestial ruins the young man, with eyes resembling a starry river, adorned in an exquisite azure robe, exuded an aura of elegance and warmth. At this moment, he entered the room with a cheerful demeanor. He approached Lu Yuan and, disregarding decorum, jovially draped an arm around Lu Yuan's shoulders, laughing heartily. "Ah, Lu Yuan, I knew our bond was strong. You truly are my dear brother." Lu Yuan, with an air of resignation, retorted playfully, "Get lost. Who is your brother?" The young man, unfazed, took a seat at the dining table, poured himself a glass of wine from an untouched bottle, and began to drink. Lu Yuan turned to Li Wu, saying, "You may leave for now." "Understood, boss." Li Wu responded with a nod and exited the room, standing guard outside. Lu Yuan sat across from the young man and spoke solemnly. "Qing Wuji, I trust you can surmise the purpose of my visit." Qing Wuji nodded, savoring a sip of wine before replying. "I have a rough idea, but this matter is quite complex. Given your abilities, you must be aware of the identity of the perpetrator. My Qingling Star Alliance has always maintained a neutral stance. If we were to openly accept members of the Lu family, the Dark Celestial Palace would certainly retaliate." Lu Yuan's expression darkened. "So is it impossible?" No. My point is that I cannot make that decision. You must discuss it with my master," Qing Wuji replied with a chuckle, shaking his head. Qing Wuji's master is the leader of the Qingling Star Alliance. "Very well. Then please facilitate an introduction to your esteemed master." Seemingly prepared, Qing Wuji produced a jade token. In the next instant, a ghostly figure materialized in the room. The apparition, appearing middle-aged and equally refined, emanated a sense of approachability. Lu Yuan rose and clasped his fists. Addressing the figure, "I am Lu Yuan of the Lu family. It is an honor to meet you, Elder Qing Chuan." Elder Qing Chuan nodded. "Ah, young Lu Yuan, I express my regrets regarding the plight of the Lu family. I am aware of your purpose here. You seek the protection of the Qingling Star Alliance for the remaining members of your family, correct?" Lu Yuan affirmed with a nod. Elder Qing Chuan continued. "The Qingling Star Alliance can assist you, but there are conditions." Lu Yuan had anticipated this. "Please, Elder, do not hesitate to state your terms. I understand that in seeking assistance, one must also offer something in return." Elder Qing Chuan smiled, admiring Lu Yuan's fortitude. "Indeed, you are worthy of defeating my disciple, a true prodigy of the younger generation. With you, the Lu family may yet reclaim its former glory or even surpass it. Therefore, I shall be direct. Have you heard of the divine martial celestial ruins?" "The divine martial celestial ruins." Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "Is it set to open soon?" Elder Qing Chuan confirmed. "Indeed, after a span of 100,000 years, the divine martial celestial ruins will soon be accessible. Initially, I intended for Wuji to lead an expedition there, but now that you are here, the leadership shall be yours." Lu Yuan fell silent, astonished. The divine martial celestial ruins were not merely a secret realm, but an ancient battlefield, situated at the confluence of several supercontinents. Their significance lay in a unique resource known as the Law Crystal. It is well known that below the sacred realm, cultivation primarily focuses on physical prowess. However, upon reaching the sacred realm, the emphasis shifts to the comprehension of laws. Mastering these laws is notoriously challenging, especially for prodigies who seek to understand multiple laws concurrently. The Law Crystal accelerates this process, making it an invaluable treasure coveted by countless cultivators above the sacred realm. Due to its rarity and consumable nature, the price of the Law Crystal has escalated to astronomical levels, often rendering it priceless. The divine martial celestial ruins are a unique location abundant in Law Crystals, attracting numerous powerful factions upon opening. However, Entry is restricted to those above the celestial sovereign level, transforming the ruins into an arena for the finest talents from various continents to compete against one another. Lu Yuan, ranked first in the talent tower, had single-handedly battled against the heirs of the 5 supreme factions, establishing himself as the undisputed pinnacle of talent on the Dark Continent. Naturally, he was a figure of both fear and admiration, sought after by many. To secure the protection of the Qingling Star Alliance for his family, Lu Yuan was presented with the condition that he join the alliance and lead the expedition into the divine martial celestial ruins. Elder Qing Chuan gazed at Lu Yuan with anticipation. Lu Yuan, there is no need for deliberation. If you are willing to join, I am more than happy to relinquish the leadership position to you. As soon as you agree, the Qingling Star Alliance will send individuals to assist your family without hesitation. No one will dare to obstruct us, be it the Gu family or the Dark Celestial Palace. Should they attempt to intervene, it will be tantamount to declaring war against the Qingling Star Alliance. Qing Wuji interjected from his side, eager for Lu Yuan's acceptance. He was keen for Lu Yuan to join, as the divine martial celestial ruins represented the ultimate contest among the continent's top talents. Despite being a top prodigy himself, he understood the odds were still formidable. However, with Lu Yuan's inclusion, he would possess considerable confidence. Regardless of the spoils, the Qingling Star Alliance would likely incur minimal losses. Having battled Lu Yuan before, he knew better than most what kind of prodigy he was. No one on the Dark Continent could rival Lu Yuan in a one-on-one confrontation. After contemplating for a moment, Lu Yuan smiled and said, I accept. There really is no reason to hesitate. Had I known the divine martial celestial ruins were about to open, I would have gone regardless of your invitation. Excellent, Lu Yuan. Welcome to the Qingling Star Alliance. Elder Qing Chuan exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. At his level of status and power, few matters could bring him such joy. Qing Wuji was equally elated, quickly filling a cup for Lu Yuan. Captain Lu Yuan, welcome aboard. Cheers. Lu Yuan raised his glass in response, and they both drank heartily. Elder Qing Chuan then stated, I will promptly arrange for personnel to assist your family members. It will not take long. Thank you, Elder, Lu Yuan replied gratefully. Elder Qing Chuan's personal assurance provided Lu Yuan with considerable peace of mind. Among the 5 supreme factions, the Qingling Star Alliance possessed the most extensive network of information and connections. Indeed, Elder Qing Chuan murmured softly before his apparition faded away. Afterward, Qing Wuji handed Lu Yuan a list containing information about the top prodigies from various continents. Knowledge of friend and foe alike is essential for victory in battle. Following this, Qing Wuji took his leave. In the room, Lu Yuan gazed at the list, lost in thought. The current outcome was within the realm of expectation. He had mentally prepared himself before seeking assistance from the Qingling Star Alliance. Yet, he had not anticipated that the final outcome would involve leading an expedition to the divine martial celestial ruins. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan's gaze turned profound. With the opening of the divine martial celestial ruins, it was certain that every force above the celestial sovereign level on the Dark Continent would dispatch numerous young disciples to participate. Names of various factions, such as the Dark Celestial Palace, the Undying Gu family, and the Feathered Immortal dynasty, flashed through Lu Yuan's mind, followed by a surge of murderous intent. Not a single one shall survive. Lu Yuan resolved to eradicate every rival prodigy within the divine martial celestial ruins, ensuring that the younger generations of the Dark Celestial Palace, the Undying Gu family, and the Feathered Immortal dynasty would face utter annihilation. Chapter 037. To defend against external threats, one must first secure internal stability in the celestial domain. One of the 36 superior realms lies the headquarters of the Gu family, an immortal lineage. At this moment, deep within the Gu family's sanctuary, where many ancestors rest in eternal slumber, a young man clad in white sits cross-legged upon a jade platform, exuding an enigmatic aura as he practices a formidable technique. Suddenly, a voice from one of the Gu ancestors resonates in his ears. Chang Tian, news has arrived. That little rascal from the Lu family, Lu Yuan, has returned. It is unexpected that he survived that chaotic battle 5 months ago and did not choose self-exile with the Lu family. This boy poses a significant threat. Do you have the confidence to deal with him? If not, it would be wise to eliminate him swiftly. Otherwise, with his talent, he will inevitably venture into the divine martial realm, and that will spell trouble. Lu Yuan has returned. Where is he? The young man opens his eyes, a glint of golden light flickering within their depths. His whereabouts remain unknown, shrouded in secrecy. He may be hiding in some obscure location. Or perhaps he has been taken in by a powerful faction, muses Gu Chong Tian. After a moment of contemplation, he adds, to speak candidly, I do not possess the assurance to defeat him in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, if given the chance, we ought to eliminate Lu Yuan at the earliest opportunity, lest we encounter grave complications in the future. As the heir of the Gu family, Gu Chong Tian does not harbor arrogance. He is acutely aware of the disparity between himself and Lu Yuan. Hearing this, the ancestor lets out a sigh. Chong Tian, the path of cultivation hinges upon who can endure until the end. Do not be disheartened. Though Lu Yuan's talents are formidable, they are ultimately ephemeral. Throughout history, prodigies of Lu Yuan's caliber from the Dark Continent have often fallen like shooting stars. Gu Chong Tian smiles faintly. I understand this principle well, ancestor. I have never believed that a momentary setback against Lu Yuan would dictate my entire life. I shall vindicate myself in the divine martial realm. Your mindset is commendable. In the celestial dynasty, within the palace of a certain prince, a figure clad in dark armor kneels on one knee. Your Highness, the news has been confirmed. Lu Yuan has returned. Upon the throne, a youth adorned in a golden robe embroidered with a four-clawed dragon sharpens his gaze. He did not return when the Lu family vanished, yet he chooses to reappear at this critical juncture in the divine martial realm. Intriguing. Nevertheless, what of it? I have mastered the supreme ancestral dragon divine canon. Lu Yuan, this time, I shall not fall to you again. A confident smile graces the golden-robed youth's face. At the summit of a sacred mountain within the dark immortal palace, a gentle breeze caresses a young man seated at the edge of a precipice. He extends his hand, fingers splayed, and the previously gentle breeze transforms into a violent tempest. As he subtly manipulates his fingers, strands of wind coalesce into his palm. In the next moment, he clenches his fist and strikes towards the heavens. Boom! The sky erupts with a deafening roar, and layers of clouds are torn asunder. Lu Yuan, this time, your demise is inevitable. The youth's cold, indifferent voice reverberates across the mountaintop. Days later, members of the Lu family are escorted back by the Qingling Star Alliance, encountering no obstacles along the way. Their objectives have been achieved. As offending the Qingling Star Alliance for the sake of certain inconsequential side branches of the Lu family is far too unwise. Outside Qingling City, within a vast estate spanning millions of acres, Lu Yuan sits quietly by the lake, while Lu Changming stands beside him, reporting the situation. Brother Yuan, we have successfully welcomed over 200,000 family members, but this estate is becoming increasingly insufficient. I am aware of this. I recall that the Lu family also possesses property and assets in Qingling City. What is their current status? Lu Yuan inquires. Lu Changming offers a wry smile. They have all been forcibly seized. Who has taken them? Let them return what they have taken. Must I teach you this? Lu Yuan's gaze turns icy. Lu Changming trembles slightly. During the Lu family's prime, Lu Yuan was the leader of the younger generation. The so-called brotherly affection felt more like a paternal authority, as Lu Yuan's discipline was often more stringent than that of their own elders. With a resigned expression, Lu Changming replies, Brother Yuan, our strength is insufficient. Insufficient strength? Lu Yuan narrows his eyes in surprise. With over 200,000 family members, is there truly no one capable of fighting? What are the statistics I requested? Lu Yuan presses. Lu Changming quickly responds. The figures have almost been compiled. Currently, we have around 250,000 family members. There are 5 at the Great Heavenly Saint level, 35 at the Heavenly Saint level, 350 at the Earthly Saint level, and 5,700 at the Saint level or below. The numbers below the Saint level are not recorded. Upon hearing these statistics, Lu Yuan furrows his brow. This strength is not negligible. Why do we not take action? Lu Changming explains, The 5 great heavenly saints are all from collateral branches, and the 30-odd heavenly saints are leaders of various collateral families. They believe it is best to conserve strength for now and avoid conflict with other factions. Lu Yuan keenly observes the flicker in Lu Changming's eyes, sensing that the truth may not be as it seems. After listening to this, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpens, and he coldly remarks, "Did you inform them that this is my command? I did mention it, but they responded that you are merely a junior and do not have the authority to command them." Huh. Lu Yuan is taken aback, his anger causing a bitter smile to surface. He stands decisively, instructing all heavenly saints and above to gather in the council hall within 15 minutes. Those who do not comply will face the consequences. Understood, Brother Yuan. 15 minutes later, in the estate's council hall, Lu Yuan's icy demeanor is palpable as he surveys the 30-odd individuals present. "It appears many do not take me seriously," he declares, his voice echoing ominously in the hall. The assembled crowd feels a chill sweep over them. Lu Yuan turns to Lu Changming. "Note the names of those who did not attend. From this day forth, they shall be expelled from the Lu family, and their names will be stricken from the family register. That is unacceptable." Many heavenly saints in the hall cannot help but voice their objections. Lu Yuan's cold gaze sweeps over them. "Who dares to dissent?" One individual speaks gravely. "Lu Yuan, only the family head has the authority to expel individuals from the family register. You are merely the eldest son and do not possess this qualification. Moreover, given the circumstances our family has endured, every member is invaluable. Your actions are excessively heartless." "Heartless?" Lu Yuan's eyes narrow as he gazes at the speaker. "Do you think I'm negotiating with you?" As he speaks, Lu Yuan addresses everyone, according to family rules. "I am the eldest son of the Lu family and the primary heir to the family head. With the current head absent, I shall manage the Lu family until their return. Now, who is in favor? Who is opposed?" His icy glare sweeps across the assembly. "I am in favor. I concur. Me, too." Ultimately, of the 30-plus individuals in the hall, more than half agree to Lu Yuan's acting as the family head, while a small portion remains silent, including 3 great heavenly saints seated at the forefront. Lu Yuan's gaze lingers on those who remain silent. "Your silence shall be taken as consent." At that moment, a strong voice booms from outside the hall. "I oppose. Lu Yuan, you lack the qualifications to claim the title of family head." Before the speaker is even visible, his voice echoes through the chamber. However, Lu Yuan does not grant him the chance to continue. Coldly, he declares, "If you oppose, then face your death." As his words resonate, Lu Yuan transforms into a blur, racing towards the entrance of the hall with a black sword in hand. Moments later, Lu Yuan returns to the hall, holding a blood-dripping head aloft. Chapter 038. The new golden finger, the explosive soldier system. Is the system also capable of insecurity? Lu Meng. Someone recognized the identity of the bloodied head and gasped, simultaneously casting a fearful glance at Lu Yuan. They could hardly believe that Lu Yuan would strike with such decisiveness and ruthlessness. "You have gone too far, Lu Yuan." Lu Meng is one of the 5 great celestial saints remaining in our Lu family. "How could you kill him so casually? What is your true intention?" One of the celestial saints exclaimed in anger. Lu Yuan dismissed any further conversation and swung his sword, causing the man to be cleaved in 2 within the next moment. A deep silence enveloped the hall. Returning to his seat, Lu Yuan casually discarded the severed head onto the ground and surveyed the crowd. "Is there anyone else who opposes me?" All remained eerily silent. At that moment, the 3 elder celestial saints exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "We agree to Lu Yuan assuming the position of acting patriarch." Lu Yuan looked at the 3 elders with a cold smile. "You 3 old codgers, do you not think it is a bit late to consent now?" The elders' expressions shifted simultaneously. "Lu Yuan, do you intend to kill us too?" Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. "If it weren't for your remaining usefulness, you would have met your end as well." With that, Lu Yuan stood up and swept his gaze across the assembly. "From now on, I do not wish to see anyone defy my orders, not even once. I shall not grant anyone a second chance for regret. My first command is to reclaim all assets that originally belonged to the Lu family. The deadline is set for tomorrow. Remember, I do not wish to see anyone absent." After delivering his words, Lu Yuan strode away without looking back. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Lu Changming's expression was fraught with concern. Brother Yuan, don't you think your methods are a bit too harsh? After all, they are our kin. To repel external threats, we must first stabilize our internal affairs. In chaotic times, strict measures are essential. Our Lu family is currently amidst turmoil. Without a ruthless heart and decisive actions, we cannot control these old fools. If it weren't for their temporary usefulness, I would not spare a single one of these stubborn old-timers. Lu Yuan gazed into the distance, his eyes deep with contemplation. Though our ancestors may have departed, as long as there is a single living member of the Lu family, we shall endure forever. I, Lu Yuan, will lead the current members of the Lu family to restore our former glory. Lu Changming's passion ignited, his worries dissipating as he looked at Lu Yuan with unwavering trust. The younger generation of the Lu family regarded Lu Yuan as their idol. Thus, Lu Yuan sought to eliminate all the old relics, as these obstinate individuals obstructed the zeal of the youth and hindered their progress. Lu Changming departed. Alone in the pavilion, Lu Yuan began his cultivation. Destined villain, Lu Yuan identity. The immortal Lu family's eldest son, chaos divine son. Physique bloodline, primordial demon body, supreme demon heart. Ancient demon eye, cultivation, perfect celestial saint, unmatched in millennia. Villain points, 20,923. Marketplace, click to view, during his time in the Tianxiao continent. Lu Yuan had never engaged in cultivation, not due to laziness, but because his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. No amount of training would prove beneficial. In fact, Lu Yuan could break through to the great celestial saint at any moment. However, he was unwilling, having only reached the 4th tier of the 5 limit-breaking realms. He would only choose to break through to the great celestial saint after surpassing the 5th tier. This habit had been maintained since his foundational stage. Soon, Lu Yuan entered a state of tranquility, immersed in profound realization. Various laws of power enveloped him. After a considerable time, Lu Yuan exhaled a breath of stale air and slowly opened his eyes. Still not sufficient. How can I break through to the supreme of the universe? Lu Yuan was engulfed in deep thought. Breaking limits was nearly impossible to influence through external forces. However, nothing in this world is absolute. Some extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth can assist in breaking limits, but the rarity of such items surpasses that of crystallized laws by 10,000 times. In the Lu family, only a handful of such treasures existed. These were acquired by the family's ancestors at great cost. Never mind. Putting aside his thoughts, Lu Yuan ceased his cultivation. At that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired the explosive soldier system. The system has been bound, and the host can check it at any time. Another golden finger had appeared. Lu Yuan's heart leapt with joy as he began to examine the capabilities of this new system. Explosive soldier system. The host can purchase materials from the system marketplace, consuming resources to mass-produce materials. Lu Yuan opened the system marketplace. F-class material, Captain America, Aquaman, Treeman. Price, 10,000 star source crystals. C-class material, Enhanced Patriot, Enhanced Soldier Boy, Enhanced Magneto. Price, 1,000,000 star source crystals. B-class material, Enhanced Hulk, Enhanced Thanos, Enhanced Thor. Price, 5,000,000 star source crystals. A-class material, Upgraded Sentinel, Upgraded Iceman, Upgraded Apocalypse. Price, 15,000,000 star source crystals. S-class material, Enhanced Superman, Enhanced Phoenix Evolved Godzilla. Price, 50,000,000 star source crystals. SS class material, Titan Giant, Titan Demon Worm, Abyssal Dragon. Price, 100,000,000 star source crystals. SSS class material, Eternal Clan Corpse King, Eternal Demon Clan Motherworm, Azura. Price, 500,000,000 star source crystals. SSSS class material. After reviewing all the materials, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled. The materials range from F class to 10S class, with A-class materials being relatively negligible. The strength of A-class materials was roughly below the level of kings. S-class could reach the realm of kings to emperors, while SS-class could achieve the sacred realm. SSS-class could attain the earthly saint level. As for 4S to 10S, Lu Yuan did not even bother to glance at them, as he could not afford the materials, let alone the resources required thereafter. Overall, the explosive soldier system appeared to be a commendable golden finger. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, countless powerful subordinates could be manufactured, or perhaps referred to as cannon fodder. Currently, Lu Yuan could only afford A-class materials, still lacking for S-class. However, he looked down upon materials below SS-class, as their quantity held no meaningful value. "I am in need of money. If only a wealthy system would arrive." Lu Yuan sighed, thinking that if the Lu family were still thriving, he would not have to worry about star source crystals. Suddenly, Lu Yuan realized he seemed to have overlooked something and frowned in contemplation. "I feel like I have forgotten something. I seem to still have a sign-in system." Lu Yuan slapped his forehead and quickly located the sign-in system to check. Speaking of which, the sign-in system had also been unproductive. It had not released a single task in such a long time, causing him to nearly forget its existence. Lu Yuan grumbled, only to be stunned the next moment. On the page of his sign-in system, there were dozens of already expired sign-in tasks, with only one new sign-in task currently available. After taking a look, Lu Yuan was dumbfounded. It turned out that it was not the sign-in system that had failed to issue tasks. Rather, when he initially received the sign-in system and made his sarcastic remark, it had caused the system to feel insecure, leading to the absence of notification sound for subsequent sign-in tasks. Wait, the system can feel insecure too? Lu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim a curse from his previous life, utterly flabbergasted. Sign-in system. Wu, Chapter 39. Supreme Divine Weapon. Lu Yuan sat in silence, taking a moment to collect himself as he gazed at the expired tasks and rewards displayed on the system interface, his lips twitching involuntarily. "In truth, you are quite remarkable. There is no need for self-deprecation," Lu Yuan ventured cautiously. In the next instant, an inexplicable meme flashed through his mind. Sign-in system. Lu Yuan. Even with Lu Yuan's usual composure, he found himself momentarily speechless. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the most recent sign-in task. Sign-in task. Please proceed to the Divine Martial Heaven Ruins to check in. Sign-in successful. You will receive the reward of the 10,000 Pattern Supreme Divine Weapon, the Ancient Abyss Sword. The 10,000 Pattern Supreme Divine Weapon. Lu Yuan's pupils involuntarily constricted, clearly taken aback. The Supreme Divine Weapon is a rank above the sacred artifacts, and at this level, there are no subdivisions of upper, middle, or lower tiers. The potency of a Supreme Divine Weapon is primarily determined by the imprints of laws upon it. Generally, the levels include 10 patterns, 100 patterns, 1,000 patterns, 10,000 patterns, 100,000 patterns, and million patterns. As for the 10 million patterns, even Lu Yuan had never heard of such a thing. To inscribe laws upon a Supreme Divine Weapon, only beings of the immortal realm or higher can achieve it, and even then, they can only inscribe one law per year. In other words, to create a 10,000 pattern Supreme Divine Weapon, an immortal being would need to refrain from all distractions and focus solely on the inscription for 1,000 years. The difficulty and rarity of birthing such a weapon are evident. In the affairs of the world, there exists a perpetual balance of yin and yang. The greater the difficulty of creation, the higher the value of the item produced. Within the same realm, numerous factors influence a person's combat power, including physique, cultivation methods, limits, and external objects. Currently, Lu Yuan has reached the pinnacle of the Heavenly Sage realm, with 4 layers of limits. Below the Great Heavenly Sage, he is virtually invincible. Above it, those who have not broken their limits stand no chance against him, with only those at the 2nd or 3rd layers of limits able to contend with him. Thus, under normal circumstances, Lu Yuan's maximum combat power could rival that of a great heavenly sage at the 3rd layer of limits. Yet he would be outmatched by one at the 4th layer. However, should he invoke his demonic form, his combat prowess would multiply, allowing him to face even ordinary heavenly sovereigns. Yet, this is perilous, The Dark Continent is not like the Tianshao continent. Once his demonic form is summoned, all onlookers must perish. This is in the absence of external assistance. If he were to wield a 10,000 pattern supreme divine weapon, any foe below, the heavenly sovereign would dare not challenge him. As for whether others might possess a 10,000 pattern divine weapon, the answer is yes, albeit with a low probability. Generally, only beings of the Dominion level are qualified to possess such weapons. Anyone below that would invite covetous eyes upon themselves. In his expedition to the divine martial heaven ruins, should Lu Yuan acquire a 10,000 pattern divine weapon, he would have few rivals. However, without one, the situation remains precarious. After all, not everyone, unlike Lu Yuan, seeks to break limits at every realm. Soon, formidable figures at the third or even fourth layers of limits among the great heavenly sages, and perhaps even the exceedingly rare heavenly sage, may emerge in the divine martial heaven ruins. Setting aside his thoughts, Lu Yuan closed the system interface. His resolve firm. He must complete this sign-in task and obtain the divine weapon. Presently, he possessed no supreme divine weapon, only two extreme sacred artifacts. What constitutes an extreme sacred artifact? It is an artifact that possesses law imprints of 10 patterns or fewer. Thus, even Lu Yuan finds himself coveting the supreme divine weapons, let alone the 10,000 pattern supreme divine weapons. The following morning, a multitude gathered in an open area of the manor. Having demonstrated his might the previous day, Lu Yuan instilled fear in all, ensuring no one dared defy his commands. The Lu family once boasted 5 great heavenly sages and 35 heavenly sages. However, after Lu Yuan's display of power, killing one great heavenly sage and one heavenly sage, while expelling another great heavenly sage and 4 heavenly sages, the family now comprised only 3 great heavenly sages and 30 heavenly sages. At this moment, everyone assembled in the square remained silent, waiting expectantly. While the Lu family still held dominion over 5 domains, they had various enterprises scattered throughout others, including pill refining pavilions, weapon forging pavilions, spirit gardens, and star source crystal mines. In total, the Lu family possessed 7 enterprises in and around Qingling City, a small star source crystal mine, a medium-sized mine, a pill refining pavilion, a weapon forging pavilion, a large spirit garden, a beast taming garden, and a grand tavern. These 7 enterprises generated over 100 million star source crystals annually. However, with the Lu family diminished, these enterprises were seized by various factions. Among those who claimed them were the heavenly sovereign sects, prestigious religious orders, and established immortal lineages. Within a chamber of the manor, Lu Yuan scrutinized the documents in his hand, his brow furrowed. 2 minds were occupied by the blissful heavenly palace of the immortal lineage. The pill and weapon pavilions were seized by the heavenly sovereign sect, the pill palace, and the remaining 3 enterprises were claimed by 3 families within Qingling City. Curiously, the distribution was rather even. Standing opposite Lu Yuan, Lu Changming exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Yuan, who shall we deal with first?" Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Changming and replied with a smile, "Why must we choose one? Can we not confront them all at once?" Lu Changming was taken aback. His expression clouded with concern. "But with our current strength, we likely cannot handle so many at once, can we?" Lu Yuan smiled enigmatically and said, "Just follow my lead. The 3 great heavenly sages and 30 heavenly sages will confront the 3 families within Qingling City, while I will take care of the rest. What level of action are we to take? Are we simply reclaiming our enterprises or—" Lu Changming's eyes glimmered. "Annihilate their clans," Lu Yuan declared resolutely. "Those who dare to covet my Lu family's possessions shall face total extermination. The blissful heavenly palace and the pill palace must also be uprooted." Lu Yuan's murderous intent was palpable. What did it matter if they were from an immortal lineage or a heavenly sovereign sect? Under the rules of the supreme domain, he feared no one. Lu Changming felt a shiver run through him, understanding that Lu Yuan aimed to demonstrate through blood that although the Lu family had fallen, Lu Yuan, could still uphold their legacy. "Very well, prepare accordingly." Lu Yuan gestured dismissively. "Yes, Brother Yuan." After Lu Changming departed, Lu Yuan turned to the corner of the room, chuckling, the esteemed young master of the Qingling Star, sneaking about in the shadows instead of making a grand entrance. Are you not afraid of becoming the subject of ridicule? Qing Wujing sauntered out from the corner, grinning. Let them say what they will. It matters not to me. But you, are you certain you wish to escalate matters to this extent? Those three families may be indifferent, but the blissful heavenly palace is no trifling power. Are you not concerned about their retaliation? Qing Wujing took a seat across from Lu Yuan, exuding charm with a gentle smile. Chapter 040. Reclaiming the assets, what I fear most is not their retaliation. Otherwise, merely killing a few would not assuage the hatred in my heart. In his words, Lu Yuan showed no regard for an immortal sect. Qing Wuji smiled slightly, recognizing this as part of your character. However, you may not fear retribution, but what about the members of your Lu family? After all, they are but collateral relatives, not direct descendants, let alone the legitimate heirs. Lu Yuan shook his head, stating, the greatest danger rests upon my shoulders. If they cannot endure even a minor tempest, they are unworthy of being my kin. Only through blood and fire can an indomitable will be forged. You are still as extreme as ever, Qing Wuji remarked. Among the many prodigies of the Dark Continent, he maintained a good rapport with Lu Yuan and had a deeper understanding of his temperament. To those aligned with him, Lu Yuan was gentle and generous, yet to his adversaries, he was domineering and unreasonable. Above all, Qing Wuji's most profound impression of Lu Yuan was his extremity. Enough of this talk. Have you reviewed the list? Qing Wuji inquired. Lu Yuan shook his head, admitting he had not yet seen it. Qing Wuji frowned. What? Is there an issue with the list? Lu Yuan asked. Taking a deep breath, Qing Wuji replied, there is indeed a significant problem. A few prodigies from other continents have emerged, nearly rivaling your prowess. If you have not seen the list, I suggest you find time to do so. Moreover, one of these prodigies has a notable connection to you. A notable connection? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling. Is it from the Nangong family? His mother was named Nangong Muyu. Qing Wuji smiled slightly. Indeed, it is the family of your mother. And so what? If they oppose me, I shall show no mercy. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise regarding Qingling Star Alliance. Lu Yuan was unfazed. Qing Wuji smiled. That is for the best. Additionally, you may have forgotten that since Qingling Star Alliance has pledged to protect the Lu family, we will certainly uphold this commitment. You may act boldly. For as long as the Lu family does not deploy powers beyond a celestial, no celestial will dare to act against you. Of course, this is contingent upon remaining within the Qingling supreme domain. Outside, we would be powerless. Lu Yuan nodded, expressing his gratitude. Qing Wuji smiled gently. It is my duty. By the way, the timing has been set. It will be in 5 days. Within this period, do your utmost to resolve all matters. With that, Qing Wuji vanished from the room. Lu Yuan gazed outside, his expression deep in thought, lost in contemplation. In the next moment, Lu Yuan too disappeared from the room. Qingling City, the residence of the blissful Heaven Palace. This was a luxurious pavilion, appearing to have only 9 stories from the outside, yet it housed a small world within. In the city, nearly every building and room exhibited a similar scene. Small worlds and secret realms were no longer rare treasures. Even a world like the Tianshao continent was merely a plaything for powerful factions. At that moment, on the top floor of the pavilion, an elderly man in gray robes sat at a large mahogany table, with 2 individuals standing before him. One was reporting, his voice laced with joy. Sir, both of those mine veins are of exceptional quality. In just this month, we have extracted 3 million star source crystals. The gray-robed elder nodded slightly, yet his face bore no signs of joy, only worry. He turned to the other person. How is the investigation proceeding? The other replied, it has been confirmed that all collateral relatives of the Lu family have been brought back and protected by the Qingling Star Alliance. They even spread the word that no entity above the celestial level is permitted to act against the Lu family. As for those below the celestial level, they cannot intervene unless the Lu family provokes them. Furthermore, the news regarding the return of Lu Yuan, the Kirin son of the Lu family, is indeed true. He is currently residing in a manor outside Qingling City. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder appeared struck by lightning, his complexion draining of color. The other, puzzled, asked, "Sir, do you seem worried? Are you concerned that the Lu family will reclaim those 2 mind veins?" At this remark, the gray-robed elder looked at him as though he were a fool. "Do you truly believe that is my concern? I fear for our very lives." The elder slumped helplessly onto the table, exclaiming, "The Qingling Star Alliance has protected the Lu family and established 2 rules. With these rules in place, Lu Yuan could act with impunity. There would be no one to rein him in. Frankly speaking, within the Qingling domain, Lu Yuan holds more sway than 10 immortal sects combined. Moreover, Lu Yuan is inherently domineering, should he learn that we have seized his family's mind veins. How do you suppose he will react? I tell you, reclaiming the mind veins will be the least of our worries. I dread that Lu Yuan will not simply let it rest, for even if he were to kill us and destroy this residence, none would dare to hold him accountable." At this point, the elder hastily rose, commanding, "Quickly, send a message to Lu Yuan, offering to return the mind veins, and including a compensation of 5 million star source crystals. As for the heavenly palace, I will address that. I will take full responsibility." No sooner had the elder finished speaking than a cold, indifferent voice rang out within the room. "If I had heard this an hour ago, perhaps I would have spared your life. Alas, opportunities are fleeting, and you have failed to seize yours." "Who?" The 2 individuals before the gray-robed elder hurriedly scanned the surroundings. The elder himself, however, was already pale, his limbs trembling. In the next instant, Lu Yuan materialized in the room, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Seeing Lu Yuan, the elder stammered, "Lu Yuan, everything can be negotiated. If 5 million in compensation is insufficient, how about 10 million? If that doesn't suffice, we can offer 20 million. This is the extent of my authority. To kill you, what you promised will still belong to me," Lu Yuan coldly declared. In the blink of an eye, a flash of cold light appeared. 3 heads soared into the air. A quarter of an hour later, the 9-story pavilion collapsed, with all 3,400 inhabitants of the blissful Heaven Palace perishing without exception. Simultaneously, in 3 locations within Qingling City, flames of war ignited, and the cries of battle echoed through the air. An hour later, Lu Yuan returned to the manor. Thus, the 6 lost assets of the Lu family were reclaimed, and they had expanded significantly. Soon after, Lu Changming arrived to report the results of their endeavors. "Brother Yuan, the statistics are in. This time, we not only reclaimed all our assets, but we have also acquired an additional 14 properties. Moreover, following the demise of the 3 great families, the blissful Heaven Palace and the Heavenly Alchemy Hall, we have obtained a total of 370 million star source crystals, with other resources totaling nearly 400 million star source crystals and over 170 land deeds, the smallest of which spans at least 100,000 acres. Additionally, we have secured 7 small worlds and secret realms. With these resources, over 200,000 members of the Lu family will no longer need to worry about sustenance." Lu Changming's eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future, filled with boundless optimism. Chapter 041. The Journey of the Sword and Wine Old Ghost. Master of the Celestial Realm, regarding this acquisition, Lu Yuan felt neither exhilaration nor disappointment. It was simply within his expectations. All resources would be stored in the family treasury. Following the customary practice, apart from the monthly stipend, any clan member desiring additional resources must exchange them for merits. As for other matters, you may arrange them as you see fit. At present, Lu Changming had evidently assumed the role of the chief steward of the new Lu family, and it appeared that he found joy in his responsibilities. "Very well, I shall make the arrangements." Lu Changming nodded and was about to take his leave when suddenly he recalled something and inquired, "Brother Yuan, there are still 50 to 60,000 young ones in the clan. Should we hire some teachers for them? Decide for yourself, Changming. You're no longer a child. You should have your own opinions and bear the responsibilities you ought to. Unless it is a significant matter, do not seek me out," Lu Yuan said earnestly. "Understood." Lu Changming did not hesitate. Those who had lingered on the brink of life and death countless times were certainly not prone to unnecessary sentimentality. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, contemplating. The Lu family had now firmly established itself in Qingling City, Yet the lurking dangers remained formidable. The Lu family had many adversaries, including the Dark Celestial Palace, the Undying Gu family, the Ascendant Celestial Dynasty, and the Blissful Heavenly Palace. In the future, even more enemies would emerge. Not only must Lu Yuan strengthen himself, but he must also empower his kin. The burden is heavy and the road ahead is long. Lu Yuan sighed softly. At this moment, within the Qingling Star Trading Company, Qing Wujia stood respectfully before the company's leader, Qing Chuan. The young man was decisive in his actions. One could only hope that the Lu family would never return, for in such a case, Lu Yuan would become a tool for their use. Qing Chuan sighed. A flicker of doubt crossed Qing Wujia's eyes as he asked, Master, will the Lu family return? Qing Chuan chuckled. Do you think otherwise? 5 months ago, during that battle, the Dark Celestial Palace dispatched an emperor and 5 sovereigns, alongside over a dozen other forces, to strike the unprepared Lu family with overwhelming force. Yet, the outcome was merely a few casualties among the direct lineage and a handful of inconsequential clan members. Notably, at the last moment, the Lu family's ancestor exhibited the strength of an emperor and, without hesitation, chose self-exile, preserving the majority of the family's power. With Lu Chongkong as an emperor, regardless of where they are exiled, the Lu family possesses the ability to protect themselves. In a short span of a millennium or up to 10,000 years, the Lu family will undoubtedly return. By that time, if Lu Yuan has not perished, he will likely be a formidable force. Lu family's ancestor is indeed an emperor? A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Qing Wujia's eyes. But Master, why did the Dark Celestial Palace target the Lu family and even deploy an emperor? Qing Wujia was beset by a myriad of questions. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom the rationale behind the Dark Celestial Palace's actions against the Lu family. The reason? I do not know. It matters little now. The Lu family and the Dark Celestial Palace are sworn enemies. Whether one knows the reason is of no consequence to either side, Qing Chuan replied. But the Dark Celestial Palace is backed by the Celestial Court, a colossal entity. Will the Lu family dare to return? Qing Wujia's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Qing Chuan cast a sidelong glance at Qing Wujia, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Does the Dark Celestial Palace have a backing while the Lu family does not? Time slipped silently through the fingers of the people. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Within the expansive palace of the Qingling Star Trading Company, dozens of vibrant youths, reminiscent of the rising sun, gathered. Undoubtedly, the most powerful forces on the Dark Continent were the 5 supreme powers, with the mightiest coalition centered around these 5 entities. These youths represented the elite prodigies among the various vassal forces under the Qingling Star Trading Company. Each possessed strength above the Earth Saint level, yet the limit breakers remained a rare breed among them. Standing at the forefront, Qing Wujia distinguished himself with both his aura and stature, his brow furrowed as he frequently gazed toward the palace entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Noticing this, one of the prodigies inquired, Young Master Wujia, whom do you await? The others turned their attention, intrigued by who could warrant such anticipation from someone of Qing Wujia's stature. With a smile, Qing Wujia replied, I await one who shall instill a sense of security in you all. At this proclamation, the curiosity among the crowd deepened. Just then, a tall figure approached from outside the palace. Before he arrived, a gentle voice reached everyone's ears. Apologies for keeping you waiting. As the voice fell, all present turned to behold the newcomer. In an instant, some prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, He is Lu Yuan. What? It is Lu Yuan. The crowd erupted in astonishment, their surprise accompanied by an undeniable sense of security. After all, Lu Yuan's reputation was monumental. He was undeniably a towering figure in the minds of all prodigies on the Dark Continent. Lu Yuan traversed through the assembly, nodding in acknowledgement to Qing Wujia before turning to face the crowd, speaking slowly. What needs to be said, what should be noted, your mentors and elders have undoubtedly reiterated countless times, so I shall refrain from redundancy. From this moment until our return from the divine, martial, heavenly ruins, all must unconditionally obey my commands, including you, Qing Wujia. Should anyone dare defy my orders, as the leader, I reserve the right to take lethal action. If anyone is unwilling, You may now withdraw from the team. The assembly exchanged glances, and not a single individual chose to withdraw. Although each was proud, they were acutely aware that Lu Yuan was on an entirely different level of prodigy. With Lu Yuan present, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Very well. I am honored to embark on this adventure with all of you, and I hope that upon our return, we shall not be diminished by even a single member. Lu Yuan said with a gentle smile. When a strong individual extends goodwill toward the weak, it is effortless for the latter to feel a connection. To them, Lu Yuan was the embodiment of strength. Thus, in that moment, all present felt a burgeoning fondness toward him. If peril were to arise within the divine, martial heavenly ruins, their first choice for assistance would undoubtedly be Lu Yuan. Once the team was organized, Qing Wujie called out, as he was the deputy leader. Just then, an elderly man in simple garments materialized within the great hall. The elder bore a sword on his back, and a large red wine gourd hung at his waist. In that instant, everyone, including Lu Yuan, felt an overwhelming pressure wash over them. The last time Lu Yuan had experienced such pressure was before a family ancestor of sovereign level. Instinctively, Lu Yuan's heart tightened. This elder was undoubtedly a terrifying powerhouse of no lesser stature than a sovereign. Sovereigns stand at the pinnacle of the Dark Continent and even the primordial realm. In their prime, the Lu family boasted only 5 ancestors of sovereign level. The standard of the undying Dao lineage was to possess at least one sovereign-level powerhouse. In fact, the names of the 108 domains of the Dark Continent were derived from the titles of 108 sovereign-level beings. Gazing at the elder, Lu Yuan's eyes shimmered. Bearing a long sword and a wine gourd, he was the legendary sword Wine Old Ghost of the Celestial Sovereign. The name of this sovereign surfaced in Lu Yuan's mind. At this moment, Qing Wujie quietly remarked, "On our journey to the divine martial heavenly ruins, there will be 1 sovereign and 2 undying accompanying us. The 2 undying have already ventured ahead to scout the path. Soon, it will be Elder Sword Wine who will escort us to the divine martial heavenly ruins." Chapter 042. Beneath heaven and earth, all are but straw dogs, little ones. Are you all prepared? The supreme ruler of peace gazed upon the assembly, his visage benevolent, adorned with a neighborly smile reminiscent of a kindly elder. The eyes of all were resolute, silence serving as their most profound affirmation. "Ha, then let us proceed." With a grin, the supreme ruler opened his mouth, and in an instant, everyone was swallowed into his being, vanishing from the hall. Beyond the Dark Continent lay an endless, profound void. Standing in this expanse, and gazing towards the Dark Continent reveals that its vastness is but a minuscule orb of light against the backdrop of the boundless cosmos. Beyond this cosmos exists an even more immense multitude of realms. At this moment, in a remote corner, countless miles away from the Dark Continent, dozens of sovereigns, hundreds of immortals, and over 10,000 exceptional talents had gathered. Exceptional talents are rare. From a billion souls, perhaps only one emerges. Yet, in the grand tapestry of existence, they are not so uncommon, for every world can birth at least one, and the universe, vast as the grains of sand, continues to give rise to life without pause. This intertwining of myriad factors renders the exceptional talents less exalted, less rarefied. It is precisely this realization that led Lu Yuan to set a personal goal. He must transcend the limits of the universe at every stage. Should he fail, he would rather linger for millennia than compromise. The benefit of this determination is that among the multitude of exceptional talents, Lu Yuan stands out as the most remarkable. For Lu Yuan, the absence of a powerful backing is inconsequential. As long as he desires it, countless mighty forces would readily open their doors, offering him the highest honors. Even hostile factions would hesitate to eliminate Lu Yuan, opting instead to persuade and assimilate him with countless temptations, only choosing to dispose of him reluctantly when all else fails. At this very moment, all eyes were drawn to a nearby rift in space, shimmering with an eerie light, resembling a two-dimensional painting. Esteemed guests, as per our usual custom, once we enter the divine ruins, life and death are beyond reckoning. If you fear for your descendants, do not allow them to enter, lest they perish and you find yourselves consumed by impotent rage. A sovereign from the vast continent spoke. Indeed, within the divine ruins, life and death are fated. Let each rely on their own abilities. I also hope that we do not witness a catastrophic toll from any continent that some may find intolerable. An elderly matron from the light continent remarked, her gaze lingering on the faction of the dark continent. Upon hearing this, the supreme ruler of peace scoffed, Gune. I recall that during the last opening of the divine ruins, it was your light continent that suffered the most grievously. Ultimately, it was you who could not bear the consequences. Are you reminding yourself? Sword and wine, old ghost. Idle chatter serves no purpose. True prowess is only revealed in action, the matron retorted, her eyes icy. Enough, esteemed ones, time is of the essence. Let the young ones enter swiftly. They appear, quite eager, a sovereign from the ancient continent interjected. Then, under the watchful eyes of numerous sovereigns and immortal beings, all the talented youths rushed toward the space rift. In the ranks of the Qingling Star Alliance, Lu Yuan communicated with his peers, instructing them to enter the divine ruins and connect with the virtual realm, gathering around him as the focal point while disregarding all else. Understood. The 23 exceptional talents of the Qingling Star Alliance nodded in agreement, harboring no dissent. In this moment, they were humble, for they had to be. Back in their homeland, they were the pinnacle talents, towering over their peers. Yet here, any random individual they encountered was their equal or superior. All they had once prided themselves upon now felt trivial. Within their hearts, anxiety and trepidation began to take root. Perhaps only by staying close to Lu Yuan could they find solace. Once all the exceptional youths had entered the rift, the powerful beings did not remain idle. Each retrieved their own sanctum and placed it in the void, engaging in conversation. Yet, they subtly divided into 5 factions, representing 5 continents: dark, light, vast, ancient, and divine martial. This generation of youngsters was of commendable quality. Lu Yuan from the dark continent, Nangong Muyue from the light continent, Yi Tian from the vast continent, Lin Wuyo from the ancient continent, and Yi Guqing from the divine martial continent were all unparalleled talents, surpassing even the sovereign level, truly a class apart. The second tier consisted of sovereign-level talents. The third tier included those breaking through the first and second limits, and the fourth tier comprised a few hidden exceptional youngsters. How intriguing! Yet, I wonder who will claim the title of the foremost supreme talent, mused a venerable sovereign, stroking his beard. He had witnessed countless openings of the divine martial ruins, but this time it left him particularly awestruck. At that moment, another sovereign spoke up, setting aside everything else. If Lu Yuan and his 5 companions mature, their future achievements could very well eclipse ours. With their talents, even the primordial heavenly court would vie for them. The celestial court and divine court would readily welcome them. I hope these 5 do not meet with misfortune within the divine ruins. That would be a great pity. 2 of the youngsters are about to clash. It seems youth often ignites fervor, came the observation from the center of the 5 factions, where a grand image depicted the scenes within the divine martial ruins. Amidst swirling sands, the sky hung with a waning sun and blood moon. Lu Yuan stood amidst the vast desert, surveying his surroundings. It was his first time entering the renowned battleground of the divine martial ruins. Yet, before he could survey for long, a chilling voice echoed from behind him. Lu Yuan, I did not expect our encounter to come so swiftly. Have you devised a plan for your demise? Chapter 043, The Grand Live Broadcast System, Battlefield Reporter. Before us lies a forest where towering trees reach for the heavens, lush and vibrant with life. Yet, beneath this verdant canopy, danger lurks at every corner. At this moment, a man clad in blue reclines against a sturdy trunk, his eyes reflecting a mixture of anxiety and excitement as a system panel materializes before him. Grand Live Broadcast System. The larger the scene, the more generous the rewards. He wonders to himself if the fierce battle among thousands of elite prodigies in the divine martial heaven counts as a grand spectacle. With a spirit of experimentation, he clicks the live broadcast button. Success. Live broadcast initiated. B-grade scene. Prodigies of the divine martial heaven. Current viewers, 200,000, 2 million, 2 billion. Comments flood the screen as the viewership soars, calming the man's previously troubled heart. It is indeed possible. Ha ha ha. Pei Xingji throws his head back in laughter, his joy so overwhelming that tears begin to flow. For 10 years, he had possessed this system, always yearning for a grand broadcast, yet due to his status and position, he had never encountered such a spectacle. The system demanded a minimum of D grade for a scene to be deemed grand. Thus, for over a decade, despite having the system, he had received no assistance. Fortunately, his talents were commendable, and now he had finally stumbled upon his first grand scene, rated B grade. If he successfully completes this live broadcast, he shall reap extraordinary rewards. After a moment of elation, Pei Xingji swiftly rises, determined to seek out the live broadcast scene. What he sees shall be broadcasted live. The reason for attracting such a vast audience so quickly is that once the broadcast succeeds, the images will be displayed in the sky above the Dark Continent, visible to all who look up. However, to view the broadcast content, Pei Xingji must venture forth himself. Just then, a sword gleam barely grazes his shoulder, slicing through the forest with devastating force, annihilating countless acres in an instant. The earth trembles, and the cries of countless beasts fill the air as distant mountains are cleaved in two. Cold sweat drips from Pei Xingji's forehead, his eyes wide with shock. As he regains his senses, he hears an enraged roar echoing from near to far. Lu Yuan, if you dare to kill me, your family shall accompany me to the grave. Even the Qingling Star Alliance cannot protect them. Mark my words. Following this, a chilling voice passes overhead. The dead hold no value. I am curious to see if the Dark Immortal Palace would offend the Qingling Star Alliance for a mere corpse. The two voices gradually fade away, and Pei Xingji, jolted from his stupor, is filled with exhilaration. He recognizes the speakers. One is the supreme prodigy Lu Yuan, and the other is Zhao Wuji, the young master of the Dark Immortal Palace. Is this not the grand spectacle he has been desperately seeking? Without hesitation, Pei Xingji employs his most adept concealment technique and races after the two figures. In this moment, he embodies the role of a battlefield reporter, broadcasting all that he witnesses. Meanwhile, across the Dark Continent, countless individuals gaze skyward. As they behold the unfolding scene, they fall into a stunned silence, for all their thoughts, astonishment, and reactions manifest in the comments below the skyward images. By heavens, it's the divine martial heaven. My thoughts can be displayed in real time. How marvelous! Whose handiwork is this? Can anyone explain what this truly is? Is it real? Can you see me? Can you see me? Full up there. What on earth am I witnessing? Lu Yuan is pursuing the young master of the Dark Immortal Palace. Lu Yuan remains the same formidable figure. I wonder what the young master did to provoke such wrath. I'm even more curious about how the Dark Immortal Palace will react if Lu Yuan succeeds in killing him. Human nature, after all, is to be mere spectators. Though the broadcast has only just begun, many have already adapted and found joy in it. For neither the divine martial heaven nor the figures of Lu Yuan and the young master of the Dark Immortal Palace are within their reach. Within the Lu family estate, over 200,000 members gaze at the sky, their hearts racing with excitement as they witness Lu Yuan's display of power. Our young master is magnificent. They cheer. Yet, some elders furrow their brows, concerned. Lu Yuan is acting recklessly. The family is weak and should be biding their time, not provoking enemies. Lu Yuan is not a suitable candidate for family head. In the vast domain of Kangming Academy, Su Qingyao and Jiang Xingyi look up at the unfolding images. Their expressions, one of confusion tinged with hope. Only now, in the Dark Continent, do they realize how lowly their status truly is and how unattainable Lu Yuan appears, even without the Lu family's influence. Especially now, as Lu Yuan pursues the young master of the Dark Immortal Palace, whose subordinates wield the power to dictate their lives and deaths. If only I could remain by the young master's side, says Jiang Xingyi, her gaze dreamy. Simultaneously, in another part of Kangming Academy, Lin Hao clenches his fists, silently wishing for Lu Yuan to meet his demise within the divine martial heaven. After the initial shock and chaos, people begin to scrutinize the content of the live broadcast, eagerly anticipating whether Lu Yuan will indeed kill Zhao Wuji and how the Dark Immortal Palace will respond. Will they erupt in rage? Or will they act as if nothing has occurred, as Lu Yuan stated? for the dead hold no value? The reasons behind Lu Yuan's pursuit of Zhao Wuji are of no concern to anyone. The merits or faults of either party matter not in the Dark Continent, where the only truth is that the mightiest dictate the narrative. At present, within the divine martial heaven, Zhao Wuji finds himself cornered by Lu Yuan. Chapter 044. The Death of Zhao Wuji. The rewards of a sign-in are acquired. Lu Yuan, are you truly determined to annihilate entirely? Before a sheer cliff, the exhausted Zhao Wuji spoke with a grim countenance. Initially, Zhao Wuji had been exhilarated at the prospect of encountering Lu Yuan, for he had not anticipated that the first person he would meet upon entering the divine martial ruins would be Lu Yuan, the very individual he yearned to eliminate. He was filled with confidence, having recently surpassed his limits through an extraordinary treasure, transcending the peerless geniuses. He believed that he possessed the power to decisively crush Lu Yuan. However, he was utterly unprepared for the terrifying strength that Lu Yuan displayed, which overwhelmed him. Clad in snow-white garments, Lu Yuan's eyes were devoid of extraneous emotion. Only a chilling intent to kill lingered within. Zhao Wuji, do you think there is still room for negotiation between us? Zhao Wuji hastily replied, even if my family is lost, it can be rebuilt. But if you were to kill me, the Dark Immortal Palace would never let you off the hook. Zhao Wuji was genuinely afraid. His courage had been thoroughly shattered by Lu Yuan. Observing Zhao Wuji in such a state, Lu Yuan shook his head in disappointment and swiftly swung his sword. Zhao Wuji's severed head soared into the sky, blood gushing forth, and then plummeted to the ground, his eyes still holding a flicker of hope. Gazing at the head that lay lifeless on the ground, Lu Yuan remained silent for a long while. He had not anticipated encountering Zhao Wuji so quickly, but having met him, he felt compelled to execute him. Zhao Wuji had managed to flee thousands of miles from him, indicating that breaking through the fourth layer of limits was not without its merits. As Zhao Wuji's body and head gradually became covered by swarming ants, Lu Yuan collected his storage treasure with a wave of his hand and turned to leave. As for the impending revenge from the Dark Immortal Palace, he was completely unconcerned. He and the palace were already locked in an eternal struggle. Shortly after Lu Yuan departed, Pei Xingji dared to emerge, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing the corpse, now reduced to white bones by countless ants, he felt a chill run down his spine. This was Zhao Wuji, not some nameless individual, but one of the heirs of the 5 supreme forces of the Dark Continent. Yet today, he had perished without a sound. For a moment, Pei Xingji was filled with myriad emotions, while also remaining vigilant. He must not be discovered, especially not by Lu Yuan. Arriving at a small stream, Lu Yuan crouched down, splashing his face and hands with the clear water. He then settled down to examine the system. The moment he entered the divine martial ruins, the sign-in task had already been completed. Now was the time to claim his sign-in rewards. With a surge of excitement, Lu Yuan focused his thoughts. And in the next moment, a sword known as the Ancient Abyss Sword, measuring 1.5 meters long and a palm's breadth wide, materialized in his hand. The sword gleamed a dark golden hue, its blade adorned with intricate imprints of laws, emanating a sharp, mysterious, and powerful aura. Possessing such a divine weapon, even an ordinary mortal could slay kings and emperors. Lu Yuan caressed the blade, unable to resist its allure. Lifting the sword, he instinctively swung it forward. This motion required no spiritual energy, relying solely on his physical strength. Yet, in the next instant, a dark golden sword energy surged forth, cleaving through a distant mountain range with unmatched force. Such terrifying power. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted slightly. He could scarcely fathom the dreadful capabilities this divine weapon would unleash in the hands of an immortal or a sovereign-level being. Could it cleave apart a mid-tier world? This sword must not be easily revealed to others until I attain immortality. Lu Yuan warned himself. An innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious. The Ancient Abyss Sword is an object that even sovereigns would covet. Stowing the sword away, Lu Yuan felt a growing anticipation for the upcoming sign-in task. Calming his mind, he entered a virtual realm. This realm was devoid of inhabitants, seemingly emptied by travelers. Upon sensing his surroundings, he discovered that two individuals from the Qingling Star Alliance had already arrived within a 10,000-mile radius. After a brief wait, Lu Yuan soon spotted the two approaching figures. Notably, Qing Wuji was absent, causing Lu Yuan a tinge of disappointment. Aside from Qing Wuji, the rest were merely burdens. However, having made a commitment to the Qingling Star Alliance, Lu Yuan would not breach his word. He was a man of honor. Lu Dao, the two newcomers, a man and a woman, both at the pinnacle of the heavenly saint realm but not yet breaking through limits, exhaled in relief upon seeing Lu Yuan. He provided them with unparalleled reassurance. Lu Yuan nodded at them and inquired, "Did you encounter any dangers on the way?" They shook their heads. "No, we were quite fortunate." The pride in their voices was palpable, as luck indeed constituted a part of strength. "Then let us wait here for a while. Once everyone has arrived, we shall act together," Lu Yuan stated. "All right," they agreed without objection. Sitting on the ground, Lu Yuan began to contemplate. The divine martial ruins were once a battlefield where even the weakest participants were above the level of heavenly sovereigns. In the present day, the divine martial ruins had transformed into a treasure trove, most famously known for its crystallized laws. Additionally, there were legacies left behind by fallen powerhouses. However, as the saying goes, all things in the world exist in a balance of yin and yang. The divine martial ruins are not without peril. Countless strong beings have perished here, giving rise to a unique life form known as the spectral ghost. Spectral ghosts vary in strength, lacking self-awareness, and will automatically attack upon encountering living beings. The crystallized laws are derived from the spectral ghosts, as their power originates from these very laws. After a brief wait, a series of talents from the Qingling Star Alliance arrived in succession, including Qing Wuji. He glanced at Lu Yuan, then at the others, and remarked, "There is no need to wait for the remaining individuals. They are all dead." Dead. A ripple of unease spread among the crowd, as three individuals were yet to arrive. Lu Yuan rose, brushing off his attire, and stated indifferently, "Only three have fallen. That is somewhat good news. Where is the nearest ancient city?" Lu Yuan inquired of Qing Wuji. The spectral ghosts predominantly congregate in ancient cities, and the divine martial ruins have been opened multiple times before. The locations of each ancient city were well documented. As the heir of the Qingling Star Alliance, Qing Wuji naturally possessed such confidential information. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's question, he produced an ancient beast skin map, glanced at it, and with a peculiar expression, announced, "The nearest ancient city to us is the Crimson Flame Ancient City, approximately 150,000 miles to the northeast. Let us depart then. Time is of the essence." As he spoke, Lu Yuan took the lead, soaring toward the northeast. Qing Wuji opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately refrained. Subsequently, everyone followed Lu Yuan's lead. Meanwhile, approximately 100,000 miles to the northwest of the Crimson Flame Ancient City, a team from the Bright Continent was also making their way toward the ancient city. In the boundless void of space, a voice echoed, "How interesting. I hear that Lu Yuan's mother hails from the Nangong family in the Dark Continent. If one were to consider it, Lu Yuan and Nangong Muyue are actually cousins. I eagerly await the unfolding of their relationship. Will they unite or engage in fierce conflict?" A powerful figure spoke. An elder from the Bright Continent coldly replied, "A union is impossible. Although they share a cousinly bond, they have never met in person. Lu Yuan's mother has not returned to the Nangong family since marrying Luan. Their relationship is long severed." On the Dark Continent, the sovereign of heaven, with a smile, remarked, "I too find it implausible, for Lu Yuan will eliminate every soul on the continent of light. However, perhaps out of consideration for their blood ties, he may spare the life of that young girl, Nangong Muyu." Chapter 045, Entering the City. The Lord of Crimson Flames, a distance of 150,000 miles, is not particularly far. With all his might, Lu Yuan could cover it in just a few moments. Soon enough, the outline of the ancient city of Crimson Flames came into view. It was ancient, weathered, and dilapidated. These were the first impressions shared by all who laid eyes upon it. The city walls were riddled with gaps, and the interior was overgrown with weeds, devoid of any signs of life. Qing Wuji flew to Lu Yuan's side, gazing at the ancient city of Crimson Flames, and remarked, This city is quite renowned. Within its walls resides a powerful specter known as the Lord of Crimson Flames, who has existed since the inception of the divine martial heavenly ruins, and to this day. No one has been able to vanquish it. Are you worried that I might not be able to defeat this specter? Lu Yuan asked with a chuckle. Qing Wuji nodded slightly, then shook his head, saying to some extent, yes. However, more importantly, the stronger the specter, the larger the crystallized laws within it, thus attracting many to seek it out. The value of these crystallized laws is primarily determined by their size. Some are merely the size of a thumb, while others can be as large as a cow's head. The larger they are, the more valuable. Lu Yuan laughed. No matter, the more people who come, the better. We shall eliminate them all and then search in peace. Upon hearing this, Qing Wuji couldn't help but smile genuinely. I do enjoy your confidence. I hope you could deliver on your words. I certainly do not wish to be killed. My future holds great promise. Get lost, Lu Yuan playfully scolded, then turned to the others. Whoever slays a specter shall claim it as their own. The spoils depend on your own abilities. Should you encounter any life-threatening danger, shout for help, and those nearby shall assist. Understood, Captain Lu. All right, let us enter the city. With that, Lu Yuan led the way into the city. His goal was simple. He intended to claim all specters that possessed crystallized laws the size of a fist, particularly the Lord of Crimson Flames. If he succeeded in slaying it, the crystallized law would be at least the size of a human head, if not larger. Such a crystallized law, if auctioned, would command a starting price of at least 10 billion star source crystals. For Lu Yuan, who was currently impoverished, this was akin to discovering a treasure. Not long after entering the city, Lu Yuan encountered his first specter. This specter towered over 2 meters tall, with eye sockets the size of fists, flickering with ghostly green flames. Its skin was pale and mottled, with bone growths forming a layer of skeletal armor. Yet, it still vaguely resembled a human shape. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, the specter brandished claws nearly half a meter long, emitting a low, haunting sound as it charged forward. Lu Yuan respected it, clenching his fist and delivering a powerful punch to its face. Boom! The street trembled, and the dust accumulated over millennia was swept away. The specter was obliterated in an instant, reduced to fine powder that was carried away by a gentle breeze. Yet, at the moment of its demise, Lu Yuan sensed a look of relief on its face. A blue crystal, the size of a fist, lay quietly on the ground. Lu Yuan approached, bent down to pick it up, brushed off the dust, and examined it closely in the sunlight. The crystal radiated a mesmerizing azure glow, exuding a unique allure that seemed to draw one in. A promising start, Lu Yuan smiled and stored the blue crystal in his storage ring. Despite its modest size, this single crystallized law was equivalent to tens of millions of star source crystals. Continuing his search, Lu Yuan glanced around and pressed on. The ancient city of Crimson Flames was vast, yet specters were rare. It was only logical, considering the divine martial heavenly ruins had opened over 10 times, each time attracting tens of thousands of people who swept through like a ravenous horde. By now, specters had become a rare species, save for a few particularly powerful ones. The weaker had long been eradicated. In another part of the ancient city, Nangong Muyu led a group as they scoured the area. Nangong Muyu was exceptionally beautiful, with an exquisitely shaped oval face and a figure that was both curvaceous and alluring, clad in an ice blue gown that exuded a refreshing aura. Yet, her demeanor was frosty, as if everyone owed her something. Just then, a young man rushed breathlessly towards her. Panting as he spoke, Sister Nangong, we've found it. There are indeed others in the city besides us. With an icy expression, Nangong Muyu asked, Did you see which continent they are from? It's the Dark Continent. I recognize one of them. Qing Wuji, the young master of Qingling Starwalk. The young man replied without hesitation. The Dark Continent. A mysterious glimmer flashed in Nangong Muyu's eyes as she addressed her companions. Cease the search for now. We must deal with those from the Dark Continent first. Yes, Sister Nangong. Unlike the 5 teams formed by the Dark Continent, everyone from the Light Continent was unified in a single group. Thus, on the surface, the collective strength of the Light Continent appeared to be the most formidable among all the continents. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan and his companions remained oblivious to the impending threat, continuing their search for specters. Boom! Another street's debris was swept away by the force of Lu Yuan's punch. He withdrew his fist, having acquired yet another crystallized law. In just this brief time, he had encountered 5 specters. Previous adventurers surely had it easier. Lu Yuan lamented, "At this rate, this is unacceptably inefficient." Unsatisfied with his current gains, his thoughts turned to the Lord of Crimson Flames. Finding the Lord directly would yield the equivalent of at least 10 specters. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuan prepared to act. But just then, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Lu Yuan abruptly turned, his gaze sharpening. That direction belonged to Qing Wuji and his group. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the scream. So weak. Is this truly the might of one of the most renowned prodigies of the Dark Continent? Nangong Muyu held an ice-blue longsword, emanating an aura of coldness that froze the ground beneath her feet into a sheet of ice. This was an extraordinary weapon of the utmost quality. Before her, Qing Wuji bore a bloodied lip, with a gaping wound in his chest that continually released chilling air. His complexion was ashen, yet he stood firm, protecting the prodigies of Qing Ling's star walk behind him, refusing to yield. In response to Nangong Muyu's taunts, Qing Wuji did not deny it, but coldly replied, "Nangong Muyu, I am not your opponent." Nangong Muyu's icy visage betrayed no emotion. "Of course, you are not my opponent. You lack the qualifications to be my foe. Killing you is merely a matter of clearing away refuse. As for Lu Yuan, he barely possesses the strength to be regarded as my equal. Yet the outcome remains unchanged. Both of you shall perish." Chapter 046. Do you dare to be my equal? Nangong Muyu exuded an overwhelming confidence. In the Radiant Continent, there existed only one supreme force, the Temple of Light. And Nangong Muyu was the contemporary goddess of this esteemed temple. From her earliest days, she had basked in the adoration of many, and once she began her cultivation, her every desire was fulfilled. Even the rarest treasures capable of breaking limits would come to her at her request. In return, she had never tasted defeat, sweeping through her peers with unparalleled talent that had not been seen for millennia in the Radiant Continent. This, in turn, forged her absolute self-assurance. She looked down upon the likes of Lu Yuan, Yi Guqing, and Yi Tian, all of whom were renowned prodigies. Faced with her audacious demeanor, Qing Wuji found himself at a loss for words, as she indeed had the capital to be so arrogant. With a single stroke of her sword, she had defeated him, leaving him without any grounds for rebuttal. "Enough of your prattle. You may perish now. To die by my hand is the greatest honor of your life," Nangong Muyu declared, raising her sword and pointing it at Qing Wuji. In that instant, a chilling sword aura surged forth, causing all present to feel as though their bones were encased in ice. Qing Wuji's heart raced as he clutched a black orb in his hand. Was he truly going to resort to this? He felt disheartened. The disparity between people could sometimes be greater than that between man and beast. Despite being a peak prodigy at the 3rd level of the Holy Saint realm, he found himself utterly outmatched by this seemingly delicate woman, unable to land even a single blow. Strength, speed, vitality, and comprehension of the laws, he was overwhelmed in every aspect. He had only encountered such a feeling before with Lu Yuan. In the next moment, Nangong Muyu swung her sword, unleashing a wave of sword energy infused with the principles of the foundational law, resembling a dragon of ice as it roared toward Qing Wuji and his companions. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a figure clad in white descended from the heavens, standing before them. The figure raised a hand and grasped the air. Boom! The icy sword aura dissipated, while the white-clad figure remained unscathed. Nangong Muyu's expression did not falter, but a flicker of intrigue glimmered in her cold gaze. To withstand a third of my power with a single strike, it seems the name Lu Yuan carries weight. You are indeed worthy to be my opponent. Is that so? I do not feel honored, for in my eyes, you lack the qualification to be my rival, Lu Yuan retorted, his demeanor dismissive. However, upon hearing his words, Nangong Muyu displayed no sign of anger. Instead, she nodded as if it were a matter of course. Indeed, prodigies like us are meant to be audacious. If we were to be modest and courteous to everyone, I would consider you beneath me. As she spoke, a faint smile graced her usually frosty visage. If I were to say it plainly, you're like a cousin to me. It is no surprise that you hail from the bloodline of the Nangong family. Even if only half, it surpasses those of base lineage. I have heard that the Lu family recently faced calamity. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise, for it allows you to return to the Nangong family. Given your commendable talent, I could make an exception and allow you to join us. However, as a token of your allegiance, you must eliminate the useless ones behind you. Now, act swiftly, do not keep me waiting. Nangong Muyu spoke at length, her expression that of someone who expected compliance. Lu Yuan was left in a state of shock. Not only him, but Qing Wuji and the others were equally bewildered. Only the prodigies of the radiant continent standing behind Nangong Muyu wore expressions of acceptance, as if they deemed it entirely reasonable. Have you always been this confident? Qing Wuji remarked, as if witnessing something extraordinary. Useless. You are unworthy to converse with me. Nangong Muyu snapped coldly before turning her gaze to Lu Yuan, chiding, What are you standing there for? To return to the Nangong family is a gift I bestow upon you. Otherwise, do you think any common creature could be worthy of joining the Nangong family? Snapping back to reality upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan's expression turned icy. His mother had indeed come from the Nangong family, but she had long been expelled from the family tree. The radiant continent and the dark continent had been adversaries for countless eons. Lu Yuan's father, Lu Yuan, had encountered his mother, also from a top family of the radiant continent, on the battlefield. They had clashed fiercely at first, yet neither could gain the upper hand. Ultimately, they developed feelings for one another, but their romance was deemed taboo. The Lu family was indifferent to the matter. However, the Nangong family could not accept it. Lu Yuan's mother had refused to compromise, insisting on marriage, and thus was cast out from the Nangong family, severing their ties. Hence, Lu Yuan harbored no affection for the Nangong family. Turning to Qing Wuji, Lu Yuan asked, Are we still able to fight? A smile graced Qing Wuji's lips. I could take down 10 or 8 more without issue. Lu Yuan nodded. Then that is good. With that, he charged toward Nangong Muyu like a cannonball. Nangong Muyu's gaze turned frigid. Lu Yuan, you have made a grave mistake, and you shall pay for this error with your life. Lu Yuan remained silent, tightening his fists as thunderous laws began to manifest around him. Ultimate Thunder Fist. He murmured, and the lightning on his body seemed to come alive, coiling into serpentine dragons that gathered upon his fist. Then, with a mighty strike, he unleashed his punch. Boom! The ground trembled beneath the force of his blow. Waves of thunder erupted forth, illuminating the heavens and earth. Nangong Muyu was sent soaring into the air from the impact. In a flash, Lu Yuan appeared above her and delivered a crushing stomp. Step of the 8 desolations. Boom! It was as if a divine being from the celestial realm was stomping down, causing the very earth to quake. The ancient city of Qian seemed on the verge of splitting apart beneath the force of his foot. The blow landed solidly against Nangong Muyu's abdomen, folding her like a bow and sending her plummeting to the ground like a cannonball. Boom! A cloud of dust erupted, obscuring her disheveled figure. Lu Yuan descended, each step exuding an icy demeanor, his eyes and body shimmering with arcs of lightning. Though Nangong Muyu was formidable, she was merely a challenge to Qing Wuji and the others. In truth, Lu Yuan found her at this moment to be no stronger than Zhao Wuji, whom he had easily dispatched moments prior. Is the 4th level of breaking limits truly the foundation of your arrogance? Lu Yuan stepped into the dust, finding the battered and broken Nangong Muyu, and seized her by the collar, lifting her into the air. Chapter 047. Lu Yuan. I am sorry. In the profound depths of the cosmos, a profound silence enveloped the scene. The esteemed figures who had been observing this battle were left utterly astonished. An overwhelming dominance, an unrelenting suppression. From beginning to end, Nangong Muyu was denied even the chance to retaliate. This is inconceivable. The elderly matriarch from the radiant continent cried out in disbelief, her murky eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Both Nangong Muyu and Lu Yuan were at the 4th tier of the limit break. This was irrefutable based on their gathered intelligence. Yet, how could the outcome of their combat be so drastically different? Was there an unknown chasm between those of the same realm? Questions echoed in the minds of all the distinguished figures. Haha, well done, my boy. The sovereign of the sky laughed heartily, overcome with joy, as he lifted the crimson wine gourd from his waist and took a hearty swig. Within the ranks of the dark immortal palace, the leading sovereign narrowed his eyes, a murderous intent surging within him like wild weeds. In the camps of several other continents, the leaders were consumed by a singular thought: should they withdraw their prodigies? While the crystallization of the laws was precious, life held greater significance. With the terrifying prowess that Lu Yuan had just displayed, it was evident that none of the prodigies within the divine martial celestial ruins stood a chance against him. Remaining there could spell death at any moment. In the crimson flame ancient city, the moment Lu Yuan made his move, Qing Wuji and the others simultaneously launched their attacks, ruthlessly targeting the other prodigies from the radiant continent. Although Qing Wuji was no match for Nangong Muyu, he clearly outclassed the other prodigies. It wasn't long before he had them reeling in defeat. However, before Qing Wuji could bask in his triumph, he was drawn to the commotion emanating from Lu Yuan's battle. Upon glancing over, he found himself frozen in place, as if turned to wood. As the dust began to settle in the dilapidated streets, Lu Yuan emerged, dragging someone behind him. To the astonishment of Qing Wuji, Lu Yuan was holding onto Nangong Muyu's leg, presenting a striking image. "Goodness, brother, you are truly formidable," Qing Wuji gasped, feeling as though his worldview had been irrevocably altered. How long had it been? The illustrious prodigy, Nangong Muyu, had been so easily defeated, reduced to being held like a lifeless dog by Lu Yuan. Without responding to Qing Wuji's exclamation, Lu Yuan casually tossed Nangong Muyu in front of him. Qing Wuji quickly crouched down, poking her cheek with his hand, staring at Lu Yuan as if he were a monster. She is foaming at the mouth. "Lu Yuan, you truly lack any pity. TSK, TSK, TSK. How tragic, truly tragic." Qing Wuji shook his head as he stood back up. Lu Yuan chuckled. "She was defeated by someone else's sword. Yet you still feel pity for her?" Qing Wuji sighed. "What can I do if I am outmatched? But it is indeed a grim sight. How you plan to handle this? Kill her, of course. Otherwise, would you let her go? If you wish to seek vengeance, you may act now," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly. Qing Wuji clicked his tongue, shaking his head. "The consequences are far too great. This woman is a goddess of the radiant temple. Killing her would bring endless trouble. It's better left to you." Seeing that Qing Wuji hesitated to act, Lu Yuan said no more. With a flick of his wrist, the supreme artifact, the demon heaven sword, appeared in his hand. A swift motion severed Nangong Muyu's head from her body in an instant. The prodigious talent had perished here. Raising his head, Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and commanded, "Stop dawdling. Slay the rest. Leave not a single one alive." Qing Wuji nodded, understood. The duo plunged into the battlefield, unleashing a wave of slaughter. In the vast emptiness of space, all the great figures fell silent once more. Only the anguished and furious cries of the elderly matriarch from the radiant continent echoed incessantly. The sovereign of the sky stroked his wine gourd, remarking, "This lad is ruthless. Dark Immortal Palace, you are in deep trouble." The leader of the Dark Immortal Palace replied coldly, "He won't survive for long." The sovereign of the sky smiled. "How you deal with this lad is of no concern to me, but do not act in the Qingling's supreme domain." The leader of the Dark Immortal Palace returned the gaze of the sovereign. "At this moment, it seems this is not the Qingling's supreme domain. I am tasked with escorting these youths. Do you intend to act under my very nose?" The eyes of the sovereign of the sky turned cold. "All matters in this world can be negotiated. Everything holds value. You may name your price, or perhaps the Qingling Star Group can offer a price." Upon hearing this, the sovereign of the sky fell silent, redirecting his attention to the scene within the divine martial celestial ruins, though his eyes were devoid of spirit, clearly distracted. Meanwhile, upon witnessing Lu Yuan's ferocity, the leaders from the other continents no longer hesitated, immediately issuing orders for everyone to withdraw from the divine martial celestial ruins. In the face of the crystallization of laws and the apex prodigies, it was evident which held greater importance. Simultaneously, far within the Dark Continent, a grand and resonant voice emerged. "I do not wish to see Lu Yuan on the Dark Continent again. Regardless of the means employed, Lu Yuan must vanish from this world." Within the Crimson Flame ancient city, with Lu Yuan and Qing Wuji's involvement, The prodigies of the radiant continent were swiftly eradicated. The death toll surpassed 1,000. With their demise, the younger generation of the radiant continent faced a dire fracture. The once 20 prodigies of the Qingling star group were reduced to merely 15, having lost 5 in this conflict. As the others busied themselves with the aftermath, Lu Yuan and Qing Wuji found themselves seated atop a rooftop of a green-tiled structure, each cradling a jug of wine, indulging in a drink. As they sipped, Qing Wuji suddenly turned to Lu Yuan, his eyes reddened with emotion, and said, "Lu Yuan, I am sorry." Huh? Lu Yuan was taken aback, bewildered by Qing Wuji's odd behavior. "You're not even a woman. What could you possibly be sorry for?" With a face full of regret, Qing Wuji replied, "There is something I've never told you. Actually, everything we did in the divine martial celestial ruins was visible to those outside." "Those outside?" Lu Yuan initially felt puzzled, then suddenly realized, "You mean those powerful beings?" "Yes." Qing Wuji nodded. Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling a tumult within his heart. He began to wonder if his signing of the ancient Abyss Divine Sword had been witnessed by those formidable figures. If so, that could spell trouble. While it was undeniable that eliminating Nangong Mu you would lead to complications, Lu Yuan was indifferent. The divine martial celestial ruins were a trial ground for prodigies, and anyone could fall. Those powerful beings might harbor resentment towards Lu Yuan for their prodigy's downfall, but that was the extent of it. They would not dare act, for it would incite widespread wrath. What exactly transpired? Speak to me in detail. Chapter 048. You have released a demon. Lu Yuan discerned that Qing Wuji's sudden emotional upheaval was certainly not a reaction to the demise of Nangong Mu Yu. With a heart burdened with worry, Qing Wuji exclaimed, "Your earlier performance has startled those formidable beings. The experts from the Dark Immortal Palace have already contacted Elder Ping Tian, willing to pay a steep price to ensure that he does not protect you. Once you step out of the divine martial ruins, the forces from the Dark Immortal Palace will strike you down at the first opportunity. Moreover, the strong from the Bright Continent will undoubtedly intervene as well. Additionally, the experts from other continents have resolved to withdraw all their prodigies, thereby halting this trial. The Demon God Palace, Haoyan Academy, and the Ruler's Hall have all decided to pull out." Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, calmly inquiring, "Has Elder Ping Tian consented?" Qing Wuji shook his head, his expression laced with anxiety. "For the time being, it is uncertain. Elder Ping Tian is still deliberating. However, you must understand that the Qingling Star Alliance is not a native force of the Dark Continent. The experts within it hail from the headquarters of the Qingling Star Alliance, including Elder Ping Tian himself. My master's influence over these experts is limited. Should the Dark Immortal Palace offer a sufficiently enticing deal, it is hard to guarantee that Elder Ping Tian will remain unmoved. Lu Yuan, your performance has been so remarkable that the Dark Immortal Palace would find it intolerable not to eliminate you. We are currently suspended in deep space, the optimal setting for the Dark Immortal Palace to act. They will not let this opportunity slip by," Qing Wuji stated solemnly. After absorbing all this, Lu Yuan nodded, his countenance still serene. "What do you intend to do, Lu Yuan?" Observing Lu Yuan's unwavering demeanor in the face of impending danger, Qing Wuji felt a genuine admiration. If circumstances permitted, he would certainly prefer not to witness Lu Yuan's demise. Yet, given his current standing, he felt powerless. The higher one ascends, the broader the perspective. To others, he is the esteemed young master of the Qingling Star Alliance. To be more blunt, he is merely a disciple of a branch leader, with limited resources at his disposal. After a prolonged silence, Lu Yuan smiled and said, "When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. Since those formidable beings have decided to withdraw, you're no longer in danger. Thus, I shall act freely. I will strive to eliminate all those who bear enmity towards my Lu family before everyone else retreats." At such a juncture, shouldn't you be thinking about how to survive? Qing Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan chuckled, patting him on the shoulder, and without further words, he soared away. Qing Wuji remained rooted in place, eventually breaking into a wry smile after a prolonged silence. "Lu Yuan, I truly cannot see through you. The divine martial ruins are vast. Yet under the full force of Lu Yuan's speed, they appeared less expansive. Soon, he discovered his target amidst the remnants of a crumbling city, the Gu family's contingent. The undying Gu family serves as the lapdogs of the dark immortal palace. However, the Gu family's prodigies did not act in concert with those of the dark immortal palace, for the undying Dao lineage maintains its own dignity. Among the group, the leader was none other than Gu Changtian, the young master of the Gu family. Gu Changtian, tall and slender, towered over the other prodigies, adorned in a long robe of deep purple, his expression radiating arrogance. At this moment, the entourage was advancing toward the exit, visibly anxious. In the sky, Lu Yuan halted, his piercing gaze fixated upon Gu Changtian. On the ground, Gu Changtian seemed to sense something, raising his head to meet Lu Yuan's eyes. Lu Yuan, upon seeing him, Gu Changtian's breath momentarily faltered, his heart seemingly skipping a beat. Lu Yuan represented the deepest shadow in his heart, a towering mountain he was unwilling to confront. Hearing Gu Changtian's voice, the surrounding Gu family disciples also looked up at Lu Yuan in unison. As expected, all the Gu family disciples were thrown into disarray. "He is here just in time," Lu Yuan murmured, conjuring the demon sword in his hand. In the next instant, he dove downwards, his speed rendering him nearly invisible. The sound of air friction piercing the heavens. Realizing there was no escape, Gu Changtian bellowed, "What is there to panic about? Stay calm and form a formation to confront the enemy, or we shall all perish." With that, Gu Changtian gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed fiercely upon the sky. "I have broken through the third layer. Lu Yuan, I refuse to believe the gap between us is insurmountable." Just after Gu Changtian uttered those words, a golden red sword energy surged toward him. Mastering a path in cultivation is fundamentally a straightforward endeavor. Below the Saint Realm, it primarily involves absorbing spiritual energy into the body. Spiritual energy can enhance vitality and physical strength. Those with sufficient talent and comprehension might attempt to grasp various principles during this process, such as sword intent or blade intent. Combat methods tend to be rather singular. Once one reaches the Saint Realm, they can begin to comprehend elementary laws, wielding extraordinary power. However, all intangible forces require a tangible vessel as their medium. During combat, the laws adhere to the cultivator's body or weapon, significantly amplifying their potency. Generally, most individuals can only comprehend one law, with a select few capable of grasping two. The more laws one comprehends, the stronger their combat prowess. However, this comes with a trade-off. Once one reaches the Saint Realm, breaking through to the next level necessitates a simultaneous breakthrough of the power of the laws understood. Otherwise, even if their realm appears complete, they cannot advance. In the Saint Realm, one comprehends elementary laws. In the Earth Saint Realm, one comprehends intermediate laws. In the Heaven Saint Realm, one comprehends advanced laws. In the Great Heaven Saint Realm, one comprehends the domain of laws. Upon reaching the Heavenly Sovereign, one delves into the profound truths of the Tao. The sword Lu Yuan wielded contained the essence of the metal law, embodying the intent of destruction, capable of shattering all and obliterating the unyielding. Its ferocity ranks among the top 5 of myriad laws. Even before the sword energy arrived, Gu Changtian felt a prickling sensation on his forehead and roared, "Lu Yuan, I fear you not." With his blood surging, Gu Changtian gathered all his strength and unleashed a punch toward the heavens. Boom! The overwhelming force stirred the winds and clouds, the ferocious fist wind dispersing the air around it. In an instant, the sky above the ancient city became clear. The next moment, the sword energy collided with the fist imprint. The already precarious city was shattered into countless pieces by the ensuing shockwave, akin to a weapon of truth detonating within its confines. The disciples of the Gu family were caught in the aftermath, suffering countless casualties. Having unleashed a single sword strike, Lu Yuan refrained from drawing a second. Gu Changtian was only worthy of receiving that one blow. Descending gracefully from the air, Lu Yuan approached a fissure approximately 100 meters long, a rift carved by his sword. Deep within the crevice lay Gu Changtian, his limbs distorted. Blood continuously flowed from his mouth, and as he gazed at Lu Yuan, his eyes brimmed with reluctance. He wished to say something, but found himself unable to utter a word. Looking at Gu Changtian, Lu Yuan smiled faintly and said, "I could have slain you long ago. But out of consideration for your family, I tolerated your antics before me. You all believe that by annihilating the Lu family, I, Lu Yuan, would become a lamb ready for slaughter. Yet, you remain oblivious to the truth. The Lu family was nothing but my shackles, and you have unwittingly unshackled me." Releasing a demon. Chapter 49. You are not a woman. Otherwise, dying would be a delight. Does Lu Yuan care about the Lu family? The answer is a resounding yes. This is the most fundamental boundary Lu Yuan maintains as a human being. Yet, deep within his heart, he harbors a certain indifference. For the Lu family has indeed constrained him, becoming a shackle upon his existence. At times, he even muses that it would be a relief if the Lu family were to vanish one day. Of course, such thoughts are never shared with anyone, save for the deceased. This reflects the darker impulses that lurk within Lu Yuan. On that fateful day, when he returned to the Dark Continent and heard of the Lu family's demise, he was taken aback, astonished by how recklessly these individuals had brought about their own downfall. However, upon learning that the Lu family had merely exiled themselves, Lu Yuan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The sorrow dissipated, leaving behind only a sense of secret glee. Nonetheless, he still had to protect the collateral relatives of the Lu family, so Lu Yuan's restless heart was compelled to restrain itself, continuing to abide by the rules of the Dark Continent, striving to blend in and avoid being seen as a disruptor, lest he endanger those he cared for. Yet, it seems that adherence to the rules is no longer necessary, for there are always those who flout them. With Gu Changtian long dead, having succumbed before Lu Yuan could finish his words, Lu Yuan felt no concern. His words were never intended for Gu Changtian's ears. Raising his gaze, Lu Yuan beheld the remnants of the setting sun and the blood moon suspended in the sky, his expression serene, yet his eyes betrayed an icy indifference. With a flick of his hand, a black stone materialized in his palm, smooth and glimmering with an ethereal light. Gazing at the stone, Lu Yuan chuckled softly, murmuring, "In the end, I still lost, master. Your skills are ultimately unparalleled." As the words left his lips, Lu Yuan surged forward, ruthlessly attacking the Gu family disciples who had yet to escape. In mere moments, all were decapitated. The act of severing heads seemed to be a peculiar obsession of Lu Yuan. After eliminating the Gu family members, he departed from the ancient city, setting out to seek others. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, the immortal stronghold of the Gu family was seething with rage. Had it not been for the restraint of a fellow immortal beside him, one of them might have recklessly charged into the divine martial ruins, only to be mercilessly crushed by the unyielding laws. As they witnessed Lu Yuan once again seeking out other prodigies, the seasoned leaders grew increasingly anxious, pressing the supreme ruler of Ping Tian for intervention. Immediately, Ping Tian ordered Lu Yuan to return, urging him to avoid further mistakes. What a madcap young man! If he were one of my Jiang family's kin, I would awaken laughing from my dreams. Alas, Ping Tian, call him back. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Brother Ping Tian, have you considered this? Your term still has a year remaining, after which you must return to the headquarters of Qingling's star. A mere Lu Yuan is not worth offending so many. The ruler of the dark immortal palace tempted, offering 100 attribute-less essence crystals as a congratulatory gift for Ping Tian's impending return to headquarters. Just moments ago, he had received orders from the dark immortal palace's master to spare no effort in eliminating Lu Yuan, and fearing he might not suffice alone. 3 additional rulers were already en route. The mobilization of 4 rulers to eliminate a mere celestial saint illustrates their significant concern and trepidation. Upon hearing the offer of 100 essence crystals, Ping Tian's eyelids twitched. He felt himself tempted, coupled with the pressure from other powerful figures. He understood that none wished for Lu Yuan to leave alive. After a long pause, Ping Tian sighed heavily, conceding, "Very well, let you all proceed as you wish. As for calling that young man back, do not harbor such hopes. He will not heed me. Rather than placing your hopes on me, pray that your own disciples flee swiftly." With that, Ping Tian fell silent, closing his eyes to meditate. In the divine martial ruins, All the prodigies were desperately fleeing, having received urgent messages from their elders. They learned that Nangong Mu Yu had perished at Lu Yuan's hands, utterly unable to resist. There was no hesitation. Even the other 3 super prodigies chose to withdraw. Lu Yuan was evidently an unpredictable monster. When faced with such a formidable opponent, it was better to retreat than to confront him. No one desired to test their strength against Lu Yuan. Only someone lacking common sense would dare to do so. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan continued to seek his targets, and should he encounter individuals from other continents, he would not let them escape either. There was no animosity, primarily motivated by the desire to seize the essence crystals they possessed. Half a day later, all prodigies had evacuated from the divine martial ruins. Lu Yuan located each of his targets, methodically eliminating them one by one. Throughout this process, the number of essence crystals in Lu Yuan's possession swelled from 5 to 130. True invincibility is indeed lonely. Is there no one my caliber to contend with? Even those a realm higher would suffice, he mused while standing atop a towering black edifice, gazing out over the vast expanse of land with an expression devoid of tension, even as dozens of rulers and hundreds of immortals awaited his demise. At that moment, Qing Wuji arrived. "Are you not leaving?" Lu Yuan inquired. With an impassive demeanor, Qing Wuji replied, "Why would I? You are not going to kill me. I have no reason to rush away. We have a full 10 days until the ruins close." Qing Wuji approached Lu Yuan, retrieving 2 flasks of fine wine from his storage ring, offering one to Lu Yuan. He took a hearty swig, wiping the excess from his mouth, and said gravely, "I have received word that old fool Ping Tian has agreed to the mad dog of the sun. He has decided not to protect you. And given the current situation, other powerful figures from different continents wish for your death. Dozens of rulers, hundreds of immortals." Qing Wuji remarked seriously, looking at Lu Yuan. "You are doomed. The divine martial ruins possess but one exit. Unless one is an emperor, escape is nearly impossible." Lu Yuan took a sip from the flask, savoring its flavor, then chuckled. "So, you have come to bid me farewell?" Qing Wuji remained expressionless, responding, "I do have that notion. While I cannot fathom your calm demeanor, I fear that if I do not see you now, I may never get the chance again." "Not planning to accompany me into death?" Lu Yuan asked with a smile. Qing Wuji rolled his eyes at Lu Yuan, proudly declaring, "I have a promising future ahead of me. You are not a breathtaking beauty, otherwise. There might be some enjoyment in dying together. Rather than perish here foolishly, I would prefer to wait until you are dead and then collect your body." As he spoke, Qing Wuji patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, assuring him, "Do not worry. Once I break through to Emperor, I will avenge you and eradicate these foes." Lu Yuan gazed into the distance, his expression relaxed. "It appears you are certain of my demise. I await your performance." With that, Qing Wuji drained the last drop of wine from the flask and simultaneously departed from the divine martial ruins. Qing Wuji's departure stirred not a ripple within Lu Yuan. He simply gazed at the vast landscapes before him, quietly finishing the contents of the flask. Then, he crushed the black stone in his hand. Chapter 050. The background of the Lu family, the stubborn Lu Chongkong under the immense force of Lu Yuan. The black stone crumbled into dust, and with a gentle flex of his fingers, the stone powder returned to the earth. Surrounding him, there was no peculiar sight nor any sudden sounds. Yet, within Lu Yuan's heart, an unwavering sense of security enveloped him. At this moment, even if 100 imperial lords were to charge at him simultaneously, there would be no change in his expression. With purposeful strides, Lu Yuan departed from the divine martial celestial ruins, for he had accomplished all that was necessary, and lingering there held no significance. In the depths of dark space, voices rose and fell as all the outstanding individuals lamented to their elders about Lu Yuan. Their gains had been entirely plundered by him. Just then, Qing Wuji appeared, standing alone in the air, coldly observing everyone before him. Noticing Qing Wuji's unsympathetic gaze, a powerful figure scoffed. "This brat seems quite attached to Lu Yuan, boldly proclaiming that he will eliminate all of us once he ascends to become an imperial lord. Are you not afraid of death?" Another powerful figure openly threatened him. Qing Wuji coldly regarded the speaker, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, and replied, "Threaten me? Such audacity! You might as well try. If I lose even a hair, your entire clan shall face annihilation by tomorrow." Presumptuous. Such arrogance from a mere child. The threatening figure, enraged by Qing Wuji's brazen words, sought to crush him. But at that moment, the previously silent master of the heavens spoke calmly. Qi Ji, if you do not wish to witness the corpses of your entire Qi clan tomorrow, I advise you to temper your emotions. Even as a master, there are some whom you cannot afford to offend. The master of the heavens speaks true. This young man, Qing Wuji, although his talent may be mediocre, holds the most esteemed identity among all the young ones present, for he hails from the Qing clan, one of the 10 great clans of the Han Yuan. A female sovereign remarked. The Qing clan. Everyone gasped. The Qing clan was indeed an extraordinary force, ranked among the strongest races in the vast Han Yuan realm. However, Qing Wuji's presence here indicated that his status within the clan was not particularly high. Yet, regardless of that, he was not a master to be insulted. As Qing Wuji stated, if he were to lose even a hair, the one who threatened him would surely face the destruction of his entire lineage. Some races, the more powerful they were, the less they could tolerate insults from those weaker than themselves. The Qing clan was precisely such a race. Humph! Worthless imbeciles! Qing Wuji snorted coldly as he returned to the Qing Ling star camp. No one responded to him, as they all understood the futility of it. They dare not kill, and to argue would only tarnish their own identities. Sitting cross-legged on a mat, Qing Wuji reflected on the apprehension that the powerful figures had shown towards him, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Despite the danger, there existed a glimmer of hope. He truly did not wish to see Lu Yuan perish here. Lu Yuan's talent was immensely enticing to him, and he longed to forge a bond with such a prodigy. If they could become sworn brothers, it would greatly benefit his position within his clan. At that moment, silence enveloped the gathering, as everyone awaited Lu Yuan's appearance. Unbeknownst to them, far from the 5 Directions Dao field, 2 figures quietly observed them. Both appeared middle-aged, clad in platinum robes, their auras concealed. Yet, the mere fact that these 2 dared to secretly watch dozens of sovereigns and 300 immortals indicated their formidable strength. Shall we intervene? One asked. Of course. This young man Lu Yuan's talent has left me in awe. Bringing him back to our clan will undoubtedly yield remarkable achievements, the other replied. It seems Lu Yuan remains unaware that his current predicament is entirely due to that stubborn old Lu Chongkong. We could easily lend our aid, yet he insists otherwise, claiming that coming early or late makes no difference, and that it would be better to find another place, perhaps to seize a sliver of hope. Ultimately, he is still harboring resentment towards the clan leader, who had wished for his return thousands of years ago, but he stubbornly refused. The clan leader, being benevolent, sent us to secretly protect the Lu family, yet this obstinate old man remains ungrateful and forbids us from acting. If Lu Yuan were to fall because of him, I wonder how he could bear to live in this world. The first speaker's words were filled with indignation, yet the information they conveyed was astonishing. The illustrious Lu family was merely a branch of another Lu clan. Enough talk. It is for the best that the old man has departed. Now we can bring Lu Yuan back to our clan. Truth be told, I have coveted this young man for quite some time, compared to Lu Yuan. Those prodigies within our clan pale in comparison. We shall not act hastily. We will intervene when Lu Yuan's life hangs by a thread. Certainly, no need for you to remind me. Just as the 2 conversed, the entrance to the divine martial celestial ruins began to shimmer. All powerful figures narrowed their eyes in unison. Is he coming out? In the next moment, Lu Yuan stepped slowly from the entrance, still clad in pristine white, untainted by dust. His handsome countenance bore no trace of fear or anxiety. Instead, he exuded an air of calmness. Impressive. I find myself somewhat admiring this young man. Knowing he is likely to die, he still dares to emerge, a sovereign remarked. Upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge, the master of the dark celestial palace rose without uttering a word, his eyes filled with boundless killing intent. The elderly woman from the light continent, her gaze brimming with hatred, similarly did not conceal her murderous intent. As Lu Yuan faced the throng of formidable figures, feeling the overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him, he took a deep breath and sighed. Why must the rules of this game be broken? Is it not more fitting for the young to face the young, and the old to confront the old? Must you force me to betray my own promises? Sometimes, I truly wonder if you are merely actors summoned by my master to compel me to return. Hearing Lu Yuan's seemingly nonsensical words, everyone wore expressions of confusion. Yet, they could all sense the calmness emanating from Lu Yuan, devoid of even a hint of the tension one would expect before death. Foolishness. This wretch. I will ensure you pay for my Yuet's life. The master of the dark celestial palace and the elderly woman from the light continent struck simultaneously, intent on crushing Lu Yuan at the first opportunity. An unfathomable force surged towards him like a tidal wave. Lu Yuan remained unmoving, showing no intent to act, merely watching the two with a mocking gaze. In the next instant, a clear and elegant voice emanated from beside Lu Yuan. If you dare to act against my junior brother, I fear the Hunyuan realm shall no longer have a reason to exist. Chapter 051. Lu Yuan Senior Brother. With a wave of his hand, fierce enemies turned to ashes as the words fell. A swirling vortex appeared beside Lu Yuan, from which emerged a young man clad in an exquisite purple robe. The youth possessed strikingly handsome features, yet his eyes were peculiarly enchanting, with pupils of a violet hue, exuding an aura that could only be described as malevolently formidable. Upon his arrival, the young man paid no heed to the sovereigns and immortal beings present, instead casting a curious glance at Lu Yuan, remarking, "Junior brother, it's been quite a while." Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Yuan remained silently mourning for all present in his heart. After a moment of silence, he finally smiled and replied, "It has indeed been a long time, senior brother. I did not expect our master to summon you." Su Xiling shrugged in response. "What can I say? I am rather idle. The eldest brother is perpetually occupied battling the eternal 9 demon gods. The second brother is engrossed in judging the traitors of the human race. And the third sister is about to take over the Tianyang immortal kingdom, leaving me, the fourth brother, either annihilating clans and realms or en route to do so. I say, little junior brother, why not embrace the identity bestowed upon you by our master? Why must you act out of spite and wager against him? Look, you have lost." Lu Yuan smiled wryly, choosing not to explain. Noticing Lu Yuan's silence, Su Xiling grew bored and remarked, "At least you are not as stubborn as our master. You know to seek help in times of danger. As the old monks of the Buddha kingdom often say, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly." Lu Yuan replied, "Senior brother, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha does not quite capture the essence of that saying. You often misinterpret the Zen teachings of the Buddha kingdom." Su Xiling scoffed. "Who asked those old monks to suppress me for 3,000 years, reciting scriptures atop my head daily? It has become utterly tiresome." Not far away, a group of formidable beings observed Lu Yuan and the mysterious young man engrossed in conversation, ignoring their presence, which ignited their fury. "What an arrogant child! We, the sovereigns, are watching closely, and you still have the leisure chat. If we do not kill you today, we shall become the laughingstock of countless others." One sovereign, filled with wrath, thrust forth a palm. In the boundless depths of space, a hand as colossal as a planet emerged. Su Xiling, momentarily interrupted while reminiscing with Lu Yuan, narrowed his already enchanting eyes, glancing sideways with a cold smile. "A group of ungrateful ants. I'm catching up with my junior brother, and you dare to interrupt?" Intending to show benevolence by allowing them a bit more time, how could they be so ungrateful? As his words fell, Su Xiling lightly pointed with his finger. The sovereign had no time to react before his body aged, as if eroded by countless years, disintegrating into fine ash. Gasps of shock rippled through the crowd. What kind of technique is this, able to annihilate a sovereign in an instant? This is a sovereign, a superpower capable of destroying an entire continent. Yet he has perished so easily. Su Xiling's single strike left everyone in awe, their hearts racing in trepidation, never imagining Lu Yuan could summon such a terrifying unknown power. "Your senior brother's mastery of temporal pathways has grown exceedingly profound," Lu Yuan marveled. Su Xiling chuckled heartily. "I've only made a slight advancement, compared to our master, who traverses the rivers of time at will. I am still far behind." Lu Yuan shook his head. "Such an existence as our master is a rarity across the myriad realms. There is no need for you to be so modest." Upon hearing this, Su Xiling ceased to feign humility, stating, "Very well, Let us swiftly conclude this and catch up properly. With that, he casually waved his hand towards the dozens of sovereigns and hundreds of immortal beings. In an instant, the space where the multitude of powerful beings resided seemed to freeze, and then an immeasurable span of time swiftly flowed from them. Within mere breaths, all, along with their battleground, turned to ash, dissipating into the vastness of space. Such near-immortal techniques, though Lu Yuan had witnessed them numerous times, still left him in awe. He often reflected that this was the ultimate application of the laws of the universe. Qing Wuji had long since departed the battleground upon Su Xialing's appearance, hiding nearby to observe. Witnessing this spectacle, he was left speechless, his mouth agape for an extended period. Oh, there's still a fish that slipped through the net. Su Xialing turned his gaze to Qing Wuji, his fingers twitching. Qing Wuji, terrified, felt his soul flee, while Lu Yuan, startled, quickly interjected, "Senior brother, he is my friend." "Ah, so he is the little brother's friend. Then it is of no consequence," Su Xialing chuckled, returning to a state of calm. Lu Yuan sighed in relief, his eyes betraying a hint of regret as he gazed at the space where the myriad powerful beings had vanished. His senior brother's decisiveness left no trace behind, not even a hair. So many sovereigns, so many immortals. Lu Yuan felt a pang in his heart. What a pity. Well then, little brother, the matter is resolved. Will you not invite your senior brother to your home for a visit? Su Xialing inquired with a smile, his expression unfazed, as if the annihilation of dozens of sovereigns and hundreds of immortals was merely akin to crushing a horde of ants. Lu Yuan sighed, suppressing his heartache, and replied, "Senior brother jests. It is the duty of a younger brother to extend hospitality to a guest from afar." He then turned to Qing Wuji, calling out, "What are you standing there for? Hurry over, senior brother will take us back." The sovereign of the sky had naturally perished as well. The distance from here to the Dark Continent was exceedingly vast. Given Qing Wuji's cultivation, it could take tens of thousands of years to return to the Dark Continent. Oh. Qing Wuji nodded eagerly, then swiftly approached Lu Yuan, hesitantly avoiding Su Xialing's gaze, overwhelmed by trepidation. He even felt that his ancestral figure could not compare to the strength of this young man. Su Xialing regarded Qing Wuji with a bemused smile, suddenly raising an eyebrow. Why do I feel a sense of familiarity about him?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "Senior brother, you have forgotten. Qing Mu, the executor, hails from the primordial realm, and he is indeed a descendant of his ancestral figure." Lu Yuan was fully aware of Qing Wuji's true origins. "Oh, so does Qing Mu. That explains the familiarity," Su Xialing realized, then turned to Qing Wuji with a smile. "Little one, do not be so tense before me. Your ancestor Qing Mu and I are old acquaintances." Upon hearing this, Qing Wuji was utterly astonished, for his ancestor was a being of several million years. If Su Xialing claimed to be an old acquaintance of his ancestor, did that not imply that this young man? Seemingly perceiving Qing Wuji's thoughts, Su Xialing remarked, "Do not overthink it. I am much younger than Qing Mu. Of course, compared to you, I am more than adequate. You may call me ancestor if you wish." Su Xialing wore a smile that was both teasing and enigmatic. Qing Wuji, however, was left speechless, hesitantly mumbling, "Ancestor." He felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet also a flicker of joy, for it was evident that the young man before him was on par with his ancestor, if not even more powerful. Associating with such an entity promised immense benefits. At this moment, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. "Wuji, he is my senior brother. If you call him ancestor, what should you call me?" Suddenly, Qing Wuji lifted his head, glancing between the teasing Su Xialing and the cunningly grinning Lu Yuan, and instantaneously understood. His face flushed crimson as he shouted at Lu Yuan, "Get lost!" Lu Yuan and Su Xialing exchanged amused glances, bursting into laughter. Chapter 052. The enemies of the Lu family. None shall remain. Lu Yuan and his companions departed. Yet the two figures concealed at a distance remained unnerved for quite some time. At the very moment Lu Yuan and his group left, Su Xialing cast a meaningful glance in their direction. To their astonishment, the presence they sensed was that of a transcendent being, perhaps even beyond transcendence itself. Both were drenched in cold sweat. As emperors, They understood that above their realm lay transcendence, and the mere glance had instilled in them a sense of grave danger. They could conceive of no other possibility. After all, the ability to effortlessly annihilate dozens of sovereigns with a mere wave of a hand was beyond their capabilities. How could such an entity exist behind Lu Yuan? And yet they were entirely unaware. They had secretly guarded the Lu family for hundreds of years, witnessing Lu Yuan's birth firsthand. Wait, do you remember when Lu Yuan left for a while at the age of 15? Of course, I recall. That impudent boy was unbeatable across the continent at his level, even besting those a realm above him. He once lamented the solitude of invincibility, claiming life was as lonely as snow. He later found the Dark Continent unbearably dull and decided to venture out for a decade before returning. Are you suggesting that the existence behind him is a result of events during that 10-year absence? What else could it be? Unless you can think of another explanation. I heard Lu Yuan refer to that formidable being as senior brother, indicating they have a master. It's truly unfathomable that even a disciple could possess such transcendental prowess. One can only wonder about the stature of their master. Discussing this is futile. I ponder whether we can still bring Lu Yuan back to the clan. Of course, it is possible. The existence behind Lu Yuan does not conflict with his return to the main lineage. In fact, with such a powerful ally, we must bring him back to the clan. What does it matter if there is a transcendent being? The Lu clan is not without its own. However, for now, we must refrain from contacting Lu Yuan until that being departs. Let us proceed with this plan. With that, the two powerful figures vanished into the depths of the void. Shortly after their departure, at the original site of the Five Directions Taoist temple, three dark-robed figures emerged through three rifts in space. They surveyed the empty expanse with expressions of self-doubt before promptly retreating back through the rifts, muttering curses under their breath about having taken a wrong turn. No one on the Dark Continent was aware of these occurrences, but it would not be long before the news reverberated across the Dark Continent and the other four continents. However, Lu Yuan was indifferent to this. His immediate priority was to host Su Xiling and reminisce about old times. Despite Su Xiling's amiable demeanor, he bore a fearsome reputation throughout the myriad realms as the Shintian evil emperor, responsible for the destruction of countless races and worlds. Among Lu Yuan's 5 senior brothers, Su Xiling was not the strongest, but when it came to ruthlessness and cunning, he undoubtedly held the top rank. The myriad realms are vast, an umbrella term that is exceedingly vague. They encompass not only numerous worlds, but also various dimensions and multiverses. Within these countless dimensions, there exist many unique factions, such as the Dark Arbitration Court. This entity is a dual-natured force, eternally at odds with humanity and the unrelenting demon race, while simultaneously pursuing and punishing traitors among the human ranks. Yet, they also engage in heinous acts, annihilating any world or race that violates the rules set by the court, the specifics of which remain shrouded in mystery. The most formidable figure within the Dark Arbitration Court is known as the Chief Arbiter, a being of unparalleled might, standing alongside supreme deities and ancient beings. Moreover, the Chief Arbiter is also Lu Yuan's master. In the tranquil surroundings of the Lu family estate in Qingling City, by the shimmering lakeside, Lu Yuan and Su Xiling sat cross-legged beneath a willow tree, engaged in a game of chess. Junior brother, it is time to return. After years of tension with our master, any significant differences should have dissipated by now. Lu Yuan placed a piece on the board, a wry smile on his face. Since you have come, how can I not return? Su Xiling chuckled. That is good to know. Our master has stated that if you do not return after shattering the stones, he will have to drag you back. Lu Yuan captured 3 of Su Xiling's pieces calmly. However, before I return, I have a few matters to trouble you with. Speak freely, Su Xiling replied, scratching his head and gazing at the chessboard with a conflicted expression, for he was not well versed in the game. None of the enemies of the Lu family shall remain, declared Lu Yuan. That is a trivial matter, Su Xiling responded. Behind the dark immortal palace lies the immortal court, Lu Yuan stated earnestly. The immortal court, you say? Su Xiling's expression grew serious. Then it shall be extinguished without fail. If they have any objections, let them approach our master. After all, you are his most favored junior disciple. I trust he will resolve any troubles for you. Even if he does not intervene, elder brother will. Then there is no issue. Lu Yuan nodded, placing another piece and forcing Su Xiling into a corner. Su Xiling began to pull at his hair in frustration, eventually appending the chessboard in a fit of mischief. Lu Yuan, unperturbed, simply smiled and gathered the pieces. At that moment, Su Xiling suddenly remarked, "Earlier, as we departed the void, I sensed two individuals watching you. Strangely, their bloodlines bore some resemblance to yours." "Oh." Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. "What was their strength?" "Both are emperors. Their power is passable, and they appear to harbor goodwill towards you, which is why I refrained from taking action," Su Xiling replied nonchalantly. Lu Yuan, perplexed, lowered his head in contemplation. Chapter 53. The Celestial Realm, one of the 13 royal families, the Lu clan. After much contemplation, Lu Yuan could not discern the connection between himself and the two Empyreans. After all, if the Lu family possessed two Empyreans, they would not have easily chosen self-exile. Shaking his head, he conceded that while he could not fathom their significance at this moment, their goodwill suggested that they would meet again in the future. Thus he felt no urgency. Su Xiling not det unfa. To him, vanquishing two Empyreans was no more challenging than defeating a group of dominators. "Very well. Please provide me with a list of your family's enemies. I shall deal with them promptly, allowing you to return with me sooner. Your master has been longing for you." Su Xiling Vima. Lu Yuan had prepared for this and handed over a written list, saying, "Senior brother, do not eradicate them too thoroughly. Leave me a few to contend with, as I still have a family to support." Su Xiling smiled and vanished. Lu Yuan did not rise, but summoned Lu Changming. "Brother Yuan." Lu Changming stood respectfully before him. Without delay, Lu Yuan spoke softly, "I am about to depart. Do not inquire about my destination. I have several matters to entrust to you, so listen attentively." Lu Changming's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly steeled himself to listen closely. Lu Yuan continued, "Firstly, before I leave, I will bequeath to you a substantial resource. It is imperative that you utilize it wisely, ensuring that the clan does not fall into complacency. The allocation is entirely at your discretion. Secondly, I shall eliminate all factors detrimental to the Lu family. Yet you must remain within the Qingling domain unless an immortal or dominator arises within our clan. Additionally, I will assign you 2 guardians. Feel free to eliminate any dissenters among the elders. Those are the only matters. You may now make your arrangements." Lu Yuan waved his hand, appearing somewhat fatigued. Lu Changming hesitated, his thoughts unspoken, and ultimately departed with a look of melancholy. Once Lu Changming had left, Lu Yuan addressed the empty surroundings. "Elders, please reveal yourselves." As his words faded, the void before him shimmered, and 2 middle-aged figures clad in platinum robes emerged. Lu Yuan rose, his expression grave. According to his senior brother, these 2 were Empyreans, beings of formidable power not to be taken lightly. "Do not be alarmed. We harbor no ill intentions," they assured him, proceeding with their introductions. "Lu Yuan, this is our first encounter. I am Lu Shisan, and this beside me is Lu Qi." Lu Shisan, without a trace of white in his beard, exuded an air of elegance, while Lu Qi, with a wild beard, possessed a more untamed demeanor. Lu Shisan, Lu Qi. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he searched his mind, but found no information on the 2. "May I inquire what brings you here?" Lu Shisan regarded him with appreciation, saying, "Lu Yuan, do you know the origins of the Lu family?" "Origins?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "Elders, please speak plainly." Lu Shisan smiled slightly. "Very well. I shall be direct. Eons ago, there existed an immensely powerful force across the myriad realms. One so formidable that even the current celestial court and Taiyuan divine court pale in comparison. This force was known as the Hall of Human Ancestors. Within the hall, there were 13 royal families, of which the Lu clan is one. However, following a tumultuous upheaval, the hall disbanded, and the 13 families became scattered across the realms. The Lu clan suffered significant losses, yet managed to retain some strength, ultimately establishing itself in a grand domain to recuperate. Your ancestor, Lu Changkong, is a direct descendant of our Lu clan. Thus, The Lu family is merely a branch of the Lu clan. As for why Lu Changkong left, do not be troubled. It was not due to any deep-seated animosity. He merely found the current family head intolerable, having failed in a bid for the position, and thus departed in frustration. The current head is his elder brother. Lu Shisan, wary of any misinterpretation, swiftly clarified the circumstances surrounding Lu Changkong's departure. Lu Yuan listened in astonishment, his focus unwavering on Lu Shisan, urging him to continue. The existence of a Lu clan behind his family was a revelation he had never known. Lu Shisan continued. The family had fears for Lu Changkong's safety, hence he has tasked us with covertly protecting him. Lu Yuan marveled at the power that could command 2 Empyreans. Yet he furrowed his brow. If you're guarding him in secret, why has the Lu family still faced attacks? Lu Shisan and Lu Qi exchanged glances, offering a rueful smile. It is not that we do not wish to intervene, nor is it due to negligence. Rather, Lu Changkong is stubborn and refuses our assistance. The reasons are tied to the celestial court, and it is prudent for you not to know them at this time. Lu Yuan refrained from pressing further, asking instead, "What, then, is your purpose in seeking me?" Lu Shisan replied earnestly, "Lu Yuan, your talents are remarkable. Therefore, we wish to invite you to return to the Lu clan. As a direct descendant of Lu Changkong, your status would be equally esteemed." Lu Shisan and Lu Qi's eyes gleamed with hope as they fixed their gaze upon Lu Yuan, eager for his response. After a moment of silence, Lu Yuan smiled. "Very well, I accept your invitation, though I will need some time before I can join the Lu clan." "Is it due to that powerful individual?" Lu Shisan inquired. Lu Yuan nodded. "He is my senior brother, sent by my master to bring me back. I have been away for quite some time, and it is time I return to honor him." "And your master is?" Lu Shisan's eyes sparkled with eager curiosity. "Have you heard of the Dark Arbitration Court?" The Dark Arbitration Court. Both Lu Shisan and Lu Qi were visibly taken aback, their expressions filled with shock. Could it be that Lu Yuan's master was a judge of the Dark Arbitration Court? This court encompasses numerous positions, such as judge, presiding judge, speaker, and executor, all linked to power. Given Lu Shisan and Lu Qi's stature and experience, they could only fathom the level of presiding judge, while anything beyond that was simply unimaginable. Noticing their astonished reactions, Lu Yuan smiled without elaborating further, choosing to maintain an aura of mystery that commanded respect. Likewise, the identity of his master as a presiding judge was a trump card he could wield at critical moments. A true ace in the hole. Understanding Lu Yuan's reluctance to divulge more, Lu Shisan and Lu Qi refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, Lu Shisan presented Lu Yuan with a blue token, stating earnestly, "This is a teleportation token. No matter where you are, it will lead you directly to the Lu clan. Be sure to keep it safe." Lu Yuan accepted it gratefully, then suddenly recalled something, looking up to ask, "What are your intentions for the Lu family here?" "The one beneath your feet." Lu Shisan sighed. Their bloodline is too diluted. Although they originate from Lu Changkong, integrating them into the family is not solely my decision. However, should any among them display exceptional talent in the future, returning to the Lu clan is not out of the question. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression darken, Lu Shisan hastily added, "But rest assured, as members of the Lu clan, we shall not allow them to suffer. Upon my return, I will dispatch some dominators and immortals to ensure their protection." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's previously somber countenance brightened once more. Chapter 054. The Vegetarian Transformation of Air Guzi Depart. Su Xiling exhibited remarkable efficiency, returning within merely half a day. With his return, the fate of the Dark Immortal Palace and the imperishable Gu family was, of course, self-evident. "Here, the item you requested." Su Xiling tossed a golden storage ring to Lu Yuan, then settled into an antique chair, saying, "I must say, my junior brother, as a disciple of our master, do you truly deem such a meager resource worthy?" Receiving the storage ring, Lu Yuan extended his consciousness to inspect its contents, responding, "Even a mosquito's leg, albeit small, is still meat. Brother, you are satiated and cannot fathom the hunger of the famished. While you may effortlessly annihilate a world and reap abundant resources, I, with a heart of genuine kindness, cannot resort to pillaging. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Su Xiling, unable to suppress it, spat out the tea he had just sipped, exclaiming in astonishment, "You possess a kind heart? My heavens, if you, Lu Yuan, are benevolent, then there would be no villain in this world. Who is it that, under our master's tutelage for less than a decade, brazenly slaughtered 31 worlds? Those worlds met a gruesome fate, with trillions of innocent lives extinguished. I was executing a mission. My actions cannot be conflated with yours," Lu Yuan replied nonchalantly, though internally he added, "The worlds I have destroyed far exceed 31. Very well, brother, wait a moment. I shall return shortly." After examining the resources within the storage ring, Lu Yuan decided to leave a portion behind, intending to reserve the majority for Lu Changming. It was not that Lu Yuan was particularly generous. Rather, the bulk of the resources were of no use to him. Upon returning to the Dark Arbitration Court, he would find no shortage of star source crystals. "Brother Yuan, are you truly leaving?" Lu Changming clutched the storage ring tightly, his eyes filled with reluctance. Lu Yuan was his pillar of support. Without him, he felt utterly lost, unsure of what to do. Lu Yuan patted his shoulder. "A man's shoulders must bear responsibility. Do not fear. Pursue your aspirations boldly, for there will be those to assist you." He then entrusted Li Wu to Lu Changming, the earnest lad who had risked his life to ensure Lu Yuan's escape. After giving his instructions, Lu Yuan suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. What was it? Rubbing his temples, he pondered deeply. Moments later, it struck him, Air Guzi. Since departing from the Tianshao continent, he had placed Air Guzi into the beast tamer's bag and subsequently forgotten all about him, only now recalling. In haste, Lu Yuan released Air Guzi from the bag and, facing the creature's profoundly mournful expression, began to explain, "Air Guzi, listen, it was not intentional." Air Guzi squatted on the ground, rolling his eyes in despair. "You did it on purpose. How cruel you are, Lu Yuan. Not only did you forget me, but that wretched bag contained only bamboo shoots." The tears nearly welled in Air Guzi's eyes. "Here I am, a fierce beast, the most formidable of my kind, now reduced to a vegetarian." As he spoke, Air Guzi produced a bamboo shoot from who knows where, took a fierce bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed. Once finished, he abruptly tossed the bamboo shoot to the ground, lamenting, "Woe is me. I've become instinctively accustomed to this. Lu Yuan, this is not over between us." With a roar, Air Guzi lunged at Lu Yuan. However, Lu Yuan merely extended a finger, pinning Air Guzi firmly in place, despite the creature's frantic scratching. Lu Yuan wore a wry smile, pondering how the beast tamer's bag had become filled with bamboo shoots. Now he recalled. Shortly after his arrival in this world, he had intended to raise an iron-eating beast, but somehow forgot, leaving only the bamboo shoots in the bag. Recognizing his oversight, Lu Yuan refrained from arguing and sighed. "Air Guzi, I must leave." "Huh?" Air Guzi paused, ceasing his frantic digging, and looked up to inquire. "Where to?" "To a distant place," Lu Yuan replied. "I wish for you to accompany me, but if you dare to place me back in the beast tamer's bag, I shall fight you." "You think I'm weak?" Air Guzi exclaimed, pointing to himself in disbelief. "I am a mighty earth saint." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, releasing a hint of his own aura. Air Guzi froze in shock. "Heavens, you are a celestial saint?" Lu Yuan, unwilling to elaborate further, stated, "After my departure, remain here to cultivate. Rest assured, resources will be ample. Once your cultivation reaches my expectations, I shall return for you." With that, he left the bewildered Air Guzi behind and departed. "Are all matters arranged?" Su Xiling inquired with a smile. Lu Yuan nodded and asked, "What is my current ranking on the Cosmic Talents 2-star battle list?" Su Xiling pondered for a moment before responding. "You have dropped to 23rd. Then upon my return, I shall strive to secure a place in the top 10, Lu Yuan declared calmly. Such confidence. Su Xiling chuckled in response. The Cosmic Talents battle list was a compilation of the most elite prodigies from countless dimensions, categorized into 5 stars and 5 tiers. The significance of this list was beyond measure. To put it plainly, any individual ranked within the top 10,000 of the 2-star list would inevitably achieve the status of an emperor and among the mightiest. Attaining a position within the top 10 would elevate one's status to the level of transcendence, as those in the top 10 possessed backgrounds and talents that were indispensable. Even the formidable Dark Arbitration Court had no representatives within the top 10, nor even the top 20. Only Lu Yuan graced the top 30. When Lu Yuan had returned previously, he had reached the top 15. It is insufficient. Having been away for so long, if I cannot secure a top 10 ranking, I cannot imagine how Master might penalize me, Lu Yuan lamented. Then I shall await your good news. Su Xiling smiled gently, extending his hand toward the adjacent space. A remarkably sturdy spatial passage, capable of traversing myriad realms, took shape. Let's not keep Master waiting. Agreed. Chapter 055. The Eccentric Master and the Imperial Guard, what lies beyond the vast realm? Is it a dazzling river of stars, or an endless abyss of darkness? To Lu Yuan, neither is the answer. Rather, the outside of the great realm is merely a larger version of itself. At this moment, Lu Yuan finds himself amidst a boundless starry sky, surrounded by colorful nebulae. Not far ahead stands an immense celestial city, its towering walls guarded by an unending procession of warships, mounts, and powerful warriors, all queuing to enter. Some are resplendent in their attire, while others don armor stained with the remnants of battle. Some warships are pristine, while others bear the scars of conflict. Millions of miles away from the great city looms an imposing wall, a magnificent great wall that stretches beyond the horizon. The sounds of clashing combat echo from beyond, marking this place as the Dark Tribunal, the front line where myriad races engage in relentless warfare against the eternal demon clan. The cacophony of battle has persisted for countless eons, never ceasing. As he listens to the enchanting sounds of conflict beyond the wall, Lu Yuan closes his eyes momentarily, feeling a surge of longing. Junior brother, let us enter the city, Su Xiling suggests. Lu Yuan nods in agreement. They bypass the lengthy queue and stride directly into the city, drawing no objections. For some have already recognized Su Xiling as the fourth disciple of the Xiantian evil emperor, a prominent figure among the judges. As for Lu Yuan, while some gaze at him with curiosity, others find him vaguely familiar, yet it matters little to them. Among the waiting crowd, some have just emerged from brutal skirmishes, while others are visiting for the first time. For those seasoned in battle, the priority is to recuperate and prepare for the next fight, as earning military merits outweighs all else. Conversely, for newcomers, the allure of the colossal city and the battlefield far surpasses that of Lu Yuan. Upon entering the city, Lu Yuan gazes at everything before him with nostalgia. It all feels so familiar, unchanged. Without pausing, the two make their way to the center of the city, where a towering spire stands tall. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the tower, Su Xiling kneels on one knee, his demeanor solemn and respectful. Master, I present my junior brother. Come in, a voice as gentle as jade beckons. Su Xiling remains still as Lu Yuan takes a deep breath and steps inside the tower. As he enters, a voice commands, kneel. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan drops to his knees. To kneel before his master is no disgrace. To kneel before a cosmic sovereign is an honor, especially when that sovereign is his master. Do you recognize your mistake? Lowering his gaze, Lu Yuan replies. Disciple acknowledges his error. And what is the nature of this error? Lu Yuan lifts his head and states calmly, I mistakenly overestimated those shameless individuals. If given another chance, I would grant them no opportunities and would crush them by any means necessary. So you have awakened? A towering figure approaches Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan remains silent. My foolish child, relying on one's background is neither shameful nor disgraceful. Wielding a sword and choosing not to use it are two different matters. When others treat you according to the rules, you may choose not to rely on your background. However, when they break the rules, that background becomes your greatest weapon. You may think that great talent renders one fearless, yet the world is replete with those more gifted than you. When I traveled through myriad realms, I once passed through a divine world where there existed a godly race known as the Kangmei. Their children are born as sovereigns, requiring no training, and upon maturity, they transcend effortlessly, a true darling of destiny that even I envied. Do you know what became of that race? Disciple does not know. Lu Yuan shakes his head. The figure smiles faintly. Later, the lord of that race, believing himself to be favored by destiny, drew my ire, and I obliterated his race with a mere slap. along with their world. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan feels a twinge of shame and lowers his head. Disciple had already surmised as much. After all, he knows his master style all too well. The judge laughs heartily. No wonder you are my disciple. I believe you have indeed guessed correctly. The reason I share this tale is to emphasize that talent is insignificant. What truly matters is whether you possess a powerful backing. Disciple will remember the teachings and will not disappoint master, Lu Yuan vows. Good. The judge responds with a gentle acknowledgement, continuing, your elder brother is combative. Your second brother is righteous. Your third sister is willful. And your fourth brother is fierce. My expectations of you are simple. Indulge yourself. Unleash your desires freely. Do as you wish. Slay whom you wish. Pursue whom you wish. Should the heavens fall, I shall bear the weight for you. At these words, Lu Yuan cannot help but twitch his lips. Among the myriad realms, it is likely only his eccentric master would make such demands of a disciple. Now that you have returned, you shall serve as the first 10,000th executor of the Dark Tribunal. I shall assign you a 100-man guard. Recently, the Hingyang realm has shown signs of collusion with the demon race. I entrust this matter to you. With a gentle wave of the judge's hand, Lu Yuan vanishes, reappearing in a resplendent palace. Below him stands the 100-man guard, who, upon his arrival, immediately kneel, addressing him as Your Excellency, the executor. Gazing at the 100 warriors, Lu Yuan inhales sharply. The reason is simple. Every one of them is an emperor. His master truly is extraordinary, never adhering to conventional norms. Lu Yuan shakes his head involuntarily. As merely a small celestial saint, he questions his ability to command 100 emperors. However, since his master's instruction is to freely express his desires, he resolves to indulge. After all, what is difficult about acting like a prodigal son? With that, Lu Yuan's demeanor transforms. He becomes haughty and imperious, casting a fleeting glance at the gathered emperors without uttering a word before striding out of the palace. The 100-man guard splits into two, flanking Lu Yuan as he exits. Outside the palace, the vast starry expanse remains unchanged, bustling with activity. Lu Yuan gestures to summon a colossal koan, a creature so immense it could swallow a planet whole. It grows rapidly, capable of reaching such a size in just 2.5 years, if provided with sufficient sustenance. Within the Dark Tribunal, this koan serves merely as a mode of transportation. As Lu Yuan mounts the great beast, the 100-man guard follows closely behind. Suddenly, Lu Yuan turns, saying, "There is no need to follow me. Attend to your own tasks. I have no intention of departing yet." The captain of the guard appears troubled. "Your Excellency, we have been assigned to you with orders to remain by your side at all times. This poses a dilemma for us." Lu Yuan's gaze sharpens. "As of now, I am your master. Speak further, and you shall meet your end." With a chilling aura emanating from him, the guard falls silent, sensing Lu Yuan's seriousness. With a disdainful snort, Lu Yuan rides away on the koan, leaving the 100-man guard in bewilderment. One guard finally speaks, "Captain, it seems our esteemed executor is rather difficult to deal with." The captain, casting a look of incredulity at the guard, replies, "Isn't this evident? Have you not noticed the executor's age and cultivation? To hold such a position at his age, he must possess an extraordinary background. His arrogance is only to be expected. Alas, our days ahead may prove challenging." Chapter 056. Suddenly becoming a deity, the colossal giant fish, the great koan, glided through the starry river, exuding an air of freedom. Yet, atop this magnificent creature, Lu Yuan found himself ensnared in contemplation. His master had seen him and had granted forgiveness, not only for his past transgressions, but also bestowing upon him the esteemed position of an executive officer, along with a 100-strong Imperial Guardian Brigade. Alongside this honor came a daunting task: to cleanse the Hingyang great realm of human traitors. The underlying purpose of it all seemed to be to indulge Lu Yuan's whims. Perplexed, Lu Yuan could not fathom his master's true intentions. One thing, however, was abundantly clear. His master was certainly no paragon of virtue. Indeed, unequivocally so. In matters of righteousness, his master stood resolute. Yet in the realm of morality, he was undoubtedly a tyrant. With a mind awash in confusion, Lu Yuan resolved to dismiss his turbulent thoughts. Before long, the great Kuan arrived at its destination, a cave of cultivation familiar to Lu Yuan, nestled upon a breathtakingly beautiful planet. At that moment, the great Kuan anchored beside the planet, its massive form dwarfing the celestial body, generating tidal waves that nearly engulfed it. Lu Yuan disembarked from the great Kuan, appearing atop the highest peak of the planet. Atop the mountain stood a solitary wooden cabin. As Lu Yuan gazed at the unchanged scene within, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Suddenly, cheers erupted from outside the cabin. Ha ha ha! We have reached the summit. Our Tianfu mountaineering expedition is the first team to conquer the celestial peak, destined to be etched in history. Captain, look, there's a wooden cabin here. Goodness, the celestial peak stands at 13,000 meters, above 10,000. Not a blade of grass can survive. Who could have built a cabin here? Listening to their exclamations, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. This planet was a secluded one, having yet to embark on the path of extraordinary cultivation, with its technological civilization only a few hundred years old. Such planets were countless across the myriad realms. Lu Yuan often pondered whether the Earth he had traversed from was one such planet. If fate permitted, he would indeed wish to return and gaze upon it once more. With no desire to engage with these ordinary folk, Lu Yuan waved his hand, sending them down the mountain, then retreated into the wooden cabin to cultivate in solitude. Unbeknownst to him, this singular action would herald the awakening of the extraordinary path for this unremarkable planet, and the celestial peak would thereafter be revered as a divine mountain, with none daring to approach, save for those who could only offer prayers at its base. 20 years later, Lu Yuan emerged from his seclusion, his brow furrowed in frustration, still unable to break through. Attaining the holy realm would grant an astonishing lifespan of 10,000 years, while the celestial holy's lifespan reached an astounding 500,000 years. Though 20 years in seclusion felt like a mere blink, that fleeting moment had left Lu Yuan vexed, for he had yet to overcome that elusive boundary. Was the celestial holy realm truly so formidable? Sighing, Lu Yuan stepped outside, inhaling the fresh air deeply. After each period of seclusion, he would indulge in a moment of leisure. Just as he prepared to brew himself a pot of tea, he was suddenly struck by the sound of fervent prayers from the mountain below. "Dear revered deity, please save your people." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, extending his divine sense to survey the entire planet. To his astonishment, he discovered that they had embarked upon the extraordinary path. When had this occurred? It was 20 years ago. Could it be that band of adventurers? How intriguing. Suddenly, Lu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. With each fervent prayer, the power of their incense gradually loosened his bottleneck. Though only a minuscule shift, it left Lu Yuan profoundly astounded. Incense could facilitate a breakthrough in his limitations. Lu Yuan trembled with excitement. The myriad realms were no strangers to incense, yet it was often undervalued. Many deemed it a trivial path, unworthy of pursuit, as those who ascended through it were pitifully weak. Others believed it to be poisonous. Accepting incense meant owing a debt to the believers, fulfilling their wishes, lest it turn toxic and backfire on the cultivator. However, never had anyone suggested that incense could assist in breaking through limitations. Lu Yuan fell into deep contemplation, only to abruptly realize the truth. Indeed, incense was considered a lesser path, thus no prodigy would pursue it. Furthermore, those who cultivated through incense would never become prodigies, let alone transcend limits. Coupled with the obligation of repaying the debt, it dissuaded a great number of potential candidates for breaking through. With these factors combined, it was no wonder that no one had discovered the potential of incense to facilitate breakthroughs. Of course, those powerful beings might be aware of this, yet they would never disclose it to anyone, even striving to suppress such knowledge and promote the perceived dangers of incense, instilling fear of its use among cultivators. Understanding this, Lu Yuan was filled with exhilaration. Yet, he knew the time for action had not yet arrived. He needed to conduct further experiments. With newfound purpose, he gazed upon the planet beneath him, his eyes glimmering with fervor. This world would serve as his testing ground. As for repaying the debt after accepting the incense, Lu Yuan had not even considered it. He had no intention of doing so. Once he validated that incense could aid in breaking through limitations, his first act would be to obliterate this planet, then seek an uncharted realm to cultivate followers. Thus, he resolved to proceed. Lu Yuan began to probe into the motivations behind the prayers of the people below. The Kingdom of the Golden Eagle. The Kingdom of Fuxi, the formidable superhumans of the Golden Eagle Kingdom, and the meager martial masters of the Fuxi Kingdom now made sense. 20 years prior, this planet had embarked on its extraordinary journey through that expedition team. The members of that team hailed from various nations, leading to diverse paths of the extraordinary across each land. Among them, the most illustrious paths were those of superpowers and martial arts. After 2 decades of development, the rapidly acquired superpowers had overshadowed the martial arts that required years of diligent training. Currently, a team of superhumans from the Golden Eagle Kingdom was challenging the martial masters of the Fuxi Kingdom. Should the Fuxi Kingdom falter in defeat, the Golden Eagle Kingdom would undoubtedly wage war against them. This planet had yet to develop nuclear weaponry, so once war broke out, it would result in unspeakable suffering, and the Fuxi Kingdom, with its 5,000-year history, would be utterly submerged in the annals of history. Chapter 57. Offering hope, then delivering despair after a moment of contemplation. Lu Yuan devised a plan for his experiment. The Golden Eagle Kingdom was poised to invade, and the martial arts masters of the Fuxi Kingdom found themselves powerless against the superhumans. The specter of annihilation loomed large. The people of Fuxi must surely be filled with trepidation, fervently praying for savior. The conventional approach would be to obliterate the Golden Eagle Kingdom. Undoubtedly, the citizens of Fuxi would be eternally grateful, and Lu Yuan might garner some degree of reverence. Yet, this would scarcely suffice to facilitate his breakthrough. The optimal strategy, therefore, was to plunge the people of Fuxi into utter despair, then bestow upon them a glimmer of hope, only to once again rend that hope asunder, and then restore it once more. This cycle, repeated several times, would indelibly imprint the majesty of the divine upon their hearts. Following this, allowing the divine radiance to envelop the land would become a mere formality. With a gentle smile, Lu Yuan donned a golden mask and, with measured steps, appeared at the foot of the sacred mountain before a congregation of supplicants. This gathering, though modest in number, approximately a few hundred, was evidently composed of individuals of considerable stature within the Fuxi Kingdom, as indicated by their attire and demeanor, as well as the armed soldiers stationed around them. God has heard your voices. Lu Yuan spoke slowly, his voice warm and cultured, transcending the cacophony around him, penetrating the ears of everyone present. A collective gasp echoed as they looked up, astonished by Lu Yuan's celestial presence. The soldiers, on high alert, aimed their weapons at him. Maintaining a serene demeanor, Lu Yuan merely smiled, and with a subtle gesture, the rifles slipped from the soldiers' grips, soaring into the air and coalescing into a singular mass. With a gentle clench of his hand, the rifles transformed into a solid disc of iron, crashing to the ground and creating a substantial crater. Witnessing such a display of power, the crowd again felt a surge of alarm. This manipulation of metal evoked memories of a formidable superhuman from the Golden Eagle Kingdom. "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" inquired an elderly gentleman clad in a traditional Chinese suit, the central figure of this prayer gathering, named Li Mu. As the patriarch of the Li family, one of the 5 prominent families in the capital, he wielded immense influence in both political and military realms. Lu Yuan, exuding an ethereal grace, replied, "I am the messenger of the divine. The deity has heard your prayers and sent me to aid you." "What? There truly is a God? The divine has sent a messenger to assist us. Ha ha ha, Fuxi Kingdom is saved. By the heavens, the legends are real." The assembly erupted into chaos, all captivated by Lu Yuan's proclamation. Only the elder, Li Mu, remained composed, responding with measured calm. "How can I trust you?" Lu Yuan cast a cold glance at Li Mu. "You may choose not to believe." Li Mu's heart raced under Lu Yuan's gaze, as if an immense mountain bore down upon him, suffocating him. It is noteworthy that Li Mu himself was a martial arts master. Over 2 decades, the martial arts of the Fuxi Kingdom had evolved through numerous stages, ranging from the most rudimentary to the exalted realms of the Grandmaster, the innate martial artist, the earthly immortal, and the shattering void. The latter three stages existed only in legend, and no one in Fushi had yet attained them. Hence, Li Mu's own mastery was already considerable. The pressure emanating from Lu Yuan dispelled his doubts and uncertainties. Without hesitation, Li Mu knelt, bowing deeply as he tremulously declared, "I, Li Mu, humble servant, pay my respects to the divine messenger." Seeing Li Mu's submission, the hundreds behind him, along with the soldiers, followed suit, each kneeling in reverence. "We honor the divine messenger." "Rise," Lu Yuan responded simply. Li Mu stood cautiously and inquired, "Might I ask what the divine requires of us?" Having navigated the political arena for many years, Li Mu was well aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Even a god would not offer assistance without a price. The deity seeks followers. Henceforth, you must establish temples across the nation to honor the divine. In return, the deity will guide you through this perilous time, Lu Yuan articulated. Upon hearing this, Li Mu understood the necessity of followers and temples, essentially requiring incense offerings, akin to the legendary deities. With this condition, Li Mu's skepticism evaporated, for it seemed only the divine would demand such reverence. Immediately, he commanded the establishment of temples nationwide. Observing this, Lu Yuan decided to bestow a boon upon Li Mu, gently touching his forehead. A stream of spiritual energy coursed into Li Mu's being. In the next instant, a cacophony of sounds erupted within Li Mu's body, transforming his very essence, rendering him immeasurably profound. Once merely a master, Li Mu's cultivation had now ascended to the pinnacle of Grandmaster, and he appeared to have regained over 20 years of youth. Overwhelmed by the transformative experience, Li Mu bowed once more, expressing his gratitude for the divine messenger's generosity. The onlookers, witnessing Li Mu's metamorphosis, were envious, their eyes fixated on Lu Yuan, yearning for a share of the divine favor. Yet Lu Yuan offered no such assurance, casually stating, "Serve the divine well, and you shall not be without reward." With that, Lu Yuan vanished into thin air. Li Mu, now unperturbed by the sudden disappearance, regarded Lu Yuan as a divine being. "Let us return to the capital at once," Li Mu commanded with a wave of his hand. In the capital of the Fushi Kingdom, within a tightly secured arena, a fierce battle between martial arts and superhuman abilities unfolded. The combatants included a frail old man in gray robes and a towering behemoth standing at 2.5 meters. The old man, agile and spry, exhibited claws like an eagle's talons, capable of carving deep gorges into the ground with ease. His prowess in both strength and speed rendered him an extraordinary presence. In stark contrast, the giant remained motionless, observing the old man with a mocking gaze. Soon, the old man launched his attack, darting around the giant with incredible speed. After several laps, he leaped like a monkey, claws poised to strike the vulnerable back of the giant's head. As the old man's talons neared their target, mere inches away, a flicker of excitement shone in his eyes. Yet, in the next moment, that exhilaration froze. With a sickening crack, the old man's claws snapped, and he fell to the ground in agony. The giant, untouched, turned to face him, effortlessly seizing the old man's head with a palm the size of a fan, lifting him as if he were a mere child. Regardless of the old man's struggles, the giant's grip remained unyielding, like iron. The giant surveyed the surroundings with disdain, sneering. "Martial arts? Merely a technique for the weak. Pathetic yellow-skinned monkeys. Are there no true warriors among you?" As his words concluded, the giant exerted his strength, crushing the old man's head in an instant, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh scattered across the arena. Chapter 058. The Source of the Tao. Upon witnessing the scene, a group of superhumans from the Golden Eagle Nation, characterized by their prominent noses and blue eyes, erupted into laughter from their vantage point. Disappointment permeated the air. Was the martial prowess of a 5,000-year civilization truly so feeble? Olivier had not even unleashed a fraction of his strength. If subsequent opponents were to be of this caliber, I believe I need not even step onto the field. Olivier alone could vanquish all the yellow-skinned monkeys. The superhuman's words were laced with scorn and derision. Above the arena, in a chamber, 5 or 6 distinguished elders and middle-aged individuals watched as a martial arts master from the Fushi nation had his head crushed on the spot. Grief and anger enveloped them. Bang! A middle-aged man in military attire smashed a table into splinters, his expression darkening as he exclaimed, "These superhumans are insufferably arrogant. With a population of over 1 billion in the Fushi nation, is there truly not a single person who can stand against these superhumans?" Silence reigned among the others. Though reluctant to admit it, the grim reality was undeniable. Despite the vast populace of the Fushi nation, no one had yet emerged capable of confronting the superhumans. This was an unfortunate inevitability, as superhuman abilities were irrationally formidable. One only needed to awaken to possess extraordinary power, whereas martial arts required years of rigorous training. In comparison, it was hardly surprising that superpowers overshadowed martial arts. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew stifling, a young officer burst through the door, excitement radiating from his flushed face. "There's news. We have news from Elderly." Upon hearing this, everyone in the room sprang to their feet, their gazes fixed intently on the young officer. "What news? Speak quickly." The officer swallowed hard and continued, "Elderly has been praying at the divine mountain, move the deity, and a divine envoy has come forth, offering assistance to help us through this crisis. However, the condition is that all Fushi citizens must become believers and worship the divine." The message further revealed that the divine envoy had merely touched Elder Li's forehead, enabling him to break through to the Grand Master level, rejuvenating him by decades. The room fell silent, struck dumb by the revelation. A deity, could it truly be? I thought it was merely the fanciful notion of that old coot, Li Mu. To think there was indeed a deity upon the divine mountain. They held no doubts about the young officer's words, for he would not dare deceive them. "What now?" Someone ventured. "We wait for Elderly to return. Did he not just break through to Grandmaster? Surely, if a master cannot prevail, a Grandmaster can." The middle-aged officer spoke calmly. Others nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was their only recourse. In the face of absolute power, all plots and schemes appeared pathetically weak. At that moment, a languid voice echoed through the chamber. "Why wait for that old fool to return?" Lu Yuan, clad in snow-white robes, appeared before them, a faint smile gracing his lips. The young officer, upon seeing Lu Yuan, was taken aback, instinctively kneeling. "I pay homage to the divine envoy." "You are the divine envoy?" The others gasped in astonishment at the young officer's words. Lu Yuan smiled but offered no reply, his gaze sweeping over the assembly until it settled on the young officer. "You shall suffice." With that, Lu Yuan extended a finger, and a wisp of spiritual energy entered the young officer's body. In an instant, the young officer, whose martial prowess had hovered around the dark strength level, found himself elevated to the innate level of martial arts. His complexion flushed with vitality. He exclaimed, "I feel an inexhaustible power within me." Lu Yuan smiled slightly. "Then go forth and vanquish them." "Yes, divine envoy." The young officer, Chun Jian, nodded vigorously, now transformed into Lu Yuan's most ardent supporter. In the next moment, Chun Jian burst through the room and leaped into the arena. The high-ranking officials of the Fushi nation rushed to the windows, filled with anxiety and anticipation, even overlooking Lu Yuan and his companions. Their yearning for victory overshadowed all else. Lu Yuan observed quietly, also assessing the superhumans, silently reflecting. The radiant legacy of supreme beings, such as the ancestor of martial arts and the ancestor of superpowers, invariably illuminates every corner of the myriad worlds. Every path in existence has its source. Martial arts derive from the ancestor of martial arts, superpowers from the ancestor of superpowers, and the path of immortality from the ancestor of immortals. Even stones, trees, and gentle breezes possess their ancestral origins. The sun in the sky is but a reflection of a supreme being illuminating the realms, akin to the legendary Taotai. Lu Yuan too yearned to become such an existence. As Lu Yuan's thoughts wandered, the battle commenced. The formidable man remained still, disdainfully regarding Chun Jian, who was half a head shorter, his arms casually folded behind his back. His contempt unmistakable. Chun Jian's expression was grave, despite feeling an abundance of power coursing through him. he dared not underestimate the giant before him. This giant, named Olivier, was a strength-based superhuman, endowed with an indomitable steel physique. Yet, having stepped onto the battlefield, Chun Jian had no reason to retreat. Chun Jian bellowed to bolster his courage, then charged forward with astonishing speed, catching Olivier slightly off guard as he squinted to comprehend the blur before him. Yet, his confidence in his steel body remained unshaken. Once, even a bullet from an anti-tank sniper rifle had failed to pierce him. In a flash, Chun Jian closed the distance, his mind singularly focused on delivering a punch with all his might. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the stadium. A drop of blood fell to the ground, followed by another, then another, in an unending stream. Chun Jian looked up, feeling warmth and stickiness on his palm. When he realized what had transpired, he was left dumbfounded. His fist had fully embedded itself in Olivier's chest. Olivier stared vacantly at the arm protruding from his own torso. He attempted to utter something, but as he opened his mouth, a torrent of blood erupted forth. Chun Jian, equally stunned, retracted his hand as Olivier's towering figure collapsed backward. Bang! The resounding thud of his fall snapped everyone from their shock. "We've won! We've won!" The high-ranking officials of the Fuxi nation erupted in cheers, with the older members even shedding tears of joy. Lu Yuan's expression remained placid, devoid of emotional turbulence. He simply issued a calm command: "Do not linger. Eliminate all superhumans." Still lost in the euphoria of his newfound strength, Chun Jian snapped back to reality upon hearing these words, his eyes alight with murderous intent as he turned toward the superhumans observing from the stands. Chun Jian surged forward with the ferocity of a tempest, charging at the superhumans, while Lu Yuan gradually vanished from the room. When he reappeared, he found himself in the Golden Eagle Nation, having exchanged for 50 green giants and 50 compatriots through the explosive army system. Surveying the bustling, illuminated metropolis before him, Lu Yuan's lips curled into a playful smile. Chapter 059. The Green Giant and the Patriot mobilize. The superpowered forces of the Golden Eagle Nation are annihilated in the land of Fuxi. This news, upon its release, reverberated throughout the globe. Prior to this, the consensus was that superpowered individuals dominated martial arts. Yet, in an astonishing twist, they faced total annihilation. Speculation arose. Had the land of Fuxi unveiled the existence of innate martial arts? Various theories proliferated. However, one thing was certain: a new tempest was brewing. The carrier fleet of the Golden Eagle Nation, lurking ominously at the borders of Fuxi, showed no signs of retreat. In fact, they were bolstering their numbers. In stark contrast to the unpredictable turmoil outside, the land of Fuxi was engulfed in jubilance. They had glimpsed the dawn of martial arts, realizing that it was not a lack of strength, but rather a deficiency in realms. While superpowered individuals were formidable, their abilities were often singular. Martial arts, though demanding years of rigorous training, offered a comprehensive skill set. Simultaneously, thousands of temples arose throughout Fuxi, yet very few ventured to worship and pray. Atop the sacred mountain, Lu Yuan gazed down at the sparse offerings, his demeanor remarkably indifferent. Since Chun Jian's overwhelming victory over all superpowered beings in the arena, the leadership of Fuxi believed they had triumphed without acknowledging that it was the divine's intervention. Among them, some sought to conceal the existence of the divine, fearing that if other nations discovered this secret, complications would ensue. Yet, this was not Lu Yuan's desire. After absorbing the sparse incense offerings, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. In the Golden Eagle Nation, 50 green giants and 50 patriots emerged from the shadows. They approached the elite of the Golden Eagle Nation, displaying their unmatched prowess, swiftly conquering the prideful citizens. Consequently, the Golden Eagle Nation declared war on Fuxi once more. This announcement ignited a global frenzy. While many anticipated that the Golden Eagle Nation would retaliate, none expected such swift action. In Fuxi, within a brightly lit conference room filled to capacity, a female officer stood at the forefront. "Ladies and gentlemen, according to intelligence from our spies embedded in the Golden Eagle Nation, two exceptionally powerful, superpowered individuals have emerged. One is known as the Green Giant, towering at 3 5 meters, with immense strength capable of effortlessly lifting a 50-ton T9 tank. His skin is impervious, even to armor-piercing rounds, and this is not his full strength. The second, called the Patriot, stands at 182 meters, appearing indistinguishable from an ordinary human, yet poses an even greater threat than the Green Giant. Reports indicate that the Patriot once lifted a destroyer from the sea and possesses the ability to fly, along with heightened perception and laser vision, making him a quintessential weapon of war. Simultaneously, the combat assessment of Colonel Chen Jian was revealed. Name: Chen Jian. Age: 27. Martial arts realm: innate martial artist. Strength test: 350 tons, 100-meter test. 1-2 seconds. Mental strength: 15, compared to an average of 5. Physical strength: 30, compared to an average of 1-2. In summary, while Colonel Chen Jian may rival the Green Giant, he is far from a match for the Patriot. Silence enveloped the room as the gravity of the situation settled in. Among them, Chen Jian observed the data on the Green Giant and the Patriot. Feeling a sense of helplessness, a middle-aged officer slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming, "How is it that the Golden Eagle Nation has such luck?" Just as one batch of superpowered individuals perished, two even more formidable ones arise. It's as if fate has chosen them. An elder seated in the upper left corner sipped his tea, solemnly stating, "Currently, our most formidable combat force is Chen Jian, but clearly, one man is insufficient. We must seek the divine. Only the divine can save the land of Fushi." However, since that fateful day, the divine had not reappeared. How could they seek him? "Let us pray at the sacred mountain. The divine needs us and will not turn a blind eye," Li Mu asserted confidently. "For now, that is our only recourse," sighed an elder clad in a black Zhongshan suit. Soon, under the directives of Fushi's leaders, a prayer procession of over 1,000 individuals gathered once more at the foot of the sacred mountain. "O God, we beseech you, save us." Meanwhile, the Green Giant and the Patriot had also arrived in the land of Fushi. This time, they chose not to engage the martial artists of Fushi in a contest of strength, but instead opted for destruction and slaughter. In the heart of Jiangnan City, chaos reigned. The city center was engulfed in flames as countless citizens fled in panic. Above, innumerable fighter jets and armed helicopters circled, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the city. Heavy tanks rolled into the center, systematically firing shells toward a green figure leaping between skyscrapers, the Green Giant. Countless bullets and shells rained down upon him, yet he remained unfazed. With a single leap, he ascended to the rooftop of a skyscraper, grinning wickedly at the helicopters hovering above. He then tore off the lightning rod from the building and hurled it at one of the armed helicopters. Boom! The pilot was impaled by the rod, sending the out-of-control helicopter crashing into a nearby skyscraper with a tremendous crash. Simultaneously, in another part of the city, the Patriot, clad in blue tights and a red cape, hovered in the sky, hands on hips, smiling as he unleashed his laser vision. The crimson beams obliterated everything in their path, toppling skyscrapers with alarming ease. An hour later, the Green Giant and the Patriot, seemingly fatigued from their play, departed the ravaged city, one flying, the other leaping. The aftermath was staggering: 23,000 dead, 57,000 injured, and financial losses totaling 790 billion Fushi currency. In Kyoto, within a clandestinely protected conference room, footage of the destruction wrought by the Green Giant and the Patriot was displayed. The vast room fell into a heavy silence, oppressive and stifling. Ladies and gentlemen, please share your thoughts. Today, it is Jiangnan City. Tomorrow, it could very well be Kyoto. An elder in a Zhongshan suit spoke wearily. Words are futile. My only concern is the state of the sacred mountain. A middle-aged officer responded gravely. Li Mu sighed. We have no news. The divine remains indifferent to us. Why? Do we not adhere to the divine's requests? Someone queried, puzzled. Li Mu coldly surveyed the assembly. Do you truly believe you followed through? Yes, you erected the temples. But what use are temples alone? The divine seeks followers. Do you comprehend that? If we do not proclaim the divine's merits, how will the populace understand that it is the divine who has enabled the land of Fushi to weather this storm? If the people remain oblivious, they will not come to the temples to worship. Without worshippers, the divine lacks offerings. Why would the divine extend assistance to us? Chapter 060, The Final Breakthrough. Celestial Saint, Supreme of the Universe. Lu Mu nearly shouted these words. The individuals before him, driven by their own selfish interests, concealed the existence of the abyssal god, leaving the world unaware of its presence. Naturally, no one would offer incense to the abyssal god. Lu Mu opposed this vehemently, but his solitary strength was insufficient to confront them all. Ultimately, he had no choice but to construct all the temples as required by the abyssal god. Upon hearing Lu Mu's words, the middle-aged officer coldly regarded him. "Li, are you implying that because we did not comply with the abyssal god's demands, it shall no longer aid us? Then I must inquire, is it a deity or merely a human? If it is a god, shouldn't it be selfless? If it is human, why should we revere it? You, Hong Tian, are you foolish? Does it truly matter if the abyssal god is human or divine? What matters now is that only the abyssal god can assist us." Lu Mu retorted fiercely. Hong Tian, the middle-aged officer, sneered dismissively. "You yourself mentioned that the abyssal god requires incense, which indicates an equality in our relationship. It needs us as much as we need it. Hence, where does this notion of superiority originate? If it chooses not to assist, when the people are perished, who will offer it incense?" The citizens of the Golden Eagle Kingdom do not even comprehend the concept of incense. Upon hearing this, Lu Mu felt a profound sense of despair. He believed the Fushi Kingdom to be doomed. Such foolishness could only be uttered by a brainless imbecile. And to think that such a fool held a high position in the military of the Fushi Kingdom filled him with hopelessness. Enough with the quarrels. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit rapped the table, furrowing his brow. "If the abyssal god refrains from assisting us due to the lack of offerings, then let us proclaim its existence to the outside world." Lu Mu sat weakly at the table, closing his eyes, resigning himself to this course of action. Soon, a message was disseminated from the Fushi Kingdom's government, igniting a global uproar. The legendary deity was indeed real, residing upon the Divine Mountain. The martial artists of the Fushi Kingdom could defeat superpowered beings because the deity had dispatched a divine envoy. The Fushi Kingdom mandated all citizens to visit temples across the land to pay homage to the abyssal god and express gratitude for its protection. Simultaneously, the Green Giants and the citizens of the Golden Eagle Kingdom fell silent. Some believed that these two superpowered individuals were intimidated by the existence of the deity. In an instant, temples throughout the Fushi Kingdom became overcrowded. The high-ranking officials of the Golden Eagle Kingdom were also engulfed in anxiety. If the deity truly existed, if it truly sheltered the Fushi Kingdom, they would be finished. On the summit of the Divine Mountain, Lu Yuan felt the rich incense flowing in from all directions, a smile spreading across his face. To fear the mighty yet disregard virtue is human nature. He inhaled all the incense into his being, commencing his cultivation to break through his bottleneck. He had not forgotten his promise to Su Xiling, to strive for a position in the top 10 of the Cosmic Talent 2-star battle ranking. Without breaking through to the Supreme of the Universe, Lu Yuan knew his chances were slim. The Cosmic Talent 2-star battle ranking gathered the most exceptional individuals across myriad timelines, spanning from a holy realm to the great celestial saint realm. Although Lu Yuan was merely at the celestial saint level, he was confident he could contend for a spot in the top 20. However, the top 10 remained uncertain, as each of those 10 prodigies had surpassed the 4th layer of the great celestial saint realm or beyond. A month later, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly, still lacking a trace. Once again, sensing the incense in the world, Lu Yuan discovered it had diminished by over 90%, and he felt a faint sense of backlash from the incense due to his failure to return the favor. It seems the time has come to conclude this. A glint of cold light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. With a mere thought, the hidden Green Giants and citizens of the Golden Eagle Kingdom across the Fushi Kingdom sprang into action, wreaking havoc and causing calamity. In an instant, the Fushi Kingdom was engulfed in disaster, with countless lives lost. The entire strength of the Fushi Kingdom could not quell this catastrophe. Thus, everyone recalled the temples. Countless individuals surged back into the temples to pray and offer sacrifices once more. Soon, an unending stream of incense flowed again toward the summit of the Divine Mountain. Lu Yuan wasted no time and immediately sat in meditation to cultivate. 3 days later, a cracking sound emanated from within Lu Yuan, his aura surging dramatically, and celestial phenomena unfolded. 3,000 miles of purple chi surged eastward. Golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Heavenly chants resonated. Auspicious chilants appeared, and celestial kings bowed in reverence. Simultaneously, all beings on the planet fell into inexplicable panic. 50 green giants and citizens of the Golden Eagle Kingdom knelt in the direction of the divine mountain, their expressions filled with devotion. Ultimately, Lu Yuan's power surged explosively. Rising to his full height, Lu Yuan stretched his body and then stomped his foot, causing a thunderous rumble. Massive cracks began to spread from the mountain's peak, and ultimately, the entire planet exploded amidst the starry sky. Lu Yuan ascended upon the giant koan once more, preparing to return to the court of dark arbitration. Yet at that moment, immersed in the joy of his power breakthrough, Lu Yuan suddenly felt a chilling presence, as if he were being scrutinized by an unfathomable terror. The giant koan beneath him emitted a mournful cry, trembling violently. Lu Yuan's hair stood on end, paralyzed with fear, unable to make a single move. Soon, a cold and indifferent voice resonated through the starry sky. "You, little fellow, possess a ruthless heart. Utilizing billions of people to provide you with incense is one matter, but to feast and then smash the pot touches upon my bottom line. May I inquire who you are, esteemed elder?" Lu Yuan, suppressing the terror within, gazed into the starry sky and asked. In the depths of the cosmos, a pair of colossal golden eyes, larger than stars themselves, opened. "The lives you have taken are an extension of my path. Who do you claim I am?" Upon hearing this, despair surged within Lu Yuan. The one seeking him out was none other than the source of the Tao. But who could it be? The martial ancestor? Or the progenitor of superpowers? No, it mattered not who they were. They could easily extinguish his life. As Lu Yuan's inner despair began to spread, a gentle voice whispered in his ear. "Little brat, what are you afraid of? This is the domain of your master. Who could possibly harm you?" Upon hearing his master's voice, Lu Yuan's heart instantly settled. Although his master was not the source of the Tao, he was not any less formidable. The martial ancestor, coming to intimidate a mere child, was a disgrace to his status. The martial ancestor chuckled lightly. "Ah, esteemed judge, I have long admired your name. However, how does the judge know that I am merely intimidating him and not genuinely wishing to end his life?" The judge scoffed. "If you truly wish to kill him, he would have perished long ago. Moreover, do you dare to kill? The 9 madmen of the divine hall, should they go mad, would bring calamity to all realms." "That is indeed true." The martial ancestor smiled slightly. "Yet he has ultimately offended me. A minor punishment should suffice. No?" The judge replied coldly, "No. If it comes to a fight, I shall accompany you to the end. Dream on if you think to punish my disciple." "Ha ha." The martial ancestor laughed heartily. The reputation of the judge, protecting his cub, is well deserved. However, the matters of today shall bear consequences in the future. Off you go, off you go. Chapter 61. The ancient dragon clan of Taishu and the ancient god clan of Moko, the immense golden eyes vanished, and Lu Yuan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Being scrutinized by such a formidable presence left anyone's heart in a state of trepidation. "What have you done, you little rascal?" "You've actually attracted the attention of the martial ancestor." A figure clad in black, the chief judge, materialized beside Lu Yuan, delivering a swift slap to the back of his head without a word. Lu Yuan grimaced, rubbing the back of his head, and recounted the events that transpired on the planet in detail. Upon hearing this, the chief judge appeared enlightened. "I said it. The martial ancestor is inherently proud and solitary, never forming his own faction. The only thing he cares about is his own Tao. The fact that this planet can give rise to martial arts indicates a connection to him. If you've killed all these people, it would be strange if he didn't seek you out. Master, does this mean the martial ancestor won't come after me anymore?" Lu Yuan furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to sleep with a source of Tao looming over him. The chief judge shook his head. "Not necessarily. Since he has spared you today, he likely won't trouble you again. Such a being wouldn't waste time with someone as insignificant as you. However, The bond you form today will inevitably yield repercussions in the future. Lu Yuan nodded, sensing a glimmer of understanding. He was aware of the concept of cause and effect. But given his current identity and strength, he estimated that any resulting consequence would not manifest for millions of years. Who could predict what might happen then? Lu Yuan was carefree, casting aside such thoughts to avoid unnecessary distress. After the chief judge inquired about the situation, he chose not to linger on the topic. Lu Yuan, with a peculiar expression, asked, "Master, aren't you going to inquire about my incense matter?" The chief judge responded with a smirk, "What is there to ask? Incense is not a secret. Besides, do you think anyone can break through their limits like you, relying solely on incense? You are mistaken. Those without innate talent cannot transcend their limits, no matter how much incense they absorb. Your case is different. You are already on the brink of a breakthrough, thus able to utilize incense to achieve it. Incense has its advantages and disadvantages, and making wishes can be quite troublesome. Most individuals are righteous and reluctant to harm the innocent, so unless absolutely necessary, few would dare to engage with incense." Lu Yuan nodded, finally receiving answers to his lingering doubts. The chief judge departed without engaging in further dialogue, and Lu Yuan, accustomed to this, was unfazed. The chief judge had always allowed his disciples to act freely. If they desired techniques or resources, a single request sufficed. If they sought status or identity, a mere word would grant it. Beyond that, expecting the chief judge to do more was merely a dream. Returning to the cosmic giant city, at its center stood the headquarters of the Dark Arbitration Court, a towering structure. The buildings surrounding the tower were erected by later generations, eventually forming a grand city. Within the city, Lu Yuan had a serene courtyard, complete with 2 rooms, an ancient well, an old tree, and a chair beneath the tree, comprising the entirety of his sanctuary. Upon opening the courtyard door, the cacophony of the outside world was instantly silenced. Reclining in the chair, Lu Yuan donned a blue ring retrieved from his storage ring and then closed his eyes. In the next moment, he found himself in an alternate space, reminiscent of the Void Realm, serving as a second world for practitioners. This space was entirely white, with 5 towering black spires reaching skyward, each consisting of thousands of levels. Countless challengers were present, attempting to conquer the towers. This was the Cosmic Heroes Battle Rankings. To earn a ranking, one must conquer the towers. Decades had passed, and Lu Yuan's rank had fallen from 23 to 98, indicating he had faced defeat dozens of times during that period. Of course, these losses were merely reflections of his past battles, not his true self. Lu Yuan approached the 2-star battle rankings and gazed up at the tower. At that moment, the surrounding noise escalated, filled with fervent discussions. 33. Moko Lai is incredibly fast. Do you think he can break into the top 10? After all, he is a prodigy of the Moko ancient god clan, born a celestial. It's no surprise he can achieve such results in the 2-star tower. Look, he's in 31st place. My goodness, 31st is the dark ancient sun, and he's fallen so quickly. Listening to the chatter, Lu Yuan followed their gazes. On the 30th level, the guardian was Long Zhan from the Taishu ancient dragon clan, while the challenger was Moko Lai from the Moko ancient god clan. The former had broken through to the 4th level of the great heavenly saint, while the latter, born a celestial, had currently surpassed the 3rd level. Both the Taishu ancient dragon clan and the Moko ancient god clan were among the most formidable races across the realms, inherently powerful with their innate advantages. The clash between the two naturally drew countless eyes. Of course, outsiders could not witness the battle itself. Their attention was solely on the information regarding the guardian and the challenger. Any change in the information indicated a successful challenge, while a lack of change suggested failure. Soon, the information fluctuated, and Moko Lai did not disappoint the expectations of the crowd, successfully conquering the challenge. Meanwhile, not far from the crowd, a young man with dragon horns and striking white hair paled slightly, his eyes betraying a hint of shock as he gazed at the 2-star tower. The Moko ancient god clan lives up to its reputation, he murmured. At that moment, a voice rang out, "Long Zhan, long time no see." Turning, Long Zhan was met with the smiling face of Lu Yuan. "Lu Yuan, when did you return? Long Zhan asked, his expression one of surprise. I've been back for a while, Lu Yuan replied with a grin. Have you made a breakthrough? Long Zhan inquired, his demeanor growing slightly serious. Though they were acquainted, their relationship was not particularly close. Long Zhan had previously been defeated by Lu Yuan and had since aimed to surpass him to redeem his pride, leading to a gradual acquaintance. Lu Yuan smirked. If I had broken through, what would I be doing back here? Seeking punishment? Long Zhan gestured towards the 2-star battle rankings. Ah, you have a formidable opponent to face. Are you referring to Moko Lai? Lu Yuan approached Long Zhan, draping an arm around his shoulder. You just fought him. Tell me about him. Long Zhan's expression turned cold. Why would I tell you? I'd rather you be defeated by him. He attempted to wriggle free from Lu Yuan's grasp, but found it futile, no matter how hard he tried. Realizing he might face consequences for his silence, Long Zhan relented. Lu Yuan wore an amused expression as Long Zhan finally conceded. A monster standing 10,000 meters tall, having perfected the essence of strength. How strong he is, you can imagine. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan released him, narrowing his eyes at the 2-star tower. A giant of such stature would indeed possess immense strength. Isn't this fellow a celestial? Why is he attempting the 2-star tower? Has he no shame? Lu Yuan remarked. Generally, those above the celestial rank would challenge the 3-star tower, as the disparity in combat power between those who had comprehended the essence and those who had merely grasped the laws was substantial. However, some shameless individuals, capable of challenging the 3- or 4-star towers, still opted for the 1- or 2-star towers under the pretext of suppressing their strength. Long Zhan crossed his arms, shrugging. How would I know? He is probably here to bully the weak since his strength is rather average in the 3-star tower. Well, if he lacks shame, then it's time to tear off that mask. Long Zhan, watch closely. I'm going to avenge you. Lu Yuan playfully slapped Long Zhan on the back of his head and then strode towards the 2-star tower. Enraged by the slap, Long Zhan shouted, Lu Yuan, ahem, brother, safe travels. Well, that is more like it. The one walking ahead, Lu Yuan, contentedly retracted his gaze. Chapter 062. The Cycle of the Underworld. The ghostly monk upon entering the 2-star tower, Lu Yuan was immediately transported to the 100th floor, indicating his current rank as 100. Due to Mokali's incessant challenges, Lu Yuan's ranking had been steadily declining. He found himself in an expanse of pure white, devoid of any material substance. Lu Yuan had grown accustomed to this emptiness and declared to the void, commence the challenge. Ding! It has been detected that challenger Lu Yuan once held the highest rank of 15th in the 2-star tower, granting him the authority to challenge opponents beyond his rank. He may challenge up to 10 levels higher, and upon a successful challenge, he can advance by an additional 20 levels. Do you wish to challenge the 90th Guardian? A cold, mechanical voice resonated. Yes. Lu Yuan responded without hesitation. Challenge initiated. As the announcement faded, Lu Yuan found himself on the 90th floor. Before him sat a rotund monk, his belly exposed, adorned with the visage of a ghoul, and around his neck hung a necklace of skulls. He bore a spiked club upon his shoulder. To the untrained eye, he appeared more as a brigand than a monk. Lu Yuan recognized him, however, and remarked, "Which fool dares to challenge this holy monk?" The monk opened his eyes, which gleamed with a savage, bloodthirsty light. Ah, the divine will descend. Lu Yuan was taken aback. Typically, challengers left behind only battle projections, rarely invoking divine presence. The descent of divine was akin to the arrival of one's true self. Victory would be fortunate, yet defeat could lead to significant repercussions. The previous dragon battle had ended poorly in such circumstances. Ah, you're Lu Yuan, the monk exclaimed, his expression one of terror. Ghostly monk, I thought you would not recognize me. Lu Yuan smiled faintly, for the monk, known as the ghostly monk, hailed from the underworld's realm of hungry ghosts and was one of his former adversaries. What trickery is this? How can you challenge me, Lu Yuan? The ghostly monk's face was one of disbelief. In his memory, Lu Yuan should have been among the top 20. Enough with the idle chatter. Will you concede, or shall I have to deliver a beating before you do? Lu Yuan replied with a slight smile. The ghostly monk's expression darkened. It seems you have been defeated by someone else, causing your rank to drop. This indicates your power has not significantly increased. My previous defeat was merely a stroke of bad luck. Now, having broken through to the third tier of the great saint, I refuse to believe I can lose to you again. He rose, hefting his spiked club, his large belly quivering, and the ghoul etched upon it seemed to animate. Perfect. You shall serve as a test for my newfound strength, Lu Yuan said, maintaining his smile. The ghostly monk's refusal to concede was expected. As a top-tier talent within the 100 ranks, his determination and innate ability were formidable, and he would not yield without a fight unless faced with an overwhelmingly powerful foe, such as those in the top 10. Then let us not waste time. Come forth. Lu Yuan beckoned, his confidence unwavering. Ah, the ghostly monk roared, raising his spike club to strike Lu Yuan. The ferocity of his assault was tremendous, his strength formidable. Should this blow land in the outside world, it would cleave the very land asunder. Lu Yuan did not flinch or evade. Instead, he retreated slightly, drew back his arm, and with a fist clenched, unleashed a surge of pure, unyielding vitality, striking forth. The clash of club and fist generated an enormous roar that echoed throughout the 90th floor. Golden red blood essence intertwined and soared into the air, the essence of Lu Yuan's punch radiating throughout the entire expanse. The ghostly monk's eyes bulged as he let out a ghastly cry, being sent hurtling thousands of miles away. Lu Yuan pursued, ethereal blue lightning erupting behind him, trailing a long arc of electricity, and in an instant, he seized one of the ghostly monk's legs. Amidst the cries of no, from the ghostly monk, Lu Yuan slammed him downwards with tremendous force. Boom! There was no cloud of dust, only a mist of blood dispersed in the air. The ghostly monk lay sprawled on the ground in a bizarre position, his gaze vacant yet devoid of regret. Should the opportunity arise again, he would still choose to fight. Through this encounter, the ghostly monk gleaned a crucial understanding as he looked up at Lu Yuan, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. You have triumphed. He conceded, and with that, he dissipated into the void. Ding! Challenge victorious. Due to the successful challenge against a higher rank, the next challenge may ascend by 20 levels. Do you wish to challenge the 70th Guardian? Yes. Lu Yuan did not hesitate, his fighting spirit ablaze. It was best to capitalize on this momentum. Truthfully, his battle with the ghostly monk had merely served to warm him up. In the next moment, Lu Yuan appeared on the 70th floor. Outside, Long Zhan had not departed, eager to witness Lu Yuan's anticipated failure. Upon seeing Lu Yuan materialize on the 70th floor, disappointment flickered in Long Zhan's eyes as he glanced at the pale-faced, ghostly monk beside him. You are not up to the task, little dog. The ghostly monk wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze darkening. He has grown stronger. I sense he can challenge the top 10 now. How can such a monster exist without breaking through to the great saint? The ranks within the top 100 were primarily composed of great saints, with Lu Yuan as the singular anomaly. Long Zhan responded calmly. I believe his ambitions extend beyond merely the top 10. Could he be aiming for the first place? The ghostly monk paused, then shook his head. He stands no chance, considering the vast difference in realms. Let us observe, after decades of silence. The name Lu Yuan shall inevitably resonate across the stars, Long Zhan declared. The ghostly monk regarded him with an odd expression. Why do I sense the scent of a sycophant? How peculiar. Begone. Chapter 63. The object of every man's insecurity in the shadowy arbitration hall atop the tower. Su Xiling stood beside the chief judge, observing the battle footage of Lu Yuan, and with a smile remarked, Master, do you think my junior brother can break into top 10? The chief judge, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied with a gravitas. Whether he ascends or not is inconsequential. Fame is a fleeting shadow that many pursue. Yet for your junior brother, such trivialities have never held significance. The chief judge continued. On the surface, your junior brother appears affable and brotherly towards all, yet beneath that veneer lies a heart cold and devoid of emotion. Fortuitously, he possesses the 3 formidable demon physiques, a talent unparalleled in this realm, and with my support alongside the 9 from the Divine Hall, your junior brother is destined to become an unparalleled demon of epic proportions. Fame and fortune mean nothing to him. Hearing these words from the chief judge, Su Xiling felt no surprise. He had long been aware of Lu Yuan's uniqueness, yet a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. Master, if that is the case, why did you choose to accept him as your disciple? Su Xiling understood that his master embodied both righteousness and malice, but also adhered to his principles. If Lu Yuan were to become a fearsome demon, it would seem prudent for the master to sever ties swiftly. Yet why did he not? The chief judge cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiling and stated, "There is no reason. His future is of no consequence to me. All I know is that he is bound to me by the ties of master and disciple. What is an unrivaled demon to me? The myriad realms can accommodate an eternal demon lord, and thus can also accommodate an extraordinary fiend. Upon reaching my level of cultivation, one must pursue their desires freely, and the consequences do not concern me. Moreover," he added with a knowing smile, "do not deceive yourself into thinking you are any better. It is merely your lack of sufficient talent that prevents you from being a true demon. In fact, you are already a demon, just not yet to the extent of wreaking havoc across the heavens." Su Xiling, feeling the weight of embarrassment, offered a sheepish grin. After the moment of awkwardness passed, he promptly continued, "Master, there's been a minor incident regarding the planet that Junior Brother recently destroyed." "What incident?" inquired the chief judge. "On that planet, there was an individual who, by a stroke of fate, was taken as a disciple by a celestial lord from the immortal court. Having cultivated diligently, this individual recently returned only to find his homeland obliterated and is now scouring the world for the culprit. Ordinarily, it would pose no threat. A mere great celestial saint could be dispatched with a snap of my fingers. However, as I prepared to act, an inexplicable sense of danger washed over me. After careful observation, I discerned that this person possesses an abundance of fortune, already exhibiting signs of becoming a child of time and space," Su Xiling said, his expression grave. The concept of a child of fortune was no secret in the myriad realms. Indeed, some even categorized them into 5 distinct ranks: the child of destiny, the child of the world, the child of time and space, the child of the heavens, and the child of the Tao. The child of destiny is favored by the heavens, and typically, each world harbors numerous such individuals. The child of the world generally refers to a major realm, and typically, there is but one, a being of such immense fortune that it is exceedingly difficult to eliminate them. To attempt their assassination would invariably lead to a backlash of fortune, resulting in severe consequences ranging from mental turmoil to death, with even their kin suffering repercussions. The child of time and space is a favored entity within a particular timeline, often destined to become the sovereign of that realm. The child of the heavens exists beyond the 3 realms, untouched by the 5 elements, graced by the favor of the heavens. Once one becomes a child of the heavens, the threat of untimely demise is virtually non-existent, as they inevitably grow into dominators of the realms. Though such a status cannot be inherited, it must be ascended from the rank of child of time and space. The child of the Tao is birthed from the Tao itself, inherently surpassing all existence, embodying the essence of the Tao. They command reverence from all sovereigns of the realms, and even devoid of any cultivation or means of self-defense, none can inflict harm upon them. However, the child of the Tao does not emerge to contest with worldly beings, but carries a unique mission. Typically, they manifest only when calamity befalls the heavens. Thus, an individual with the potential to become a child of time and space is indeed a troublesome entity, one Su Xiling dared not eliminate, nor could he delegate such a task to others. The consequences of fate are no trifling matter. Of course, if the chief judge were to intervene, the situation would pose no issue. At that moment, Su Xiling found himself wishing for the chief judge to take decisive action. "Which celestial lord is this individual a disciple of?" asked the chief judge. Su Xiling promptly replied, "It is Lord Qingshang." Celestial lords are the mightiest beings beneath the celestial sovereign, with the ranks below them comprising the upper celestials. It was an upper celestial who once commanded the extermination of the Lu family. "Qingshang, one of the sovereign's disciples, let your junior brother handle this. He is inherently an adversary to such beings and will not be adversely affected by them," the chief judge remarked nonchalantly. "A mere child of the world is not worthy of his personal intervention. The child of the heavens is of greater interest." "Yes, master," Su Xiling nodded in agreement. In an alternate dimension, at the two-star tower, while Su Xiling conversed with the chief judge, Lu Yuan had ascended to the 11th level. The top 10 were unique. Having won his previous battle, he could challenge them directly. At this moment, the 11th rank combatant was none other than Moklai. In a vast, white expanse, a titan towering 10,000 meters loomed, his foot comparable to a 10,000-ton oil tanker. To mortals, he appeared as an ant. There was no need for combat. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was sufficient to strike fear into the hearts of many, achieving the goal of subduing opponents without a fight. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt precisely that sensation. If he did not look up, he could only see Moklai's toes, even when he lifted his gaze. He could barely glimpse the giant's knees. Reluctantly, Lu Yuan had to step back 1,000 meters to behold the entirety of Moklai. Yet, he soon regretted this decision. He should have simply closed his eyes. The Moke ancient god clan had a peculiar custom of remaining unclothed, allowing them to display their distinctive Moke divine patterns. However, Lu Yuan surmised that no one truly cared about their patterns, for the sight beneath their waist was overwhelmingly daunting. Any male creature who beheld it would feel a pang of inferiority. "Hey, could you not wear clothing?" Lu Yuan exclaimed, shielding his eyes. "Why wear clothing? I was born naked. It is only natural to embrace the world in my true form. This has been a long-standing tradition of my Moke ancient god clan. I find it curious that whenever you see me, your first words are always to suggest I don garments," Moklai replied. Chapter 64. A century of refinement ignored. Yet one day of fame known to all, Moklai was perplexed. Clearly, being naked was preferable. It facilitated movement, mating, and allowed one to revel in the essence of heaven and earth. Yet, why did the majority choose to adorn themselves with garments that were never meant to be theirs by birth? To the Moke ancient god clan, this was a profound disrespect to the cosmos. Lu Yuan shook his head, opting not to press the matter further. Moklai had yet to don any clothing, clearly unwilling to heed anyone's counsel. "Little bug, do not squander time. When battling the guardian of this level, I nearly exhausted my strength. Your presence here indicates your prowess. I look forward to clashing with a formidable opponent," Moklai declared, his voice booming like thunder from the heavens. Those slightly weaker would likely be stunned before the battle even commenced. One could not help but admire the innate advantages that Moklai possessed. Unlike the human and demon races, who were born feeble and perpetually faced the threat of demise, the Moke ancient god clan was different. They entered the world towering thousands of meters high and weighing tons, a scale that made perishing a near impossibility. Yet curiously, the weak human and demon races had become the dominant forces across countless realms. In contrast, the Moke ancient god clan, despite their resilience, had remarkably few members. Indeed, the affairs of the world abide by certain laws. The delicate balance of yin and yang truly embodies one of the supreme paths of existence. "Very well, let us begin," Lu Yuan responded, his expression turning serious, abandoning the earlier levity. No sooner had he spoken than Moklai's colossal fist descended towards the ground with tremendous force. Boom! Lu Yuan, like a light feather, evaded the strike, yet his countenance grew grave. The power of that blow was formidable. The spot where the fist struck did not yield, for they were within the confines of the two-star tower. Had this been the real world, such a strike would equate to a planet colliding with Earth. Not daring to be careless, Lu Yuan drew the ancient abyss divine sword, its blade sharp and gleaming with an unmatched cold radiance. He began to take the encounter seriously. With a single swing, an infinite expanse of sword light enveloped the world, the sword energy intertwining and weaving a tapestry of lethal intent. Any single strand of this sword energy could effortlessly slay an ordinary celestial sovereign. In the face of this overwhelming sword light, Moklai's 10,000-meter form found no refuge. Moklai cried out in pain, his voice echoing through the skies, scattering the turbulent winds and clouds. Yet this only served to awaken the ferocity within him. The Moke divine runes upon his body radiated divine light, enveloping him in a sacred glow, transforming him into a figure of godly might. Another fist fell, It resembled a pillar of heaven descending from the celestial palaces, a vast divine majesty cascading from the firmament. The force of this punch was magnitude stronger than the previous one. If the earlier blow was merely a test, this was the full might of immortal unleashed. In battles among cultivators, there are seldom any extravagant moves or techniques. Victory can be determined in a single strike. The outcome hinges upon the dedication and diligence of the cultivator's daily practice. A sword honed over 10 years awaits this very moment. Lu Yuan wiped his hand along the blade, his gaze sharp as a hawk, as his fingers caressed every inch of the sword's body. The laws inscribed upon the ancient abyss divine sword began to illuminate one by one. Slaughter the celestials. The emotionless voice resonated within the white expanse. In the mere fraction of a second following these words, the sword light surged forth, piercing through the 9 heavens and severing the celestial gates. No, immortal cried, his voice filled with defiance. A deluge of golden blood poured forth like a celestial river, accompanied by the grotesque head of a giant, its eyes filled with resentment and fear. Although death within the 2-star tower did not equate to true demise, the sensation of dying was undeniably real. Ding! Congratulations to challenger Lu Yuan on successfully clearing the level. Would you like to continue challenging? Yes, Lu Yuan replied coldly. As soon as he spoke, he found himself on the 10th level. Here, one could truly claim to be among the strongest prodigies. The only disappointment for Lu Yuan was that the challenger before him, the holy son of the celestial tomb, Gu Wuyo, lacked a divine presence and was merely a projection of a seal. Without exchanging words with the projection, Lu Yuan immediately launched a strike. Slaughter the celestials. The overwhelming sword light instantly engulfed Gu Wuyo. As anticipated, the indifferent mechanical voice of the 2-star tower echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations to the challenger on successfully clearing the level. You have reached the pinnacle of the 2-star tower's 10th level. Ding! Challenger has ascended to the 10th level. The Dark Arbitration Court presents a congratulatory gift of 10,000 law crystals. The Celestial Court presents a congratulatory gift of 100 billion star source crystals. The Taishan Divine Court presents a congratulatory gift of 1 Aurora warship. The Witch Court presents a congratulatory gift of 1 lower tier small world. The Demon Court presents a congratulatory gift of 1 drop of Demon God's essence blood. The Qingling Star Alliance presents a congratulatory gift of 100 billion star source crystals. The Taishu Celestial Kingdom presents a congratulatory gift. Reaching the 10th level of the 2-star tower, all prominent forces across the myriad realms sent forth their congratulations. This was precisely why countless individuals yearned to ascend the Cosmic Prodigy battle rankings. A century of refinement ignored, yet one day of fame known to all. Outside, the excitement had reached a fever pitch. Long Zhan stared blankly at the 2-star tower, unable to regain his senses. Guei Yusung found a flicker of solace in his heart, chuckling, I lost fairly, defeated by a monster within the top 10. It's something to boast about. Mo Kulai clenched his fists, yet the terror of that sword resurfaced in his mind, causing his tightened fists to loosen helplessly. In the starry giant city, Su Xiling lay amidst a throng of exquisite beauties, a smile gracing his lips as he raised a toast, proclaiming, Let us drink today, for today is ours. Let not the matters of the world trouble us. Atop the tower, the chief judge stood with his hands behind his back, gazing down at the starry giant city. A mysterious smile gracing his lips as he muttered, That little rascal hasn't disappointed me after all. On the battlefield beyond the starry Great Wall, a tall and handsome man glanced back at the starry giant city, remaining silent as he clenched his fist, reducing an eternal demon worm, larger than the stars, to dust. Upon the throne of a certain celestial kingdom, a captivating woman adorned with regal authority brightened at the sight, waving her hand to silence the bickering ministers, declaring, Today, I am pleased. A nationwide amnesty is decreed. In the celestial court, the celestial sovereign gazed into the depths of the heavens, where the 9 principal gods were poised, their intentions far from benign. The celestial sovereign spoke solemnly, I have no intention of intervening. He is not yet worthy. In the eternal demon clan, a pair of blood-red eyes open wide. The 9 demon gods awaited orders. Their young master was set to return. Within the 2-star tower, Lu Yuan remained oblivious to the tempest he had stirred outside. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. For standing behind him were the sovereigns of the myriad realms, and Lu Yuan could not ascertain whether there were 10 or 20. Well, at least there are 10, he mused. Chapter 065. Journey to the Hingyang Great World. The determined young man, Lu Yuan, has successfully ascended to the top 10. He has fulfilled his promise to Su Xiling, and now it is time to undertake the task assigned by his master. The Hingyang Great World is suspected of colluding with the Eternal Demon Clan, and there are insinuations of human traitors within. As for evidence, none is required. Generally, the Dark Arbitration Court can obliterate a realm simply on suspicion. Lu Yuan mused that this investigation was likely a trial task bestowed upon him by his master. The first 4 disciples of the presiding judge are as follows. The eldest disciple, Dugu Ao-Yin, currently a legion commander in the Dark Arbitration Court, constantly battling against the Eternal Demon Clan on the front lines. The second disciple, Feng Wuyu, a highly esteemed judge within the court. The third disciple, Yi Wushuang, one of the 3 vice presidents, and the fourth disciple, Su Xiling, also a legion commander. Each of the first 4 disciples holds a significant position, and Lu Yuan, too, would not be an exception, though his current strength is inadequate, necessitating further training. Having reached the top 10, Lu Yuan had little desire to continue climbing. The difference between 1st and 10th held little significance for him. Upon departing the alternate space, Lu Yuan awakened in his small courtyard. Without delay, he proceeded to the Dark Arbitration Court to assemble his guard team. The court consists of 10 legions, 5 for external affairs and 5 for internal matters. Each legion's weakest member is an emperor. Lu Yuan's guard team is a small squad drawn from one of these legions. He entered the resplendent palace, where his 100-strong guard awaited, having remained there all along. For them, decades had merely been a brief slumber. Standing before the Grand Hall, Lu Yuan surveyed the crowd and spoke calmly. Thank you for your patience. Our target is the Hingyang Great World. Let us depart at once. Yes, esteemed executor. They replied in unison, displaying impeccable discipline. Soon, a colossal Tsunglong-class warship, comparable to a planet, slowly emerged from the Starry City. The moment it left the city, its engines roared to life, vanishing in an instant. In the myriad realms, unless one possesses transcendent power, most travel by warships. In a distant corner of the starry expanse, approximately 1 light-year from the Dark Arbitration Court, a youth with flowing purple hair sat quietly amidst the remnants of countless planets. Not long ago, a life-bearing planet had exploded here. Who has destroyed my homeland? He pondered. Regardless of your identity, I will not let you go unpunished. The youth, Yi Chun, harbored a tempest of wrath within his violet eyes. A century ago, due to an unforeseen incident, he left his homeland and became a disciple of a celestial being in the immortal court. Upon his return after a century of cultivation, he discovered that his homeland had been reduced to cosmic dust just before his arrival. Infinite regret surged within him. Had he returned sooner, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. Though humanity is plentiful in the myriad realms, one's homeland is singular. With his homeland gone, Yi Chun felt an overwhelming solitude, as if he were the last of his kind in this vast expanse. At that moment, an elderly, rotund figure with a jovial smile appeared before him, resembling a benevolent Buddha. Young friend, did you summon the Tianji service? Yi Chun regarded the old man coldly, stating, yes. I wish to know who obliterated this planet and where that individual currently resides. Upon hearing this, the old man promptly produced a peculiar device to calculate. After a brief moment, his brow furrowed. Young friend, this person is of considerable significance. The calculation is not simple. Ye Chen Fronit. Speak plainly. The old man chuckled, rubbing his hands. That will require additional compensation. 100 million star source crystals. Is that sufficient? Ye Chen, impresiones, boldi replied. 100 million star source crystals could purchase a medium-sized warship. The old man shook his finger. Not enough. It must be tenfold. 1 billion star source crystals. Yi Chun was taken aback. The person responsible for his homeland's destruction must possess an extraordinary background if such a fee was required merely for a calculation. His expression twitched slightly as he fell silent for a moment before conceding, "Very well. Excellent. Allow me to continue the calculation," the old man said without delay. Moments later, he gasped in astonishment but quickly regained his composure. "Young friend, the individual who destroyed this planet is named Lu Yuan, currently located in the Hingyang Great World. As a courtesy for the 1 billion star source crystals, I shall provide you with an additional piece of information. Lu Yuan is ranked 10th in the Cosmic Genius 2-star battle rankings." Upon finishing, the old man extended his hand with a smile. Yi Chun, expressionless, tossed him a cosmic star card. "Thank you for your assistance. Farewell." The old man accepted the card and vanished in an instant. Yi Chun's heart ached, his countenance twisted in fury as he roared, "Lu Yuan, I will ensure your demise." As for Lu Yuan's standing as a 2-star top genius, it mattered little to him, for he himself ranked 5th and had the backing of the immortal court. Thus, he was confident in his ability to eliminate Lu Yuan. Retrieving a silver-white warship from his storage space, Yi Chun boarded and activated the star map, setting course for the Hingyang Great World. Hingyang Great World, the most powerful realm within the Hingyang domain, is surrounded by 13 significant realms. In the Hingyang Great World lies the Liang immortal sect. Millions of disciples traverse every corner of the sect, cultivating amidst the morning glow and purple mist. Within the myriad realms, countless paths exist. Although they may share a common destination, each path possesses its unique brilliance. The Hingyang Great World and the Liang immortal sect stand as paragons among them. The radiance of their Liang spreads across 14 realms, reaching all corners. The founder of the sect, the Liang immortal, has remained the paramount figure of the Hingyang domain for nearly 999 million years, leading to a deep familiarity among even the most ordinary children with the sect structure. Throughout the long passage of time, people seem to have grown accustomed to the presence of the Liang immortal, akin to the sun hanging in the sky. Yet, the world is replete with those who strive against the current, who move mountains and build bridges. However, the Liang immortal bears a weight greater than mountains and depths more unfathomable than rivers. As the time of the Liang immortal's demise approaches, the winds that have settled over the Hingyang Great World for nearly 1 billion years stir the hearts of every dominator of the realm. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Liang immortal sect, a commanding voice resonated, echoing out of the hall alongside the sound, accompanied by a youth resembling a kite with a severed string. "Chen Bei, in light of your past contributions, the sect has supported you for 10 years. This period has now concluded. Henceforth, you are expelled from the Liang immortal sect and must leave within a day." Outside the hall, the youth struggled to rise, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he defiantly gazed at the grand hall and declared, "I can leave, but return my sister to me. I will not linger here for even a moment. This wretched sect. Do you think I wish to stay?" Chapter 66. Under the command of the great demon god. The celestial, dark demon god. How audacious! A powerful sound wave struck the young man's chest with tremendous force. He was sent flying 100 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, and his once pristine and orderly teeth were now scattered and broken. Yet, like a stubborn bull, the boy struggled fiercely on the ground and rose again, his gaze fixed on the grand hall, filled with boundless fury. "Return my sister. Where is the enforcement team? Take him away." As soon as he uttered these words, 2 disciples clad in red robes appeared behind him. One of them threw out an iron chain, wrapping it around the boy like a dumpling. Gripping the other end of the chain, they began to drag him away. At that moment, a raspy voice suddenly echoed in the boy's ear. "Haven't you figured out yet? This is your only chance. Once you leave, you will never see your sister again. Your sister is a rare cultivation furnace in this world, already assigned to the saint son of the Li Wai Yingxian sect. You know what kind of person the saint son is. Do you truly wish to watch your sister walk into the jaws of a tiger?" Upon hearing this, the boy's body trembled violently, and the fury in his eyes seemed to solidify into something tangible. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Don't even think about it. You are a demon, and I am a human. If I agree, even if my sister and I survive for a time, we will not live long. Besides, do you really think I am powerless to save her?" At this juncture, the boy suddenly calmed down. With a flick of his sleeve, a token fell into his palm. He then used his thumbnail to cut his middle finger, allowing blood to drip onto the token. In an instant, the token was activated and vanished into thin air. "What have you done?" The voice in his ear questioned again. Chunbei coldly chuckled. "I forgot to mention, I am the prince of the Hingyang Celestial Kingdom." The Hingyang Celestial Kingdom? Wasn't it the most powerful force in the Hingyang realm a billion years ago, now destroyed? Chunbei scoffed. "You know nothing. The carcass of a dead camel is still larger than a horse." The Hingyang Celestial Kingdom once produced countless talents and strong warriors who traveled across the realms. Though the kingdom was obliterated, its remnants still linger. "Oh, I see. But how can you be sure they will help you? How can you prove you are truly a prince?" Chunbei replied, "If I had no assurance, do you think I would act? Do you believe I have simply been idling for the past decade?" The rulers of the Hingyang Celestial Kingdom were all wise and benevolent. Countless strong warriors received their grace. 5 years ago, I inadvertently obtained this token, which can only be activated by royal blood. Once activated, all wandering strong warriors will sense it and return. I do not know how many of them still live, but even if just one does, it will be enough to make the Li Yuan Xian sect tremble. Therefore, I do not need your help to save my sister. Chunbei's expression turned fierce. Decades ago, he had been the most outstanding inner disciple of the Li Yuan Xian sect, but due to the curse of this damned demon possessing him, he had stagnated in his cultivation for decades while his former adversaries grew stronger, leading to the current predicament. His hatred for the demon that had taken over his body was profound. After hearing Chunbei's words, the demon within him cackled. "Boy, you are celebrating too soon. Do you know who I truly am? Why should I care who you are?" Chunbei replied dismissively, as he was already thrown out of the Li Yuan Xian sect by the 2 enforcement disciples. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Chunbei stood up. He had done what he could. Now all that remained was to wait. There was no need to rush to save his sister just yet. The demon within him seemed unfazed by Chunbei's attitude and continued speaking to himself. "I am of the eternal demon clan, the celestial dark demon god under the great demon god of the sky. The eternal demon clan is your human race's greatest enemy. The moment I possessed you, my presence leaked into the realms. Believe me, it won't be long before powerful beings from across the realms come. Boy, trust me, those who come to hunt me will exceed your imagination. Not only will you perish, but this world will also face annihilation. Your only choice is to join the eternal demon clan." "Eternal demon clan?" Chunbei hesitated, then replied, "I've never heard of it. How do I know you are not deceiving me? You little brat, I speak the truth." The celestial dark demon god grew anxious, certain that strong warriors were already on their way from the realms, and he did not wish to die. Yet the stubborn boy was like a mule, bound by their symbiotic relationship. He could not kill him to find another host. He had tempted Chunbei countless times to no avail. This was the first time he felt powerless against a weakling since becoming a demon god. As the two exchanged barbs, suddenly the sky darkened. Chunbei looked up to see a colossal warship, comparable to a planet, slowly descending above the Li Yuan Xian sect. The overwhelming force shattered the sect's protective barrier. Halting a mere 100 meters away, Chunbei was left dumbfounded, pondering what kind of powerful being could be so audacious. The Li Yuan celestial beings were still alive. Could this be a strong warrior from the Hingyang Celestial Kingdom wandering the realms? Just as Chunbei was lost in thought, a scene unfolded before him that left him utterly astonished. From deep within the Li Yuan Xian sect, countless top-tier warriors he had once looked up to emerged, including even the Li Yuan celestial beings, all now respectfully standing before the colossal warship, awaiting someone. Heavens! Who could this be that even the Li Yuan celestial beings must show respect? In stark contrast to Chunbei's intense curiosity, the celestial dark demon god was trembling with fear as he recognized the emblem on the warship, the unmistakable symbol of the Dark Arbitration Court. "This is the Dark Arbitration Court." The celestial dark demon god cursed vehemently. The last force he wished to encounter was the Dark Arbitration Court, for unlike other factions, they were entirely unreasonable. If they discovered even a hint of the eternal demon clan's existence in the Hingyang realm, it could spell utter disaster. "Boy, run. The Dark Arbitration Court is here. If you wish to live, flee as far as you can." The celestial dark demon god shouted frantically. Chun Bei regarded him with a peculiar expression, his faith wavering. But witnessing the demon god's frantic demeanor was a first for him. In his uncertainty, Chun Bei chose to flee. Just as he departed, the gates of the colossal warship opened. Chapter 67. Slaughtering half of the disciples as a warning. At the forefront, the formidable figures of the Liang immortal sect, led by the Liang immortal himself, stood in respectful anticipation. They had just received word that an executive officer from the Dark Arbitration Court was set to arrive at their sect. Even a mighty being like the Liang immortal felt the weight of the Dark Arbitration Court's reputation and awaited the officer with utmost reverence. Soon, amidst the gazes of the crowd, a tall figure emerged from the battleship. Before the figure fully revealed itself, the Liang immortal, accompanied by the elite members of the sect, bowed deeply in greeting, ready to welcome the esteemed officer. However, when the figure finally came into view, it was not Lu Yuan but rather the captain of the guard, Pei Tian, a top-tier emperor. Pei Tian frowned at the scene before him and shouted, "How dare you? Have you all lost your senses? You don't even recognize the esteemed officer and dare to welcome him." As he spoke, he unleashed his emperor's aura, a pressure so immense that even the Liang immortal felt an overwhelming weight upon him. Realizing their grave mistake, the crowd broke into a cold sweat and hastily knelt to apologize, exclaiming their guilt. Just then, Lu Yuan, flanked by 4 guards, slowly stepped forward, casting a glance over the assembly. His eyes lingered on the Liang immortal for a few seconds before he smiled and said, "One cannot blame the ignorant." "So, you are the illustrious Liang immortal?" As Lu Yuan regarded him, the Liang immortal raised his head and, upon seeing the youthful figure before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. He promptly replied, "I dare not presume to be an immortal in the presence of the esteemed officer." The Liang immortal was perplexed. The officer appeared remarkably young, almost like a mere child. What was the Dark Arbitration Court thinking? Despite recognizing Lu Yuan's profound foundation and strength, which was indeed remarkable, it paled in significance against the traditional understanding that only transcendent beings could hold the position of an executive officer in the Dark Arbitration Court. Yet, here stood an officer who had yet to reach the realm of transcendence, casting doubt on Lu Yuan's identity and diminishing the Liang immortal's respect considerably. Without the stature of a transcendent being, the Liang immortal seldom felt fear. Lu Yuan observed the change in the Liang immortal, and it was apparent that Pei Tian and others did as well. However, without Lu Yuan's direction, they refrained from acting. "It seems the Liang immortal harbors considerable doubt about my identity," Lu Yuan remarked casually. The Liang immortal met Lu Yuan's gaze and calmly stated, "Indeed, I find it perplexing. As far as I know, all executive officers of the Dark Arbitration Court are transcendent beings, and your strength and age are quite hard to believe." Lu Yuan chuckled coldly and calmly glanced at Pei Tian. Instantly, Pei Tian comprehended the implication and erupted in fury, unleashing his full aura as he scolded, "How dare you? Liang, Lord Lu Yuan is the 5th disciple of our esteemed chief judge. To question his identity is to court death." The revelation of Lu Yuan's identity as the chief judge's disciple left the Liang immortal in shock. It all suddenly made sense. The chief judge was an unparalleled figure. Appointing an executive officer was trivial, and should he wish, even a dog could be made a judge without anyone daring to object. Regret flooded the Liang immortal's heart as he realized he had questioned the disciple of the chief judge. He hastily knelt, pleading, "I am but a blind fool. Please forgive me, esteemed officer." The Liang immortal's distress was mirrored by the top officials of the Liang immortal sect, who were equally stricken with dread. Lu Yuan regarded the Liang immortal with indifference and declared, "Slaughter half of the Liang immortal sect's disciples as a warning." "Yes, my lord," came the immediate response. A figure from the battleship swiftly emerged, soaring towards the Liang immortal sect to commence a merciless massacre. The Liang immortal's heart bled, but he dared not utter a word of dissent. Casting a cold glance at the Liang immortal, Lu Yuan disregarded him entirely and proceeded with his entourage towards the grand hall of the sect. Along the way, The air was filled with the anguished screams of the disciples, who could not fathom why their sex might was so close yet allowed them to be slaughtered. Each one, before meeting their end, gazed wide-eyed at the heavens, unable to close their eyes in death. One beautiful female disciple rushed to an elder's side, pleading, "Master, save me." The elder, taken aback, reached out to protect her. Yet, the young immortal was quicker, snapping the young disciple's neck while casting a cold glance at the elder, warning him not to interfere. At this, the elder's face turned pale with horror as he beheld the grim fate of the disciples. In despair, he struck his heart, ending his own life, unable to bear the internal struggle or face his sect. Soon, several other elders followed suit, choosing to take their own lives in similar despair. At that moment, the young immortal's fury could incinerate the heavens. Yet, under Pei Tian's watchful gaze, he could only sigh heavily, sealing his senses to avoid witnessing or hearing the tragedy unfold, hoping this would lessen his guilt. A quarter of an hour later, the young immortal, accompanied by all the formidable members of the young immortal sect, arrived at the Grand Hall alongside Pei Tian and his guards. The two groups stood distinctly apart within the hall. Lu Yuan sat gracefully in the seat of the sect leader, a smile gracing his face as he addressed the young immortal. "It seems my guards have been a bit excessive in their actions. You do not mind, do you?" Looking at Lu Yuan's smiling visage, the young immortal felt an unbidden surge of fear. This young man seemed like an abyss capable of consuming all. One moment, he could be smiling and engaging in light conversation, and the next, he could annihilate your entire family and compel you to participate in the carnage. The young immortal understood that Lu Yuan was establishing dominance. Yet what could he do but acquiesce? Putting on a forced smile, he replied, "Not at all, my lord. Your actions are commendable." Lu Yuan chuckled, his sarcasm unmasked. The young immortal maintained his facade of compliance. "Ah, the old fox," Lu Yuan mused, turning his gaze to the sky beyond the hall. "Inform all major powers in the Hingyang realm that they have one day to present themselves before me at the young immortal sect. Those who fail to arrive within that time shall face annihilation." "Yes, my lord," came the swift reply as all departed to fulfill his command. Alone, Lu Yuan strolled towards the back mountain of the young immortal sect. As the foremost power in the Hingyang realm, the beauty of the young immortal sect was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, Lu Yuan spotted a young girl sitting beneath a willow tree, playing the qin. The melody was enchanting, drawing Lu Yuan closer, observing the graceful figure. He inquired, "What is your name?" "Ah." The girl seemed startled by his sudden presence, akin to a frightened rabbit. However, Lu Yuan's striking appearance and gentle demeanor quickly calmed her. She shyly replied, I am Shenhuan. P.S. No female lead. No female lead. No female lead." Chapter 068. Seizing the emperor to command the feudal lords, Lu Yuan pondered over the name with a strange expression. He never anticipated that he would encounter someone related to the child of destiny so soon. Nama, Shenhuan. Identity, outer disciple of the Liang Xian sect, younger sister of Chunbei, the child of destiny. Cultivation, early saint realm, the younger sister of the child of destiny. How intriguing. With a mysterious gleam in his eyes, Lu Yuan inquired, "Where's your brother?" "My brother?" Chen Huaner was perplexed by Lu Yuan's question and had no knowledge of who he was. However, being at the tender age of blossoming emotions and lacking in wisdom, she responded with a hint of sorrow. "I heard from the saint son of Liang that my brother has been expelled from the sect by the elders. Big brother, can you help me? The saint son of Liang is not a good person. He wants me to be his furnace. I do not wish to become his furnace. Can you take me away?" Chen Huaner said with tearful eyes. "Take you away?" Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled gently. "Of course, I can ensure your safe departure, and I can also help you seek revenge. Do you wish to kill the saint son of Liang? Can you really?" Chen Huaner asked, a flicker of surprise lighting her face. "Certainly," Lu Yuan affirmed. He then called into the void, "Pei Tian, bring the saint son of Liang here." "As you command." Soon, a rotund figure was brought before Lu Yuan. Upon seeing the saint son of Liang, Lu Yuan's expression became peculiar. The saint's son stood at least 3 meters tall, which was not particularly alarming. He had encountered beings of 1,000-meter stature. However, Chen Huaner was barely 1 meter 60 tall. One could scarcely imagine the scene of an elephant and a hyena in motion together. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan pointed at the saint son of Liang and asked Chen Huaner, "Is that him?" With fear in her eyes, Chen Huaner nodded apprehensively. "You wretch! You shall not die a good death." Though the saint's son was stout, he was clever. Realizing his predicament upon being brought before Lu Yuan and Chen Huaner, he immediately understood his fate and began to curse vehemently, his expression contorted with rage. Unfortunately, he was completely restrained. Despite his high cultivation level, he could do nothing. Lu Yuan approached Chen Huaner, handing her a short sword, and pointed towards the saint son of Liang. "Go, kill him." Chen Huaner's face turned pale as she shook her head repeatedly. "I cannot." Lu Yuan smiled gently, positioning himself behind Chen Huaner, guiding her towards the saint's son. She resisted vehemently, but her strength was akin to that of a struggling ant in comparison to Lu Yuan. "I will assist you," Lu Yuan encouraged. And in the next instant, the short sword pierced the saint's son's abdomen. Lu Yuan guided Chen Huaner's hand to slice sideways, creating a gaping wound in the saint's son's belly. Hundreds of pounds of intestines spilled from the gash, littering the ground. "Ah!" Chen Huaner screamed, her spirit nearly leaving her body. Having been protected by her brother in childhood and sheltered by the Liang Xian sect due to her constitution, she had never witnessed such brutality. Lu Yuan did not intervene as he savored the unfolding scene. Soon, the saint son of Liang breathed his last. Kneeling beside Chen Huaner, Lu Yuan spoke softly. "All right, you have avenged yourself. How about I take you to find your brother?" Gazing at Lu Yuan, Chen Huaner suddenly felt that the older brother before her resembled a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yet, thinking of her brother, she nodded in agreement. Lu Yuan smiled and stood up, his expression swiftly shifting to calmness as he addressed Pei Tian. "I shall be away for a while. Handle the rest as you see fit." Pei Tian's face displayed hesitance. "My lord, please provide specific instructions." Lu Yuan replied indifferently, "Kill a batch, intimidate another, and recruit a few." "But my lord, is our purpose not to investigate the eternal demon clan?" Pei Tian asked in astonishment. "Does it matter whether there are demons or not?" Lu Yuan gazed at Pei Tian and chuckled. "Since when has the Dark Tribunal required evidence for its actions? I have said it. Handle it as you see fit. If you find them, annihilate the realm. If not, still annihilate the realm. Do you understand?" Pei Tian nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "Very well." With that, Lu Yuan took Chen Huaner and departed from the Liang Xian sect. Lingxiao City. This great city lay over 1,000,000 miles away from the Liang Xian sect, boasting a population exceeding 100 million and countless powerful individuals. More importantly, Lingxiao City was built upon the ruins of the former capital of the Hingyang immortal kingdom. Inside an inn, Chen Bei sat by the window, gazing blankly at the sky. He was worried about his sister and, for some reason, felt an ominous premonition. "Stupid boy, what are you thinking? Hurry and run. Get as far away as possible. It's not safe even a few million miles away." The Tianming demon god chattered incessantly, genuinely fearing the Dark Tribunal. Snapping back to reality, Chen Bei frowned. "Didn't Tu say you were a demon god of the Eternal Demon Clan? Why are you so afraid of the Dark Tribunal? You know nothing. I am but a remnant soul now, of course. I fear them. Besides, do you think the Dark Tribunal can be compared to these feeble forces of the Hingyang region? Let me put it this way. With just a flick of their little finger, the Dark Tribunal could obliterate your Hingyang realm. And these beings are exceedingly brutal, acting without reason. They are after me, and I even suspect that if they fail to locate me, they might simply annihilate the Hingyang realm without hesitation. Never doubt my words. Such things are commonplace for the Dark Tribunal." Hearing the seriousness in the Tianming demon god's voice, Chen Bei was startled. "Then you should leave me at once. Go wherever you like." The Tianming demon god sneered. "Dream on, boy. I am symbiotic with you. I cannot leave. Your only choice is to join my eternal demon clan. With my former status in the clan, I can guarantee your rise to prominence. What is the Liang Xian sect? In the future, with just a flick of my finger, I could annihilate them." Chen Bei's face reflected his distress as he suddenly asked, "But if the Dark Tribunal finds us, won't we be waiting for death?" "Not necessarily. The Tianming demon god replied solemnly. If the dark tribunal truly locates us, do not resist. I will control your body to send a distress signal to the clan, using you as a gateway to summon the demon army. Chapter 69. Children of two worlds, kill him, or your sister will perish. Can it be done? Chunbei expressed his skepticism. The heavenly dark demon god chuckled. Youngster, the might of my eternal demon clan is beyond your imagination. Although the dark arbitration court is formidable, its strength lies solely with the presiding judge. In contrast, our clan boasts 9 individuals who stand shoulder to shoulder with him. More significantly, above these 9 great demon gods, our eternal demon clan harbors an even mightier existence, a transcendent figure who illuminates all realms. Otherwise, do you think our clan could contend against the myriad races of the heavens? As he spoke, the heavenly dark demon god exuded an overwhelming confidence and pride. Chunbei's expression was one of astonishment, yet he could not truly grasp the enormity of what was being described. After all, he had never ventured beyond the Hingyang Great Realm. His understanding of the power being portrayed was merely superficial. At that moment, Chunbei's expression shifted dramatically as he suddenly looked down to see a white jade pendant around his neck levitating. In an instant, he sprang from his seat. Disbelief etched across his face. My sister is nearby. Outside Lingxiao City, at the city gates, Lu Yuan held Chun Huaner by the hand, gazing at the towering gates. Are you certain it is here? He inquired. Chun Huaner nodded, her small face brimming with excitement at the prospect of reuniting with her brother. Very well. Lu Yuan smiled gently and led Chun Huaner into the city. Stop. A burly city guard called out to Lu Yuan. Frowning, Lu Yuan asked, what is it? The guard, clad in heavy white armor, grinned maliciously and extended his hand. The entry fee is 10,000 star source crystals. As he spoke, his gaze roamed over Chun Huaner, his greed and lewdness unabashed. Seeing this, Lu Yuan sneered. What if I refuse to pay? The guard rubbed his hands together, chuckling. You may refuse, but then you must leave the little lady behind, and I shall waive the entry fee. At that moment, several other guards closed in, their eyes fixated on Lu Yuan with ill intent, as if ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The onlookers around seemed unfazed by the scene. Such disregard for order. This city has no reason to exist, Lu Yuan remarked coldly. Slaughter the city. The next instant, a voice echoed from the void behind Lu Yuan. Understood, my lord. An imperial guard emerged from the void, brandishing a spear, and without hesitation, unleashed a massacre. In an instant, the city guards before Lu Yuan were reduced to mere dust. Lu Yuan and Chun Huaner entered the city. Chun Huaner possessed a jade pendant that resonated with her brother's pendant. Guided by the pendants, the duo swiftly arrived before an inn. Meanwhile, half of Lingxiao City lay in ruins behind them. Chunbei was overwhelmed with excitement. His sister was so close. A reality he had never dared to imagine. What manner of place was the Liang immortal sect? How had she escaped from such a dreadful place? His mind was consumed with thoughts of his sister, an urgent desire to see her overwhelming him. Just then, a sweet, youthful voice floated in from outside the window. Brother, where are you? It's Huaner. Upon hearing this voice, Chunbei felt as though he had been struck by lightning, freezing in place before racing to the window. There, he beheld his sister, Chun Huaner, being led by an extraordinarily handsome young man. Seeing her brought him such joy that he nearly fainted. Yet, when his gaze fell upon Lu Yuan standing beside Chun Huaner, he felt as though he had been struck by thunder. A voice echoed in his mind. Run. This voice was neither from the heavenly dark demon god, nor from Chunbei himself. For some inexplicable reason, he glanced skyward. Run? Why must I flee? He pondered in confusion. Yet, inexplicably, upon seeing Lu Yuan, he felt as though a mouse had encountered a cat. Instinctively, he was warned that Lu Yuan was no good. Though Lu Yuan wore a gentle smile, to Chunbei, it seemed more like a tiger's grin before it pounced on its prey. At last, I have found you, Lu Yuan said to Chunbei, his demeanor devoid of malice, merely smiling. Ding! A child of fortune has been detected. Name, Chunbei. Identity, Prince of Hingyang Immortal Kingdom. Fortune level, Child of the World. Strength, Mid-stage, Celestial Saint. Warning, This child of fortune is possessed by a remnant soul, detected as belonging to an eternal demon god. Ignoring the system's prompt, Lu Yuan remarked to Chen Bei, "You seem rather unhappy to see your sister." Chen Bei furrowed his brow. "Who are you? And why are you with my sister?" "I rescued your sister from the Liang immortal sect and avenged her," Lu Yuan replied with a smile. At this, Chen Bei felt no joy. His subconscious screamed at him to escape. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. Lu Yuan's hand was caressing Chen Huaner's head, his smile unwavering as he looked at her. Though he said nothing, the threat was palpable. Uncontrollably, Chen Bei took a step forward. "You brat, what are you doing? Run. This man is undoubtedly from the Dark Arbitration Court, and of high status. An Imperial Guard has already begun to slaughter the city. If you don't flee now, there will be no opportunity left." The heavenly dark demon god shouted frantically. "Silence. My sister is in his grasp." Chen Bei shouted back, his face twisted in rage. Then, he leaped from the windowsill, landing before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan did not rush to attack, but instead gazed skyward, sensing a tremendous malevolence watching him from the heavens. At that moment, Lu Yuan caught a fleeting glimpse of a white light deep within the sky. Narrowing his eyes, he turned to look behind him, where stood a striking young man clad in white robes with long purple hair, a sleek silver warship hovering behind him. "Lu Yuan, I have finally found you. Why did you destroy my homeland? With your status, my homeland could never have provoked you." Yi Chen's eyes flickered with purple lightning as he spoke with a frosty tone. "Ding! A child of fortune has been detected. Name, Yi Chen. Identity, core disciple of the Celestial Court. Fortune level, child of the world. Cultivation, celestial saint, supreme of the universe." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Another child of fortune, but what did his words mean? Did I destroy his homeland? Lu Yuan pondered, quickly recalling a planet he had used for experimentation. "Are you from that planet?" Lu Yuan inquired. "It is called Launching," Yi Chen replied through gritted teeth. "Oh, Launching," Lu Yuan acknowledged blandly before suddenly gripping Chen Huaner's neck and turning to Chen Bei. "Kill this man, or your sister shall die." Chapter 070, My Brother and You, born as archenemy's big brother. Chen Huaner struggled to turn her head to look at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with confusion. Lu Yuan appeared indifferent, quietly observing Chen Bei. Chen Bei's eyes were bloodshot as he clenched his fists and exclaimed, "What do you want?" "Release my sister. She is innocent." Lu Yuan's expression remained cold. "I have stated my words. I do not wish to repeat them." "Lu Yuan, are you aware of your impending doom? Thus seeking a scapegoat?" Chen Bei retorted, "With such a weakling, I could defeat him with a mere breath." Witnessing Lu Yuan encourage Chen Bei to take his own life, Yi Chen wore an expression of disdain. He could see that Chen Bei was merely at the heavenly saint realm with a mediocre foundation, having never surpassed his limits even once. To him, calling such a person a waste would be a compliment. Lu Yuan ignored Yi Chen. Chen Bei's eyes burned with fury. "Fine, I will agree. But if my sister loses even a single hair, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death." With that, Chen Bei advanced toward Yi Chen. Lu Yuan leapt onto the rooftop with Chen Huaner, sitting there with interest. Both were children of the world. To kill either would not be easy and could easily backfire. Instead of confronting them head-on, it was better to let them engage in a fierce battle, leading to mutual destruction. Lu Yuan was eager to witness the spectacle of two world children clashing. Although Yi Chen was significantly stronger than Chen Bei, one must remember that this was Chen Bei's territory. Moreover, the children of destiny were inherently unreasonable. Their cultivation level could not be relied upon to judge their combat potential, for one could never know when they might unleash their true power. Chen Bei steadily approached Yi Chen, uncertain of Lu Yuan's motives for urging him to kill Yi Chen. He only knew that for the sake of his sister, he would go to any lengths, even if it meant swallowing his pride. Several dozen meters away, Yi Chen stood quietly, looking down on Chen Bei with immense disdain. Chen Bei understood that the person before him was formidable. He was undoubtedly no match for him. Yet, what did that matter? Knowing the tiger is in the mountain, he still dared to venture forth. Within 10 meters of Yi Chen, Chen Bei charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Yi Chen, raising his fist and gathering his celestial energy to strike. The next moment, he was sent flying, crashing heavily over 100 meters away. Yichen slowly retracted his leg, a taunting look directed at Lu Yuan. Is this the best you can do? Sending such a weakling to kill me? I wonder if you were insulting yourself or me. On the other side, Chun Bei felt his insides roiling. Yichen's kick had nearly displaced his organs. Struggling to rise, he coughed up blood and charged at Yichen once more. Chun Bei roared, a long knife appearing in his hand. Yichen remained scornful, turning to deliver a sweeping kick. Bang! Chun Bei was sent flying into a nearby house. Falling silent for a long moment. Brother! Chun Huaner cried, tears streaming down her face as she tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, pleading, Big brother, please release my brother. I will do anything you ask. Lu Yuan gently wiped the tears from Chun Huaner's eyes and spoke softly. Everyone's fate is predetermined from the moment they are in the womb. For instance, I was born a foe to the world, a demon, while your brother was destined to be a herald of justice, my natural enemy. Your brother has done nothing wrong and has not offended me. However, not everything in this world has an answer. It can only be said that fate has decreed it so. Perhaps tomorrow, I too may be toyed with to death. All we can do is give our utmost and walk our own paths. Lu Yuan turned his gaze toward the ruins of the houses and reassured her, do not worry. Your brother will not die. His life is far more resilient than you imagine. Amidst the ruins, Chun Bei staggered to his feet, his eyes bloodshot. Yichen's kick had struck his temple, and the fact that he was still alive was nothing short of a miracle. At that moment, Chun Bei's world was tinted crimson, yet he still stumbled toward Yi Chun, driven by thoughts of his sister. Yi Chun furrowed his brow, marveling at Chun Bei's unwavering determination, feeling a pang of sorrow. Chun Bei resembled him in many ways. Both had once risked everything to protect those they cherished. Deep down, Yi Chun sensed a kinship with Chun Bei. Glancing at Lu Yuan, whose smile held an ambiguous quality, Yi Chun seethed, Is this your intention? Lu Yuan did not respond, but merely pointed at Chun Bei, stating, If you wish to kill me, first eliminate him. Yi Chun's fury boiled over. He attempted to bypass Chun Bei multiple times to reach Lu Yuan, but was thwarted each time by Chun Bei's relentless defense. In exasperation, Yi Chun seized Chun Bei by the hair and punched him to the ground. Bang! A cloud of dust erupted. This was not the first time Chun Bei had met the ground so intimately. Observing Chun Bei in such a state, even the cruel heavenly demon god felt a twinge of pity, saying, Kid, let go of your mind. Allow me to take control of your body. You are no match for that boy. He is an unparalleled genius among the realms. Chun Bei offered no reply to the heavenly demon god, perhaps lacking the strength to speak. At that moment, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it was a golden token. The token embedded itself into Chun Bei's forehead. Simultaneously, hundreds of spatial rifts tore open above Lingxiao City. Powerful figures with terrifying auras emerged from the void, led by a towering figure clad in golden armor. The golden-armored giant stood proudly in the air, his gaze sweeping over Lu Yuan, Yi Chun, and Chun Huaner, ultimately landing on the severely battered Chun Bei. In an instant, the golden-armored giant erupted with rage. Your Highness! The giant flashed to Chun Bei's side, lifted him up, and knelt on one knee before him, speaking with utmost reverence. General Dian Huai of the Purple Forbidden Army has arrived late to your aid. I beg for your forgiveness. Your Highness, gazing at the golden-armored giant, Chun Bei mustered a faint smile, then pointed at Yi Chun, saying, Help me kill him. In truth, Chun Bei had wished for the golden giant to slay Lu Yuan, but considering his sister was still in Lu Yuan's grasp, he dared not voice such a thought. His sole hope now was that after eliminating Yi Chun, Lu Yuan would honor his promise. Your command shall be fulfilled. The golden-armored giant clasped his fists and rose, his fierce eyes ablaze with boundless fury. Dare to harm the prince, and I shall pursue you to the ends of the earth. The golden-armored giant was an emperor, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Yi Chun, certain of his judgment, felt a weight settle upon him and unhesitatingly shattered a token. By the decree of the disciple of the immortal monarch, I command Hingyang, all those belonging to the immortal court, come to my aid. On the rooftop, Lu Yuan revealed a knowing smile. The grand spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 071, The Eternal Sun Immortal Kingdom versus. The Eternal Sun Immortal Palace, the Immortal Court, stands as a colossal force spanning infinite time and space, with countless affiliated powers across myriad worlds. The Eternal Sun Great Realm, renowned for its celestial path, is no exception. Once Yi Qin's command was issued, a portal materialized before him. Shortly thereafter, a dozen formidable beings emerged from this gateway. The leader, an emaciated elder clad in a black Taoist robe, bowed deeply. Elder Mu Yunzi of the Eternal Sun Immortal Palace pays respects to the immortal envoy. The Eternal Sun Immortal Palace ranks as the second greatest power in the Eternal Sun Great Realm, subordinate only to the Blazing Sun sect. Mu Yunzi, the Palace Master, is a profoundly inscrutable figure. As the Blazing Sun Immortal approaches his final days, his combat prowess has significantly diminished. Despite still holding the title of the foremost in the Eternal Sun Great Realm, many regard Mu Yunzi as the true preeminent figure. Preceding Elder, please rise, Yi Qin gestured, confident in his solitary venture into the Eternal Sun Great Realm, bolstered by the support of the Immortal Palace. As a disciple of the Immortal Monarch, he is one of the core disciples cultivated by the Immortal Court, possessing a prestigious status that allows him to command all affiliated forces across the celestial realms. Mu Yunzi straightened, quickly grasping the situation without further explanation. He regarded the golden-armored warrior with an enigmatic expression. Commander Dian, it has been 1 billion years since we last met. Dian Huai's expression turned grave. He recognized Mu Yunzi, who had already been a renowned powerhouse in the Eternal Sun Great Realm 1 billion years ago, while he himself was merely a lieutenant in the Purple Forbidden Army. After 1 billion years, Dian Huai had ascended to a powerful emperor, yet Mu Yunzi had become even more unfathomable. Faced with such an ancient being, Dian Huai felt utterly uncertain. Are you planning to intervene, Palace Master? Dian Huai inquired solemnly. With a demeanor as calm as a sage, Mu Yunzi replied, Commander Dian, this individual beside me is an envoy of the Immortal Court. You, being a traveler of the celestial realms, should not misinterpret the situation. However, he has harmed my royal prince, and an explanation is certainly warranted. Dian Huai was unwilling to relent. He had once received the Emperor's grace in the Eternal Sun Immortal Kingdom, which had allowed him to traverse the celestial realms even at that time, when he was merely at the immortal level. Now is the time for him to repay that favor. If today's matter were left unresolved, he would show no consideration for anyone. After a moment of contemplation, Mu Yunzi proposed, how about this? The Eternal Sun Immortal Palace concede a portion of its territory, allowing your royal prince to re-establish a kingdom. Re-establish a kingdom. Dian Huai's heart jolted, turning to look at Chun Bei. Mu Yunzi's offer was enticing, yet whether to accept it depended on Chun Bei's response. Chun Bei, supported by 2 armored soldiers, sat cross-legged on the ground, healing his wounds. Upon meeting Dian Huai's gaze, he shook his head and pointed at Yi Qin, declaring, he must die, or else my sister will perish. Sister? Could she be the princess? Dian Huai's eyes widened as he glanced toward a certain rooftop. Lu Yuan smiled faintly and waving greeting, Hi, how dare you? Dian Huai's eyes blazed with fury, resembling an enraged lion. Lu Yuan had a hand around Chun Huaner's neck, coldly remarking, Don't move, or your princess's head will roll. Seeing this, Dian Huai finally comprehended why Chun Bei was so insistent on killing Yi Qin, realizing the dire stakes involved. Everything stemmed from that despicable individual atop the roof. Though he was an emperor, in this situation, he felt utterly powerless. Reluctantly, Dian Huai turned his gaze back to Yi Qin and, in an instant, lunged towards him. He could not disregard Chun Bei's command, especially when a young princess's life was at stake. Mu Yunzi sighed gently. There is no need for this. Dian Huai was intercepted by Mu Yunzi, and the two were drawn into another dimension. The remaining members of the Purple Forbidden Army clashed with the formidable beings Mu Yunzi had brought, resulting in complete chaos. At this moment, Chun Bei, having healed, stood up. The token embedded in his forehead was a rare treasure, containing a drop of blood from the first sovereign of the Eternal Sun Immortal Kingdom. After absorbing this blood, Chun Bei's power surged dramatically. When facing Yi Qin again, the pressure he felt was significantly reduced. Noticing the unmasked killing intent in Chun Bei's eyes, Yi Chun felt a sense of exasperation. Brother, why must it come to this? We both know our true enemy is Lu Yuan. We could easily join forces to eliminate him. Chun Bei's gaze was frigid as he retorted, You wouldn't say that if your parents were also held captive. No sooner had he spoken than Chun Bei launched himself at Yi Chun like a cannonball. Despite his newfound strength in the face of Yi Chun, he remained as fragile as a chick. Soon, he was sent crashing to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, despair creeping into his heart. The Purple Forbidden Army was held back by the forces of the Eternal Sun Immortal Palace, leaving him to confront Yi Chun alone. Yet Yi Chun was simply too strong, like an insurmountable mountain. Until now, he had not even unleashed any divine techniques, while Chun Bei had already exhausted himself. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke from the rooftop with an air of nonchalance. Chun Bei, my patience is limited. If you do not kill him within 15 minutes, your sister will die. As he spoke, Lu Yuan drew a short sword and plunged it into the artery of Chun Huan'er's thigh. Fresh blood began to pour forth. If she did not receive aid within 15 minutes, she would undoubtedly perish. No. Chun Bei's eyes turned crimson, and he spiraled into a frenzy, charging at Yi Chun once more. Yi Chun, observing Lu Yuan's actions, began to buy time. Chun Bei's Achilles heel was Chun Huan'er. As long as she lived, everything would be fine. Chun Bei could clearly sense Yi Chun's intent to delay, driving him further into madness. In that moment, Chun Bei resorted to every desperate measure, akin to a street thug caught in a brawl, revealing the depths of his despair. Was there truly no way out? Tears of blood streamed from his eyes. No, there was still hope. Chun Bei recalled the celestial demon god. Celestial demon god, come forth. I offer myself as a vessel, seeking only for my sister to survive. Releasing his spirit, Chun Bei awaited this moment, and in an instant, the celestial demon god seized control of his body. Then. Wouldn't it have been better to do this sooner? The celestial demon god chuckled ominously. From the very beginning, he had believed Chun Bei would not prevail. Once Chun Bei fell into utter despair, his final card would be the demon god. Praise the great, eternal demon lord. I offer my body as a conduit. My soul is a source. Lord, descend and cleanse this filthy world. As the words of the celestial demon god echoed, a purplish-black radiance erupted from Chun Bei, coalescing into a towering portal hundreds of meters high. The portal opened, and a torrent of malevolent energy began to invade the Eternal Sun Great Realm. Chapter 072. The existence of the co-sovereigns of the demon races. The Eternal Demon Race, a branch of the infinite demon race, is steeped in legend. It is said that eons ago, the myriad realms united in a bloody purge against the infinite demon race, resulting in the annihilation of countless demon clans. Yet, despite the might of the celestial forces, the demon race was not completely eradicated. On the contrary, those who survived this brutal cleansing emerged stronger and more resilient. The eternal demon race is now regarded as one of the most formidable demon factions in existence. Within the ranks of the eternal demon race, there are 9 great demon gods, each possessing power rivaling that of the sovereigns of the realms. Above these 9 stands the eternal demon sovereign, whose strength surpassing that of the celestial sovereigns remains a mystery, for none have ever dared to gauge the depths of the eternal demon sovereign's might. The survival of the eternal demon race through the Great Purge owes much to the prowess of the eternal demon sovereign. The fear that the eternal demon race instills in the myriad realms is not solely due to the formidable presence of the eternal demon sovereign, but also because of their terrifying ability to assimilate and infect. Anyone tainted by their demonic aura inevitably becomes a part of the eternal demon race. It is rumored that 5 of the 9 great demon gods were personally converted by the eternal demon sovereign, leading to whispers of their superiority over the celestial sovereigns. Since their survival from the purge, the eternal demon race has exhibited an aggressive nature, invading world after world, assimilating them and transforming their inhabitants into members of the eternal demon race. Thus, the battlegrounds of the eternal demon race are countless, with the Dar Tribunal being merely a trivial one among them. Currently, as the Tianming demon god opens the portal to the demon realm, it is believed that without opposition, the Hingyang Great Realm will soon fall under the dominion of the eternal demon race, leading to the enslavement of countless beings. On the rooftop, Lu Yuan gazed at the towering black portal before him. His eyes narrowed, yet his expression betrayed no trace of anxiety. Soon, a massive bloodied foot emerged from the portal. "Who opened such a small passage?" he muttered. A bloodied hand grasped the upper frame of the doorway, and a grotesque figure of the eternal demon race hunched through. This creature, devoid of skin and with exposed muscle, bore 2 pairs of bony wings on its back. Shinaro, greedily inhaling the fresh air of the Hingyang Great Realm, reveled in the moment despite having no nose, only a skeletal head atop his neck. Chunbei, or rather the Tianming demon god, looked up at Shinaro and bellowed, "Shinaro, you wretched being, do you not see me? Who dares to insult the great Shinaro?" Shinaro lowered his gaze, and upon spotting the Tianming demon god, fell to his knees, exclaiming, "It is the illustrious Tianming demon god. I heard you were waging war in the Haori dimension. What brings you here?" Shinaro, nearly prostrating himself in conversation with Chunbei, brought a sense of relief to the Tianming demon god, who replied, "I encountered the Haori divine sovereign and was soundly defeated, my essence barely escaping to this dimension." "I see. I heard that the Qingtian demon god has already ventured to the Haori dimension. I trust your vengeance shall soon be avenged." "Enough of this idle chatter. Kill that brat," commanded the Tianming demon god, pointing at Yichun. At that moment, Yichun's face paled. He had never anticipated the appearance of the eternal demon race. Seeing the Tianming demon god point at him, he instinctively took a few steps back. Despite being a top-tier prodigy, facing a demon king or god-level member of the eternal demon race left him with no option but to flee. In a flash of thought, Yichun turned to escape, not daring to board his silver battleship. "Huh, you think you can escape from the great Shinaro, little insect? You must be dreaming." Shinaro pursued him. The Tianming demon god turned back to Lu Yuan and asked, "Boy, do you regret your choices? Release that girl, and I might consider sparing your life." Lu Yuan tilted his head and replied, "You do not recognize me?" The Tianming demon god furrowed his brow. "Why should I know you?" "Because you ought to know me, and you must," Lu Yuan asserted. "If you truly do not recognize me, it merely indicates that you have not returned to the eternal demon race for quite some time." "How do you know I have not returned?" Just then, there was movement from the portal, and a pale youth in white emerged, clutching a blood-red bone fan. "What a grand realm! How intriguing! Whose craftsmanship is this? I must commend you before the demon god." "Bloodbone, do you not recognize even me?" the Tianming demon god asked the white-clad youth. The youth squinted, contemplating before suddenly exclaiming, "Ah, it is the great Tianming demon god. Is this your creation?" The Tianming demon god, impatient, interjected, "Enough prattle. Tell me, do you recognize this person?" Lu Yuan's earlier words had intrigued the Tianming demon god. As the white-clad youth followed the Tianming demon god's gaze, he saw Lu Yuan smiling, and his expression shifted dramatically. He dropped to his knees, trembling. "Why, young master, I am Bloodbone, disciple of the Tianluan demon god under the command of the North Haotian demon god. I pay my respects to you, young master." Bloodbone trembled in fear. Glancing at the still-dazed Tianming demon god, he hastily transmitted, "Tianming demon god, why are you still standing there? Quickly kneel before the young master." "Why, young master?" The Tianming demon god was taken aback. He had been away for so long that he had never laid eyes on the young master. Yet, as a member of the eternal demon race, he had certainly heard of him. The young master held a status exceeding even that of the great demon gods. "Does it not seem so to you?" On the rooftop, Lu Yuan smiled and, in an instant, activated his demonic form. His hair transformed from black to white, and his once pristine white robe turned crimson. One eye glowed with a haunting purple hue while the other burned a blood red. An overwhelming aura of pure demonic energy radiated from Lu Yuan. The profound sense of instinctive reverence and submission coursing through the Tianming demon god dispelled any doubts he may have had. The youth before him was indeed the young master who had taken command of the eternal demon race a century prior. No, he was not just a figure of the eternal demon race, but a being revered across all demon factions, the young master. Chapter 073. Entering the demon domain, the heavens and the earth, the enigmatic Tianming could not recognize the towering presence of Taishan. I beseech the esteemed Lord for forgiveness." With doubts dispelled, the Tianming demon god knelt down. Among the eternal demon clan, the most formidable was undoubtedly the eternal demon lord, followed by the 9 great demon gods. Below them were the 36 upper demon gods, the 72 middle demon gods, and the 108 lower demon gods. Beneath the demon gods were the demon kings and demon generals. Shina Luo was a demon king, while the Tianming demon god was one of the 108 lower demon gods. Lu Yuan waved his hand, saying, "No need for formalities." The Tianming demon god rose, gazing at Lu Yuan with trepidation. Just then, Shina Luo returned, holding Yi Chun in his grasp. This little insect was quite nimble, almost managing to escape through the void. Shina Luo remarked, only to notice the tense atmosphere. Upon looking up, he saw Lu Yuan. His large eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, not as a figure of speech, but literally. Had it not been for the flesh connecting them, his eyes would have dropped to the ground. He hurriedly pressed them back into place. Stammering, Shina Luo exclaimed, "Why, Your Excellency?" He then prostrated himself before Lu Yuan, demonstrating his submission. Lu Yuan gestured dismissively, indicating that no excessive courtesy was necessary. Subsequently, he leaped down from the rooftop. Chun Huaner had already perished at some point, but no one cared about her now. Lu Yuan remained silent, and no one dared to utter a word. He gazed into the void and said, "Pei Tian, accompany me into the demon domain. Others shall seal off the Hingyang Great Realm, allowing no one to escape." Pei Tian emerged from the void, his expression exceedingly complex. "My lord, you." He was at a loss for words. The events unfolding before him were overwhelming to his senses. The executor of the Dark Arbitration Court, the 5th disciple of the presiding judge, was actually the esteemed lord of the demon clan. This revelation was difficult for him to accept, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. Should he intervene or merely observe? It was well known that the Dark Arbitration Court and the Eternal Demon Clan were adversaries, locked in conflict for countless eons. Moreover, was the presiding judge aware that his disciple was the esteemed lord of the demon clan? Lu Yuan coldly stated, "Do not be surprised. My identity is known to my master, so you need not fret." What the presiding judge knows. Pei Tian was utterly dumbfounded, but he glanced at the Tianming demon god, Shina Luo, and Bloodbone young master, hesitating to speak. "There is no but. The Hingyang Great Realm is now theirs. That is my decree." Lu Yuan's gaze remained icy. "As you say, my lord," Pei Tian sighed, obediently following Lu Yuan. The other members of the guard also departed the Hingyang Great Realm, commencing its lockdown. The events of the day would undoubtedly shatter their worldview. Lu Yuan led Pei Tian towards the portal, turning back to say, "None of my people shall be harmed. Not a single soul from this realm shall survive." The Tianming demon god, Shina Luo, and Bloodbone young master immediately adopted stern expressions, responding in unison, "As you command, esteemed lord." The eternal demon domain was a world devoid of light. The entire expanse was shrouded in dark purple, devoid of any greenery, resembling the depths of hell. Peculiar forms of the eternal demon clan were scattered throughout. Yet, upon seeing Lu Yuan, they all bowed their heads in reverence. Pei Tian trailed closely behind Lu Yuan, filled with trepidation. Even the slightest movement could set his nerves ablaze. Though he was a top-tier emperor, he was in the heart of the eternal demon clan's stronghold, the eternal demon domain. Even the mightiest sovereigns could meet their demise here, if not careful. Thus, Pei Tian maintained a cautious distance of about 2 steps behind Lu Yuan, fearful of losing sight of him. In stark contrast to Pei Tian's timidity, Lu Yuan appeared entirely at ease, as if returning home. Casting a glance at Pei Tian, Lu Yuan teased, "I never expected you to be so timid." Pei Tian was on the brink of tears, pleading, "My lord, please, no more jokes. This place terrifies me more than the 18 levels of hell." Lu Yuan merely shook his head in amusement, choosing not to respond further. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Shortly after, a colossal figure, standing 100,000 meters tall and clad in black armor, appeared before them. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over them, causing even Pei Tian's complexion to pale. This giant was immensely powerful, unfathomably strong. Pei Tian felt as if this giant could crush him with a mere finger. How terrifying! I wish to go home. Approximately 1,000 meters away, the giant knelt on one knee, bowing its head, and rumbled, "Esteemed Lord, the Demon Lord has sent me to escort you." The mention of the Demon Lord nearly made Pei Tian scream. Lu Yuan turned to him, saying, "This is the personal guard of the eternal Demon Lord. While not a sovereign, they are an existence of the beginning realm. When vacancies arise among the 36 upper demon gods, they can readily fill the positions. Thus, you will notice that the 216 demon gods of the eternal demon clan will never have vacancies, should one perish. Another immediately takes their place. Even the 9 great demon gods have an unknown number of substitutes." Pei Tian was overwhelmed with despair. He truly began to weep, pleading, "My lord, please spare me from such knowledge." Pei Tian was terrified, fearing that if he continued to listen, he would truly become entangled with the eternal demon clan. Observing Pei Tian's demeanor, Lu Yuan smiled, as if achieving his objective, and said, "All right, I shan't jest any longer. Such matters are not secrets. The sovereigns are all aware." Thud! Pei Tian stumbled, inwardly exclaiming, "What the hell?" The fact that all sovereigns knew meant that only they were deemed worthy of such knowledge. The crux was he a sovereign? "If you wish for my demise, just say so. I shall oblige immediately." These thoughts echoed in Pei Tian's mind, though he dared not voice them. Resigned, he sealed his senses, fearful of hearing or seeing anything he shouldn't. Lu Yuan found Pei Tian's fear amusing. However, this was indeed the prudent approach. Turning to the giant, Lu Yuan commanded, "Lower yourself. Are you expecting me to climb up?" Upon hearing this, the giant complied, prostrating itself in utmost reverence, showing no hint of displeasure. Lu Yuan gently leaped onto the giant's shoulder, and the giant rose, moving swiftly in a designated direction. Soon, a towering demon palace came into view, flanked by 3 additional giants, each standing 100,000 meters tall. Alighting from the giant, Lu Yuan strolled leisurely into the palace, as if entering his own living room. The interior of the palace was exceedingly spacious, with a massive throne standing at the forefront. On that throne reclined a young man clad in dark robes. Chapter 074. Split me into 3 parts. Is there a primal world in the multiverse? Upon seeing Lu Yuan enter, the young man straightened his posture and smiled slightly. "Who would have thought you'd return?" The young man, donned in a mysterious robe, was tall and imposing. Even while seated, his long limbs and chiseled features resembled a statue, his sharp eyebrows accentuating the profound depths of his eyes akin to a tranquil pool. Yet at this moment, he radiated warmth, engaging Lu Yuan in conversation as if they were old friends. Who could have imagined that this young man was the eternal demon lord, a figure whose name echoed across the endless realms of the multiverse? When Lu Yuan first encountered him, he was taken aback, for this demeanor hardly matched the fearsome reputation of the eternal demon lord. However, as time passed, Lu Yuan grew accustomed to it. Approaching the young man, a chair materialized behind Lu Yuan before he could utter a word. He reclined comfortably and crossed his legs, saying, "I stumbled upon a portal and thought I'd drop by for a chat, lest you perish for solitude." A smile graced Taishang's lips. "I am the eternal demon lord. As long as the multiverse endures, so shall I, reflecting the realms and embodying a state of unfettered existence. It would be a challenge to meet my demise, let alone succumb to loneliness. You see, this is the consequence of your prolonged silence. The moment you speak, you come off as pretentious. No wonder few wish to converse with you." Lu Yuan rolled his eyes. "Alas, the brilliance of the exceptional cannot be concealed. I am nearing perfection, which is why you perceive my every word and action as ostentatious." Taishang shrugged. Lu Yuan chose to remain silent. He was indeed remarkable, nearly flawless in every aspect aside from his cultivation, with superior talent, a formidable background, and, most importantly, striking good looks. He felt he had encountered a worthy rival in Taishang. "How have you fared outside?" Taishang inquired. "Not bad. All is well aside from some family troubles." Lu Yuan replied. "The 9 old fellows of the main god Temple Haven Tea troubled you, have they?" Taishang asked again. "If they do, I will let you know." And I shall annihilate them, he added. The 9-in-1 is not enough. They aspire for the 10-in-1, oblivious to the dissatisfaction of Dao Zun and Dao Zhu. Lu Yuan sighed. Must you always speak of such lofty matters? Dao Zun, Dao Zhu, those concepts are far beyond my reach. Tai Shang smiled. Not at all distant, Lu Yuan. You underestimate yourself. Your name has already spread among our kind. The supreme god of light has harbored murderous intent toward you several times. However, after I severed its wings, it became considerably more subdued. Startled, Lu Yuan sat upright, gazing at Tai Shang in disbelief. You mean to say you severed the wings of the supreme god of light? Lu Yuan was flabbergasted, 1,000 exclamations racing through his mind. The supreme god of light hails from a superpower on the other side of the multiverse, the Temple of Gods. As one of the mightiest deities within this temple, it is undoubtedly a sovereign of the realms. It did not surprise Lu Yuan that Tai Shang could sever the wings of the supreme god. The real concern was that it was done due to him. If this information were to leak, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of countless fervent followers. The Temple of Gods boasts numerous devotees, with 12 supreme gods commanding an endless throng of zealous followers, fanatics who would stop at nothing for their faith. These followers are clandestine, scattered throughout the multiverse, remaining undetected unless they choose to reveal themselves. Should this news reach those fervent devotees, Lu Yuan would be swarmed by an unending tide of worshippers. Moreover, aside from his master, his senior brother, and a handful of others, Lu Yuan felt he could trust no one else. Supreme gods are the overlords of the multiverse, meaning their followers are not only widespread across the realms, but also throughout every domain beneath the source realm. Tai Shang had unwittingly entangled him in a significant predicament. Although the intention was to avenge him, Lu Yuan found himself wanting to curse. How do you like my treatment of you? Tai Shang squinted with a smile. Lu Yuan glared at Tai Shang, enunciating each word. You are a nuisance. Tai Shang's expression turned serious. This is all for your own good. Huh. I am eager to hear how this benefits me, Lu Yuan retorted with a cold chuckle. Well, here's the truth. I aim to corner you until you have no way out, Tai Shang admitted, raising his hands, devoid of remorse. Lu Yuan sighed deeply, speaking earnestly. Why go to such lengths? The 5 great demonic clans acknowledge you as their leader. I need only wear the title of a minor lord. You need not elevate me to the supreme leader of the 5 clans. I lack the ability to lead them. Lu Yuan often found it perplexing that both Tai Shang and the main god, as well as even his own master, treated him with genuine kindness. Yet, their reasoning seemed somewhat convoluted, all striving to push him to the brink. Tai Shang's strategy involved the followers of the Temple of Gods. The main god sought to provoke Lu Yuan into a demonic upheaval, making him an enemy of all. The Arbiter aimed to incite Lu Yuan to commit acts that would draw the ire of the multiverse, ultimately targeting his demonic form. Tai Shang's goal was to ensure that when Lu Yuan felt trapped, he would fully embrace the demonic path and become the ruler of all demons. The main god, meanwhile, desired to lead Lu Yuan to become the 10th main god, uniting the 10 and challenging the ultimate realm. As for the Arbiter, Lu Yuan was still uncertain of their ultimate intention. He occasionally pondered if Tai Shang, the main god, and the Arbiter might one day find themselves at odds. After all, as a solitary individual, how could he fulfill all their desires? But aside from you, I find no other candidate. Tai Shang sighed dramatically. I have no desire to continue this conversation. Please, take me away to any place you deem fit, Lu Yuan said, wishing to end the discussion. Achieving their objectives seemed impossible unless he were to be split into 3 parts. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Lu Yuan's mind as he recalled a legendary technique, transforming one into 3 pure ones. This technique could divide a person into their human, demonic, and divine aspects. The human aspect would go to the Arbiter, the demonic to Tai Shang, and the divine to the main god. How splendidly perfect! However, it seemed there was no realm of primal origins in the multiverse. Lu Yuan felt troubled again. Thus far, he had yet to hear of primal origins or the figures of Hong Jun and the 3 pure ones. Wait, that is not entirely accurate. There seems to be a Dao ancestor in the multiverse. Hong Jun, if memory serves, is also referred to as the Dao ancestor. Could it be Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity as he turned to Taishang and asked, Taishang, have you ever heard of the Tao ancestor Hongjun? Chapter 075. The Existence of the Primordial World. Taishang squinted and shook his head. I have not heard of it, but this name, it piques my interest. As for Dao Zhu, do you know who bears the surname Zhu? Lu Yuan inquired eagerly. I do not know. That reclusive figure is seldom seen, and no one is aware of his name. Taishang readly dismissively. Never mind. Asking you is futile. Lu Yuan waved his hand, disinterested. It was rather normal for Taishang, a rather introverted character, to be uninformed. The vastness of the myriad realms is immeasurable, and the primordial world is yet another self-contained universe. The lack of knowledge about it from the outside world was perfectly understandable to Lu Yuan. In the narratives he was familiar with, the six saints of the primordial world had never left it, and Dao Zhu Hongjun was inextricably fused with the heavenly Tao, never departing from the primordial. Any outsiders, regardless of their intentions, were uniformly deemed as extraterrestrial demons. They were either slain by the six saints or driven away. After contemplating, Lu Yuan suggested to Taishang, why not inquire with the Lord God? If anyone possesses extensive knowledge about the myriad realms, it must be the Lord God. The number of contractees in the Lord God's temple is simply overwhelming, scattered throughout infinite timelines. Moreover, the Lord God's temple revels in invading worlds that remain isolated from the outside. In a sense, the Lord God's temple and the Eternal Demon Clan are akin to each other, differing only in their approach. The Eternal seeks to assimilate and infect all, plundering resources, while the Lord God primarily siphons the power of worlds. Of course, both fundamentally aim at the destruction of individual worlds. Take me to the Lord God. I shall inquire. Perhaps they possess the knowledge we seek, Lu Yuan declared. What business do you have with Hongjun? Speak up. Perhaps I can assist you, Taishang smiled. Lu Yuan regarded him and said, Can you divide me into three? Maintain my singular will, and perfectly replicate three versions of me. This. Taishang stroked his chin, contemplating, before resolutely stating impossible. Che, then what use are you? Lu Yuan scoffed. At this moment, Lu Yuan was markedly different from his usual self, exhibiting a youthful spirit and shedding the pretense of profundity. However, it was only in front of Taishang that he allowed such behavior to surface. They regarded each other as true friends. Very well, I shall escort you to the Lord God, but I remain skeptical that they can achieve what I cannot, Taishang replied, somewhat petulantly. Lu Yuan wished to add something more, but Taishang had already waved his hand, and in an instant, the fabric of time and space shifted. Lu Yuan found himself at the very heart of the Lord God's temple. It was a space reminiscent of the starry skies. The 9 towering Lord Gods stood amidst the celestial expanse, nearly filling the entire void. Little Lu Yuan? Upon seeing him, the 9 Lord Gods expressed their delight, chattering animatedly. Silence. Let me speak. Lu Yuan gestured for quiet, and the cacophony ceased immediately. The 9 Lord Gods fixed their gazes upon him. Rubbing his ears, Lu Yuan asked, May I inquire if you are aware of a world known as the Primordial? The Primordial? Ah, little Lu Yuan, how did you come to know that we recently discovered a world called the Primordial? One of them exclaimed. Indeed, we only uncovered it not long ago and have yet to disclose it to anyone. However, this world is remarkably resilient. We deployed hundreds of millions of contractees, yet none succeeded in entering the Primordial. Upon hearing that the Lord Gods had indeed discovered the Primordial world, Lu Yuan was momentarily taken aback. It truly existed. Initially, he had merely speculated, but to his astonishment, it was real. Little Lu Yuan, what is your purpose in asking about the Primordial? The 9 Lord Gods inquired, their attention fixed on him. I wish to enter the Primordial. Do you have a means to facilitate that? A means? Certainly. If we unite our powers in a single strike, we could forcibly breach the barrier of the primordial world, allowing you entry. However, the strength of this barrier indicates that the primordial is no ordinary realm. Little Lu Yuan, your power is insufficient, and entering alone is exceedingly perilous. Furthermore, our predictions suggest that formidable beings, akin to the overlords of the myriad realms, may exist within. Yet, we have never heard of anyone hailing from the primordial. The fact that we are unaware of this world implies that its inhabitants have never ventured beyond. It is an exceedingly insular, yet profoundly rich world. The Lord Gods cautioned Lu Yuan. Nevertheless, Lu Yuan's desire to enter the primordial remained undeterred. After all, he was a transmigrator, and encountering a familiar world was a rare opportunity he could not squander without making a grand impression. As for safety, he was not overly concerned. Based on his estimations, saints likely corresponded to the overlords of the myriad realms or were slightly inferior to them. Below the saints were the quasi-saints, equivalent to the initial stage, akin to his elder brother-s level. Below the quasi-saints were the great Luo golden immortals, representing transcendence, roughly equivalent to Su Xiling's strength. Under the great Luo golden immortals were the Tai golden immortals, comparable to the emperor. As long as he refrained from provoking a saint, Lu Yuan felt he could manage his safety adequately. After all, the Lord God's temple was replete with resources, most notably an array of items. They possessed artifacts capable of temporarily granting Lu Yuan the strength of an overlord. Given that the narrative of the primordial world was limited, as long as he did not exceed the events post the journey to the west, everything would be manageable. You need not persuade me further. I am resolved to go, Lu Yuan declared emphatically. Seeing Lu Yuan's conviction, the 9 Lord Gods exchanged glances and asked, "Very well. Do you wish to depart now, or at a later time?" Lu Yuan did not respond directly, but instead looked at the 9 Lord Gods and coughed lightly, saying, "Do provide me with some artifacts. You surely do not wish to see your future heir perish in the primordial, do you? Haha, so that was your intention. No wonder you seem unafraid." The Lord God laughed heartily, and without refusal, waved his hand, sending a torrent of artifacts flying into Lu Yuan's embrace. Lu Yuan glanced through them and discovered that merely the substitute death tokens numbered in the hundreds. As long as the overlords of the myriad realms did not strike personally, he could evade death through these tokens. There were thousands of artifacts designed to temporarily enhance his strength, and 10 of them could bestow him with the power of an overlord. However, to thrive in the primordial world, the most crucial element was to possess items that could obscure the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao and the observation of saints. Fortunately, there were 4 or 5 such artifacts capable of concealing him from the overlord's detection. Looking at the treasures in his arms, Lu Yuan was utterly content, chuckling, "If all goes as planned, upon my return from the primordial, I shall be able to grant you my promise." "What? Is that true?" The 9 Lord Gods were taken aback, filled with joy. Lu Yuan nodded. "Of course. Do you assume I would venture to the primordial without cause?" Receiving Lu Yuan's affirmation, the 9 Lord Gods exchanged glances once more. "Do you think the items are sufficient? It seems a tad lacking. Perhaps we should provide a few more, for fear he may perish." Agreed. Instantly, another wave of artifacts surged towards Lu Yuan. Chapter 76. What on earth did the first emperor sweep the 6 directions? Gazing at the 10-fold increase of items in his arms, Lu Yuan was furious, exclaiming vehemently, "You 9 scoundrels! Only upon hearing my agreement do you bestow upon me such abundance. Was it mere pretense all along?" Anger surged within him. Previously, whenever he sought items from the deities, they would always evade him, offering only a meager portion, citing rules that could not be breached. Yet, upon learning that Lu Yuan had acquiesced to their demands, they cast aside all pretense of decorum. What rules? What decorum? Nonsense. The 9 deities, undeterred by the confrontation, chuckled. "We were merely concerned for your well-being. We are indeed benevolent." Lu Yuan retorted, "I curse your lineage." Before he could finish his tirade, the fabric of time and space shifted once more. When clarity returned to Lu Yuan, he found himself before a colossal membrane of the world. How vast was this membrane? It seemed endless, stretching beyond the horizon. An expanse of infinite grandeur. Little Lu Yuan, prepare yourself. The moment we breach the membrane, you must enter immediately. Speed is of the essence, lest you attract the attention of the realm's powerful beings. The voices of the 9 deities echoed above him. With a grave expression, Lu Yuan nodded in understanding. In no time, 9 formidable attacks converged upon a single point of the world membrane. With a crack, a breach appeared in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuan swiftly darted through the opening. Upon entering the primeval world, he immediately activated his concealment device, erasing all traces of his presence. However, he was uncertain of the current era within the primeval realm. Was it the age of dragons and phoenixes, the era of the witch and demon, or the time of the investiture of the gods? As his thoughts wandered, Lu Yuan gradually slipped into unconsciousness. In the 33 heavens, within the Zixiao Palace, the Tao ancestor Hong Jun suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze pierced through the layers of barriers to the edge of the primeval world, where he beheld a diminutive figure descending slowly like a falling autumn leaf. For reasons unknown, a smile crept upon his lips at this sight. The primeval realm had undergone countless cycles. Perhaps it was time for Luo Ho to claim victory for once. With a soft sigh, the Tao ancestor closed his eyes once more. Notably, there were no disciples by his side. The relentless waves crashed against the dark rocks, and as the view shifted upward, a beach came into sight, where Lu Yuan lay sprawled out, resembling the character. A fish was lodged in his mouth, its tail protruding outward, its head inward. The fish's tail flailed wildly, slapping Lu Yuan's face repeatedly. Lu Yuan groggily opened his eyes, only to be assaulted by the pungent flavor of fish. Suddenly alert, he widened his eyes in shock. Ugh! He spat out the fish and retrieved a flask of wine from his storage space, taking a hearty swig to cleanse his mouth. Once the foul taste was gone, he lifted his head to survey his surroundings. This was a small island, easily visible in its entirety. An endless ocean? How'd I end up in this wretched place? Yet, it seemed he had not yet arrived at the time of the journey to the West Calamity. Gazing up at the sky, he noted a solitary sun. It appeared the calamity of the witch and demon had also passed. Not the witch and demon calamity, nor the journey to the West Calamity. It seemed to be the timeline of the investiture of the gods, but he was uncertain at what point it stood. Rising from the ground, Lu Yuan changed into a garment from his storage ring. After surveying the area once more, he arbitrarily chose a direction and soared forth. The immediate priority was to find someone to inquire about this place and gather information about this world. Though Lu Yuan was somewhat familiar with the storyline of the primeval realm, his knowledge was limited to a few major calamities. The rest eluded him. Furthermore, Lu Yuan had only one objective in the primeval world: to acquire the method of one qi transforming 3 purities. If memory served, this technique was devised by the great pure one, Laozi, through the cultivation of non-action and the slaying of the 3 corpses. It was a skill known solely to him. If this was indeed the late phase of the investiture of the god's calamity, the heavenly court would be stable, and Laozi should be refining pills in the Doshui Palace. If it were the early or mid-phase, he would be on Shouyang Mountain. First, he needed to determine the current time before deciding on his next course of action. Soon, Lu Yuan spotted land, and by the shore, a fisherman casting his net. Silently descending behind the fisherman, Lu Yuan altered his appearance to that of a refined gentleman. Approaching the fisherman, he inquired, "Good sir, may I ask which country this is?" Startled, the fisherman turned to see a dashing young man, his guard lowering significantly. Yet he expressed his confusion. "Young master, are you perhaps from overseas, not knowing this?" "Oh, is there something noteworthy?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. The fisherman replied, "The world is now unified. The first emperor has swept the 6 directions. You are currently in the Qi County of the Great Qin." The first emperor sweeping the 6 directions, the Great Qin. Lu Yuan pondered in astonishment, maintaining a calm demeanor. "I see. Thank you, good sir." With that, Lu Yuan vanished before the fisherman. The fisherman fell to the ground in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. An immortal? There truly are immortals in this world. Atop a towering mountain, Lu Yuan stood against the wind, feeling somewhat disheveled. The first emperor sweeping the 6 directions. The first emperor sweeping the 6 directions. He muttered repeatedly. The calamity of the investiture of the gods began with King Zhou's tyranny, culminating in the Zhou dynasty's unification of the realm. Following the Zhou came the spring and autumn, and then the warring states. After the warring states, the Qin dynasty unified the world. The succession of the Qin and Han dynasties led to the 3 kingdoms, which transitioned into the Eastern and Western Jin, the 16 kingdoms, the southern and northern dynasties, the Sui, and finally the Tang, at which point the calamity of the journey to the west commenced. Thus, from a temporal perspective, the first emperor sweeping the six directions was not entirely unexpected. However, it was now the late phase of the investiture of the god's calamity. The deities of the heavenly court had returned to their positions, and the world was at peace. To obtain the method of one qi transforming three purities, Lu Yuan would need to seek out the great Lord Laozi in the Doshui Palace. Initially, Lu Yuan had thought that if it were the early phase of the investiture of the gods, he could integrate into the heavenly court to approach Laozi. Now, however, he had perfectly missed the opportunity for large-scale recruitment within the heavenly court. Furthermore, even if he were to meet Laozi, what right did he have to demand the method of one qi transforming three purities? It was well known that Laozi was one of the three corpses of the Great Pure One. Even without the power of the celestial sovereigns, he was a peak quasi-saint. Heaving a sigh, Lu Yuan contemplated the long game. Did the great Lord Laozi possess anything of significance? Although Laozi practiced non-action, Lu Yuan doubted he had no attachments. On the surface, one may seem indifferent, but what might he secretly value? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Lu Yuan's mind. The calamity of the journey to the West. Essentially, the journey to the West was a conflict between Buddhism and Taoism. In the end, Taoism faced defeat, while Buddhism emerged triumphant. Yet Laozi was one of the founding figures of Taoism. It is often said that people contend for a breath, while Buddhists contend for a stick of incense. Lu Yuan was unconvinced that Laozi remained entirely unconcerned. Chapter 077. Teaching Ying Zheng the art of cultivation on the mountaintop. The cold wind howled as Lu Yuan's thoughts wandered, contemplating his next course of action. Assuming that Laozi cared about the Taoist sect's victories and defeats, Lu Yuan's objective would be to ensure the triumph of the Taoist sect while disrupting the journey to the west of Tang Sung and his disciples. A flicker of light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes, only to be subdued moments later. The reason was simple. There remained over 900 years until the Tang dynasty. Patience was key. After all, in the myriad realms, there was little to occupy his time, and any place would suffice for his cultivation. The approaching millennium was an opportune moment for significant enhancement of his abilities. However, before that, he needed to visit Xianying and meet the first emperor. Lu Yuan soared into the sky, heading towards Xianying. Since the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, human emperors had been forbidden from cultivating, and the mortal realm was devoid of immortals. The 3 sovereigns were imprisoned in the fire cloud cave, rendering humanity a fragile soil for the incense of immortals and Buddhas, with their fates entirely in the hands of celestial beings. Demonic forces wreaked havoc, seeking the Buddhas and asking for divine guidance. In times of great drought, they sought the Buddhas for relief. When emperors ruled unjustly, they sought the Buddhas for salvation. Whenever chaos ensued, they sought the Buddhas for clarity. In all matters, they sought the Buddhas and immortals. Across the myriad worlds, the human race in the primordial era stood as the most humble of beings. The progenitor of humanity, Inwa, was, ironically, of the demon race. The first emperor sought immortality and wisdom, and as he journeyed to Xianying, Lu Yuan considered granting him a dream. As Lu Yuan arrived in Xianying, it was already nightfall. Within the Xianying palace, a particular hall was brilliantly lit. The tall Ying Zheng, donned in a white robe, sat behind a desk, diligently reviewing memorials. Surrounding him were several palace maids and eunuchs. The vast palace was eerily quiet, save for the rustling sound of bamboo slips being turned by Ying Zheng. Suddenly, the lights within the hall flickered erratically. Ying Zheng furrowed his brow and looked up, only to witness all the palace maids and eunuchs collapse to the ground. Startled, he shouted, "Someone come quickly! Your Majesty, why such alarm?" Lu Yuan appeared before Ying Zheng. His interest piqued as he assessed this legendary emperor. It is noteworthy that many worlds feature a figure akin to Ying Zheng. Later, Lu Yuan inquired of his master and learned that the Ying Zheng in the myriad realms was but a projection of the celestial Qin ancestral dragon imprinted across the heavens. "Who are you?" Despite the initial panic, Ying Zheng quickly regained his composure, his authoritative gaze fixated on Lu Yuan. With a smile, Lu Yuan replied, Your Majesty has long been in search of an immortal, even sending Su Fu to lead 3,000 young men and women to seek immortals on Penglai. I am the immortal you seek. You aren't immortal? How can you prove it? Ing Zheng asked solemnly, though he could not suppress a surge of excitement within. Lu Yuan's expression remained calm as he suddenly grasped Ing Zheng's shoulder, lifting him out of the palace and soaring into the clouds. The rushing wind howled in Ing Zheng's ears. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, Lu Yuan halted, using spiritual energy to suspend Ing Zheng before releasing his grip. Your Majesty, do you believe now? Lu Yuan turned to face him. Gazing down at the diminishing dot of Xianying below, Ing Zheng subconsciously nodded, I believe. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and they instantly returned to the palace. At this moment, Ing Zheng was still somewhat dazed. After a while, he came to his senses and eagerly inquired, Immortal, may I ask if immortality is attainable? Immortality. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, reflecting on his current lifespan, then nodded, of course it is. Whether anyone in the world could achieve immortality, Lu Yuan did not know. Even worlds had lifespans, let alone individuals. However, the overlords of the myriad realms likely could achieve it. Even if they could not, it would still be a form of pseudo-immortality. After all, a lifespan of billions of years is hardly distinguishable from true immortality. With Lu Yuan's affirmation, Ing Zheng became even more exhilarated. Can the immortal grant me longevity? Whatever the immortal desires, I shall comply. Oh, is that so? Seeing his goal within reach, Lu Yuan smiled. Indeed, the realm belongs to me. Apart from my position, nothing will be denied. Ing Zheng was nearly beside himself with excitement, as the prospect of immortality loomed before him, threatening to overwhelm his reason. Then I desire the position of national master, with authority above all officials, Lu Yuan stated. Agreed. Ing Zheng readily acquiesced without a moment's thought. Tomorrow, I shall confer the title of national master upon the immortal. Lu Yuan nodded, then pointed his finger, sending a green light into Ing Zheng's forehead. This technique, named Heaven Reversing Heart Sutra, granted 1,000 years of lifespan upon entry, and upon its completion, the heavens may perish, but you shall not. Even if the immortals fall, you shall remain unscathed. This was a high-level cultivation method from the myriad realms, capable of leading to the dominion level, equivalent to a Tai Xianxian in this world. As the emperor of the Qin dynasty, Ing Zheng was endowed with the fortune of humanity, and his innate talent was exceptional. Furthermore, the path of cultivation in the myriad realms differed from that of the immortal realm in the primordial world. Even if Ing Zheng succeeded in his cultivation, it would go unnoticed unless he chose to reveal his powers. Lu Yuan suspected that the reason emperors could not cultivate was due to the interference of those celestial beings with humanity's fortune. Observing the peculiar expression on Ing Zheng's face, Lu Yuan calmly remarked, Your Majesty, even immortals must cultivate to achieve longevity. To directly bestow immortality upon someone is likely within the realm of saints. But that merely grants longevity. Others can bestow it and take it back. Cultivating oneself is different. Not only does it grant you longevity, but it also empowers you to rival the immortals. Your Majesty, as a great sovereign, you should discern these advantages and disadvantages. Indeed, Ing Zheng nodded, then asked, but immortal, this technique mentions resources. With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Yuan conjured a massive blue star source crystal platform beneath them. Your Majesty may sit and cultivate upon this platform. Once it turns gray, you may return to request more resources. Rest assured, I will also monitor your cultivation. That is wonderful indeed. Ing Zheng nodded vigorously, and when he looked up again, Lu Yuan had vanished from the palace. The following day, Lu Yuan was successfully appointed as the national master, causing a stir in the court, yet no one dared voice dissent. From that day onward, Ing Zheng became engrossed in his cultivation, neglecting state affairs, which he entrusted entirely to Prime Minister Li Si. Lu Yuan, meanwhile, was not idle. He inspected the Qin army, selecting 10,000 individuals with cultivation potential, reorganizing them into a Xuanjia army, and providing them with cultivation methods and abundant resources. After completing these tasks, Lu Yuan sought a tranquil place to enter seclusion and break through. His cultivation had long reached the heavenly saint and universe sovereign levels, allowing him to break through at any time. During this seclusion, Lu Yuan's cultivation began to ascend rapidly. Days turned into months, and seasons changed. In the blink of an eye, decades had passed. During these years, Yingzheng had not attended court even once. Yet the fortune of the Qin dynasty grew at a visibly rapid pace. Until one day, the celestial generals in the heavenly court detected an anomaly. Chapter 078. Let all people of the great Qin ascend like dragons in the heavenly court at the Lingxiao Palace. The supreme deity of heaven sat upon his throne, surrounded by celestial ministers. Among them were the heavenly king with the pagoda, the great compassion bodhisattva, the four heavenly kings, the 8 immortals, the Venus of the White Star, and the 4 sea dragon kings, among others. The supreme deity, the sovereign of the 3 realms and 6 paths, commanded respect even from the Buddhist sect, with the great compassion bodhisattva serving as its representative during the heavenly court assemblies. As the saying goes, a day in heaven is akin to a year on earth. Decades had passed in the Qin dynasty, yet for the celestial beings, it had merely been a matter of days. Just as the assembly was drawing to a close, an urgent report arrived from the 1,000-mile eye. Your Majesty, the 1,000-mile eye knelt at the center of the Lingxiao Palace. There has been a change in the mortal realm. The supreme deity, initially displaying a look of annoyance, suddenly appeared intrigued. As the Taoist ancestor and a disciple of the 6 saints, he was a figure of immense power, unrivaled among the saints. Thus, he was acutely aware of the fluctuations in the primordial world to the point of weariness. The report from the 1,000-mile eye, however, hinted an unprecedented occurrence in the cycle of rebirth. Your Majesty, I have been tasked with monitoring the 3 realms. Today, I have discovered that the fortune of the great Qin dynasty has surged tenfold in just a matter of days. A gasp filled the assembly as the words echoed. Such an extraordinary increase in fortune within a mere span of days was unfathomable. Even the Zhou dynasty had not experienced such a terrifying surge. Many present had served during the Zhou and were all too familiar with the typical means of increasing a dynasty's fortune, which usually involved territorial expansion or economic prosperity. Observing this, the heavenly king with the pagoda inquired, 1,000-mile, has the territory of the great Qin expanded? The 1,000-mile, I shook his head. No. Has there been any economic boom? Again, the 1,000-mile, I replied, no. Upon receiving this information, the heavenly king turned to the supreme deity, stating, in my humble opinion, there may be an extraordinary phenomenon arising within the great Qin. I beseech your Majesty to dispatch divine soldiers to investigate the mortal realm. If there is indeed an anomaly, it should be eradicated swiftly. The supreme deity nodded slightly. Very well. Tai Bai Jinxing, you shall proceed to the mortal realm for investigation. Tai Bai Jinxing stepped forward, bowing. I shall obey. In the depths of the palace at Xianyang, Lu Yuan observed with satisfaction the progress of Yingzheng's cultivation. Under the influence of the mortal fortune, in merely a few decades, Yingzheng had reached the pinnacle of the earthly saint realm. This astonishing rate of advancement could only be described as terrifying. Of course, Yingzheng's innate talent played a significant role in this progression. Unfortunately, he had yet to break through his limits. However, this was inconsequential, for with the blessings of the nation's fortune, even without breaking his limits, Yingzheng's combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary earthly saint. As Yingzheng opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flashed within them. Do you have any suggestions, National Master? Lu Yuan shook his head. There are no suggestions. Your Majesty possesses extraordinary talent. Simply continue as you are. Receiving Lu Yuan's affirmation, Yingzheng maintained a calm demeanor, though his mind began to grasp the true strength of the young man before him. Decades had passed, and Lu Yuan's cultivation had ascended to the realm of the great celestial saint, a level of power comparable to the pinnacle of the heavenly immortal realm, nearing the edge of immortality. At this moment, in the heavenly court, golden immortals could be considered formidable, while heavenly immortals formed the backbone. Others, such as the Tai profound immortals and Tai golden immortals, resided in seclusion, while the great Luo golden immortals were a rare sight. And those on the verge of sanctity were even fewer. Although the combat strength of heavenly immortals was not particularly high, Lu Yuan remained unconcerned, for his exploits in the primordial realm did not rely solely on his cultivation. In truth, even if a saint were to engage him, he was confident in his ability to escape with his life. This was why he dared to instruct Ying in his cultivation. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan spoke earnestly. "Your Majesty, it is possible that individuals may come from above soon, perhaps disguising themselves as overseas cultivators. Regardless, Your Majesty must not reveal your cultivation level. Otherwise, the Great Qin may face calamity." "Why?" Ying began, but Lu Yuan interrupted him sternly. "It is sufficient for Your Majesty to understand." Lu Yuan then expressed a deep sorrow. "Consider the human race, created by Nuwa, the daughter of the six saints, who once stood as friends with the witch clan and contended with the demon clan. Nuwa's creation of humans led to her ascent to sainthood. And even the Grandmaster Laozi became a saint through the merits of humanity. Yet now, we find ourselves confined to a mere corner of the mortal realm, with the three sovereigns of humanity imprisoned for life in the fire cloud cave, reduced to mere pawns for the celestial beings. As I witness this, my heart aches, and tears fall. Your Majesty, you are now the ruler of humanity. Will you not revive our race, allowing every person to ascend like a dragon?" Lu Yuan gazed intently at Ying. Ying was taken aback, at a loss for words. "Fear not. Your Majesty may take your time to ponder. This technique is a gift for you. Should you wish to disseminate it throughout the nation, you may do so." With that, Lu Yuan vanished from sight. The technique he bestowed upon Ying was known as the martial canon, the very canon of the martial ancestor. The martial canon, not a secret across the myriad realms, was a supreme classic of martial arts, encompassing all aspects, accessible to all for cultivation. The martial ancestor did not mind its dissemination. Indeed, he welcomed it, for he was the master of martial arts, the very source. The more who practiced, the stronger he became. Lu Yuan had reflected upon this. Typical techniques were not suitable for all of Great Qin's populace, as not everyone possessed the aptitude for cultivation, nor did Great Qin have sufficient resources to support them all. After thorough consideration, Lu Yuan settled upon the martial canon. It was a technique that anyone could cultivate, requiring minimal resources, with rapid progress and a high ceiling, perfectly suited for the people of Great Qin. For those with aptitude, Lu Yuan would impart other techniques, while the rest would focus on the martial canon. His goal was straightforward: to enable every citizen of Great Qin to ascend like dragons and to restore the grandeur of humanity reminiscent of ancient times. The rationale behind this was that Lu Yuan believed it was unwise to single-handedly disrupt the celestial order of the West. Rather, it was more prudent to involve the entire human race. When trouble arose from the Buddhist sect, they would have to contend not just with Lu Yuan alone, but with the entirety of humanity. Now, the only question remained: could Great Qin endure for 1,000 years? Would the celestial beings, in their celestial realms, seek to establish another human regime, akin to the times of the Shang and Zhou, to undermine Great Qin? Lu Yuan understood all too well that the changes within Great Qin could not remain concealed from the multitude of celestial beings. After a long period of contemplation, he ultimately shook his head in resignation. "Very well, we shall proceed one step at a time." Chapter 79. Slaying the Celestial and invading the realm of demons. Shortly after Lu Yuan cautioned Ying, the celestial star of Taibai arrived, accompanied by 100 heavenly soldiers. Contrary to Lu Yuan's expectations, Taibai did not conceal his identity. Instead, he descended openly into the capital of Qin, Xianyang, and explicitly summoned Ying to kneel before him. It is often said that possessing a formidable weapon ignites a desire to kill, and this was particularly true for Ying, the sovereign of humanity. Yet, under the intimidation of Taibai and the heavenly soldiers, even the proud Ying was compelled to kneel in sorrow and fury. However, this very humiliation ignited his resolve to resist. Subsequently, Taibai roamed throughout the Qin territory and, sensing something amiss, directed his attention towards the northern realm of Jilu. Following this incident, Ying resolved to disseminate martial scriptures within the borders of Qin. Decades prior, Lu Yuan had identified 1,000 Qin soldiers with the potential for cultivation. bestowing upon them martial techniques and abundant resources, thus forming the Xuanjiao army. Initially, the Xuanjiao army practiced within the Qin territory. Upon emerging from seclusion, Lu Yuan had foreseen such a day and had relocated the entire Xuanjiao army to the southern edge of Zhangzhou. The humans inhabited the southern Zhangzhou, while the demons resided in the northern Jiulu, where countless monsters roamed the borders. Lu Yuan's intention in moving the Xuanjiao army to this location was to allow them to temper their skills against the demon race. However, at this moment, with Tai Bai approaching, failure to respond would surely expose the Xuanjiao army. In the palace of Xianyang, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze filled with deadly intent. The Xuanjiao army must not be revealed. If they were, his plans would be thwarted before they even began. Tai Bai musti. Furthermore, his demise must be attributed to the demon race. Lu Yuan contemplated that in order to divert the attention of the heavenly court away from Qin, other incidents must be instigated to occupy their concern. Although the world appeared unified, many still resisted the heavenly court, such as the demons of Jiulu and the ancestor of the underworld river from the Yomi realm. First, slay Tai Bai, then proceed to the Sea of Blood. Resolute in his decision, Lu Yuan departed from Qin. At the southern edge of Zhangzhou, a diminutive state from the western region stood. How small was this nation? It encompassed merely 5 or 6 cities, each housing no more than 100,000 inhabitants, periodically visited by demons for collection. The Xuanjiao army resided within one of these cities. In a courtyard made of yellow earth, several formidable warriors clad in black armor gathered around a table, their expressions grave. Zhang Qinghai spoke. The national master has decreed that we must not leave Hanhai City within the next 10 days. He was the commander of the Xuanjiao army and the strongest among them, having reached the late stage of Earth Sage. The Xuanjiao army, numbering 10,000, was led by 1 commander and 10 captains, all of whom were at the Earth Sage level, nearing the realm of immortals. The ordinary soldiers had also reached the Sage realm and practiced a military formation, which could withstand even celestial beings. Brother, did the national master mention the reason? One warrior inquired. Zhang Qinghai shook his head, his expression serious. The national master did not specify, but he indicated he would arrive shortly. You must ensure that your subordinates behave. If they provoke the national master, even the heavenly king cannot save them. Understood. The other warriors nodded in unison. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away from Hanhai City, Tai Bai soared through the skies, accompanied by 100 heavenly soldiers, nearing their destination. Suddenly, Tai Bai and his entourage halted. For not far ahead lay a young man lazily reclined upon a cloud, observing them. Strangely, despite Tai Bai's near-golden immortal cultivation, he could not discern the realm of this young man, who appeared as an ordinary mortal. Fellow Taoist, why do you obstruct the path? Tai Bai inquired amiably, holding a whisk. Tai Bai? Lu Yuan asked nonchalantly. Indeed, it is I, the old man, Tai Bai replied without any pretense, exuding kindness. Then there is no mistake. Lu Yuan replied with an indifferent nod, and without hesitation, he activated an item to enhance his power. In an instant, Lu Yuan's strength surged to the early stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm. His aura multiplied exponentially, and although Tai Bai could not see through Lu Yuan's cultivation, he sensed an overwhelming danger. I am Tai Bai, servant of the Jade Emperor. You must not act rashly. Tai Bai's face turned pale as he attempted to intimidate Lu Yuan with the name of the Jade Emperor. However, Lu Yuan paid no heed, clenching his fist, and, without uttering a word, unleashed a devastating blow. In that moment, a vast expanse of clouds was shattered, and a resounding boom echoed across the realms. Before the terrifying might of Lu Yuan's punch, Tai Bai and his heavenly soldiers were reduced to ashes. After delivering the blow, Lu Yuan wasted no time and turned towards the realm of demons in Jiulu. The item he wielded would allow him to maintain his combat prowess for approximately an hour. And to implicate the demons in Tai Bai's death, the demon's internal tranquility was essential. Within mere breaths, Lu Yuan arrived at the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Since the catastrophe of the Wu and demon calamity, the demon race had been defeated and confined to a single territory. Nevertheless, even a dead camel is larger than a horse, Remnants of formidable beings still existed among the demons, along with ancient legacies. Currently, however, the most prominent figures in the kingdom of 10,000 demons were merely 6 saints. Sun Wukong had yet to be born. Otherwise, there would be 7. Alas, even the 6 saints possessed cultivation that barely reached the golden immortal level. Lu Yuan brazenly invaded the kingdom of 10,000 demons, wreaking havoc without any particular goal. In an instant, countless demons perished at his hands. At that moment, a furious roar erupted from within the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Impudent! Who dares to be so arrogant in my kingdom of 10,000 demons? As the voice faded, the sky darkened, and a shadow of enormous wings blotted out the sun, transforming into a hawk-nosed man who stood atop a mountain peak, glaring down at Lu Yuan, his rage palpable. Great Sage of Chaos, Peng Demon King? Upon seeing the hawk-nosed figure, Lu Yuan instantly deduced his identity. Whoever you are, today, you shall not leave the kingdom of 10,000 demons. The Great Sage of Chaos roared in fury. Enough with the idle chatter, die. Recognizing the identity of the Peng Demon King, Lu Yuan resolved that this demon must perish. With Tai Bai's fall at the borders of the kingdom of 10,000 demons, if the Peng Demon King were also slain, both the kingdom of 10,000 demons and the heavenly court would surely be thrown into disarray, granting Qin a prolonged period of peace. Boom! Lu Yuan raised his palm and pressed downwards, manifesting a colossal hand in the sky. Buddha's palm. With a soft utterance from Lu Yuan, the Peng Demon King and the mountain beneath him were reduced to dust, vanishing from existence. With this strike, even the Buddhist sect will be drawn into the fray. A smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips as he vanished from the kingdom of 10,000 demons. Not long after Lu Yuan's departure, a series of terrifying auras surged forth. Soon after, the kingdom of 10,000 demons was thrown into turmoil. The heavenly court was enraged, and the Buddhist sect was left bewildered. Chapter 080. Into the Blood Sea. The Azura King, the ancestral witch, Hutu, transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation, giving rise to the netherworld and the underworld, becoming the only sage among the 6 saints thereafter. Unfortunately, Hutu could only wield sage-level power within the netherworld. Additionally, within the netherworld, there exists a treacherous abyss known as the Blood Sea, a perilous realm that has existed since the creation of the heavens. When the 6 paths of reincarnation were not yet formed, the souls of the deceased from the primordial wilderness would plummet into the Blood Sea, condemned to eternal suffering. The ruler of the Blood Sea is an entity known as the ancestor of the Dark River. It is said that during the creation of the heavens, Pangu's blood fell into the Blood Sea, forming a placenta, which became the ancestor of the Dark River. The ancestor once attempted to create the Azura clan, seeking to emulate Nuwa in her quest for sanctity, but alas, he failed. Nonetheless, he became one of the most formidable quasi-saints of his time, dominating the Blood Sea. He claimed, as long as the Blood Sea flows, the Dark River shall not perish. In this era, with the 6 saints in retreat, surveying the vast primordial expanse, the 3 realms and the 4 continents, the ancestor of the Dark River was a figure no one dared to disregard, not even the Celestial Emperor, who chose to turn a blind eye to him. However, the tranquility of the ancestor's existence was shattered when an old monk arrived by the Blood Sea. By donkey, bald donkey, bald donkey. The boundless waves of blood surged violently. The ancestor of the Dark River covered his ears and howled in fury, witnessing countless Azuras being successfully converted. 1,000 thoughts of eliminating the old monk raced through his mind, yet he found himself unable to contend with him. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had vowed that he would not attain Buddhahood until the hells were empty. Although he had not become a saint, nor achieved Buddhahood, his strength had elevated him to one of the mightiest quasi-saints beneath the primordial sages, surpassing the Buddha in status. Bald donkey, the cycle of reincarnation is endless, and the beings of this world are infinite, perpetually repeating. Your vow that you will not attain Buddhahood until the hells are empty is but a jest in your lifetime. You shall never become a Buddha. The ancestor of the Dark River shouted in anger. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva maintained a serene and benevolent expression, bringing his hands together in prayer. Ba, the words of the Dark River are misguided. Failing to accomplish something is one matter. Witnessing it and failing to act is another. I have acted, and the outcome is of no concern to me. The principles of cause and effect will be judged by the heavenly law. The ancestor of the Dark River was on the verge of madness. Just then, an incredibly powerful aura approached. Both the ancestor of the Dark River and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva looked up in confusion. The Blood Sea, a place of ill omen, was typically deserted, especially by such formidable beings. The strength of the newcomer sent shivers through them. The ancestor of the Dark River and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva are both present. This is splendid, Lu Yuan said, landing beside the Blood Sea with a smile. Who might you be? When did such a powerful figure emerge in the primordial wilderness? The ancestor of the Dark River furrowed his brow. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva also regarded Lu Yuan with keen interest, a hint of peculiarity in his gaze. I am called Yuan. I have come to borrow from the Blood Sea, Lu Yuan stated. The ancestor of the Dark River's eyes narrowed. Borrow the Blood Sea? What if I refuse? Lu Yuan smiled calmly. If you refuse, I shall take it by force. Arrogant. The ancestor of the Dark River raged, causing the Blood Sea to churn. However, his fury was more bluster than action. Despite his outward anger, he made no move against Lu Yuan. As he regarded Lu Yuan, the ancestor of the Dark River's gaze flickered. That bald donkey recites scriptures incessantly in my ear, converting my warriors. It is maddening. This person before me, though I know not his origins, his aura does not seem weaker than mine. Should I engage him in battle? That bald donkey would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to convert even more souls from the Blood Sea. The Blood Sea is vast. Allowing him to borrow it poses no significant threat, as long as he does not attempt to relocate it. With this thought, the ancestor of the Dark River dismissed Lu Yuan, waving his hand in annoyance. Lu Yuan smiled slightly and strolled into the Blood Sea. Upon reaching the depths of the Blood Sea, Lu Yuan activated the Explosion Soldier system, elevating it directly from the bottom to the top tier, level 10s. The materials of level 10s equated to the strength of a golden immortal. Lu Yuan's intent in coming to the Blood Sea was straightforward, to create turmoil and divert the attention of the Celestial Court. He recalled that among the requirements for level 10s, one material had to be birthed from the Blood Sea. 10s material, enhanced Azura King, price, 100 trillion star source crystals. Requirement, Blood Sea 100 trillion star source crystals. Lu Yuan's lips twitched. Were it not for the ample treasures he had recently acquired, he would not be able to afford such a price. Without hesitation, he exchanged for the enhanced Azura King material. Once the material was obtained, Lu Yuan placed it within the Blood Sea. He was uncertain of how many Azura Kings would emerge, but surveying the boundless expanse of the Blood Sea, he felt it should suffice. One Azura King was equivalent to one golden immortal. As long as there were enough, Lu Yuan was confident he could delay for 1,000 years. By then, the Great Qin would have matured. Even if the Celestial Court discovered them, they would be powerless to act. Despite humanity appearing powerless at present, none among the celestial beings dared to extinguish them. Should anyone harbor such intentions, Niwa would be the first to oppose them. Having completed these tasks, Lu Yuan did not leave, but chose to settle in the Blood Sea and began his cultivation. Upon his arrival, he had employed a quasi-saint level artifact that would sustain its effects for an hour. After an hour, Lu Yuan would regain his original strength. However, Lu Yuan felt no fear. The cultivation system of the celestial realms differed from that of the primordial wilderness. Even if his aura weakened, the ancestor of the Dark River and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva would not discern it. They would merely perceive it as Lu Yuan retracting his aura. Moreover, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, Lu Yuan could always utilize new artifacts. At times, Lu Yuan considered using a sage artifact to forcefully seize what he needed from the ancestor of the Dark River. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, setting aside the fact that Laozi was the leader of the three pure ones. Just the thought of Laozi's transformation of the three pure ones was enough to deter him. The mere notion of three Laozi emerging from one was enough to send a shiver down his spine. As time flowed, a decade swiftly passed. Chapter 081. The King of Azuras, Sovereign of the Azura clan. Lu Yuan opened his eyes, having dwelled in the Sea of Blood for a decade, his cultivation advancing with remarkable progress. He now stood but a hair's breadth away from becoming the supreme of the universe. At that moment, hundreds of towering figures burst forth from the Blood Sea, materializing before him. We pay homage to our master. The multitude of figures knelt, their terrifying auras stirring waves across the boundless Blood Sea. Lu Yuan also noted that beneath the Blood Sea, countless ordinary Azuras were prostrating themselves. The Azura King, the sovereign of the Azuras. A peculiar expression crossed Lu Yuan's face. Would the ancestor of the underworld, Mingi, come to confront him? After all, the Azura clan was his creation. Now, 100 Azura kings commanded innumerable ordinary Azuras. This was akin to undermining someone's authority right before their eyes. A rather unethical move, yet Lu Yuan found it rather delightful. With these Azuras, the ambitions of the Azura kings could reach unprecedented heights. Without delay, Lu Yuan commanded all Azura kings to lead the ordinary Azuras and stir chaos in the underworld. At his command, endless Azuras surged forth from the Blood Sea, each following their king, scattering in all directions within the underworld. Who were the formidable beings residing in the underworld? The ancestral shaman Hutu, Emperor Fengdu, the 5 ghost emperors, the 10 Yama kings, Ancestor Mingi, and King Dizong. Ancestor Mingi would undoubtedly welcome the ensuing chaos in the underworld, should King Dizong attempt to intervene. Ancestor Mingi would certainly not turn a blind eye. Ever since the demise of the Witch Clan, Hutu also harbored resentment towards the Heavenly Court and was unlikely to intervene. The 10 Yama kings, with their celestial cultivation, posed no significant threat. The 5 ghost emperors, being too few in number, were hardly a concern. The only substantial threat was Emperor Fengdu, the nominal highest ruler of the underworld, known as the Emperor, though his power may not rival the 4 sovereigns. He was not to be underestimated, possessing strength that certainly exceeded that of the Tai Xianxian. Should he be eliminated? Lu Yuan stroked his chin, contemplating deeply. However, before he could ponder for long, a furious roar from Ancestor Mingi echoed in his ears. Before the sound faded, the figure of Ancestor Mingi appeared a short distance away, his expression dark. Friend, have you gone too far? Just moments ago, he had inexplicably discovered that he had lost over 100 billion of his kin. Simultaneously, he sensed the departure of hundreds of even more powerful Azura auras. It is known that even King Dizong would not be so ruthless, converting hundreds of billions of Azuras in one go. Excessive, isn't it? Lu Yuan replied with an indifferent expression. I do not believe so. My friend, I know you are an ambitious individual. Now that the 6 saints have retreated, the power of heaven and earth resides within the heavenly court, excluding the 4 sovereigns. The rest of the celestial beings are but insignificant characters. Are you truly content to be overshadowed by such beings? I have heard that you have existed since the dawn of creation, and in comparison to the 6 saints, you are not lacking in merit, merely unfortunate in fortune. Otherwise, a place among the 6 saints would surely belong to you. I seek neither your assistance nor your interference. Should I succeed, you shall reap the benefits. Should I fail, it shall have no bearing on you. What say you? Though Ancestor Mingi's expression remained grim, he fell silent upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, ultimately turning away in silence. Watching the retreating figure of Ancestor Mingi, Lu Yuan smiled and departed from the Blood Sea of the underworld, returning to the realm of mortals. The confrontation with Ancestor Mingi was merely a performance, a fade for the benefit of King Dizong. When chaos erupted in the underworld, the heavenly court would undoubtedly send emissaries to inquire of King Dizong. He would recount what he had witnessed, and even if the heavenly emperor questioned Ancestor Mingi, the latter would possess ample confidence to refute the claims. In truth, Ancestor Mingi's seniority was greater than that of the heavenly emperor, on par with the 3 pure ones and the 12 ancestral shamans. Lu Yuan returned to the mortal realm. He bore no concerns regarding the Azura kings. They were born of the Blood Sea, and upon death would be reborn therein, affirming Ancestor Mingi's boast that as long as the Blood Sea remained, Mingi would not perish. To eradicate the Azura Kings entirely, one would either need to locate the primordial materials planted by Lu Yuan or annihilate the Blood Sea. However, to utterly eliminate the Blood Sea, the six saints would have to act together. Otherwise, any effort would be futile. As for the Tao ancestor, he had merged with the heavenly Tao and would not intervene unless the primordial world descended into chaos. In a span of 10 years, the people of the Great Qin had all become martial artists, fostering a powerful martial spirit. Concurrently, the Great Qin once again raised its arms in conflict. Within just a few years, the Xiongnu, Turkic tribes, and the region of Tianzhu all submitted in reverence. The territory of Great Qin expanded continuously. As the gaze of the heavenly court had been diverted, no one was aware of the transformations occurring in Great Qin. At this moment, the heavenly court was still investigating the demise of the Morning Star. Due to its demise occurring at the border between the southern Zhangzhou and the northern Jiulu, the pressure on the demon clan was immense. Yet the demon clan was not a soft target. Presently, they still had the demon master Kunpeng and Emperor Junsun Luya overseeing matters. Furthermore, they had the Saint Enhua above them. Even the heavenly court dared not exert excessive pressure. Moreover, the underworld had descended into chaos. Hundreds of Azura kings, each at the golden immortal realm, wreaked havoc while the 5 ghost emperors were occupied with suppression, utterly swamped. The 10 Yama kings remained at the Yama Hall, too fearful to venture outside. In the face of these events, the heavenly court could only dispatch a multitude of heavenly soldiers to quell the unrest in the underworld. Compared to these matters, the territorial expansion of Great Qin seemed trivial. In the palace of Xianyang, Yingzheng sat cross-legged upon a vast star crystal platform, cultivating with a robust aura that rendered it difficult for mortals to approach within 100 meters. Over the course of 10 years, Yingzheng had cultivated to the pinnacle of the heavenly sage. With an extended lifespan, it was clear that his eldest son, Fusu, could not ascend to the throne. Master, how does my cultivation compare to that of the Jade Emperor? Yingzheng inquired of Lu Yuan. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan replied, "It is akin to the difference between a firefly and the sun." A look of astonishment crossed Yingzheng's face. Was the disparity truly so vast? Lu Yuan chuckled. "Your Majesty, consider the length of time the Jade Emperor has cultivated. You have only cultivated for a few decades. Such a gap is entirely natural. If anyone could match the Jade Emperor after merely a few decades of cultivation, the world would have long descended into chaos. And now, what level of celestial being can my cultivation be compared to?" Yingzheng continued to ask. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps to the heavenly soldiers, albeit the weaker kind." Lu Yuan silently added in his heart. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's unvarnished criticism, Yingzheng did not feel disheartened. After all, he had only cultivated for several decades, and being comparable to heavenly soldiers was commendable. Moreover, Yingzheng could feel that his lifespan was exceedingly long. As long as Great Qin endured, a day would come when he would shatter the heavens. The humiliation from the morning star still burned in his heart, an indelible mark. Chapter 82. The 4 Demons of the Heavenly Opening. The realms of the 3 worlds and 6 paths have once again plunged into chaos, the precise moment unknown. As the Azura King stirs unrest in the underworld, tensions escalate between the demon clan and the celestial court, with the threat of conflict looming at any moment. Yet, while all living beings fixate on distant troubles, a young tiger, prostrated in the southern Zhangzhou, begins to reveal its fangs. A millennium has swiftly passed. On this day, Tang Xuanzang is delivering a discourse in Xi'an, only to be met with violent opposition from the Qin populace due to conflicting ideologies, resulting in his untimely demise. The machinations of the Buddhist sect have yet to commence, and already they are stillborn. In the West, the heavens resonate with the murmurs of the Buddhas. How audacious of mortals to publicly assault the reincarnation of the golden cicada, leading to his death and forcing him to reincarnate once more, thus delaying the journey to the West by several decades. The great compassion Bodhisattva calmly remarks, though a flicker of anger betrays her serene countenance. Upon hearing her words, the Buddha, with an impassive expression, gazes through the celestial firmament to a distant point before lowering his gaze and declaring, "There is turmoil among mortals. A guest deliberately stirs the winds and clouds. Dispatch 100 protective Dharmapalas to test this guest's depths. If he does not wish to traverse the journey to the west, let him be met with bloodshed. The term guest raises the bodhisattva's curiosity, yet she thinks little of it, quickly receiving her orders to depart. In the celestial court, within the Lingxiao Hall, the report comes forth. Your Majesty, Tang Xuanzang has been killed by the Qin populace in the streets. Moreover, we have discovered that the fortunes of the Qin have surged to surpass that of the Shang dynasty over the past millennium. Upon investigation, it appears that every individual in the Qin has cultivated a peculiar technique, with some of the stronger among them now holding power comparable to that of immortals. Your Majesty, the Qin has become a threat. We implore you to issue an order to quell the violent Qin, proclaims the heavenly king Li Jing. The hall erupts with indignation. How can mere mortals now pose a threat to immortals? This is an unparalleled insult. Many divine generals step forward, eager to lead an expedition. The Emperor of Heaven lightly taps his imperial desk, his divine gaze flickering, and states, "This matter shall be laid to rest. Henceforth, it need not be mentioned again among the celestial beings." Your Majesty, Li Jing exclaims, "Stunnat. Li Jing, there is no need for further discourse. This matter is of my own design. Dismiss the court." The Emperor of Heaven speaks slowly, then vanishes from his throne, an unprecedented occurrence in celestial history. Previously, he was always the last to depart from court. This time, he leaves the ministers behind, a remarkable departure from tradition. After leaving the Lingxiao Hall, the Emperor proceeds directly to the 33 heavens, entering the purple cloud's palace. Before stepping inside, his voice resounds, "Master, do you truly intend to place your hopes upon this individual?" The Emperor kneels on a mat within the palace, facing Tao ancestor Hongjun, who, it should be noted, is not his true form. After the Emperor settles, Hongjun opens his eyes and states, "Since the opening of the heavens, the primordial chaos has undergone countless cycles of reincarnation. All those who have transcended reincarnation have grown weary of the chaos, longing to escape, yet finding no path forward. The only route lies in advancing into the heavens. This individual is the most promising candidate to ensure that the realms do not fall to ruin after the emergence of the chaos. But I observe his cultivation to be exceedingly weak, lacking any remarkable qualities." The Emperor replies, bewildered. Hongjun slowly responds, "This child has the backing of at least 3 superpowers from the heavens. With a multitude of sage-level beings, over 20 in total, among them 2 or perhaps even 3 of my own caliber. Tell me, should we let this child slip away? How much longer must the chaos endure? Such a multitude of formidable beings." The Emperor is left speechless. His master is the foremost figure in the primordial chaos, nearly transcending even the most powerful sages. The thought that such strength could stand behind this individual sparks curiosity within the Emperor. At this moment, Hongjun continues, "Moreover, this child shares a connection with the demon ancestor Luo Ho." Oh, the Emperor's interest is piqued. The demon ancestor Luo Ho was once a formidable entity who contested with his master for supremacy, even surpassing some current sages in strength. The revelation that this outsider has ties to Luo Ho stirs the Emperor's intrigue. This individual is also a demon, during the opening of the heavens. 4 demons were manifested: the primordial true demon, the chaotic true demon, the ancient true demon, and the supreme true demon. As the heavens were created, a fragment of the chaotic true demon's essence drifted into the chaos, later becoming Luo Ho. This child embodies the essence of the primordial demon, the heart of the supreme demon, and the eyes of the ancient demon, encapsulating the core traits of the other 3 demons. Alas, he is but one step away from uniting all the characteristics of the 4 demons and emerging as the most powerful demon since the dawn of the realms. Fortunately, Luo Ho has not perished entirely. The remnants of the chaotic true demon linger within the chaos. Hongjun speaks slowly. The Emperor, astonished, inquires, "Master, are you suggesting?" Hongjun smiles gently. "Indeed, the remnants of the chaotic true demon shall be the gift I bestow upon him. But, Master, why not summon him directly?" The Emperor questions, puzzled. "Patience is essential. we are still unaware of his intentions. It would be prudent to discern his motives before making our move, Hong Jun concludes. And with that, the emperor is sent out of the Purple Cloud's palace. In Xi'an, upon the city walls, the Qin soldiers are ablaze with fervor, their blood surging. A group of bald monks has arrived from the heavens. Having acquired extraordinary martial prowess, the Qin soldiers have long been blinded by arrogance, believing they can contend even with immortals and Buddhas. In reality, only a small fraction of the Qin army, such as Xiang Yu, Han Xian, and Hua Qubing, possess the ability to rival immortals. However, Lu Yuan does not correct them. Without experiencing true despair, how might the people of Qin strive harder in their cultivation? Truthfully, Lu Yuan did not foresee Tang Xuanzang's demise. Who could have imagined the fierce disposition of the Qin populace, capable of killing over trivial disputes? Nevertheless, the actions of the Qin people align perfectly with Lu Yuan's intentions. He has neither the time nor the patience for subterfuge along the journey to the west. From the outset, his plan has been simple: eliminate Tang Sanzang. With Tang Sanzang gone, he wonders how the journey to the west could proceed. And the consequences? Well within reason, as expected. The Western Buddhist sect has indeed dispatched emissaries. Outside Xi'an, 100 celestial guardians of the Dharmapala realm await, while Guanyin observes from the heavens, her gaze sharp and vigilant. Chapter 083. Slaying the Compassionate Sage. Entering the Do-Rate Palace, meeting the old monarch, Lu Yuan concealed himself in the shadows, observing the unfolding events with quiet attentiveness. As anticipated, the Guardian Wei Tuo, after a bout of bluster and threats, commenced a ferocious assault on the city walls. They could have breached the gates directly, yet Lu Yuan had foreseen this outcome long ago and had established a formidable protective array. Not even the celestial beings, let alone the golden immortals, could enter without permission. With 100 celestial beings, Wei Tuo launched a relentless onslaught, employing a barrage of Buddhist spells that painted the skies in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet, the soldiers of the Qin army remained unfazed, even wearing expressions of mockery. Across the vast expanse of the Qin realm, the most revered figure was undoubtedly the national master, and the soldiers had unwavering confidence in the array he had set up, fearing not its breach. If not for the national master's orders prohibiting them from engaging Wei Tuo, the millions within Xianyang would have long since turned the 100 Wei Tuo into mere pulp. In the skies above, the compassionate sage stood upon a cloud, his eyes narrowing at the scene before him, his countenance growing grim. The 100 Buddhist guardians could not even penetrate Xianyang's defenses. If the Taoist immortals were to learn of this, they would surely find it laughable. Contemplating, the compassionate sage withdrew a willow branch from his jade bottle and sprinkled it upon the earth. Instantly, several drops of potent Yangji dew, imbued with boundless magical energy, rained down upon the protective array, rendering it obsolete against golden immortal attacks. The 100 guardians of Wei Tuo rejoiced at this turn of events, eager to surge into the city and unleash carnage. However, Lu Yuan, lurking in the shadows, murmured a few incantations. Suddenly, 3 figures soared forth from Xianyang. Each exuded an aura of profound strength, cloaked in a mantle of great fortune. One, wielding a spear and towering in stature, bore an imposing visage. This was Xiang Yu. The other 2, one brandishing a spear and the other a sword, were equally exceptional, regarded as heroes among men. The spearman was named Han Xian, and the swordsman was known as Hua Qubing. The trio stood resolutely in the air, and Xiang Yu surveyed his companions, declaring with an undeniable authority, "I shall take half. The remaining half shall be divided between you two." No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward. Han Xian and Hua Qubing exchanged glances, finding no dissent. They had witnessed Xiang Yu's valor on multiple occasions and could not deny that, in terms of individual martial prowess, he surpassed them. Without further delay, the two followed closely behind Xiang Yu. In the sea of clouds, the compassionate sage regarded the trio with a flicker of intrigue. Their formidable presence rivaled that of golden immortals, and the guardians of Wei Tuo were likely no match for them. Raising his gaze towards Xianyang, he intoned, "Might I inquire who your esteemed self is and what your intentions may be?" It would be more honorable to reveal yourselves and speak openly, rather than resorting to these underhanded schemes that belittle your stature." Silence ensued, and the compassionate sage's expression darkened. Gradually, he lifted his palm, and an immense, pure white Buddha hand materialized in the sky, enveloping the entire city of Xianyang. "Should you remain concealed, there shall be no need for Xianyang to exist." His frigid voice echoed across the heavens, devoid of any semblance of the compassion characteristic of his order. At this moment, he had abandoned all pretense. Across the 3 realms and 6 paths, countless eyes turned towards the small expanse of Xianyang. For millennia, while other regions remained untouched, the Azura King had stirred up unrest in the underworld. The Jade Emperor had repeatedly called upon the Emperor of Fengdu for accountability. The 4 continents of the human realm fared little better. Since the Qin had embraced martial prowess, the southern Zhan continent could no longer satisfy their appetites, and countless demons had been vanquished. The northern Julu continent suffered most, becoming the prime hunting ground for the Qin against the demon race, which was now under the vigilant watch of the Heavenly Court, rendering the major demon lords hesitant to act. As for the Heavenly Court, while it had not descended into chaos, it remained the nominal sovereign of the 3 realms. Any turmoil in the human and underworld realms was akin to slapping the Heavenly Court in the face. Most intriguingly, until now, no one knew the true architect behind this upheaval, until they noticed the compassionate sage's descent upon Xianyang, at which point all eyes turned toward the city. Xianyang was enveloped in a profound silence. Overwhelmed by such disregard, the compassionate sage could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous crash, the colossal Buddha hand descended. With his cultivation as a great Luo golden immortal, annihilating a mortal city was merely childish play. Yet, just then a light chuckle arose from within Xianyang. "Compassionate sage, you initiated this conflict. I merely act in self-defense. Should I slay you, it too would be self-defense." Before the compassionate sage could discern the source of the voice, an unparalleled and terrifying might surged forth from the city, a radiant fist that pierced the heavens, enveloping the cosmos in a torrent of blood and energy. Across the 3 realms and 6 paths, countless powerful beings were struck with astonishment. This is the might of a saint. Many gasped in disbelief. Since the retreat of the 6 saints, the primordial world had not witnessed a resurgence of saintly combat. In the Western Buddhist realm, the usually tranquil Buddha, Sakyamuni, found himself momentarily lost in thought, instinctively desiring to intervene and rescue the compassionate sage. Yet, for reasons unknown, he ultimately refrained from taking action. Not only did he abstain, but other notable Buddhist figures such as Randeng, Maitreya, and Kongxian also chose to remain passive observers. In the celestial court of the 9 heavens, the supreme deity cast his gaze downward, finally beginning to grasp your intentions. Let's hope your greed does not overwhelm you. The unparalleled might of the fist surged upward, striking the heavens. Crimson and golden energies intertwined, pervading the cosmos. In the horrified eyes of the compassionate sage, the overwhelming force of the fist completely engulfed him. "Compassionate sage, perish!" The 3 realms and 6 paths trembled. Never had anyone envisioned that the renowned compassionate sage, a bodhisattva of the Buddhist realm, would meet his demise in the mortal realm. With a single punch, the compassionate sage was slain. Lu Yuan stood proudly amidst the celestial expanse. Now, possessing the might of a saint, he no longer feared revealing his identity. In fact, with his current strength, he could draw forth the faintest whispers of information from the heavens and earth, delving deeper into the primordial realm. Suddenly, a flicker of astonishment crossed Lu Yuan's calm and indifferent visage as he gazed into the 9 heavens. Just moments ago, he had received a startling piece of information, one that left him utterly flabbergasted. After all this scheming and planning over a millennium, it dawned on him that he could have approached the old monarch in the Do-Rate Palace openly from the very beginning to request the teachings. How absurd! A surge of indignation welled within Lu Yuan. Regaining his composure, he took a step forward and, in the next moment, found himself before the Do-Rate Palace. The 2 attendant boys, anticipating his arrival, stepped forward and respectfully bowed their heads, saying, "The old monarch has awaited the Taoist lord for some time. Please, enter." With that, the attendants opened the doors to the Do-Rate Palace. Taking a deep breath, Lu Yuan stepped inside. Not long after, he beheld the old monarch, adorned in a dark yellow Taoist robe. Chapter 084. The request of a Tao ancestor, the Supreme Lord sat before a crimson furnace, cradling a whisk and turning his back to Lu Yuan. Approaching from behind, Lu Yuan clasped his fists and said, "I am Lu Yuan, a humble disciple, here to pay my respects to the sage. Having journeyed from beyond the realms and lingered in the primordial for a millennium, speak your purpose." The Lord replied coolly without turning. Being met with such directness, Lu Yuan did not hesitate, stating, "I have come solely to achieve the transformation of the three pure ones." "Ah, I see. Here you go," the Lord said, waving his whisk. A torrent of profound information surged into Lu Yuan's mind, executed with effortless grace and decisiveness, devoid of any hesitation. Caught in shock, Lu Yuan did not immediately examine the influx of knowledge. He was astounded that such overwhelming information could penetrate his mind so easily. This could only indicate that the Lord's power far surpassed that of ordinary sovereigns of the heavens. It was worth noting that within the Do-Shui Palace, the Lord was merely one of the three corpses of the true Supreme One. If even one of the corpses possessed such strength, what might the true entity be like? A sense of dread lingered in Lu Yuan's heart. Fortunately, he had not acted rashly in the past, or he might have met an untimely end. After the initial shock subsided, he began to explore the immense knowledge in his mind. Soon, Lu Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with uncontainable delight. Indeed, it was the transformation of the three pure ones. At that moment, the Lord spoke again, "Go to the 33 heavens. There is someone who wishes to meet you." The 33 heavens. Lu Yuan was taken aback for a moment. Then his expression hardened. The 33 heavens housed the Zhixiao Palace, which meant, "The Tao ancestor wishes to see me?" A flicker of hesitation crossed Lu Yuan's mind. If the Lord was so formidable, the Tao ancestor must be exceedingly powerful as well. At that moment, Lu Yuan felt no confidence in the artifacts he had received from the main deity. He was enveloped by a sense of insecurity. Nevertheless, the situation demanded his presence. With a faint sigh, he bid farewell to the Lord and set off for the 33 heavens. After Lu Yuan departed, the Lord turned to gaze into the void, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The myriad heavens. The Supreme. Upon arriving at the 33 heavens and the Zhixiao Palace, Lu Yuan surveyed the surroundings and found nothing particularly extraordinary, save for the profound Tao rhythm enveloping the palace, so thick it could lead one to sudden enlightenment. This place was undoubtedly a premier sanctuary for comprehension across the myriad realms. At that moment, the gates of the Zhixiao Palace swung open, and a voice beckoned from within, "Young friend, come in." Lu Yuan's heart raced. He had come this far and could not turn back. Shaking his head, he stepped inside the palace. Not far into the hall, he beheld an elderly man with white hair seated on a mat, gazing at him with a warm smile. "Young friend, please take a seat." Hongjun gestured to a mat before him. Lu Yuan approached and sat down, remaining vigilant as he scrutinized the seemingly benevolent elder before him. "May I ask what the ancestor seeks from me?" Lu Yuan inquired. Facing the illustrious Tao ancestor, Lu Yuan was fully on guard. Hongjun chuckled. "You are Lu Yuan, correct?" Lu Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. "How do you know? Though I dwell within the primordial, I'm not ignorant of the myriad heavens, particularly regarding you, the young friend who has intruded upon this realm." Hongjun replied with a kind smile. Gazing at his expression, Lu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Indeed, before true masters, any attempts at concealment were futile. With a slight wry smile, Lu Yuan said, "Please, no more riddles. My heart cannot bear it. If you have a request, do not hesitate to speak. I shall not refuse what I am able to do." It was clear to any discerning individual that Hongjun had summoned him for a purpose. The adage, "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason," rang true. Lu Yuan even suspected that Hongjun had been aware of his presence from the very moment he entered the primordial. "Ha! Young friend, your candidness is refreshing. So I shall dispense with the riddles. Hong Jun continued, "What do you think of the primordial as a world? Mysterious and profound, rich in heritage, with boundless potential." Lu Yuan replied without hesitation. "Considering the myriad realms, how many could nurture more than 8 sovereigns simultaneously? To date, Lu Yuan could count such worlds on one hand, and the primordial ranked among the top 3. How about the myriad realms beyond the primordial?" Hong Jun inquired. "Rare and exceptional," Lu Yuan answered earnestly. Hong Jun sighed. "Your words hold truth, perhaps even underestimating the primordial." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan refrained from arguing, recognizing that his understanding of the primordial was merely superficial. Hong Jun continued, "Do you know, young friend, that since Pangu opened the heavens, the primordial has undergone countless cycles of reincarnation? The great calamities have repeated endlessly, and even I have grown weary of it. Is that so?" Lu Yuan's eyes brightened with intrigue. "Do you know why the primordial prefers to cycle within itself rather than venture into the myriad heavens?" Hong Jun asked. Lu Yuan shook his head, utterly clueless. Hong Jun's expression turned grave because many individuals in the primordial are embroiled in a conflict of the Tao with those in the myriad heavens. If the primordial were to manifest, it would undoubtedly face an onslaught from countless sovereigns, and relying solely on itself would lead to inevitable defeat. This is why the primordial has long refrained from appearing in the myriad heavens. Conflict of the Tao. Lu Yuan suddenly thought of something and exclaimed, "The Tao ancestor of the myriad realms." Hong Jun nodded. "You are correct. He is not me, nor am I him. We are 2 ones, yet this world can only have one. Not just I, but the 3 pure ones, Hao Yin and Yuhua. Nearly all quasi-saints and saints are engaged in Tao conflicts in the myriad heavens. The primordial is not merely the primordial, yet it is solely the primordial." At this moment, Lu Yuan's expression turned grave. He began to grasp the true purpose behind Hong Jun's summons. "So, what exactly do you seek from me?" Hong Jun regarded Lu Yuan. "Young friend, many stand behind you, and fortuitously, these individuals have no Tao conflicts with the people of the primordial. I wish to establish an alliance through you with those behind you." "But you mentioned that the enemies of the primordial are numerous," Lu Yuan interjected, implying, "What is the benefit?" Hong Jun replied, "If you can help forge an alliance between the primordial and those behind you, the primordial is willing to become a force in your hands. This item shall serve as a token of our meeting." Hong Jun raised his palm, revealing a glimmer of pure demonic intent swirling within. However, Lu Yuan was entirely oblivious to this scene. He was engrossed in Hong Jun's preceding statement. "The primordial is willing to become a force in your hands," was a succinct phrase, yet it represented the weight of over 20 beginnings, 7 source realms, and a potential proximity to the realm of the Supreme. Though agreeing might attract an even greater number of enemies, this transaction was still worthwhile, for the potential of the primordial was simply too immense. In Lu Yuan's eyes, the primordial had barely tapped into even a fraction of its potential thus far. Chapter 085, The Source of Demonic Path. The descent of the demon, Lord Lu Yuan resolved to acquiesce to Hong Jun's request. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld the demonic energy in Hong Jun's hand. Instantly, a thunderous roar echoed in Lu Yuan's mind. His body quivered, and a wave of insatiable hunger surged forth, causing the 3 great demonic bodies within him to stir restlessly, filled with an intense desire to devour this essence of demonic energy. "Daozu, what is this?" Lu Yuan's eyes were clouded with confusion. Hong Jun replied, "This object is a relic of Luo Ho and was pivotal to his enlightenment. More importantly, it may be the sole remnant of the true demons from chaos left in the myriad realms. Knowing that you possess the 3 great demonic bodies, I shall bestow this upon you, believing it will prove beneficial." As Hong Jun extended the relic, Lu Yuan accepted it, becoming entranced by its presence. He was acutely aware of his unique circumstances. Even if he had been oblivious at first, Taishang would have enlightened him. Long ago, Lu Yuan realized that he was an extraordinary existence. At the dawn of creation, 4 innate true demons emerged, unparalleled in strength, each embodying the essence of the highest realm. Yet they subsequently vanished without a trace, leaving no mark upon the realms. Lu Yuan's 3 demonic bodies coincidentally represented the core characteristics of 3 of these innate true demons. Taishang had mentioned this to him long ago. If he could gather the final core attribute of the true demon of chaos, unforeseen transformations might occur. Lu Yuan had scoured the myriad realms in search of it, even beseeching the Arbiter, yet ultimately found nothing. The true demons had disappeared too thoroughly. Unexpectedly, in the primordial wilderness, he encountered it. Lu Yuan felt a surge of excitement. The hunger emanating from his body was unmistakable. This indicated that if he were to assimilate this strand of demonic energy, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. Expressing gratitude at this moment felt inadequate. Lu Yuan raised his head, his expression grave. Daozu's request, I shall comply. Though I cannot promise to persuade all those behind me, I will exert my utmost efforts. Hong Jun smiled gently. I believe you to be a person of your word. I see you have reached a bottleneck in your cultivation. Why not take some time to meditate in the Zixiao Palace? Though my humble abode is simple, it offers unparalleled benefits for practitioners. That is precisely my intention. I thanked Daozu. Lu Yuan nodded, having intended to make such a request if Hong Jun had not mentioned it. Departing from the lotus seat, Lu Yuan found a secluded corner within the grand Zixiao Palace and seated himself. The first order of business was undoubtedly to merge with the chaotic demonic energy. Without requiring much effort from Lu Yuan, the mere thought sparked the 3 demonic bodies to instinctively absorb the chaotic energy into their core. In an instant, Lu Yuan's veins bulged, his entire being levitating in midair as boundless demonic energy enveloped him. Within the Dao Palace, Hong Jun was also involuntarily drawn to the spectacle, observing with a calm demeanor. Simultaneously, in Lu Yuan's mind, the long-absent system voice resonated once more, merging demonic bodies. 110-90. 100 ding. Fusion of the 4 innate demons successful. Congratulations, host, you have become the source of demons. Buzz the space trembled, ripples cascading through the air. As the demonic energy dissipated, Lu Yuan sat serenely upon the Dao mat, his hair a silvery hue, skin radiant as snow, clad in a robe woven of black and white. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that these were not mere colors, but the primordial yin and yang energies manifesting upon his attire. As he opened his eyes, devoid of any impurities, an extreme indifference shone within them. At this moment, Lu Yuan's aura was profound and distant, yet devoid of any malevolence. The source of demons, Lu Yuan murmured softly, raising his hand in a gentle beckoning. In the far western lands of the primordial wilderness, boundless demonic energy surged skyward, piercing through the 33 heavens, entering the Zixiao Palace and merging with Lu Yuan's being. In an instant, Lu Yuan's cultivation soared. Great heavenly sage supreme of the universe. Early stage of heavenly sovereign. Mid-stage of heavenly sovereign. Full circle of heavenly sovereign. Heavenly sovereign supreme of the universe. The surge did not cease. The accumulated demonic energy within the primordial wilderness over countless eons was immense. At this moment, all beings of the primordial wilderness gazed upon a colossal pillar of demonic energy, akin to a towering mountain that disregarded all barriers, thrusting into the 33 heavens. In a flash, a century passed. Within the Zixiao Palace, Lu Yuan finally ceased absorbing the demonic energy. Not by choice, but because the entirety of the demonic energy in the primordial wilderness had been utterly consumed. The source of demons, as the term suggests, akin to the martial ancestor, the progenitor of martial arts. The myriad paths of the heavens are boundless, yet among them, distinctions exist. The Tao begets one begets two begets all things. The demonic path is one of those two, across the infinite realms and times. It stands as the most fearsome and powerful supreme path, the ultimate pursuit of countless practitioners of the demonic arts. Yet at this moment, the culmination of this path had been claimed by Lu Yuan. In the myriad realms, all practitioners of the demonic arts, all demons, suddenly felt as if something had vanished, disappeared, akin to a lottery winner on the way to claim their prize, only to realize the reward had been claimed by another. In the eternal demon domain, Taishang sensed a change, lifting his head with a smile. Until now, he had been the closest to the source of demons, yet he felt no anger. Rather, he was filled with satisfaction. Little Lu Yuan, I wonder how you will refuse now. Tai Shang mused with a chuckle. In the myriad realms, all sovereigns of the heavens sense the shift. The demonic path has a master. Who is it? The eternal demon lord? Or the primordial demon lord? Countless entities engaged in hushed conversation, their hearts shaken. Since the inception of the heavens, the demonic path had remained leaderless, which is why countless practitioners had fervently pursued its highest forms with frenzied zeal. But now, the demonic path had suddenly acquired a master, leaving innumerable powerful beings momentarily lost, as if their ambitions had been stripped away. On a powerful ancient star, a demonic sect leader stared blankly at the heavens, murmuring incessantly, "The demonic path has a master? What then of all I have done? For the demonic path, I have slain my wife of decades, my 10 children, annihilated my family, destroyed the sect that guided me on the path of cultivation, and poisoned my friend who saved my life. I did all this to ascend to the pinnacle of the demonic path, and now you tell me it has a master. Ha 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 ha!" This demonic sect leader knelt upon the ground, laughing madly at the sky, tears of blood streaming from his eyes. Suddenly, a voice echoed within his heart. "Are you angry? Do you regret? You wagered everything, forsaking all for the pursuit of the highest demonic path, only to find that what you sought has been claimed by another. If it were me, I could not endure it. Since you have lost all that you risked everything for, then this world seems to lose its purpose. Offer me everything you have, and I will aid you in revenge. I shall annihilate this world." "Good." The demonic sect leader coldly acquiesced to the voice that had suddenly appeared in his heart. In the next moment, he felt himself corroding away, transforming into a puddle of flesh. Yet soon, the flesh writhed, gradually forming into a grotesque creature. After 9 tribulations, our demon clan has finally returned. Dai Vuyi. Prepare to welcome your king. Chapter 086. Return to the heavens, the purple cloud palace. Hongjun appeared before the still-dazed Lu Yuan, clasping his hands and smiling. "Congratulations, fellow Taoist, on ascending to the supreme path and becoming a master of a singular Tao." The disparity in status between Lu Yuan and Hongjun had become equal, albeit Lu Yuan's cultivation was temporarily insufficient, primarily due to the lack of primal chaos demonic energy. Consequently, his cultivation had only advanced to the early stages of the initial realm, roughly equivalent to the early stages of a quasi-saint. Yet, this was still formidable. More importantly, despite having traversed several major realms in such a short span, Lu Yuan's foundational strength remained exceedingly profound. Under his deliberate suppression, each realm had reached the pinnacle of the universe's supremacy. Otherwise, he could have directly ascended to the peak of a quasi-saint. "You flatter me, Tao ancestor. Compared to you, I still consider myself a junior." Lu Yuan responded with neither humility nor arrogance. Hongjun chuckled. After a brief exchange of mutual praise, Hongjun took his leave. Lu Yuan did not rush to depart from the Purple Cloud Palace. He had one more task to undertake, comprehending the transformation of the 3 pure ones from the One. His sole purpose for coming to the primordial chaos was to attain this transformation. Everything else was merely a delightful surprise. Soon, enveloped by the rich Taoist resonance within the Purple Cloud Palace, Lu Yuan fell into deep enlightenment. Decades passed in this state. On one particular day, 3 instances of Lu Yuan suddenly manifested within the Purple Cloud Palace. Although the 3 were one, they were divided into 3 parts, identical in cultivation, consciousness, and physique, indistinguishable from one another. Lu Yuan gazed at the 2 versions of himself before him, and they stared back at him. It was a rather peculiar sensation. With a thought, the 3 merged into one. Lu Yuan rose. It was time to depart. Hongjun appeared silently beside Lu Yuan, gravely stating, "I entrust the primordial chaos to you, fellow Taoist." Lu Yuan nodded, suddenly curious as he glanced towards Hongjun's rear, where a young man stood. "Who is he?" Lu Yuan inquired, his gaze inquisitive. To his surprise, he could not discern the young man's secrets with his current cultivation. Hongjun smiled. "He is my personal disciple, named Etienne, and will accompany you as you leave the primordial chaos." Personal disciple. Lu Yuan's eyes glimmered. The 6 saints of the primordial chaos were nominally all disciples of Hongjun, but they were merely registered disciples. Etienne seemed to be the first true disciple. Etienne, come forward and pay your respects, Hongjun admonished. Etienne quickly stepped forward and bowed to Lu Yuan, saying, I pay my respects to the esteemed ancestor of the demonic path. At that moment, Hongjun remarked, Once you reach the heavens, I shall entrust this wayward disciple to you. Lu Yuan replied with a smile, That is agreeable. Hongjun bid farewell, until we meet again. With a gentle smile, Lu Yuan departed the primordial chaos with Etienne. In the sea of stars, the 9 chief gods remained vigilant before the barrier of the primordial chaos. Time flowed differently between the primordial chaos and the heavens. Over a millennium had passed in the primordial chaos, while only a century had elapsed in the heavens. At this moment, the 9 chief gods sensed something and simultaneously opened their eyes. Lu Yuan and Etienne burst forth from the barrier. You're still here? Lu Yuan observed the 9 gods, feeling astonished. The 9 chief gods remained silent, their expressions filled with surprise as they encircled Lu Yuan, examining him. You are the young Lu Yuan? You haven't been possessed by that old monster, have you? One chief god poked Lu Yuan's face with curiosity. Lu Yuan's expression darkened as he swatted away the hand. Of course, I am Lu Yuan. I have not been possessed. I merely encountered some fortuitous events. What events could allow you to traverse so many realms in just a century? Additionally, your essence and background seem somewhat familiar, the second chief god inquired, intrigued. Like the origins of those paths, the 4th chief god reminded. Right, just like those who occupy the latrine without relieving themselves. The 2nd chief god eagerly nodded. Lu Yuan, I have fused with the 4 primordial true demon bodies, becoming the origin of the demonic path, Lu Yuan explained helplessly. Despite their formidable power, the 9 chief gods exhibited mentalities reminiscent of mischievous children. The origin of the path. Goodness. The 2nd chief god's eyes widened. Impressive, young Lu Yuan. The 1st chief god praised, giving a thumbs up. Enough with the idle chatter. Young Lu Yuan, do you still intend to fulfill the promise you made a century ago? The 3rd chief god asked. Upon hearing the 3rd god's words, the others ceased their banter, their eyes wide with anticipation, eagerly awaiting Lu Yuan's response. Naturally, I shall fulfill it. With a thought, Lu Yuan's divine essence separated from his main body. The divine essence of Lu Yuan spoke. From now on, I shall be the 10th chief god. I am indistinguishable from my main body, from soul to hair, and should meet your criteria. The 9 chief gods examined the divine essence of Lu Yuan closely, marveling at its similarity to the main body, and ultimately agreed. They understood that it was a fortunate outcome for both sides. Well then, you may converse. I shall take my leave. The main body of Lu Yuan retrieved a warship and departed with the silent Etienne. On the spot, the 9 chief gods continued to crowd around the divine essence of Lu Yuan, who could no longer endure it and stepped aside, stating, I have something to discuss with you. The 9 chief gods exchanged glances, then simultaneously replied, You may say anything. We shall agree. Come closer, so I can see you again. Lu Yuan's expression darkened, disregarding the others as he briefly recounted matters concerning the primordial chaos. So what do you think? After listening, the 9 chief gods fell into contemplation. The 1st chief god remarked, I had initially considered invading this world, but that old fellow Hongjun seems rather formidable. So let us forego that. If we are to ally, you decide, and from now on, you shall be the 10th chief god without needing our consultation. The divine essence of Lu Yuan nodded, only to be surrounded once more. Meanwhile, aboard the warship traversing space, Lu Yuan turned to Etienne beside him and said, All right, the first faction is settled. Etienne nodded, his expression calm. Lu Yuan, unbothered, continued piloting the warship. Etienne accompanied him out of the primordial chaos for 2 purposes, to act as a messenger and to understand the heavens. Once Lu Yuan secured agreements from the 3 factions behind him, Etienne would depart to engage with the Divine Hall, the Eternal Demon Clan, and the Dark Arbiter, before returning to the primordial chaos to report. However, Lu Yuan felt it mattered little whether Etienne returned. for he believed that those in the primordial chaos would likely learn of events in real time. Personal disciple? Huh, who would believe that? Chapter 087. The Great Calamity of the Celestial Demons. A new golden finger arrives. Lu Yuan first visited the eternal demon domain. As expected, the demonic version of Lu Yuan was left behind by Tai Shang. Soon, under Tai Shang's recommendation, this demonic Lu Yuan would officially become the revered demon ancestor of the celestial demon race across the realms. In the Starry City, at the Dark Arbitration Court, years had passed since Lu Yuan last set foot here. He made his way directly to the top of the tower, where the chief judge had long awaited his arrival. Lu Yuan bowed respectfully, introducing himself as his disciple. The chief judge surveyed Lu Yuan with a smile, nodding approvingly. Indeed, you have surpassed your elder brother. Lu Yuan humbly smiled and recounted the events of the primordial era. It seems that fortune has favored you, my dear disciple. The chief judge remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lu Yuan astutely sensed the underlying meaning in the chief judge's words, inquiring, Master, has something transpired in the realms? With a heavy sigh, the chief judge replied, The celestial demon clan has returned. Their presence has recently been detected across the realms. The chief judge's solemn tone conveyed the gravity of the situation. The celestial demon clan? Lu Yuan's expression turned perplexed. The chief judge, with hands clasped behind his back, approached the edge of the tower, explaining, The celestial demons are not merely demons, they resemble a calamity born from the hearts of all sentient beings, akin to a disaster originating from other realms. Long ago, the realms had experienced a devastating celestial demon calamity, during which countless worlds were obliterated and innumerable powerful beings fell. The scale of the disaster was unprecedented, and no one could halt its advance until the birth of a great being, a child of the great path, finally quelled the calamity. The chief judge's tone was laden with reminiscence. Although the calamity was ultimately quelled, more than 1,000 sovereigns perished, leaving the realms in disarray. Once they began to recover, a mighty extermination campaign against demons followed, as practitioners of the demonic path were the most susceptible to the celestial demon's deceit, becoming ideal vessels for their descent. You, my dear disciple, are now the source of the demonic path and have grown closely intertwined with the demon race. Should the celestial demon calamity strike again, you will find yourself besieged on all sides. Therefore, before that occurs, you must amass a formidable force to anchor your ship. Though I stand behind you, Tai Shang and the Lord God, this amount of power is still insufficient. It pales in comparison to the vastness of the realms. Time is of the essence. The mention of the celestial demon calamity left Lu Yuan with a grave expression. With the chief judge's gravity, he knew better than to underestimate the threat. More crucially, should the calamity show signs of eruption, all powerful beings across the realms would undoubtedly direct their ire towards the demons, for no one wished to endure another celestial demon calamity. Thus, he faced two choices: to preemptively eradicate the signs of the celestial demon calamity or to rally enough powerful allies. Of course, there was a third option: to achieve the great realm before the calamity unfolded. Since the primordial beings vanished after the creation of the world, the great realm had ceased to exist in the realms. Suddenly, Lu Yuan recalled a term previously mentioned by the chief judge. Other realms? Master, are there not just the one realm? Are there truly other realms? Lu Yuan asked, curiosity piqued. The chief judge turned his head, smiling. Indeed there are. You may perceive them as other dimensions. Imagine a large bubble encapsulating many smaller bubbles. The realms are what we refer to as our own name. There are countless worlds, each unique: planets, star systems, nebulas, universes, continents, and great domains. All can be viewed as these smaller bubbles, encased within a larger bubble, and beyond it lie many more vast bubbles. The bubble we inhabit is called Tai Wujia by those from outside our domain. However, this Tai Wujia is so immense that many believe their existence within it is the entirety of the world. The revelation of other realms left Lu Yuan astounded, expanding his perspective once more. Enough of this. Go forth and pursue your endeavors. The chief judge gestured dismissively. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he added, You have now become the source of the path, akin to an empty bottle awaiting to be filled with water. Your strength will naturally ascend to the source realm. Your task is to fill that bottle, but do note that the disparities between source realms are substantial. Refinement, tempering, practical experience, and foundational strength are all indispensable. If you do not wish to be the weakest among them, you must be resolute in your training and practice. I understand, Master, Lu Yuan nodded, acutely aware of the differences the chief judge spoke of. Not long ago, he had felt the vast chasm of disparity when facing Lao Jun. At that time, he was likely the weakest form of the source realm, if not even less. Like a cotton ball soaked in water, it appeared substantial, yet upon encountering stone, it would immediately yield, easily crushed back to its original state. With a mind full of thoughts, Lu Yuan departed and returned to his tranquil courtyard in the Starry City. After brewing himself a pot of tea, Lu Yuan reclined on a wooden chair, lost in contemplation. For him, the enhancement of his strength was merely a matter of time. Each of his three aspects progressed uniformly. Any advancement in one would simultaneously elevate the others. The demonic Lu Yuan resided in the eternal demon domain, a place abundant in demonic energy. The divine Lu Yuan, taken back to the divine hall by the Lord God, would also experience a meteoric rise in power, becoming a true Lord God in the shortest time. Thus, the pursuit of cultivation and strength could be entrusted to the demonic and divine versions of Lu Yuan. As for the human aspect, he merely needed to relish life. Savoring a delightful sip of tea, Lu Yuan soon drifted into a deep slumber. However, he did not rest long before a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Supreme World Chat Group system. The system has been bound. The host can check it at any time. Startled, Lu Yuan bolted upright and began to explore this chat group system. After a brief observation, he realized it was indeed a genuine chat group. The group included an invitation function, allowing Lu Yuan to invite numerous prominent figures from the Supreme Worlds to join the chat with just a click. It seems rather lacking in benefits, Lu Yuan mused. Stroking his chin, with a sense of curiosity, he decided to send out 5 invitation slots. Instantly, 5 beams of purple light surged into the void. Oops, I clicked the wrong option. Chapter 088. The Lord of Demons, Feng Ziyi in the boundless ocean of the universe. Within the chaotic center of the great world, amidst a tumult of chaos, a myriad of colossal entities, exuding a terrifying aura, drift through the nebulous expanse, their forms obscured. Yet, each wisp of energy they emanate possesses the power to shatter countless realms. Within this chaotic domain, an entity entwined with a multitude of supreme paths sits cross-legged upon a chaotic grinding stone, inhaling the essence of chaos. Occasionally, some oblivious chaotic creatures dare to assault this formidable being, but before they can even approach within 1,000 meters, they are obliterated by an invisible force of annihilation. Ping. You have received an invitation to join a chat group initiated by an unknown entity. Would you like to join the group chat? Feng Zi's gaze narrowed slightly. An unknown entity? A chat group? Buzz's boundless consciousness pierced through the chaotic territory, extending towards myriad realms. After a brief moment, Feng Zi retracted his awareness, as if a pair of chaotic eyes flickered to life. Not of this world. Is it a golden finger of someone? How nostalgic. Very well. Let me see who you truly are. With that thought, Feng Zi accepted the group invitation. Simultaneously, in the world of one leaf covering the sky, the world of breaking the sky, and the world of Dolal, as well as in a recently rejuvenated High Martial world, invitations to the group chat were received by various individuals. Ping. The Demon Lord Feng Zi has joined the group chat. Ping. The Undying Emperor has joined the group chat. Ping. The Soul Emperor has joined the group chat. Ping. The Rakshasa God Bibi Dong has joined the group chat. Ping. Moo Moo has joined the group chat. Moo Moo, wow, what is this? How did it appear in my mind? A new virtual game? The Undying Emperor. My friend possesses mysterious and unfathomable means. I never expected to be discovered despite my deep concealment. The Soul Emperor. What sorcery is this? In the chaotic central world, Feng Zi observed the messages in the chat group with an odd expression. However, he chose to remain silent, opting to observe further. In a small courtyard, Lu Yuan also looked astonished. One leaf covering the sky? Dolua? What on earth? But considering the multitude of realms, even the primordial chaos is present. The existence of these worlds is hardly surprising. Who would have thought that a mere misclick could summon such realms? Lu Yuan shook his head. The chat group could invite beings from all the realms with a single click, or it could selectively invite existences from the highest worlds. With nothing more to say, Lu Yuan promptly expelled the undying emperor, the Rakshasa god, and the sole emperor from the group chat. Among them, only the world of one leaf covering the sky held a modicum of interest, yet it was merely that. Generally, the strength of any world is tied to its lifespan. In one leaf covering the sky, the emperors have lifespans of merely a few tens of thousands of years, and though they are constrained by the heavens, they cannot exceed 1,000,000 years at most. With his current strength, such worlds were beneath his notice. If it were perfect, it might hold some allure. As for breaking the sky and Doa, they were even less worthy of consideration. With Lu Yuan's current power, he could obliterate those two worlds with a mere breath. As for the other two worlds, he refrained from expelling them, as he could not judge their merits. Ping, the undying emperor, the sole emperor, and the Rakshasa god have been expelled from the group chat by the group leader. Upon seeing this message, Feng Zi raised an eyebrow, pondering, what does the group leader mean by inviting people only to expel them immediately? Yet, why were I and another not expelled? Though curious, Feng Zi remained silent. Since coming to the chaotic central world, he had cultivated the habit of acting with foresight, never stepping forward without certainty. What is the purpose of this group, dear leader? Inquired a dual-tailed girl lounging on a warm-toned bed in a pink room on a blue planet. This is a little contraption I inadvertently concocted, aimed at providing a platform for top-tier powerhouses from various realms to communicate. Of course, mutual assistance would be even better. Lu Yuan thought for a moment and sent this message. To provide a communication platform for powerful beings across different realms. Such audacity. Yet, it reminded him of the ancient system master, whose whereabouts remained a mystery. Feng Zi smiled faintly, then sent his first message. My friend possesses great ambition. From your tone, you seem quite formidable, yet I wonder, what level of power do you possess? I, unworthy, have transcended the river of time, equating myself with the cosmos, mastering the great paths, and remaining unscathed in tribulations. How do I compare with you? Feng Zi's words were intended to gauge Lu Yuan's strength, while simultaneously affirming that he met the criteria for joining the chat group. Transcending the river of time, equating oneself with the cosmos, mastering the great paths, remaining unscathed in tribulations. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened momentarily, then grew somewhat peculiar. Wasn't this the very standard for a sovereign of the realms? It seems this chat group has indeed attracted a remarkable powerhouse. Currently, Lu Yuan was merely in the initial stage, far from reaching such heights. However, given a little time, attaining that level of power would pose no issue. Yet, as the group leader, how could his strength be inferior to that of his members? After some contemplation, Lu Yuan decided to present the description of a transcendent being. After all, with countless universes in between, could the individual on the other side traverse the cosmic web to verify its authenticity? I, unworthy, have transcended the cosmos, touched the essence of the multiverse, am undying and unyielding, capable of traversing the multiverse in a single thought, achieving eternal freedom and bliss. Lu Yuan dispatched this information. In the chaotic region, Feng Zi struck down a colossal chaotic beast with a single blow, his eyes subtly shaken. Transcending the cosmos, touching the essence of the multiverse, traversing the multiverse in a thought. Wasn't this the very realm he had been pursuing? He never imagined that the creator of this chat group was such a formidable being. Indeed, without such strength, one could not have invited him from across infinite universes. Feng Zi harbored no doubts about Lu Yuan's claims. Meanwhile, as Lu Yuan and Feng Zi exchanged dialogues, another group member, Mu, found herself utterly frozen on her bed. The notion of traversing the multiverse, of being undying and unyielding, was it for real? Mu trembled at the thought. The planet she inhabited was undergoing a tremendous upheaval. filled with colossal beasts, while humanity had gained extraordinary powers to combat these monsters. Yet, the pinnacle of strength on our planet only amounted to shattering mountains and soaring through the air. If the words of these two great beings were indeed true, then Muumuu's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. She felt this was a monumental opportunity. Should she seize it, becoming the sovereign of her planet would not be out of reach. However, the prerequisite for grasping this opportunity was that she must not be expelled. She had not forgotten that just moments ago, 3 members had been ousted from the group. In an instant, Muumuu made her resolution. By any means necessary, even if it meant fawning, she would cling desperately to remain in the group. Chapter 089. Returning to the primordial. Alas, fate is often unkind. Just as Muumuu's thoughts settled, a message abruptly appeared in the chat group. May I inquire what level of power you possess, Mudaoist? This is a gathering of formidable beings. If you're not one, kindly exit the group. Upon reading this, Muumuu's heart sank. The precious opportunity she had been seeking was slipping away. Without hesitation, she resolved to evoke sympathy. Esteemed group leader, I am not a great power, but my homeland is under siege by monstrous invaders. The people are displaced, starving, and even resorting to cannibalism. Since you are almighty, could you lend assistance to my homeland? Muumuu believed she had devised an ingenious plan, aiming to leverage moral persuasion to remain in the group. Though her words ostensibly sought Lu Yuan's aid for her homeland, could Lu Yuan truly descend to assist? Of course not, at least not at this moment. Thus, if Lu Yuan were to be morally compelled to help, he could only bestow treasures or skills upon her through the chat group. In this manner, Muumuu would not only remain in the group, but also gain benefits under the guise of virtue, a clever 2 birds with 1 stone scheme. However, just as Muumuu basked in her own cleverness, the next message from the chat group rendered her utterly speechless. Ding! You have been kicked from the chat group. What? Staring at the glaring red exclamation mark, Muumuu was left dumbfounded. In a tranquil courtyard, Lu Yuan shook his head. He had actually wished to retain this individual for a simple reason. The future chat group would not be limited to the current members. Generally, formidable beings tend to be taciturn. If no one engages in conversation, the group would inevitably become lifeless, diminishing its purpose. To keep the chat lively, it was essential to have a vibrant personality among the members. Lu Yuan intended for Muumuu to fulfill this role, yet fate intervened, forcing him to expel her. In the central chaos world, Fangji narrowed his eyes, realizing that Muumuu had not been morally coerced. It seemed she, like him, was a ruthless individual. Had it been anyone else, even one of great cultivation, they might have felt compelled to offer assistance due to her words. Are you still present, fellow Taoist? Fangji sent a message, as he was currently pursuing the realm described by Lu Yuan and was nearing a breakthrough. Now that he encountered someone of this caliber, he intended to engage in philosophical discourse to seek a path to enlightenment. Since there are no others in the group, let us engage in a discussion, fellow Taoist. Though we are still somewhat apart, as the saying goes, in a group of 3, there must be a teacher for me. I believe that conversing with you will yield fruitful insights. Fangji sent this message with confidence. Since entering the central chaos world with Dishang and the Master of Systems, he had faced enemies of at least the level of Rule Masters and had engaged with even stronger opponents. The experience amassed over the years instilled in him a confidence that rivaled anyone. Upon seeing Fangji's message, Lu Yuan's lips twitched. A discussion? What nonsense! Lu Yuan was certain that if he agreed, his first utterance would betray him. Engaging in discourse with Taishang, Hongjun, or even this individual would be more fitting. As for himself, it was better to refrain. He understood his own matters best. Though Lu Yuan's strength had indeed reached this realm, having transcended from the great celestial saint to the initial realm, his comprehension still required several millennia of introspection. Seeking an excuse, Lu Yuan decided to log off and evade the situation. Apologies, fellow Taoist, but my world is currently beset by a calamity of celestial demons. The Supreme Celestial Demon Lord has returned, and I am temporarily occupied. Let us converse another time. Having sent this message, Lu Yuan promptly logged off. Unbeknownst to him, Fangji, upon reading the message, wore an expression of bewilderment. A calamity of celestial demons? His own world had experienced such a calamity as well. But that was odd. Hadn't he and Dishang surrounded and defeated the supreme celestial demon lord? Was it possible that the creature had feigned death? As Lu Yuan exited the chat group, a new thought began to form in his mind: to cultivate the chat group and develop the powerful beings within it into allies. With this notion, he immediately pressed the invitation button, inviting numerous powerful figures from across the realms to join. After completing this task, Lu Yuan departed the courtyard, intending to return to the primordial Great Realm to see how the members of the Lu family were faring. Oh, and this, Lu Yuan produced a token, a relic bestowed upon him by Lu San, which allowed direct access to the Lu family. However, after some contemplation, he decided to put it away. He did not intend to visit the main branch of the Lu family just yet, and his emotional ties to them were rather tenuous, if not entirely absent. Shaking his head, Lu Yuan tore through the void, leaving the stellar city behind. In the primordial Great Realm, on the Dark Continent, in the Qiling's supreme domain, where the Lu family resided, it had been over 200 years since Lu Yuan departed. During this time, the resources he had left behind, coupled with the protection of the Qiling star, had allowed the Lu family to gradually develop and firmly establish themselves. However, the time was still far too brief. No beings of great celestial sovereign caliber had emerged within the Lu family. Nevertheless, with immense resources at their disposal, Lu Changming had hired over 100 celestial sovereigns to serve as family guardians at the great sovereign level. Simultaneously, he expended vast resources to forge alliances with surrounding powers. Lu Changming had also been generous towards the younger generation of the Lu family, leading to widespread rumors in the entire Qiling supreme domain that every descendant of the Lu family was extraordinarily wealthy. It is worth noting that the resources Lu Yuan had originally entrusted to Lu Changming were seized from several immortal lineages and a supreme power. The sheer quantity was staggering, allowing the Lu family to squander for over 10 millennia without any industries. With no external or internal threats, many of the new generation in the Lu family had become extravagant, wielding power in Qiling City. Over 200 years in Lu Yuan's past life would have seen the turnover of numerous generations. Even within the Lu family, 2 to 3 generations had passed. The newer generation had little awareness of the hardships endured by the family. They only knew that their family was wealthy, generous to them, and that outsiders dared not provoke them. In such an environment, it was inevitable that some would become spoiled. Spoiled they might be, but none could rival Lu Yuan's audacity in stirring trouble. The critical issue was that among the new generation, few prodigies had emerged, making it difficult for the main branch of the Lu family to recruit disciples back home. As for the powerful beings sent by the main branch, they had been secretly safeguarding the family, but their involvement in the Lu family's development had been minimal. At this moment, on a street in Qiling City, a heart-wrenching cry echoed along the thoroughfare. "Young Master Blue Sky, please, you mustn't. My daughter is only 8 years old. Have mercy on her." Bang, bang, bang. A modest shopkeeper knelt at the entrance of his store, repeatedly bowing to a young man dressed in blue. Even as blood trickled from his forehead, he did not cease, for his 12-year-old daughter was in the hands of the young man. The young man sat with his legs crossed, flanked by 2 brutish henchmen, one of whom held a struggling, tear-streaked little girl. The girl was exquisitely beautiful, her skin supple and radiant. Though only 12, she was already a stunning beauty, destined to be an exceptional woman once she matured. Father, please get up. You're bleeding," the little girl cried, unaware of the horrors that awaited her should she be taken away. At this moment, the exterior of the shop was thronged with a multitude of onlookers. Initially, their curiosity piqued regarding the unfolding events, but upon catching sight of the arrogant young man clad in blue, they swiftly grasped the situation and began to whisper amongst themselves. It was none other than the notorious Lu Lantian. Rumors of his pedophilia had circulated, and it was said that he had wreaked havoc upon the daughters of many respectable families over the years. Not a single one of those young women had returned home, with several discovered in the outskirts of the city, their fates tragically grim. Such a villain surely deserved death. In the vast expanse of Qingling City, was there truly no one capable of stopping him? "What do you know?" someone interjected, He is the scion of the Lu family, shielded by their power. Who dares to confront him? I recall a few years back, several wandering heroes, unable to tolerate his misdeeds, sought him out, only to have their corpses displayed at the city gates the following day, their limbs severed. And that's not the end of it. Another voice chimed in. I remember a small sect whose leader's daughter caught Lu Yuan's eye. The next day, that sect was annihilated. With such precedents, who would dare to take a stand? Alas, poor old Qin's daughter is likely doomed. Just look at him. His brains are nearly spilling out. The shopkeeper, at this moment, was swaying precariously, having exerted himself to the point of fracturing his skull, blood mingling with the white matter oozing from the wound. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's face was a portrait of disdain as he coldly declared, "It is a privilege for your family that I have taken an interest in your daughter. You foolish cur, do you think that if you perish here, I shall release her? How laughable! Get lost." Rising, Lu Yuan kicked the hapless shopkeeper aside and, accompanied by two brutish minions and the young girl, prepared to depart. At that instant, a towering figure strode into the shop, uttering no words but merely casting a glance. In that moment, the heads of the two minions exploded, and then the figure grasped Lu Yuan by the throat, vanishing into thin air. As they disappeared, the shopkeeper, who had been on the verge of unconsciousness, suddenly regained vitality. Not only had his injuries healed, but long-standing ailments vanished as well, and even his cultivation experienced a breakthrough. Simultaneously, within the Lu residence, a chilling voice reverberated throughout the halls. Lu Changming, come out at once. Chapter 090. The disappointment of the Lu family above the Lu family manor. Lu Yuan stood suspended in the air, his countenance dark and foreboding. Threads of terrifying power surged uncontrollably from him, warping the space around him. Despite the blazing sun overhead, a chill enveloped every member of the Lu family. Lu Yuan found himself grasped in Lu Yuan's grip, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of purple, his eyes bulging. However, as a practitioner, he would not succumb to death from momentary asphyxiation. Nevertheless, a profound fear of death clouded his mind. Initially, he felt immense rage towards the individual choking him, deeming them audacious, for he was the young master of the Lu family, untouchable throughout Qingling City. Yet, upon realizing that his assailant had directly brought him to the Lu family's headquarters and boldly addressed the family head by name, he was rendered speechless, overtaken by fear. The individual bold enough to act in such a manner was either a fool or possessed of formidable confidence. Clearly, he belonged to the latter category. Soon, a swarm of Lu family elites emerged, encircling Lu Yuan, their expressions fierce. These individuals were powerful warriors hired at great expense by the Lu family. What audacity! To treat young Master Lan Tian in such a manner. Do you seek death? Release young Master Lan Tian at once, or you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today. Many guards bellowed, their faces contorted with rage, yet none dared to step forward. The first reason was Lu Yuan's formidable presence, which made him seem peerless. The second was that they were not true members of the Lu family. Having taken others' money, they were merely putting on a show. When it came to risking their lives, each was more inclined to flee than to fight. Gradually, more members of the Lu family emerged, but most were born within the last 200 years and did not recognize Lu Yuan. Occasionally, a few elders who had lived for hundreds of years also failed to identify him. The relatives Lu Yuan had brought back were primarily from collateral branches, and only a small fraction of them had ever encountered Lu Yuan. Unfortunately, those who had were not present. The atmosphere in the Lu family manor was exceedingly awkward. Despite the large number of guards, not a single one dared confront Lu Yuan, while the Lu family members merely observed, silent and spectating. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yuan's disappointment and frigid demeanor nearly overflowed. 200 years prior, he had left the Lu family in the care of Lu Changming, never anticipating that the family would devolve into such a state. Lu Yuan contemplated annihilating the Lu family with a single strike. It was utterly humiliating. Before long, Lu Changming arrived upon hearing the news. 2 centuries had passed, and the once youthful Lu Changming had matured into a middle-aged man, his physique indicating a life of indulgence. Resembling a pampered aristocrat. Who dares to trouble my Lu family? Lu Changming grumbled as he pushed through the crowd, only to look up and behold Lu Yuan. In that instant, he was taken aback, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, yet his legs felt weak. Yuan, brother Yuan, Lu Changming gasped, breathless with anxiety. He had not expected Lu Yuan's return, nor so swiftly. Lu Yuan's gaze was icily penetrating as he looked down at Lu Changming. Is this the family you manage, Changming? Yuan, brother Yuan, allow me to explain, Lu Changming stammered, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow. Suddenly, he noticed the guards still surrounding Lu Yuan and erupted in fury. Are you blind? This is the family head who left 200 years ago. Get out of my way. What? He is the family head? Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Many, though indifferent to the history of the Lu family, had heard of the legendary figure named Lu Yuan. He is indeed the family head. I recognize him. I have seen his portrait. An elderly member of the Lu family exclaimed, promptly kneeling and bowing repeatedly. Greetings, family head. Upon witnessing this display, no one dared to doubt. However, respect was absent. After all, Lu Yuan had vanished for 200 years, during which Lu Changming had been the family head. The expressions and attitudes of the crowd fell under Lu Yuan's scrutiny, and discontent with the current state of the Lu family solidified his resolve within. With but a fleeting thought, aside from Lu Changming and the kneeling elder, every other individual exploded into a mist of blood, erased from existence. Lu Changming felt a chill seep into his very core. He understood that Lu Yuan was enraged, and the consequences of his ire were terrifying. Having grown up alongside Lu Yuan, he was more aware than anyone of the horror that accompanied his anger. Even when the Lu family was at its peak, if Lu Yuan became incensed, the entire younger generation would suffer, and even the elders would not dare intervene, for Lu Yuan would afflict them as well. Descending step by step from the air, Lu Yuan approached the prostrate Lu Changming, releasing the unconscious Lu Lantian into his care. Execute him in public in Qingling City. Lu Yuan commanded coldly. Do not disclose my return to anyone. With that, he vanished, having uttered but 2 sentences to Lu Changming. Raising his head, Lu Changming's eyes reflected despair. He realized that his fate, along with that of the Lu family, was sealed. Elsewhere, Lu Yuan appeared on a picturesque mountain peak outside Qingling City. Atop the summit stood a pavilion where Lu Yuan sat, seemingly awaiting someone. A pot of tea warming on the stone table in the center. Lu Yuan held a profound affection for tea. Before long, the individuals he awaited arrived, 2 in total, a man and a woman, both masters in their own right. Casting